Chapter 1. The Celestial Realm. In the vast expanse of 3,000 celestial domains lies the illustrious Nine Phoenix celestial domain. This realm stands as one of the most prosperous in the celestial realm, a haven of affluence dominated by numerous celestial sects and illustrious clans, particularly the esteemed Ji family. It is under the sovereign rule of Empress Ji Xiao. Ji Xiao, the unparalleled prodigy of the Ji family, is renowned as the foremost female sword master of the celestial realm, and she is universally acknowledged as the most exquisite beauty among the 3,000 celestial domains. Her long, silvery tresses cascade elegantly, framing a visage of breathtaking beauty and unmatched grace. Her demeanor exudes an air of regal nobility. Yet her enchanting gaze carries an elusive allure, akin to a flickering flame that ignites a restless yearning, compelling one to admire from afar, parched with desire. At this moment, in the very heart of the Nine Phoenix celestial domain, where celestial veins intertwine and spiritual energy envelopes the atmosphere like a mist, stands a resplendent imperial palace. Its grandeur rivals that of a blazing sun suspended in the sky. Within the depths of the imperial chambers, delicate curtains hang softly, and candlelight dances gently, filling the air with a faint, enchanting fragrance reminiscent of her own unique essence, sweet yet tantalizing. The mistress of these chambers, Ji Xiao, reclines languidly upon a plush couch. Her elegant brows slightly furrowed, her delicate left hand rests lightly upon her abdomen, fingers gliding over the soft fabric of her garments as she senses the faint yet insistent flutter of life within. Her gaze softens, and a nurturing glow graces her captivating features, transforming her exquisite countenance into a vision of maternal beauty, gentle as the thawing waters of spring, stunning enough to stir one's very soul. Indeed, the foremost empress of the celestial realm is with child in unwed pregnancy, a consequence of her union with a man who is, paradoxically, a lowly mortal unbeknownst to her. This mortal is none other than the supreme ruler of the demon realm, Lin Yun, a figure who instills terror in the hearts of countless powerful beings across both celestial and demonic realms. Lin Yun recalls vividly the events that transpired on that fateful night. He remembers it as an ordinary evening when he retrieved a wad of tissue from beneath his mattress to engage in a bout of strength training. Suddenly, a disembodied voice echoed in his ear. Ding! Detection of host reader revealing exceptional lazy potential. A true king among sloths activating the fantasy Lei Win system. Do you accept the binding? Stunned, Lin Yun glanced around, noting that his roommates were still lost in slumber. Who is speaking? What system? He squinted, suspecting it to be a mere figment of his imagination brought on by his groggy state. This system aims to assist the indolent in cultivating to immortality once bound. No extra effort is needed to reap the rewards of cultivation. Confirm binding and effortlessly ascend to immortality, thus embracing a life of leisure. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yun's drowsiness dissipated. He attempted to slap his face to dispel the absurdity, yet the voice persisted in his ears. Can a system truly deceive me? If this were genuine, could I not grow stronger while I sleep? Confirm binding. Thus, he found himself transported to another world, where he ascended to become the supreme ruler of the demon realm through the Lei Win system. Yet, he soon grew weary of such a monotonous existence. Stealthily, he distanced himself from the numerous demon lords and ventured to the mortal realm to seek solace in the mountains. It was there that he encountered the first woman of his life, an unexpected meeting with a celestial empress who seemed to have emerged from nowhere. She was a vision of unparalleled beauty, the most exquisite woman he had ever laid eyes upon. However, there appeared to be an underlying peril, her aura somewhat disordered, a truth Lin Yun chose to ignore simultaneously. The empress, guided by an instinctive awareness, perceived Lin Yun's extraordinary nature and approached him directly. Having succumbed to the seductive influence of the Six Desires demon, her body was on the verge of succumbing to overwhelming heat. Her will was fading. Yet driven by primal instinct, she sought Lin Yun as her antidote. With a mere wave of her hand, the world spun around them, and they found themselves in a secluded chamber. You mortal, I desire you. Her voice, low and alluring, caressed his ears like silk. Imbued with an undeniable command, her entrancing gaze ensnared him, and as her lips parted, they exhaled a fragrant breath that stirred his very soul. Disrobe, she commanded, and with a flick of her finger, Lin Yun's garments disintegrated into dust. Her celestial gown slipped away, revealing a flawless, enchanting figure beneath a vision so dazzling it could rival the most exquisite of dreams. Her skin gleamed like polished jade, her curves a mesmerizing landscape, and the gentle rise and fall of her chest beckoned silently, an invitation unspoken. Clearly, Lin Yun was perceived as a mere mortal man, unworthy of choice as she pressed herself against him, their bodies entwined, caught in a tempest of desire and compulsion, gazing into her entrancing eyes and upon her perfect form. Lin Yun swallowed hard. Entranced by the goddess before him with nothing but time on his hands, it was a temptation he could hardly resist thus, amidst a dance of half-hearted resistance. They surrendered to the throes of passion. In her quest for self-preservation, Ji Xiao relinquished her dignity as an empress. Moreover, she found Lin Yun to her liking rather than allow another to take advantage of her vulnerability. She resolved to embrace him in her heart. She wrestled with feelings of determination, shyness, and above all, courage. Though he was but a mortal, he possessed an appealing demeanor and, despite his lower cultivation, might one day ascend to the celestial realm, where perhaps they could rekindle their connection. Of course, the odds were slim. With a soft sigh, she leaned in, offering her supple lips. Time lost its meaning as they became entwined in each other's embrace. Jingyo's celestial gown lay in tatters around them, her exquisite body glowing in the dim light, reminiscent of a white lotus blooming under the moonlight, evoking a rapid heartbeat. Her silver hair sprawled chaotically, clinging to her damp shoulders, her half-lidded eyes concealing an abundance of temptation as she breathed heavily. Her lips parted slightly, exhaling warmth and urgency. Lin Yun found himself no longer the carefree being he once was. He was swept away by a tide of fervor, gazing down at the enchanting woman beneath him, her face flushed with desire. Once an unattainable empress, she now flowed beneath him like a river of spring. His hand clasped her delicate waist, his fingers pressing gently, feeling the softness and warmth, as if he held a melting cloud of cotton. "Please do not cease." Jizio's voice was husky, laced with a hint of command yet tinged with a playful plea, her tone lingering like a soft caress. Her long legs instinctively entwined around his waist, her toes grazing his back, igniting deeper flames of desire within him. Their breaths mingled, the air thick with an intoxicating warmth. Ji Xiao emitted a soft sound, her fingers gripping his shoulder, her nails leaving delicate traces of red, a silent retort to his provocations. Sweat glided down her collarbone, dripping between their entwined shadows, a scene so intimate it flushed their cheeks unbeknownst to them. They engaged in a fervent dance for what felt like an eternity, the bed beneath them collapsing under their fervor, yet they remained blissfully oblivious, lost in each other's embrace. Jizio's body trembled slightly, akin to a string drawn taut to its limit. Lin Yun, surrendering to his desires, let out a low growl as he pulled her tightly into his arms. After their union, Ji Xiao awoke first, gazing at the man beside her, who feigned slumber. She raised her delicate hand several times, contemplating whether to end the life of the man who had claimed her first. Yet, in the end, she hesitated. Let be a dream, she thought, for he had also rescued her. Once she departed, Lin Yun slowly opened his eyes, pondering the intriguing empress before him, savoring the lingering taste of their encounter. Alas, the boundaries between celestial and demonic realms were insurmountable. Otherwise, he might have claimed her as his empress, reveling in a life of nightly revelries. A year swiftly passed. Deep within the Nine Phoenix celestial domain, silence enveloped Jizio's chambers. Save for the gentle flutter of golden silk drapes, this sanctuary symbolized both her repose and the highest authority of the Nine Phoenix celestial domain. The hall exuded an ethereal ambience, permeated by rich spiritual energy and floral fragrances. Glimmers of light filtered through the intricately carved window panes, cascading upon her skin, which resembled translucent jade. Ji Xiao lay quietly upon her soft brocade couch, her beauty beyond reproach, her gaze as tranquil as water, lashes fluttering like delicate butterflies, her allure striking enough to quicken the heart. She possessed an elegance that was both chillingly sublime and regal, her essence radiating an imperious pride and transcendence, untouchable and sacred. Yet, at this moment, a slight furrow creased her brow, her autumnal eyes betraying a hint of anxiety and trepidation. She felt an unusual vigor stirring within her womb, as if something were tugging violently at her insides. The excruciating pain compelled her to bite her lip gently, her hands instinctively pressing against her abdomen. "Hurry, quickly fetch Sierra," she whispered with a slight tremor in her voice. Moments later, her close attendant, Huang Lingxi, arrived in haste. Upon seeing Ji Xiao drenched in cold sweat and pale-faced, a flicker of panic crossed her eyes. She was somewhat aware of the events that transpired when the Empress descended to the mortal realm. Swiftly regaining composure, Huang Lingxi knew that now she was the only one the Empress could trust. "Your Highness, how are you feeling?" Huang Lingxi asked, feigning ignorance while ordering all attendants to leave. Ji Xiao gritted her teeth and murmured, "I believe I am about to give birth." Though her voice remained composed, The quiver betrayed her inner turmoil, anxiety, and a tinge of grievance welled within her heart at such a critical moment. The man was not by her side and remained oblivious to the situation. Given the circumstances of premarital pregnancy and the involvement of two ancient immortal clans' alliance in turmoil, Huang Lingxi dared not inquire further. Instead, she anxiously arranged everything, setting up protective formations to conceal this unspeakable secret within the palace walls. Yet, she knew that perhaps this moment would no longer allow concealment. As time ticked away, finally, amidst the resounding cry of a newborn, Ji Xiao successfully delivered a baby girl. At that instant, the sky outside the palace manifested extraordinary phenomena. Auspicious clouds drifted, celestial lights shone, as if heaven and earth themselves celebrated the arrival of this new life. This heavenly omen reverberated throughout the entire Jiufeng immortal domain, stirring countless cultivators and factions who sensed the mysterious aura. However, in Jizio's heart lingered an indescribable sorrow. Her eyes reflected maternal love, yet bore restrained anguish. She lowered her gaze upon the infant in her arms, the bloodline she shared with that mortal man. The newborn opened her eyes immediately after birth, her bright, innocent gaze filled with curiosity and dependence directed at her mother. The infant neither cried nor fussed, evidently extraordinary by nature. Overflowing with motherly affection, Ji Xiao kissed the baby's slightly chubby cheeks. This child was the most precious treasure of her lifetime. Yet she knew the world could not accept this truth, especially her own clan and their allied clan, the Yang family. The young master of the Yang family, Yang Wudi, had repeatedly proposed marriage to the Ji family. The Yang family was a colossal immortal clan, boasting numerous ancient immortal patriarchs and immense wealth. It was foreseeable that her father, clan head Ji Chongkong, was already seething with anger, closing in on her. After all, with the celestial phenomena and the clan's ancient patriarchs adept at divination and strategy, the news soon reached Ji Chongkong. Upon learning that his daughter had borne a child without marriage, he was furious beyond measure, his rage nearly overwhelming him, especially at such a critical juncture. Xiao, how could you? You have betrayed the clan's arrangements and destroyed the Ji family's radiant future. Ji Chongkong thundered. The Yang family had been pressing hard recently, and all his hopes rested on his daughter's political marriage. Though enraged, he also felt a pang of tenderness for his daughter. Tell me, who is the man? Ji Chongkong demanded, vowing to crush him utterly. Yet, as his gaze fell upon the newborn infant, a strange tenderness surged within him. That was his granddaughter. Seeing the baby's innocent eyes, his fury gradually dissipated, leaving only profound sorrow. Very well, but you must prepare yourself. Though I am the clan head, some matters are beyond my control. Ji Chongkong sighed with helplessness. A certain ancient immortal patriarch within the clan had long harbored resentment towards the clan head's lineage, and surrounding forces watched eagerly. Yang Wudi, the Yang family's young master, was among them, coveting the Ji family's empress. Despite knowing Ji Xiao had borne a bastard, he insisted on marrying her. The alliance between the Ji and Yang families symbolized the friendship of two great houses. Now, Jizio's premarital pregnancy shattered everything, exacerbating Yang Wudi's pathological obsession. Ji Xiao, you have betrayed me. You have broken our engagement. Do you realize what that means? In a secret chamber, Yang Wudi's voice brimmed with rage and madness. He conspired with the Ji clan's internal immortal patriarch to pressure clan head Ji Chongkong. At this moment, he no longer cared about Jizio's child. His sole focus was to claim her as his wife, resorting to any means to restore his shattered dignity. One could only imagine the fate awaiting Ji Xiao should she be forced into this marriage. Thus, Ji Xiao resolutely refused, vowing her lifetime to only one man. She suffered deeply from the engagement's torment and the suffocating constraints of her clan. Her heart was utterly desolate. Under the clan's coercion, she severed all ties with the Ji family. The clan elders treated her harshly. She could leave the family, but only by returning all that the clan had bestowed upon her. Not even her father could prevent this. Perhaps, for the clan's future, he chose to sacrifice his daughter. Thus, Ji Xiao was stripped of her cultivation, grievously wounded, harboring profound disappointment and despair towards the Ji family. With her daughter, she vanished into a secluded corner of the immortal realm. From then on, Ji Xiao and her child were never heard from again, as if they had become forgotten existences within the vast, immortal realm. Though the Ji family temporarily lost the support of this prodigious empress, their honor continued to shine brilliantly before the world. Moreover, with the Yang family's backing, they advanced even further. Yet, in some lonely corner, Ji Chongkong still occasionally recalled his daughter's eyes filled with utter disappointment and the adorable infant. Occasionally, a trace of remorse stirred in his heart. But everything was already too late. Mortal Realm, Jiuzhou lands. As dusk deepened, the caravan of Luoxing City in Tianqing County slowly progressed along a desolate country path. Inside a luxurious carriage, pristine animal pelts were laid as carpets, and a faint scent of incense permeated the spacious compartment. The air was invigorating, a refreshing balm to the senses. Inside, the city lord's daughter, Jiang Tingting, along with her maid, sought respite. Dozens of guards vigilantly surrounded the carriage, their keen eyes scanning the perimeter, for it was rumored that this stretch of road had recently become perilous. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by a series of low, guttural roars. The guards, clad in pitch-black armor, exchanged glances of alarm, swiftly raising their weapons in defense. The rustling of the surrounding woods heightened their vigilance, and the tension among the caravan members escalated. "What is happening outside?" A melodious voice resonated from within the carriage. "Miss, we may be in trouble," replied the captain, his expression darkening as he recognized the ominous sounds. "It's the silverback demon wolves." It was widely known that these creatures did not hunt alone. They traveled in packs. Jiang Tingting's complexion paled instantly. She had merely embarked on a journey home for a family visit, and now, just as they were nearing the ancient city of Luoxing, misfortune befell her. "Miss, please retreat and ensure your safety," urged the resolute captain, clasping his fists in respect towards the carriage before swiftly organizing the guards. If anything were to befall the young lady, they would surely meet their doom alongside her. Time was of the essence, before they could properly fortify their defenses. A horde of silverback demon wolves approached from all directions, their crimson eyes glinting with a predatory gleam in the darkness. "Protect the young lady. Form a defense," the lead guard commanded in a hushed tone. The group rapidly formed a protective circle around the carriage. A piercing wolf howl echoed ominously. Over 20 demon wolves, seemingly endowed with a modicum of intelligence, halted their advance, instead encircling the caravan, biding their time as if awaiting a command. "Curse it. There's a wolf king among them. Everyone, be cautious." The mention of the wolf king further drained Jiang Tingting's color. Gripping her demon-slaying sword, she stepped out of the carriage. Words were unnecessary. If they could not fend off the beasts, her fate would be the same. So she might as well engage in a swift battle. Clad in a flowing gown of pale yellow, the city lord's daughter stood resolute, her bravery rivaling that of any warrior. "Very well, young lady, take care," the captain acknowledged, fully aware that with the emergence of the Wolf King, they had reached a point of no return. The encirclement was now complete, and another howl rang out, signaling the wolves to commence their assault. The silverback demon wolves, as large as water buffalo, possessed razor-sharp claws and impenetrable hides. Ordinary swords could only leave faint marks upon them, proving utterly ineffective. Only weapons of spiritual grade could breach their formidable defenses. "Brothers, hold on a little longer. They are clever. If they cannot break through, they will eventually retreat." The dark-faced captain incessantly issued commands, providing support in every direction. Jiang Tingting, proficient in swordsmanship, wielded her exquisite blade with remarkable skill, managing to slay a ferocious demon wolf. Nevertheless, the demon wolves were exceptionally fierce and numerous, launching relentless assaults from all sides. Several guards had already been repelled, and the situation grew increasingly dire. Just as the defensive formation was on the verge of collapse, the captain urged the young lady to break through, insisting they would hold the line. At that moment, despair enveloped the dark-faced captain, who was preparing to execute the most tragic of strategies, sacrificing the carriage to protect the leader. Jiang Tingting's complexion had turned ashen. Her delicate brows furrowed, and her enchanting face bore traces of crimson, the source uncertain, whether from the demon wolves or the guards. The peril was palpable, not far off. A wolf king, twice the size of an ordinary demon wolf, lurked ominously atop a hill. Suddenly, a clear, youthful voice rang out from the distance. "Wow, big dog. So fierce. So big." Everyone turned towards the sound to find a little girl clad in a pink coat perched upon a nearby boulder. A vibrant red bird perched on her shoulder, its dazzling plumage shimmering with a hint of flame, resembling a tiny fireball. The girl appeared to be merely 3 or 4 years old, her innocent features framed by neatly braided hair. Her round eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed at the pack of demon wolves. The guards were struck with alarm, pondering how a child could possibly be in such a desolate wilderness, especially amidst a swarm of demon wolves that they themselves could barely withstand. "Get away, little one. It's dangerous here, they shouted. Though they knew it was too late to intervene, they could not bear the thought of such a delightful child becoming prey to the wolves. Yet, the little girl remained unfazed, her gaze fixed on the robust demon wolves. She swallowed hard, particularly drawn to the imposing wolf king. Xiaohong, are you hungry? I'm hungry too, she said, addressing the bird on her shoulder, which seemed to flicker its feathers. I've told you not to call me Xiaohong. Address me as Lord Feather Emperor. The fiery little bird muttered softly. But can this be roasted for food? I wonder if it's poisonous. The immortal emperor entrusted me with your care. Oh, if only mother could awaken, I wouldn't need to seek father myself. But I am quite capable. And I will take care of myself until I find him, she declared with determination. Under the little girl's gaze, the wolf king atop the hill sensed an inexplicable threat. Its fur standing on end like steel needles. Its formidable instincts alerted it to danger. With a fierce howl, it commanded its subordinates to probe the situation, ready to retreat at the first sign of trouble. Zhang Ziyue placed her hands on her hips and chirped. You big dogs are so fierce and yet wish to bully me. How utterly wicked. The little bird perched on her shoulder chirped a few times, shaking its feathers, its form flickering as if ready to spring into action at any moment. A formidable magic wolf, measuring 2.5 meters in length, seized the opportunity to pounce with ferocity. Its sharp claws were suddenly mere inches from the small child's face. The guards in Jiang Tingting were filled with anxious despair, unable to intervene, witnessing the imminent peril that threatened to tear the child apart. In that critical moment, the little girl raised her chubby hand, gently waving her palm, and a faint ethereal glow enveloped her. The oncoming magic wolf seemed to be struck by an invisible force, hurtling backwards and crashing to the ground, motionless. The guards stood agape, utterly astonished by the scene before them. How could a child, seemingly still in diapers, possess the power to repel such a formidable beast, whose precious darling had ventured out? They gazed at the girl in bewilderment, unsure of how to react. It was simply surreal. Even the seasoned Jiang Tingting wore a look of disbelief. At such a tender age, and with such prowess, surely no princess of the realm could rival her. Humph. That doggies deserve to be devoured, the little girl declared, nonchalantly swatting her pudgy hand, seemingly unperturbed by the magic wolves. She pointed casually at the pack, and beams of spiritual light shot forth, piercing through the bodies of the wolves. They had no chance to howl in protest before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Hey, don't be so ostentatious. We need to keep a low profile, do you understand? The little firebird, Feng Lingxi, whispered urgently. Although they were in the realm of human cultivation, there were still formidable masters at the tribulation stage. The celestial emperor had fallen into a state of feigned death due to betrayal within his family. Both of them were in their youthful stages. If they attracted the attention of a greedy old fiend, it would spell disaster. Amidst the astonished gazes of the city lord's guard, the chubby little girl's hand seemed invincible. With just a simple wave, the silver-backed magic wolves, clad in defenses akin to armor, were pierced through, blood gushing forth. It was evident they were beyond saving. Not far away, the wolf king on the hillside widened its bell-like eyes, displaying a fear that was remarkably human. This little girl surpassed anything it could have imagined. As a beast cultivated to such a level, its intelligence was comparable to that of a human. Before long, its wolf cubs were nearly obliterated. Realizing the urgency, it let out a piercing howl. All the magic wolves, upon hearing this, recklessly charged forward, but to no avail. Seizing the moment, the guard team regrouped. Brothers, let us fight. Protect the young miss. The captain found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to address the little darling before him. Oh dear little ancestor, take care. Humans can be quite wicked, and they will strike at the young before turning on the old. The little firebird flitted around Ji Ziyue, who was watching the fierce battle against the magical wolves. I know. Humans are the worst. They are treacherous, cunning, and greedy. You've repeated it countless times, and I could almost recite it by heart. The small child gazed indifferently at the guards engaged in combat, her large, sparkling eyes framed by long, charming eyelashes, seemingly unfazed by the gruesome conflict. Instead, her stomach grumbled, and she felt increasingly hungry. The firebird, adorned in makeup by Huang Lingxi, wore a bittersweet smile, feeling helpless before this unruly little ancestor. The command left by the matriarch before her slumber was to ensure Ji Ziyue found her father and to wait for her awakening. However, who could deny that the mischievous girl was accustomed to causing trouble? Besides, she was still quite young, merely akin to a 10-year-old phoenix in human years. She focused intently on the Wolf King, sensing no immediate threat. In this region, she had scanned with her divine sense and found no hazardous creatures. The silver-backed Wolf King did not intend to fight to the death. Rather, It sought to escape while everyone's attention was diverted by the pack. In the boundless grasslands, wolf packs were abundant. As long as it was alive, it would soon reclaim its position as the leader of the pack. Little did it know, the child Estevine's sense had already locked onto it. Such a large dog appeared quite delectable. How could it be allowed to flee? The Wolf King stealthily retreated, believing itself unseen and unnoticed, before suddenly turning and sprinting away, its speed rivaling that of a high-speed train, driven by urgency. Meanwhile, a man in a black robe, pale-faced and trembling, was situated several kilometers away, sensing the images shared by the wolf pack. He quaked, unsure if it was from anger or fear. After all, these were his prized wolves, which he had painstakingly raised and trained for 2.5 years. He hoped the Wolf King would return, otherwise he would face catastrophic losses and be at a loss to explain himself to the sect leader. The thought of the leader's ruthless methods sent more shivers down his spine. "Where do you think you're running, big dog?" Ji Ziyue exclaimed, noticing that her snack was attempting to escape. This simply would not do. Swiftly, she leapt into the air, arriving above the Wolf King in an instant. The silverback demon Wolf King stood with its bristling fur, each hair erect like steel needles. It sensed that its chances of survival today were slim. Instinct surged forth, its eyes turning a fiery crimson, nostrils exhaling heat akin to molten lava. Caution! The Wolf King was on the verge of rampaging. In its frenzied state, the Wolf King would possess the fleeting strength of a foundational stage warrior. Upon witnessing this transformation, Jiang Tingting's expression drastically changed, and she urgently called out a warning. Yet, she realized that there was no time for support. Although she was unaware of the identity of this girl, it was evident that she hailed from a formidable power beyond their reach in Falling Star City. Should anything unfortunate befall her, they might bear the brunt of the consequences. Moreover, this adorable little one was currently their savior. Oh dear, the big dog is angry. Ji Ziyue remained unfazed, while Huang Lingxi calmly observed the struggling Wolf King, her eyes devoid of any emotion, as if gazing upon a lifeless corpse. The Wolf King fought desperately, its rationality gradually slipping away. After this bout of rampage, even if it managed to escape, its life would be irrevocably ruined. Ji Ziyue pouted, reluctantly extending her chubby little hand. "If you misbehave, I shall strike you." Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a colossal handprint coalesced beneath her diminutive figure, then came crashing down upon the Wolf King. The immense handprint descended like a great mountain, wielding the might to obliterate all in its path. In that moment, the Wolf King experienced the despair akin to the Monkey King facing the five-finger mountain of Tathagata, albeit in a far more tragic manner. Witnessing the once mighty pack of demon wolves being crushed into the ground, the massive wolf's body twitched instinctively before falling silent. The guards exchanged glances, instinctively swallowing hard, gripping their weapons tightly as if that would provide them with a semblance of security. The slain demon wolves lay scattered across the ground, their forces utterly decimated. It was a resounding victory. Yet no one felt the slightest joy. Rather, their hearts were heavy. Jiang Tingting's heart raced, for she understood that this little darling's origins likely surpassed her wildest imagination. Cautiously, she approached the now grounded infant. "Greetings, young hero. I thank you for your timely assistance. Your life-saving grace is beyond repayment. I am Jiang Tingting, and we hail from Falling Star City in the Starry Sky Prefecture of the Wilderness." Jiang Tingting instinctively employed honorifics, despite the fact that the young child before her appeared even younger than her youngest sister. Yet, she had just witnessed the child's formidable prowess, which had utterly shattered her preconceived notions. At that moment, she finally comprehended the meaning behind her master's frequent adage, "There are always greater beings beyond our own." After a century of cultivation, she was on the verge of establishing her foundation, already hailed as an unparalleled prodigy. Now, however, she felt a sudden wave of embarrassment and confusion, as if she had lost her direction on the path of cultivation. This elder sister, you are so beautiful. What should I call you?" The girl, Ji Ziyue, instinctively placed her finger in her mouth, speaking in a somewhat muffled tone. Hearing this obviously insincere alias, Jiang Tingting couldn't help but chuckle, maintaining a facade of seriousness as she replied, "Very well, Your Highness Moonlight. How shall we deal with these magical wolves?" It was essential to note that the pelts and bones of these magical wolves were exquisite materials for refining weapons. However, she did not dare to handle them without permission and could only inquire. "Of course, we shall roast them and feast," Ji Ziyue replied with utmost certainty. All right then. Shall we assist in the process?" Jiang Tingting asked cautiously, a hint of anxiety evident in her voice. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Although the young child appeared harmless, Jiang Tingting had witnessed her ferocity firsthand. Yes, yes. Thank you, big sister. Ji Ziyue exclaimed joyfully, clapping her chubby little hands. For she was on the brink of starvation. Meanwhile, dozens of miles away, a black-clad youth, aware of the events transpiring through his beast command token, now knelt weakly upon the ground. It's over, it's all over, he muttered despondently. The ambush mission assigned by the sect had utterly failed, resulting in devastating losses. He could only wonder what cruel punishment awaited him. I want to eat roasted meat. Ji Ziyue gazed eagerly at Huang Lingxi. The little phoenix found it difficult to withstand the child's hopeful gaze. Should she refuse, it would leave her with an overwhelming sense of guilt. With a flutter of her tiny wings, a massive barbecue grill materialized out of thin air. The resounding thud as it landed startled everyone present, and they stared in bewilderment at the intricately designed grill. Surely, this contraption could not have been crafted by a mere artisan? It surprisingly exuded an aura of mysterious pressure. In truth, it was now in a sealed state. Otherwise, this entity could even roast celestial birds. Of course, it was not the kind that had attained immortality through cultivation, but merely possessed the bloodline of an immortal beast. However, if its power were placed within the realm of mortals, it would undoubtedly be regarded as an unparalleled ancestor. Jiang Tingting's gaze grew somewhat vacant. She would wager that this object was undoubtedly a treasure. She was uncertain of its exact rank, but it was certainly extraordinary. Yet, it was currently being employed for roasting. She felt as though her worldview was shattering time and again. Now, she had grown somewhat numb to it all. Miss, what shall we do now? The captain of the guard's previously grim expression seemed to lighten. He was merely at the chi refining stage and had nearly been frightened to death by the Wolf King. He had thought he would perish here today, but unexpectedly. The situation had taken a turn. This suddenly appeared little child was astonishingly powerful, though his experiences were limited. He still possessed basic logic and understood that this existence was surely beyond their capabilities. What to do? Naturally, it was to assist in slaying these demon wolves. Did you not realize that our little benefactor was feeling somewhat hungry? Jiang Tingting said with an expressionless face. Understood. The captain, as if granted a reprieve, promptly led the guards to slaughter and skin the wolves. With numbers on their side, they soon had the demon wolves mounted on the roasting spit. The feathers of the little firebird flickered slightly, and the roasting rack immediately emitted a faint glow. Then, in an instant, it transformed into a roaring flame. To this day, Jiang Tingting believed that it was merely an ordinary pet bird, unaware that it was, in fact, a terrifying juvenile pure-blood divine beast. Ji Ziyue skillfully retrieved several jars and bottles, filled with various seasonings, clearly a habitual offender in such culinary endeavors. This gluttonous little girl could make even the dragon fish in the heavenly pool shy away from her presence. The howling sun divine dog had to approach her with its tail tucked, fearful of being roasted for a meal. Not enough. I want to eat all these big brothers. Seeing everyone pause to look at her, the little girl pouted. The crowd exchanged glances, directing their gaze toward Jiang Tingting, the young lord of the city. Had they not heard the command of their young mistress? After a moment of surprise, Jiang Tingting maintained a composed demeanor and spoke. The guards immediately realized that the young lord was intent on befriending this little benefactor, though they were uncertain of the outcome. Naturally, they harbored hopes for success, as it would provide them with a formidable ally. The little moon floated in midair, occasionally sprinkling seasonings. Huang Lingxi nestled quietly on her shoulder, resembling a delicate ornament. Soon, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Ji Ziyue swallowed hard, her eyes fixed on the scene below. Could you teach me? I'll do the roasting, you start eating. Jiang Tingting couldn't bear to watch any longer and volunteered. Oh, it's quite simple, just like this and then that. Ji Ziyue's eyes sparkled as she promptly shared her recipe with the older sister, preparing to indulge in the meat. Due to her unique constitution, possessing an innate Tao physique and the ability to absorb divine patterns since birth, her consumption was exceptionally high. All food could be transformed into pure spiritual energy, allowing her to essentially feast her way to immortality. In a way, her father's leisurely approach to cultivation was quite similar. Huang Lingxi quietly observed Jiang Tingting and felt slightly reassured as she watched her diligently roast the meat, primarily because their strength was modest and posed no threat. Ji Ziyue resembled a gluttonous beast, devouring one magical wolf after another until only bones remained scattered on the ground. Her small belly seemed like an endless abyss. While the guards collectively consumed 2 magical wolves, she finished off the remaining dozens, now roasting the last magical wolf king. Jiang Tingting's forehead glistened with sweat, astonished that this little child could eat so much. How could such a tiny body consume food hundreds of times its size? Was this the source of her immense power? Jiang Tingting pondered, yet hesitated to inquire further. Her instincts told her that a subtle sense of danger constantly surrounded her. Any hint of disloyalty could lead to her demise. Nevertheless, she mustered the courage to engage with Ji Ziyue. Little Moon, where are you from? Why are you alone? Jiang Tingting took a deep breath, her tone gentle, as if coaxing a child. Ji Ziyue, sucking on her fingers, had already eaten her fill. At the sound of the question, she glanced up at the older sister who was still helping her roast meat. Born with keen intelligence, despite her lack of experience, she could discern good from bad and sensed no malice from this sister. I'm going to find my father. The adorable little child spoke with an air of certainty. Jiang Tingting's hand trembled. Her breathing quickened slightly, nearly causing her to spill some seasoning. It was astonishing how remarkable a 3-year-old could be. She found it difficult to fathom the level of strength possessed by the child's father. But where is your father? Shall I take you to him? Jiang Tingting inhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure. She was acutely aware that a pivotal moment for her family's fate might be approaching. If only she could establish a connection with this enigmatic powerhouse. However, her question evidently left the little one momentarily speechless. Where is my father? Ji Ziyue inquired inwardly to the little phoenix. How would I know? Your mother said that those destined to meet will naturally encounter each other, the little firebird replied, rolling its eyes. In truth, she understood that the matron's primary intention was to keep them away from troublesome situations. Yet, the matron seemed to have mentioned something about a forest? Oh, yes, it was mentioned that he resides in a wooden house. Ji Ziyue nodded vigorously, recalling the snippets her mother had shared about encountering Lin Yun, though she had omitted the absurd aspects of the tale. The little child then turned her gaze to Jiang Tingting. My father lives in a wooden house in the forest. I want to find him, Ji Ziyue exclaimed, her tone sweet and imbued with the unique charm of a young child. Jiang Tingting felt a bit bewildered. What kind of address was that? There were forests and wooden houses everywhere. Are there any distinctive landmarks? She could not help but inquire. Ji Ziyue furrowed her delicate brows in thought. None that I can think of. Observing the adorable way the little one tilted her head, Jiang Tingting realized that she might genuinely lack significant information. Could it be that she had run away from home? If that were the case, it would pose quite a predicament. How about you stay with your sister for now? We can think of a solution together. We're currently in the Tianqing County of the Wild Continent, but there are 8 other vast continents like this one. Jiang Tingting cautiously probed. Ji Ziyue instinctively glanced at the little phoenix. Jiang Tingting assumed she was merely lost in thought. Just agree to her. We really have no better options. Oh, all right, thank you, sister, but I have eaten quite a bit, Ji Ziyue said, somewhat bashfully. She then looked up at the girl in the pale yellow gauzy dress with eager anticipation. Jiang Tingting's expression stiffened as she suddenly realized a significant concern. Could her family afford to take care of this little one? Dozens of demonic wolves, along with their king, were almost entirely consumed by the little darling before everyone's astonished eyes. The collective mass of these wolves towered several stories high, resembling a small mountain. Yet they were effortlessly devoured by this diminutive figure. Is this the realm of the mighty? Beside the onlookers lay a mountain of white bones. The little one, content and satisfied, let out a hearty burp. Sister Hong, must we truly venture to another's home? Though Ji Ziyue had only recently entered the world, her celestial lineage set her apart from mere mortals. Her intellect rivaled that of a teenager, and from birth, she was capable of running, jumping, and speaking. Her mother, Ji Shiyao, had secured the finest instructors for her. Despite her pampered upbringing, her experiences were remarkably diverse. The Ji family, a powerhouse of celestial imperial lineage, was rife with intricate factions and rivalries, with several celestial emperors among them, as well as the venerable elders and the clan leader. Ji Xiao had initially intended to keep her child's illegitimacy a secret. However, on the day of Ji Ziyue's birth, a celestial phenomenon unfolded, showering the world with auspicious signs and colorful clouds, even startling her father, the clan leader Ji Changkong. The celestial realm was abundant with prodigies. Although Ji Ziyue's talent was extraordinary, it was merely talent. The scandal of a sovereign empress bearing an illegitimate child became a subject of jest. While the child was preserved, her immense power was curtailed. The internal strife within the Ji family had reached a fever pitch, exacerbated by the clan leader's ineptitude. The absence of a father for the child was a persistent regret for her. That man, though immortal, was nonetheless her first love and the biological father of Ziyue. In truth, when Ji Ziyue manifested in this realm, the distant Lin Yun, the demon sovereign, felt an inexplicable stir. It seemed as though he sensed something beyond the veil. However, Lin Yun had sealed his own cultivation. Otherwise, the fragile laws of the lower realms would have long since been unable to contain a being of his magnitude, especially as he indulged in the comforts of a system designed for ease. Lin Yun had long grown accustomed to a life of idleness, swiftly relegating this matter to the recesses of his mind. Meanwhile, Huang Lingxi's thoughts raced. Very well, let us settle down for the time being. Though I possess secret methods to investigate, such actions may expose us. The little phoenix, despite her diminutive size, possesses an inherent status that bestows her with certain abilities. Naturally, the laws of the lower realms are rather fragile, and it is quite possible that we might attract unwanted attention. Should such a scenario unfold, the Celestial Emperor, now as vulnerable as a mortal, would be unable to intervene, placing us in perilous circumstances. The tradition of eliminating threats at their roots has always been esteemed. Although Ji Ziyue is the granddaughter of Ji Chongkong, the current clan leader prefers the delicate balance of imperial tactics, lacking any iron-fisted measures. One fears that she may harbor intentions yet lack the capability to act upon them. Ah, very well then. Just as the little one was about to express her gratitude for the elder sister's hospitality, an unfamiliar and formidable aura suddenly emerged from the distance. The red light surrounding the little phoenix dimmed abruptly, as if she were brewing something ominous. Ji Ziyue also sensed the rapid approach of this unknown powerhouse, her own magical energy involuntarily stirring. After all, she was still too young to remain inconspicuous. In that fleeting moment, a flash of formidable sword intent emanated from Ji Ziyue. A brief glimpse of her treasured possession, the sword given to her by her mother during her youth. Having vanquished countless foes, it was unmatched among celestial artifacts. The distant aura seemed to hesitate, clearly taken aback. Jiang Tingting's expression suddenly brightened. My master has arrived. It felt as though a powerful consciousness swept through the surroundings. After confirming that all was well, a middle-aged beauty materialized before the gathered crowd. Master, you have finally come. Jiang Tingting joyfully rushed forward, while the guards knelt in salute. Recognizing her as a true authority, the middle-aged beauty nodded lightly before her gaze fell upon the heap of bones resembling a small mountain, an unmistakably conspicuous sight. Her attention then shifted to the little one, the sole unfamiliar presence, albeit a rather young one. What child ventures out to hone their skills before being weaned? Master, it is truly fortuitous that you have come. We encountered a perilous situation, which compelled us to send word to you. Although her master arrived a bit late, her presence was timely for the recovery of the fallen. Nonetheless, Jiang Tingting seemed to hold her in high regard, harboring no resentment. I had intended to arrive a quarter of an hour earlier, but I was detained by the yellow old demon. These demon wolves? Ning Shui, the sovereign of the Ice Palace, inquired after surveying the mound of bones, hesitating momentarily before asking. Master, allow me to introduce you. This is Her Highness, Little Moon. It was she who arrived just in time to save us, Jiang Tingting stated, casting a glance at the little one. The demon wolves and their king were roasted and consumed by her. The little child curiously observed the middle-aged beauty, feeling no trace of malice, and thus relaxed her guard. The little phoenix remained inconspicuous, a deliberate choice on her part to shroud herself in an air of mystery, allowing others to subconsciously overlook her presence. Ning Shui suddenly recalled that her disciple had just mentioned the Demon Wolf King, a being possessing strength nearing the foundational stage. Could it truly be that this diminutive figure had vanquished such a foe? A tremor of excitement coursed through her heart. If she could take such a promising talent back with her, what grand achievements would be out of reach? Moreover, the sword intent that had stirred even her own spirit, instilling a sense of awe, must have originated from this very child. I am grateful for your assistance, young friend. I am Ning Shui, the current matriarch of the Ice Palace, and also the mentor of Tingting, she said, her gaze softening as she regarded the adorable little one before her. A wave of maternal affection unexpectedly welling up within her. Her eyes grew increasingly tender, as if she longed to embrace and cherish the child in her arms. Hello, big sister, you're so beautiful. I'm Xiaoye, and you seem to be hurt, Ji Ziyue said, her large, round eyes filled with curiosity as she examined the elder sister, noticing the severe hidden injuries she bore. It seemed she was at the end of her strength. Jiang Tingting gasped upon hearing this and quickly turned to her master. Master, we should leave. This place is not safe for long. Our little benefactor has agreed to accompany us for now. Indeed, let us board my flying vessel. It is not far from your home, Ning Shui replied, waving her hand elegantly. A magnificent flying boat materialized, hovering in the air, spacious enough to accommodate dozens, complete with luxurious chambers. Ji Ziyue had already settled into one of the guest rooms, sound asleep. Now, tell me the details of what transpired, Ning Shui said, settling into a grand armchair, eager to delve into the origins of this intriguing child. Yes, master, Jiang Tingting replied, gathering her thoughts before meticulously recounting every detail of the events that had unfolded. As Ning Shui listened, she fell into contemplation. The opponent's techniques bore no traces of any recognizable sect. Master, I have an idea, Tingting ventured. Go ahead. You are always astute, Ning Shui encouraged. I suspect she may indeed have run away from home in search of her father. We could offer her temporary shelter. If, by chance, a bond were to form with that mysterious figure, all our troubles could be swiftly resolved. Ning Shui chuckled at this, her narrow, elongated eyes narrowing slightly, exuding an unexpected allure. Do you truly believe that someone of her caliber would venture out into the world alone without protection? She remarked cryptically. Master, do you mean to suggest that she is guardians? Jiang Tingting silently chided herself for her oversight, realizing she had failed to consider this crucial aspect. The atmosphere in the room fell into a sudden stillness, both individuals lost in contemplation. The mentor was uncertain whether there was a guardian present. Yet it was evident that they would not be entirely unprepared. Empathizing with her, it was clear that her family's elders would certainly take precautions. However, while your thoughts hold merit, we must not exploit the youth's naivety. I hope you grasp this point, and do remain vigilant regarding your father's intentions. Jiang Tingting nodded slightly, her thoughts drifting to her father, and a sense of heaviness settled within her. Her father had always been avaricious and lecherous, though not utterly foolish. She wondered if he would harbor any covetous designs upon encountering such a remarkable prodigy. It is well known that in the realm of cultivation, secrets and treasures are of utmost value. The presence of such a diminutive child, possessing extraordinary abilities, surely concealed secrets of monumental significance. I hope he can possess a broader vision. Otherwise, even if it means severing ties with kin for the greater good, I must prevent him from bringing calamity upon the family. Ji Ziyue lies peacefully on her pristine, soft mattress, blissfully asleep. No matter how enchanting her demeanor appears, she remains but a small, adorable child whose greatest joys are eating and sleeping. A small phoenix nestles quietly beside her head, seemingly asleep. Yet her consciousness vigilantly monitors everything around them. The treachery of human hearts is something she has endured. Many celestial beings once battled fiercely for her siblings, resulting in rivers of blood and countless casualties. Her mother was grievously injured and ultimately perished due to these conflicts. Only Ji Shiyu stood up to advocate for the sisters, escorting them back to the Phoenix Nest territory. In the end, she willingly pledged her allegiance to follow the mother of Ziyue in the timeless realm of cultivation. This companionship has spanned a century. Although they entered into a contract, Ji Shiyu has always regarded her as her own, never once neglecting her. Her sole duty now is to protect her young mistress, the only concern of her master. Even if it meant risking her life to achieve rebirth, she would not hesitate. Suddenly, Wang Lingxi opened her eyes, and a delicate figure appeared before her gaze. Jiang Tingting approached quietly, her eyes brimming with affection and admiration as she beheld the chubby little girl. What sort of celestial couple could have birthed such a wondrous child? Under the watchful gaze of the small phoenix, she gently draped a nearby blanket over the little moon's tiny body, lingering for a moment before departing. However, not long after her exit, another figure stealthily appeared. Jiang Tingting's master, Ning Shui, arrived at the bedside. The scene mirrored the previous one. This pure and untainted woman, who had never known a partner, gazed upon the little girl with eyes full of love and envy. Ning Shui, captivated by the adorable, chubby visage, felt an internal conflict arise. Ultimately, she could not resist the urge and, trembling slightly, extended her delicate fingers. Under the vigilant gaze of the small phoenix, she gently touched the little moon's plump cheek. Feeling a sense of yearning, she couldn't help but give it a light pinch. This master of the icy arts, usually so composed, found her cheeks flushed with excitement. The sleeping little moon puckered her lips, seemingly displeased, and turned over, startling Ning Shui into retracting her hand hastily. The small phoenix exhaled in relief, casting a discontented glance at the woman, her vigilance somewhat diminished. It appeared that this master and disciple duo possessed acceptable character. However, she would remain cautious. After observing for a moment longer, Ning Shui left, satisfied. On another front, beneath a mountain of bones, a figure clad in black robes, commanding a pack of magic wolves, knelt on the ground, his face pale and drenched in sweat. Large beads of perspiration cascaded down, quickly soaking his ceremonial robe. Before him stood an ugly old man with green-tinged hair and skin stretched taut over brittle bones, his sunken eyes emanating a sinister green glow, resembling a malevolent spirit capable of frightening children into tears. Are you suggesting that the magical wolf pack, cultivated at great expense by the sect, was entirely vanquished by a mere infant still on the brink of weaning? Do you think I am as gullible as a mere child? The green old demon grinned, revealing his dark, decayed teeth. One could only wonder how long it had been since he last brushed them. A foul stench emanated from his entire being. This was the infamous leader of the treacherous sect, the green old demon, a vile creature known for his nefarious deeds. He had once poisoned a city of 1,000,000 souls, leading to a catastrophic extermination. Countless beautiful maidens and innocent residents fell victim to his malicious hands, where even death became a coveted escape from their suffering. Please spare me, esteemed leader. I speak only the truth. I have witnessed it all with my own eyes. Should I utter a falsehood, I willingly accept the punishment of the insects. The cloaked figure hastily knelt on the ground, pressing his forehead against the unforgiving earth. Too fearful to raise his gaze, the green old demon scrutinized his surroundings with care. This useless wretch seemed incapable of deceit. The punishment of insect torture was one of the most dreadful fates, where a living being was cast into a nest of venomous creatures, left to be gnawed upon, burrowing into flesh and blood, ultimately succumbing to a torturous death amidst unrelenting terror. I have already intercepted that old spinster. Here lies a rabble of incompetence. Her disciple is unlikely to be any match for the pack. Considering this, there must be external assistance at play. But is she truly just a mere child? This complicates matters. She may possess a formidable background. Furthermore, should such a prodigious talent compete in the Genius Ranking Tournament, would not Falling Star City soar to unprecedented heights? Thus, such a genius must either be kept under my control or eliminated entirely. The green old demon carefully surveyed the area, casually releasing a few serpents of toxic mist to roam and seek out any suspicious signs. You may rise. You still hold some usefulness. Continue to keep an eye on the Jiang family. The green old demon's eyes glinted with a ghostly fire. The man in black, seemingly granted a reprieve, hastily rose to his feet, yet maintained his bowed head. The visage of his counterpart was exceedingly grotesque, instilling a profound fear of revealing any semblance of disturbance that might invoke calamity. Indeed, there had been novice disciples who had met their untimely demise in such a manner. The serpent slithered about, hissing and flicking its tongue, as if it were collecting a certain pheromone from the air. Before long, it transformed entirely into a toxic mist that surged into the withered body of the green old demon. With his eyes closed, he took a moment to carefully attune himself to the sensation. Indeed, he discerned a potent and unfamiliar aura, yet the precise realm of cultivation eluded him. This was rather peculiar. It appeared that adjustments to his plans were in order, at the very least. He must refrain from taking rash actions until he unraveled the identity of that enigmatic little master. The scouts in Falling Star City could certainly be mobilized. The speed of the flying vessel was remarkable. In the distance lay a colossal ancient city sprawled upon the ground, resembling a primordial beast of yore. The ancient walls, towering several dozen meters high, bore the scars of time. Little Moon stood at the bow of the ship, her curiosity piqued by the sight before her. She certainly felt no astonishment. After all, her family's garden was far larger than this. Yet, she possessed an innate curiosity and desire to explore the unknown. Sister Xiaohong, I believe I can smell an abundance of delectable treats inside. Ji Ziyue instinctively swallowed, as if she beheld countless delicacies beckoning to her. Behind her, Jiang Tingting suddenly shuddered involuntarily, sensing that something ominous was afoot. This realization filled her with a sense of foreboding. This was Falling Star City, one of the 3 principal cities of Tianqing County, named for the frequent meteor showers that graced its skies. According to the calendar, meteor showers were expected every evening. Your Highness the Moon is indeed fortunate. Upon arriving here, Jiang Tingting finally felt her anxious heart ease. Those individuals were unlikely to ambush her at her doorstep. Consequently, her spirits began to lift. Oh, meteor showers. What are they? Are they delicious? Ji Ziyue asked, sucking on her fingers and blinking her eyes inquisitively. Jiang Tingting found herself momentarily at a loss for words, finally recalling the source of her earlier anxiety. This little ancestor before her was an insatiable gourmand. How on earth was she to afford her? It seems that her private funds may not suffice. With this thought in mind, Jiang Tingting hurriedly sought assistance from her master. After all, this was a significant matter. If the children were left unfed, it would be disastrous. They certainly did not condone the mistreatment of young ones. Moreover, should the parents lay blame upon them, their concerns were entirely unwarranted. How could Ji Xiao allow her beloved child to suffer hunger? Within her storage space, specifically in the exquisite little bracelet adorning her plump wrist, lay an abundance of rare treasures and miraculous elixirs, sufficient to provide for Ji Xiao's needs for several centuries. If necessary, there was also the little phoenix. Her private funds were far from meager. The flying vessel did not descend, but instead revealed the emblem of the city lord's mansion. It then soared directly into the inner city through a temporarily open barrier. Amidst the imposing architectural ensemble, the vessel gradually landed. In the plaza, City Lord Jiang Ming, accompanied by his large family, awaited on one side. Jiang Ming appeared to be a shrewd man, his small eyes occasionally glinting with intelligence, a juxtaposition to his rugged exterior. Father, Jiang Tingting greeted before standing aside. She harbored little affection for this man, who had brought her a multitude of half-siblings into her life. Furthermore, during her mother's grave illness, he had not even spared a glance until her passing. Had it not been for her exceptional talents and her master's acceptance of her as a disciple, he likely would not have wished to see her at all, being one who favored sons over daughters. Ah, Tinger, you have worked hard. Jiang Ming acknowledged with a slight nod, revealing no discernible emotion. Such a figure, of course, was not so simple. Concealing his feelings was a fundamental aspect of his demeanor. However, upon the sight of the graceful woman approaching, he could not help but display a hint of infatuation. This woman was an unattainable dream for him, her cultivation beyond his reach. Lord Ning, it has been a long time. I appreciate your efforts on behalf of your beloved daughter, Jiang Ming stated, suppressing the unsavory glint in his eyes as he regarded Ning Shui earnestly. The latter frowned slightly, feeling a sense of disdain towards this duplicitous man. Yet, their two factions were allies, with her snow mountain firmly situated within the domain of Falling Star City. For centuries, even as city lords changed, this alliance had remained steadfast. Otherwise, in this ruthless world of cultivation, maintaining their doctrines would have been an arduous endeavor. Very well, I shall take my leave to rest. Ting. You and the others may accompany me. Ning Shui nodded slightly, not sparing a glance at the city lord Jiang, and proceeded towards the rear courtyard. Jiang Tingting obediently followed closely behind. Ji Xiao, her petite figure hardly drawing attention among the crowd, also departed alongside them. A few guards remained stationary. Loyal retainers of the city lord, their presence well known yet unchallenged, as this was indeed his prerogative. What transpired? He had just observed that the proud woman seemed somewhat unsteady, stirring a sense of intrigue within him. Certain unsavory desires appeared on the verge of blossoming in his mind. As you command, my lord, came the reply. Thus, a few began to recount the incident involving the pack of demonic wolves and the timely intervention of a small child. Upon hearing that the rampaging wolf king had been effortlessly slain with a single slap, City Lord Jiang could no longer contain himself. Is this truly the case? A mere child dispatched a wolf king of foundational strength with a single blow? Huh, how utterly absurd. A young man nearby, Jiang Li, could not suppress his laughter. He was Jiang Tingting's brother, yet their relationship was far from amicable. Given the chance, he would not hesitate to end his sister's life. Rest assured, my lord. Every word is the truth. That little benefactor is indeed amongst us, the guards vowed earnestly. Jiang Ming exchanged glances with his son. Did you see that little brat? He inquired. I did indeed, and I was somewhat intrigued. She certainly bears an air of nobility, her skin fair and delicate. Jiang Li responded, his gaze somewhat languid, lips thin and seemingly callous. Both father and son were far from virtuous, perceiving in each other a shared ambition and desire. She possesses something extraordinary. There must be a remarkable treasure associated with her, Jiang Li remarked. That woman appears to be injured, Jiang Ming added. We must deliberate further. With the great competition of the wasteland approaching, we cannot afford any complications, he resolved, remaining clear-headed in this critical moment. Aware that he still needed the strength of the ice palace. Keep a watchful eye on her, especially on our little noble. Understood. Shadows flickered in the darkness before vanishing. Ji Xiao's little phoenix perched upon her shoulder suddenly opened its eyes, flames dancing within. Truly, this small and humble place harbored such unsavory characters, yet they posed little threat. It would be beneficial for the young master to gain some experience. From the perspective of the current detection capabilities, she is adequately equipped to handle the situation. And if necessary, she possesses a trump card. At that moment, it is likely that this realm will be shattered, and they will be forced to flee for their lives. It seems your father has noticed my injuries. Ning Shui's expression displayed a hint of concern. She could certainly perceive the possessiveness gleaming in the other party's eyes. Rest assured. Master, I shall remain vigilant, she assured. Jiang Tingting felt a twinge of headache. The existence of the young prince was impossible to conceal. I hope they do not make erroneous decisions. I am well aware of the situation, she thought. Over the years, Jiang Tingting had not been idle. More than half of the forces within the city directly answered to her command. Sister Tingting, what are you two discussing? The curious little one asked, tilting her head to gaze at the two. In truth, she possessed the ability to levitate effortlessly, yet perhaps due to an inherited tendency towards laziness. She preferred not to fly. It's nothing. Sister will take you to enjoy some delicious food, Jiang Tingting replied. Upon hearing the adorable voice of the little girl, both Jiang Tingting and Ning Shui's previously frosty expressions instantly transformed into radiant smiles. Delicious food? I want to eat, I want to eat. Ji Ziyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. She delighted in trying new delicacies, indifferent to their rarity or the amount of spiritual energy and Tao marks contained within. As long as it was delicious, that was all that mattered. In truth, she possesses remarkable intelligence and is acutely aware of the treasures she harbors within herself. Her mother had often advised her not to reveal her valuable attributes lightly, a lesson that the young child has etched into her memory. She also senses that the elder sister appears to be injured. The elixirs she possesses could easily mend the sister's wounds. However, the clever little girl is not one to act hastily. She will extend her aid only upon receiving the elder sister's approval. Prior to sleeping, her mother had imparted wisdom that only her father and sister Hong were to be trusted, while others were deemed nefarious. As she frolics along the jade-paved path, the little moonbeam skips joyfully, exhibiting no signs of trepidation in this unfamiliar setting. Seizing the moment, Jiang Tingting takes hold of the little one's soft, plump hand, which brings her immense satisfaction. Ning Shui observes from the side, her eyes brimming with envy, yearning to clasp the little girl's hand as well. Surrounding them, several guards and maidens cast curious glances at this scene, their minds swirling with speculation. Could this be the young lady's illegitimate child? Though such thoughts linger, none dare to voice them. In the realm of cultivation, power reigns supreme. Jiang Tingting stands merely a step away from foundation establishment and, at her tender age, is already recognized as a prodigious talent. She is also known for her ruthless cunning, having garnered many loyal followers through her master's influence. The city lord, Jiang Meng, turns a blind eye to her machinations to avoid straining relations with the Ice Palace, despite his general disfavor towards this daughter. Jiang Tingting's mother was but a fleeting encounter born of intoxication, thus she garnered little affection. Conversely, Jiang Li's mother hailed from another prominent family, solidifying his power. Additionally, the girl, narrow-minded as she is, has hurled slanderous remarks at Jiang Tingting's mother, viciously attacking her for her humble origins and perceived shamelessness in seducing men. This animosity is one of the principal causes of her mother's illness and subsequent death. It must be acknowledged that she too was a victim of circumstance, ensnared in a tragic fate. Both Jiang Li and his son are aware of this truth and recognize that Jiang Tingting harbors resentment, thus they remain emotionally distant from her. Despite their blood ties, they exist as adversaries. This is the nature of the cultivation world, where even kin cannot be fully trusted. Jiang Tingting will forever remember the hatred in her mother's eyes for that man in her final moments, along with the sorrow and concern directed towards her. All her mother wished was for her to survive, even if it meant living as an ordinary mortal. In fact, had it not been for Ning Shui's serendipitous visit that day, where she recognized Jiang Tingting's innate potential and intellect, and took her in as a personal disciple on the spot, she would have become mere sustenance for stray dogs the year her mother passed away. Thus, she holds Ning Shui in the highest esteem, viewing her as a parental figure. Master, is there anything I can do to assist you with your injuries? Gazing at the petite moon, joyfully indulging in the endless array of delicacies brought forth by the maids at the nearby table, Jiang Tingting felt a wave of concern wash over her as she inquired of Ning Shui. With a tender gaze, Ning Shui withdrew her attention from the little moon, her expression growing solemn. After a moment of concentration, a fleeting shadow of green flickered across her brow. I have been afflicted by the extreme soul poison of the green old demon. This venomous mist is exceedingly difficult to dispel and has already tainted my primordial spirit's sea of consciousness. It is a well-known fact that the soul is the most enigmatic of entities. Even those who have ascended to the primordial infant stage are not immune. Indeed, Yen Shui is a formidable figure at the primordial infant level. Although the path to becoming a true incarnation of greatness is long, she holds a position of respect in most territories. Furthermore, their ice palace is graced by the presence of a god transformation ancestor, which is why Lord Jiang refrains from acting recklessly, relying on her strength to suppress the surrounding forces and the cultivation families within the city. The very thought of soul poison. Jiang Tingting's complexion turned pale in an instant. Previously, she had believed it to be merely a series of ordinary injuries. Little did she know, the battles of primordial infant masters are far from simple. So, regarding the forthcoming great competition in the wilderness, Master, will you still be able to participate? Although Jiang Tingting harbored little affection for her beastly father, she held a certain sentiment for Luoxing City. Since becoming the young lord, she had diligently contributed to the city's development, which garnered her the respect of the local powers. The great competition of the wasteland occurred once every decade, a tradition shared among the 9 provinces, albeit under different names. This mechanism served to unite various factions and distribute benefits while also assessing their underlying strengths. Moreover, it provided an opportunity for resolving grievances, making it one of the most esteemed events among the provincial lords. It served as a demonstration of authority, showcasing the lords' dominance over the ancient cities under their jurisdiction. All precious resources and mineral veins required the acknowledgement of the provincial lord's office, which solidified the current stable situation. Even those of the demonic path chose to invest in powers, seeking mutual benefit. The green old demon aligned himself with Luoxing City's arch-rival, Tianfeng City. The 2 cities, among the 3 largest ancient cities of Luoxing County, had long-standing enmities and ongoing frictions. Should one side falter, the other would seize the opportunity to wage war and acquire cultivation resources. Besides the core resources allocated by the provincial lord based on the competition's rankings, many cultivation resources had to be fiercely contested, such as medicinal fields, spiritual mountains, divine springs, and rare mineral veins. Yin Shui felt a sense of anxiety. If her adversaries discerned her injuries, they might resort to unscrupulous means. The county lord and the provincial lord typically turned a blind eye to these clandestine rivalries, as strength reigned supreme in this world, and the weak were expected to yield. The provincial lord required formidable subordinates to uphold his rule, for the competition among the various provincial lords was exceedingly ruthless. The quotas for ascension to immortality were limited, and after achieving the transformation, the resources required for transcending tribulations to become immortal were vast, allowing no room for compassion. Meanwhile, Ziyue was indulging in an array of delicacies she had never tasted before, savoring various meats, sweets, and fruits. It was a veritable feast, with an abundance of offerings from the sky, land, and sea. As empty plates were cleared away, fresh dishes were continuously brought to the table. Ziyue, however, did not require sustenance. Her body already harbored immense energy. Her indulgence stemmed purely from gluttony. One could only wonder how Lin Yun, the great demon lord, would cater to this little ancestor in the future. He might have to return to the demon realm as a formidable demon lord to gather sufficient resources for his daughter. For although the food she consumed was not particularly rare, the quantity was significant, demanding considerable manpower and resources to procure. The little phoenix gazed at the cherubic face of the little moon, her heart lightened by the joyous smile. After all, she was not particularly adept at caring for children herself, being a child at heart. Thus, she found herself warming up to Jiang Tingting and Ning Shui, contemplating whether to lend them a helping hand. The numerous maidservants lined up to serve, now sweating and wide-eyed in disbelief, wondered from where this adorable little ancestor had emerged. Marveling at her prodigious appetite, the kitchen was in a state of frenzy, and they silently hoped that such days would not become a daily occurrence. Ziyue was thoroughly enjoying herself, while the servants were left to suffer under an overwhelming increase in their workload, which had multiplied tenfold. Above, Jiang Tingting and Ning Shui glanced at each other, both amused and exasperated. Had they just feasted on dozens of magical wolves? Master, I fear I cannot afford to support this little benefactor, Ning Shui remarked, playfully tossing her hair aside. No worries, I shall have some food delivered. We cannot let the child go hungry. Little moon is full now. Sleepy, time for a nap, she cooed. Each time the little one had her fill, drowsiness would soon follow, as she needed to digest the vast energy and convert it into spiritual power. Ziyue quietly materialized in Ning Shui's embrace, snuggling close with her eyes closed, ready to sleep. Ning Shui was somewhat startled. How had she appeared so suddenly? Such speed, and she hadn't sensed a thing. This suggested that perhaps she was no match for the child. How could that be? Ning Shui swallowed hard, her hands trembling as she carefully cradled the adorable infant, gently patting her back while humming a soft lullaby. Though she had never cared for a child, she assumed this was how one soothed a little one to sleep. In the secret chamber of the study, Lord Jiang and Jiang Li gazed at the jade slip delivered by their undercover agents, both rendered speechless. A mere infant had consumed an entire week's worth of rations from that little vixen's side. What manner of ancient humanoid beast was this? Such a small child surely could not be maintained by an ordinary faction. The father and son exchanged glances, sensing that matters were becoming complicated. She could not possibly lack a background. She must be the scion of some powerful faction or even a sacred place. Should we continue our investigation? Jiang Li hesitated, feeling daunted by the prospect of entangling with such a mysterious and formidable little ancestor. He harbored no grand ambitions, merely being an ineffectual dreamer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so thoroughly overshadowed by Jiang Tingting despite having the support of his father, the Lord. Jiang Ming's eyes darkened as he recalled Ning Shui's visage, a surge of heat flooding his heart. He had held affection for that woman for a century. Now that an unprecedented opportunity had arisen, how could he possibly let it slip away? He glanced at his inept son, feeling a twinge of helplessness. Fortune favors the bold. We must remain vigilant. The competition will present us with our chance to act. Until then, we should leverage their efforts for our gain. We can strive to avoid harming that little girl. Furrowing his brow, Lord Jiang found himself indecisive about the little moon. Father, do you think they intend for this child to participate in the genius competition? Suddenly, Jiang Li experienced a moment of inspiration, arriving at a terrifying conclusion. Both father and son were immediately taken aback. If that were the case, prosperity was surely on the horizon. However, such an eventuality would also see that insufferable woman rise to unparalleled heights. Jealousy and fear surged within Jiang Li. Father, we cannot allow this to transpire. She will not spare you when the time comes. In truth, Jiang Li held little respect for this unworthy father. As the saying goes, a wolf's ambition is inherited. Like father, like son, Jiang Qingzhu gazed at his ineffectual offspring with disdain. After all, he was the lord of a city. Lacking even a modicum of composure and confidence rendered him unfit for the title. Their participation in the grand competition was to strengthen Luoxing City. Why should he impede that? The fruits of their labor would come afterward. Deep down, he already harbored a plan, having heard that the green old demon had made his move. Should they concede some benefits and work in tandem, there was no doubt they could subdue that pretentious woman. A father's intentions are his own. You may leave, he declared, hands clasped behind his back as he regarded the jade tablet before him. Yes, father, I shall pay my respects to mother, Jiang Li replied, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes, preparing to visit his mother to devise some schemes and share whispers. Had it not been for your mother, I would have struck you down long ago. After watching his rebellious son depart, Jiang Ming's expression darkened. This ungrateful child dared to set his sights on his woman. He was indeed flesh of his flesh, with ambitions as audacious as his own. Yet, how could his grand designs be altered by a feckless offspring? After dispatching a confidential missive, Jiang Chengzhu patiently awaited developments. The green old demon was hardly to be trusted. He needed to prepare thoroughly. In the palace of Jiang Tingting, Ning Shui cradled the little moonlight and slept through the night. She had not closed her eyes, nor had she practiced any cultivation. Instead, she quietly held the infant, her eyes filled with affection. Jiang Tingting sat nearby, eyes closed in meditation. Several times, she wished to take the little darling into her arms, but Ning Shui was unwilling to part with her. Jizue, being the offspring of the formidable Lin Yun and the Empress of the Celestial Realm, possessed an innate affinity for the Tao from the moment of her birth, naturally drawing close to the principles of the universe. Furthermore, she was continually nourished by rare celestial and earthly treasures, exuding an exceptionally pure aura. Thus, Ning Shui found it curious. This night seemed to yield results surpassing a month of her usual meditative practice. Even the soul toxin appeared to have been somewhat diminished. She gazed in astonishment at the little darling in her embrace. This was nothing short of a human-shaped elixir of immortality. This matter must never be revealed. Even the ancestors must remain silent. There should be no issues on Tingting's end. However, it is best if she remains unaware. Her cultivation is still rather insufficient. The little phoenix slightly opened her eyes, glanced at the beautiful woman, and then closed them once more. Perhaps it would be wise to seek assistance from the young master, as kindness begets kindness. After all, she seems to hold genuine affection for him, and the little girl is quite admirable as well. Moreover, should any significant event unfold here, Perhaps the young master's father might receive word and come to witness the spectacle, leading to a reunion between father and son. Yet, she finds herself at a loss on how to locate that man. Although the celestial emperor stated that the young master's father is merely an ordinary mortal, he possesses an appealing appearance. However, he has not attained immortality. One must assume he holds some degree of power, perhaps at least in the nascent soul or transformation stage. Otherwise, how could he withstand the affections of the celestial emperor? He must have been drained long ago. Lost in her thoughts, the little phoenix found herself somewhat dazed. And feeling a twinge of disrespect, she quickly ceased her wandering musings. Ning Shui felt a peculiar sensation, as if she were being observed. Yet she could discern no trace of any presence. Nonetheless, she harbored a suspicion. Could this be the protector of the little one in her arms? In the early morning, several colossal suns have risen. Indeed, this realm of cultivation is graced with the presence of 9 suns, illuminating this vast world and providing it with ample warmth and vitality. A small child, still in slumber, seems to be indulging in delightful dreams, adorably pouting her lips and murmuring indistinctly, with words that barely reach the ears of Ning Shui and Jiangdingting, who can only catch fragments like mother and father. The two, engaged in a teacher-student romance, exchanged glances, feeling a pang of compassion for the little one who ventured out in search of her father at such a tender age. They couldn't help but harbor some grievances towards the Empress and the Demon Lord, questioning how they could bear to let such an endearing little ancestor roam alone. After a moment's contemplation, Ning Shui decided to confide in Jiang Tingting, revealing the fact that this child possesses the properties of a human-shaped elixir. Jiang Tingting was equally astonished, attributing it to some peculiar constitution or perhaps the result of a well-nourished upbringing. To safeguard this secret, Jiang Tingting proactively requested her master to impose a seal on this memory, should any adversary attempt to probe her mind. She would rather become a fool than let this secret slip. The little phoenix also expressed her agreement, growing increasingly pleased. Thus, she quietly whispered something to the little moon in her heart, for she knew that her little master had long since awakened but was merely reluctant to rise. Relishing the warm embrace of Sister Ning, akin to being cradled in her mother's arms, the awakened little moon blinked her round, bright eyes and said, "Big sister, you seem to be poisoned. Do you need my help?" Ning Shui shuddered slightly. Although she had considered this possibility, it was difficult for her to voice it. To her surprise, this enigmatic child had brought it up herself. "Little friend, do you have a remedy? I am willing to exchange and will gladly be at your service in the future," Ning Shui declared earnestly, unsure whether she was addressing the little moon or the mysterious protector she believed was present. "It's quite simple. I have elixirs," exclaimed the little moon, conjuring a pristine, jade-like pill in her chubby little hand, exuding an aura that made Ning Shui's primordial spirit tremble with instinctive desire. This was the essence of a 5th-grade supreme elixir. A soul-enhancing one at that. Such a treasure. Ning Shui's eyes sparkled with longing, yet she quickly waved her hand to set up a barrier to contain the pill's aura. She had a premonition that this elixir might even elevate her soul's potential, granting her the assurance to strive for greater heights. "Here, take this. But I wish to have that sweet little grape from yesterday." The little child had a fondness for sweets. "Very well, I shall accept this favor from you, little friend." Tingting quickly fetched the finest spiritual fruits to present to our benefactor. As Ning Shui received the elixir, a tremor of excitement coursed through her entire being. Unable to restrain herself, she pressed a kiss upon the cherubic face of the little child. She then gazed cautiously at the expression of the adorable infant. Fearful of any misstep, the little one murmured, wiping away the drool, her face devoid of any significant reaction, her eyes sparkling with visions of the ethereal fruit. Falling Star City, one of the ancient cities, sprawls across an expanse of nearly 1,000 miles, boasting a population in the tens of millions. Amongst its inhabitants, a considerable portion are cultivators, alongside the ordinary folk. It is now the 3rd day since Ji Ziyue descended to the mortal realm, and her renown has already spread throughout the city lord's residence. All the servants, laborers, and clan disciples are aware that the young city lord has brought back a creature resembling a humanoid beast, a delightful little child, characterized by her irresistible cuteness and insatiable appetite. However, today, the little moon has exhibited unusual behavior, consuming significantly less than usual. This anomaly has caused concern for Ning Shui and her disciple, Jiangdingting, who stand nearby. Why has the baby lost her appetite? Today, her food intake is scarcely 1/5 of yesterday's, Jiang Tingting murmured to her master. Could it be that today's menu of ethereal fruit does not suit her taste? Since Master Ning consumed the elixir brought from the supreme celestial realm, by the little darling. Not only have all her hidden injuries been healed, but she has also fortuitously experienced an enhancement in her Yuan Ing, her foundational aptitude significantly elevated. The path to transcendence has become increasingly lucid for her. Thus she has grown more attentive to the little infant, her benefactor, akin to the life-saving grace bestowed upon Jiang Tingting. The two have affectionately dubbed the little moon as Baby Moon in private. They are vigilant, forbidding any suspicious individuals from approaching, fully aware that should the secrets surrounding Baby Moon be revealed, her status as a humanoid elixir, coupled with her inherent treasures and unknown medicinal herbs, neither the city lord's mansion nor even the state lord could protect her from the ensuing tempest. Jiang Tingting, though envious of her master's progress, refrains from making demands, earning a silent nod of approval from the little phoenix. Greed is the original sin. Should this master-disciple duo ever exhibit a hint of avarice, their doom would be imminent. The little phoenix harbors no benevolence. Her sole concern is the safety of her little master, regarding all others as insignificant. In truth, she understands that Baby Moon has simply grown weary of her indulgences. Her excessive consumption is merely a quest for novelty, a manifestation of gluttony rather than true hunger. It could be perceived as a game of unrestrained feasting. And perhaps as she matures and becomes more image-conscious, she will temper her recklessness. Little sister Hong, I wish to go out and seek father and mother. The little darling exclaimed while perched high on her chair, surrounded by an array of delectable celestial delicacies that flowed before her. This banquet is undoubtedly among the most luxurious even in the mortal realm. I have told you not to call me Little Hong. You should refer to me as Sister Lingxi or Sister Huang. Huang Lingxi could only shake her head in exasperation at this rustic name. Ah, understood, little sister Hong, replied Baby Moon, swinging her short legs, her chubby cheeks tinged with a hint of melancholy. She missed her mother and longed to meet her father, whom she had never seen. Regardless of her precociousness, she remains but a small child. Yet, in the blink of an eye, when her favorite dish is placed before her, she resumes her feast. Is the little princess feeling a bit down today? Perhaps I should take you out to play. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Tingting was profoundly distressed. After conferring with Ning Shui, they felt assured that within the confines of Falling Star City, they could manage the situation. Even if treacherous individuals lurked, they could swiftly neutralize any threat, ensuring the safety of the little one. Furthermore, they harbored some ideas to draw the snakes out of their holes. Presently, the green old demon remained oblivious to the fact that Ning Shui had already healed from her injuries. Similarly, Jiang Changzhu was unaware that his opportune moment had quietly slipped away. He was secretly in contact with the green old demon, and the two nefarious characters had forged a pact. The green old demon coveted the treasures of the Ice Palace, while Jiang Chengzhu merely desired Ning Gongzhu's well-being. Of course, this was merely their superficial agreement. Their true intentions were known only to themselves. Both were unscrupulous, capable of turning on each other in an instant. Upon hearing that they could go out to play, the little darling's face instantly brightened with a sweet smile. Yes, I want to go out and find something delicious. With short legs a-pattering, she rushed to Jiang Tingting, tugging at her skirt, eager to venture outside. Meanwhile, Ning Shui had vanished from sight. In truth, she remained hidden, as it was unwise for her to appear in the open. Otherwise, those individuals would surely grow suspicious, and the identity of the little moonlight would become increasingly significant. The little phoenix agreed with this arrangement, as she held no affection for fools. Being with the clever was simply easier. In a courtyard on the outskirts of the city, the green old demon, along with numerous elders and disciples, gathered at this stronghold. Were it not for the gravity of the upcoming competition, he would not deign to take matters into his own hands. This event bore significant implications for the sect's century-long prosperity, leaving no room for carelessness. That old woman had fallen victim to my soul poison. Her strength would likely diminish day by day. In due time, we could seize this opportunity to launch an attack on the Ice Palace, thereby capturing Falling Star City in one fell swoop. The poison sect shall flourish under my leadership. The green old demon's hideous face twisted into a maniacal grin. Long live the sect master. The sect master is wise. The disciples knelt on one knee, pledging their unwavering loyalty. Since the day they entered the sect, they have been ensnared by a poison seal, forever under the control of the poison sect. Report to the sect master. We have just received news that the young master Jiang Tingting has taken that mysterious little girl out to play, a voice resembling that of an elder rasped, delivering the latest intelligence. Oh, then I shall pay them a visit. Remain on standby and await my command. The green old demon was greatly intrigued by the mysterious little girl, even contemplating taking her as a disciple. If that proved unfeasible, she undoubtedly possessed significant secrets and treasures. This was his opportunity for transcendence. It is often said that wealth, companionship, laws, and land are paramount. What is most essential on the path of cultivation? Undoubtedly, it is the treasures and opportunities that arise. The ancient green demon, having reached the late stage of the nascent soul, transformed into a wisp of toxic smoke, vanishing in an instant. Jiang Tingting, lightly burdened, carried her little prince without any attendants, let alone a carriage or celestial vessel. Thus, she strolled along the ancient, quaint stone pathways, reveling in the bustling streets. When encountering lively crowds, the little moon would curiously request to be lifted high, joining in the spectacle below. In these moments, Jiang Tingting felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, cradling the soft, fragrant baby in her arms. She couldn't help but ponder how negligent parents could bear to let her venture out alone. At that moment, she also realized that through such intimate contact, her magical energy indeed surged with remarkable swiftness. Truly, it was a living artifact of cultivation. The green demon had appeared. They were instructed to retreat to a more secluded area, allowing him to test the waters while she feigned a relapse of soul poison. At that very instant, Ning Shui's voice echoed within Jiang Tingting's mind, tightening her heart, though her expression remained inscrutable. Casually, she guided the little one toward another garden. The concealed green demon squinted his cold eyes, meticulously examining the little girl. She truly appeared quite young, perhaps still unweaned. Was this the very child who had vanquished the Wolf King? While incredulity flickered within him, the sight of her made him inclined to believe. Ji Ziyue exuded an innate nobility that was impossible to conceal. She was indeed a gem among mortals. The green demon felt a twinge of inferiority, questioning his worthiness to possess such a gifted disciple. Yet, greed slowly began to overshadow his reservations. Such an opportunity must not fall into the hands of that old woman. He was equally convinced that the little one harbored exceptional qualities, yet he refrained from acting rashly. Instead, he resolved to probe her depths cautiously. The little firebird perched on her shoulder lazily glanced into the air, deeming the lurking presence of the green demon as an insignificant threat. However, for reasons unknown, the demon suddenly sensed something amiss, as if he had been scrutinized. Is that old woman Ning Shui nearby as well? It would indeed be interesting to explore the truth together. Little Yue Tian is currently filled with joy, bouncing along merrily. She delights in outdoor adventures. During her time in the celestial realm, she often caused quite a ruckus. Yet, she has been remarkably restrained lately. Fully aware that she is a guest in someone else's abode, she remains well-behaved. This place resembles a paradise hidden from the world, adorned with mountains, waters, and serene ponds. Such picturesque parks are abundant in the city, numbering in the hundreds. Numerous wild animals also inhabit this area, though hunting is generally prohibited unless one obtains permission from the city lord's residence. As they strolled past a garden bursting with vibrant blossoms, Jiang Tingting led the little one with playful steps, unknowingly arriving at a secluded lake. This area sees few visitors, and the scant few who were present had long since been cleared out. If the green old demon were to make a move, now would be the ideal moment. Are there large fish within? The little one curiously peered into the water, but saw nothing. Yes, let us roast some fish. Jiang Tingting smiled. She was adept at water-based techniques and effortlessly summoned several plump silver fish from the depths. Wow, sister, you are amazing. The little one clapped her tiny hands in delight. With practiced ease, she began to kindle a fire, skewering fish taller than herself over the dancing flames. Jiang Tingting was momentarily taken aback, already catching the enticing aroma. Observing the little one's deftness, she couldn't help but chuckle, pondering how this child had been raised at home. Could it be that she often wreaked havoc among small creatures? Sister, you should have some too. It smells so good. Reluctantly, the little one offered Jiang Tingting a smaller roasted fish. This gesture made Ning Shui, hidden above, feel a pang of envy. Well, just a little for me, Jiang Tingting responded, understanding the sentiment, and sampled a bit of the fish's tail. To her surprise, it tasted exceptionally delightful. The little one's culinary skills truly exceeded her expectations. Oh, I see. Then I shall not hold back. The little darling was quite unreserved, devouring the two large fish with astonishing speed. Although she was entirely full, she felt a deep sense of satisfaction. She then produced an object resembling a baby bottle, sipping delicately from it. Inside this small vessel lay a treasure trove, containing a milk richer than the lake itself, specially brewed by the imperial alchemist for the little one by the Empress. Its effects were akin to a diluted elixir of immortality. Observing the adorable little mouth making soft smacking sounds, Jiang Tingting inexplicably swallowed hard, sensing it must be exceptionally delicious. Would you like to try a sip, sister? Just a tiny taste, the little one inquired, sensing her sister's yearning. Do you have a small cup? Is that truly permissible? Jiang Tingting replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yet, she realized this might be her golden opportunity. She could already feel the potent spiritual energy emanating from the creamy liquid. Thus, she retrieved a small cup, watching as the little darling carefully poured a few drops. This was a precious gift from her mother, and she was reluctant to share too much. After taking the cup, Jiang Tingting took a cautious sip and then, unable to contain herself, finished it in one gulp. Instantly, warmth enveloped her entire being. The effects were astonishing, rivaling that of a foundational elixir. She sensed her own bottleneck beginning to loosen. Gazing incredulously at the little bottle, her eyes were filled with fervent admiration. The little phoenix, meanwhile, regarded Jiang Tingting with caution. Thankfully, Jiang Tingting remained resolute, merely feeling envy towards the little darling. It dawned on her that the little one's daily sustenance consisted of such exquisite elixirs. Where could she possibly have come from? Jiang Tingting's curiosity deepened. From above, Ning Shui observed her disciple's expression and surmised something remarkable was afoot. It was likely another extraordinary treasure, a divine nectar. The ease with which such treasures appeared revealed the depth of their origins. Therefore, it was imperative to ensure the little one encountered no mishaps, otherwise the forces behind her would undoubtedly seek retribution against all involved. The green old demon felt perplexed, unaware of the little darling's extraordinary nature. He could not fathom the significance, but sensed it was something extraordinary. He had certainly felt the surge of magical energy emanating from Jiang Tingting moments ago. The green old demon subtly moved his fingers, conjuring a black jade gourd from thin air. From its mouth, emerald green toxic smoke billowed forth, causing formations and green mist to rise from the ground. This was one of his treasured artifacts. Old demon, I know it's you. Why must you hide? Jiang Tingting immediately cradled the little darling in her arms. What is that smell? It's quite unpleasant. The little moon held her nose in disdain. Baby, please stop breathing. It's toxic. Take this antidote. Jiang Tingting swiftly consumed the antidote and was about to feed it to the little one, only to discover that she exhibited no signs of discomfort. Thus, she decided against it, realizing that the child's constitution was naturally immune to toxins. Hee, little girl. Even when death is imminent, you remain defiant. I am aware that the old woman is nearby, yet ensnared by my soul poison. Her strength must be diminished to a mere fraction. This time, I shall witness all the tricks you possess. The green old demon, though aware of the deceit, found himself unable to fathom what strategies the opponent might still hold, especially with the city lord standing by his side. The profound legacy of the Ice Palace would not make its presence known at this juncture. A green mist of poison enveloped the area, giving rise to various venomous insects and serpents, their forms ghastly. Though they were not truly corporeal, they moved like phantoms, unseen and untraceable. Green old demon, you certainly possess audacity. Are you not afraid of our united assault? Ning Shui remarked, revealing her presence. The little one's eyes darted about, intrigued. Sister Hong, are they about to fight? Yes, we just need to watch. But that monster is so ugly and smells foul. Should we help the big sister? The girl and the bird communicated telepathically. How do you wish to assist? The little phoenix also regarded the old toxic fiend unfavorably. Haha. Do you truly believe I am unaware that City Lord Jiang and you are not united? Otherwise, how could I so easily infiltrate the inner city? The green old demon chuckled with pride. I offer you a chance. Surrender that little girl, and I shall spare your lives. He had discerned that his nemesis was still wounded, and, initially seeking merely to test the waters, now aimed to capture them all. Before Ning Shui could respond, the command was given to eliminate the foul entities. Let us eradicate these vile creatures, the little moon instructed the little phoenix in her heart. Oh, that's simple. A flicker of crimson light danced around the little firebird, and in an instant, a flame materialized, transforming into a roaring inferno that consumed all the toxic smoke. My treasure, the green old demon shrieked. You shall not meet a good end. I will not let you escape. The green old demon trembled violently, spewing forth a mouthful of dark green venomous blood that hissed and corroded the ground like concentrated sulfuric acid. With little time to ponder the situation, he prepared to activate his magical powers to flee. Ning Shui and Jiang Tingting exchanged bewildered glances, still unaware of the unfolding events. Suddenly, the little darling in their arms piped up, "That's a big bad guy. He smells awful. I don't like him. Both master and disciple were taken aback. Although they had long suspected this little prince was no ordinary child, the fact that he had shattered a primordial spirit's cherished artifact was astonishing. The green old demon had a fearsome reputation across thousands of miles, and his sinister sect was among the most notorious in the wasteland. It was unimaginable that he would suffer such a significant setback today. With his life treasure destroyed, his strength would undoubtedly plummet. Their eyes met, and they could see the shock reflected in each other's faces. Master, this is an opportunity, Jiang Tingting suggested meaningfully. Yes, let us return for now. Ning Shui acknowledged her intent, though he knew this required careful deliberation. Let me hold him for a while. Without hesitation, Ning Shui took the little darling from Jiang Tingting's arms. Hello, little one, you're so remarkable. Can you tell your sister how you did that? The baby showed no objection to being transferred to another embrace, finding this older sister's hold even softer and more comforting. What was that? Ning Shui pressed on. Her curiosity piqued. It was that big roaring fire. She was willing to risk asking such a question, eager to understand just how powerful this little child truly was, as she was hesitant to allow him to engage in perilous endeavors otherwise. Oh, that? It's simple, but I don't really know, the little one said, sucking on his chubby fingers, keeping the secret of Sister Hong to himself as per their agreement. So, you're incredibly strong, right? Ning Gongzhu had contemplated probing the child's cultivation level, but found that conventional methods were utterly ineffective. There were no traces of magical energy emanating from the child. Everything about him seemed effortlessly innate. Ordinary classifications of cultivation were irrelevant when it came to the little darling. Yes, I'm really strong. My mother says so too. The baby beamed with joy at the praise from the older sister. Oh, it seems even your mother adores you. Where is she now? Ning Shui pressed on, determined to glean more information. The little phoenix glanced at her, finding this level of inquiry acceptable, confident in her little master's intellect. Mother is taking a nap. The little moon seemed to wilt at once. She understood that her mother was injured, and quite severely, which was why she had been sent to find her father. Ning Shui noticed the little one's melancholy and decided not to press further. However, after a moment's consideration, she added, "What would you do if a villain like that were to bully you?" She looked at the adorable child in her arms with anticipation. "I would defeat him," the child declared with conviction. Mother said that if a villain dares to bully me, I must defeat them. With a tiny fist clenched, the little one spoke with an air of certainty. Indeed, yes. All villains must be eradicated. Ning Shui felt a wave of relief wash over her. It seemed this little one was far more formidable than she had imagined. Moreover, the sword intent she had displayed previously had yet to manifest. With such potential, she could indeed participate in the genius ranking battle. Such a grand event might very well attract the presence of her father as well. It was a splendid reason to attend. Meanwhile, the distant and powerful Lin Yun, the great demon sovereign, suddenly sneezed. How peculiar. Why have I been sneezing so often lately? Is someone speaking ill of me behind my back? Yet, he felt increasingly bored as of late. He wondered how she was faring now. After all, she was his first woman. Lin Yun still held some lingering thoughts. However, the other party's cultivation was rather mediocre, judging by her demeanor. She likely occupied a position of authority. Life must be treating her fairly well. I wonder what interesting events are happening outside. I indeed feel a desire to venture out and explore. Lin Yun stretched lazily, savoring a cigar crafted from herbal grass. As he gazed at the clouds drifting across the sky, an inexplicable restlessness stirred within him. Was something amiss in the demon realm? He pondered, though the true reason eluded him. Jiang Tingting listened in bemusement to the conversation between her master and the little child. A shared glance confirmed their mutual belief that the situation was likely stable. Such formidable power was at play, and with the potential guardian remaining uninvolved, it seemed tacitly accepted. Upon returning to their residence, Jiang Tingting initiated her comforting routine with the child. "Oh, do you wish to find your father quickly? I might have a method worth trying," she proposed, cradling the little one as they wandered through the garden. "Really? Is that true?" The little moon, captivated, shifted her full attention from the fluttering butterflies to the charming visage of her sister. In her innocent thoughts, if they could locate her father, her mother would awaken, allowing their family to reunite and drive away the bullies who tormented her. The little phoenix's gaze also turned towards Jiang Tingting. If there were a plausible plan, she would not hesitate to follow their lead, even at the risk of being exploited. After all, her master's affairs would naturally be managed by her father, thus allowing her some respite. Moreover, she surmised that once the Empress detected her husband's presence, she would likely awaken in advance. Although the Empress often spoke of that man with a hint of bitterness, it was clear to her that a deep bond still existed between them. For they were indeed a family of three. Why would your sister deceive you? If we cannot find him, we could have your father seek us out. Once we gain notoriety, perhaps he will come looking for us. Even if he does not recognize you, if they were to encounter each other closely, the bond of blood might guide him to the truth. Jiang Tingting spoke in a gentle tone, seemingly concerned that the little child might not comprehend, and patiently elaborated for quite some time. Perhaps her words were intended for the enigmatic guardian, whose existence remained uncertain. The little phoenix nodded in agreement. It appeared to be a sound strategy. The phenomenon of bloodline resonance is indeed a tangible reality. The more profound one's cultivation, the more potent this bloodline power becomes. If one were to draw closer, it was likely that the other party would certainly sense it. However, the upcoming grand tournament of the Wild Prefecture harbored certain risks, as it might attract many aged veterans. Yet, there seemed to be no superior alternatives at present. One could only hope that matters would not spiral out of control. Naturally, she had unwavering faith that the man chosen by the Empress would not be a fool. He would undoubtedly be capable of handling pressing affairs. Would she compete alongside her elder siblings? Jizu's large eyes sparkled brightly. Yes, if you defeat them, you will gain increasing renown. Of course, your sister will reap significant benefits as well, along with an abundance of delicious treats. Although uncertain whether the little child could grasp her words, Jiang Wanting spoke candidly. Oh, is that so? Then I shall participate. After receiving permission from Sister Hong, the adorable child clenched her fists, resolutely deciding to enter the competition. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the city, the green elder demon was nearing madness. He frantically smashed everything within sight, emitting heart-wrenching howls, yet he restrained his power. For a careless move could reduce the courtyard to rubble. Moreover, he could not afford to reveal that his innate magical artifact had been compromised. Otherwise, he might lose his position as sect leader. The disciples outside were terrified, prostrated on the ground, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. A few elders exchanged furtive glances, their expressions flickering with concern. Why was the sect leader in such a rage? A light, ethereal voice drifted in, causing the green elder demon to momentarily regain his composure. Jiang Ming? He could not allow the city lord to perceive his diminished strength, otherwise he would undoubtedly retaliate. Currently, within his city, his faction had effectively infiltrated enemy territory. Any conflict that arose would be highly disadvantageous. There is no need for the city lord to worry. The green elder demon feigned calmness. With a sweep of his sleeve, a gust of green wind erupted in the room, sweeping away all disarray, leaving no trace behind. The figure of Jiang Ming, clad in black and masked, appeared in the chamber. This precaution was taken to avoid being captured by any recording stones. The young lady has returned. Have you discerned anything of significance? This is the very purpose of Jiang Ming's arrival here. The green old demon has received his tacit approval for this operation. Otherwise, how could the sinister traces left by the undone sect have possibly evaded the intricate web he had meticulously woven? It is likely that the daughter of that wretched girl has also grasped this principle, and she would naturally be more vigilant regarding her own safety. However, that is of little consequence now. The father and daughter have never truly connected on a heartfelt level. Yet, after exposing such significant vulnerabilities, allowing the green old demon to probe, the lack of correspondence from that front has prompted his personal visit out of concern. After all, this is his territory, and he can easily locate their stronghold. The green old demon goes to great lengths to conceal his injuries, his green eyes glinting with a cold light. He now harbors doubts about whether the city lord before him is deliberately attempting to ensnare him. Could it be that his true aim is to test his strength? The more he contemplates, the more plausible this notion becomes, stirring a sense of unease within him. He cannot linger. He must leave the city at once. As for that troublesome brat, let whoever wishes to provoke him do so. Yet, perhaps before departing, he could lay a trap for him as well. He cannot be the only one to suffer losses. He cannot swallow this grievance. As the master of the sect personally intervenes, rewards are inevitable. What is it that you wish to know? Jiang Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement. He is now treading a perilous path. Should his collusion with external enemies be unveiled, he would not only face retribution from the Ice Palace, but also the elders of his own family would not spare him. For the sake of opportunity and that woman, he has completely lost his sanity. We are currently in the same boat. You wouldn't dare to go back on your word, would you? The master must not forget where we stand. Observing the old demon's reluctance to divulge information, Jiang Ming's patience began to wane. Are you threatening me? The green old demon understood that he must not show any signs of weakness at this moment. His reputation is well known. If he were to suddenly become accommodating, it might arouse suspicion. Listening to the sinister tone of the green old demon, Jiang City Lord felt a twinge of insecurity. After all, the other's cultivation level surpassed his own. Even Ning Shui was not a match for him, let alone himself. He chuckled. Master, you jest. Exchanging information is fundamental to our collaboration. I stand by my promises. In the interest of forming an alliance, Jiang City Lord had pledged a wealth of cultivation resources. That little girl is indeed no ordinary character. It appears that Ning Shui's injuries have somewhat improved. You are aware of my soul poison. It is impossible for her to possess any treasures that specifically counteract such effects on the soul. This is the pit that the green old demon has dug for Lord Jiang. Little did he know that by sheer chance, he had hit the mark, however. It was not merely a slight recovery as he had suggested, but rather a complete restoration and even an enhancement of abilities. Jiang Ming's expression shifted. Could it be that recovery had indeed commenced? The notorious soul poison of the green old demon was well known among the people of the wasteland. Such extraordinary treasures must have originated from that little girl, confirming her possession of both valuable artifacts and secrets. Jiang Ming's gaze grew fervent. His gamble had proven correct. Yet, the subsequent plan required careful deliberation. The two conspired further, exchanging words that remained shrouded in secrecy. Only then did Lord Jiang depart, satisfaction etched upon his features. Both harbored ulterior motives, mistrusting one another. However, the green old demon, who had recently been intimidated into retreat, now felt a resurgence of hope. That traitorous scoundrel, Lord Jiang, claimed to have acquired the relic of the ancestor of transformation. This indeed sparked a glimmer of hope for revenge. The thought of his treasured artifact, painstakingly refined over centuries, being destroyed filled his heart with anguish. Yet, this time, the shadowy sect could not take the lead. He could no longer afford to suffer defeat. Another blow would surely cost him his position as sect leader. After years of wrongdoing and exerting his influence, should news of his weakened state spread, he would find himself without a grave. Let us return to the sect. The green old demon kicked aside an annoying disciple, his figure blurring as he swiftly departed. At that moment, he found it increasingly difficult to suppress the injuries festering within him, necessitating a retreat to the Five Poisons Valley for a period of recuperation. He also needed to reforge his new life-bound treasure, though fortunately, he still had some surplus materials from years past. As night fell, atop the city lord's estate, the little darling was joyfully dancing on the stargazing platform, mesmerized by the shower of shooting stars. This platform stood as the highest in the ancient city, towering several hundred meters, offering a breathtaking view of a significant portion of the cityscape. The master and disciple stood side by side, their tension alleviating as they gained a better understanding of the young benefactor's prowess. In this place, perhaps the little one was indeed invincible, though they remained uncertain if the ancestor of the transformation stage would pose a challenge. They attempted to glean information about the little darling's cultivation realm, but their efforts yielded naught. Being a natural Tao body, she was inherently different from ordinary cultivators, suggesting that she would encounter no bottlenecks until she ascended to immortality. Meanwhile, news of a little prodigy appearing within the city lord's estate spread, an inevitable occurrence considering the multitude of servants and maids who had witnessed it. Especially since Jiang Tingting had whimsically added the little darling to the list for the genius battle, which astonished all those keeping tabs on the matter. As the young lord, Jiang Tingting's every move was naturally scrutinized by the observant. Initially, some speculated whether the child might be an illegitimate daughter, but such notions gradually dissipated. The reasoning was straightforward. The two did not exhibit the closeness characteristic of a mother-daughter relationship. Thus, who was this little genius that seemed to have appeared from nowhere? She was simply too young. The portrait of the little moonlight now adorned the desks of the heads of various families across the city. Upon seeing the image, many wondered if there had been some mistake. It utterly shattered their worldview. Gazing at the adorably enchanting little babe, they questioned if this was truly the humanoid beast of legend, capable of consuming hundreds of servings of food in a single day? Was this the showstopper set to participate in the grand competition of the wild state? The absurdity of it all left everyone feeling rather ridiculous. At that moment, the protagonist, the little darling, was blissfully sucking on her bottle, completely unaware as she let out a hearty burp. Floating in midair, she appeared somewhat fatigued, lazily yawning. Sister Hong, when will I be able to find father? I miss mother. May I see her? At this moment, the Empress is peacefully slumbering within the sacred beast space of the little phoenix. However, the little phoenix did not acquiesce. Mother is resting. Let us not disturb the Empress. Shall we? You are the most obedient, said Huang Lingxi, gently nuzzling the little one's cheek with a soft voice. Oh, I'm feeling sleepy too. I shall take a nap now. At that moment, a myriad of fireworks burst forth in the sky, invigorating the slightly weary little one, who promptly leaped into Ning Shui's soft embrace. Time flew swiftly, and soon 5 days had passed. During this period, the most vexing dilemma for Jiang Tingting each morning was what to eat, what to have for lunch, and what delights awaited them for dinner. Although the little one did not consume vast quantities each time, the master and disciple had discerned that the little one merely craved novelty. Whenever a new dish appeared, her joy was palpable. Consequently, they presented an array of roasted meats in various styles before her. Moreover, each evening, the two would sit in meditation next to the little moon's small bed, discovering that the spiritual energy surrounding the little one was exceptionally rich and pure. It seemed she herself was emanating a subtle, advanced spiritual power. Meditating beside her for a night proved far more beneficial than a month of solitary retreat. On this day, a colossal flying vessel departed from the Lord's manor, cutting through the clouds with a velocity capable of traversing thousands of miles in a day, stirring up a fierce whirlwind. Though all was kept at bay by a protective barrier, inside the cabin and on the deck, scattered cultivators from various families mingled. In the highest chamber of the ship, opulent accommodations rivaling those of the Lord's manor awaited. The little one stood by the window, curiously gazing at the young cultivators below. According to the competition rules, a total of 30 contestants had been dispatched from Falling Star City, with the little one among them, led by the young Lord Jiangtingting. The Lord had already departed the previous day to attend the governor's banquet. Ultimately, he had retained his composure, refraining from taking action prior to the great contest in the wildlands. Disregarding the greater interest would render him a mere figurehead as Lord. Are you going to greet your elder siblings? Seeing the little one seemed eager to move, Jiangtingting playfully encouraged her. She had noticed that this little princess appeared to possess an outgoing disposition. Well then, I shall go play, Ji Ziyue declared, bypassing the staircase and leaping directly from the window. The little phoenix, somewhat exasperated, hurriedly followed, though she felt assured there was no real danger. Nonetheless, she remained vigilant. Indeed, the treasure bestowed by the Empress, which concealed one's presence and form, proved to be exceedingly effective. Despite their constant proximity, no one had yet discovered her. Bang! A small, adorable child landed on the deck with a resounding thud, drawing the attention of a group of young men and women engaged in an animated discussion about intelligence. Upon catching sight of the little one, several girls' eyes sparkled with delight. Oh my, whose precious baby is this? So utterly adorable. Come here, let me hold you, one exclaimed. Did she just jump down? The girls, unable to contain their excitement, flocked around her. Wait a moment. Could this be the little girl that the rumored young lord brought back? A young man pondered, recalling the whispers from outside, and soon curiosity drew others to join the gathering. Some even surreptitiously employed sound-transmitting talismans, seemingly intent on summoning others to witness the spectacle. Oh dear, how annoying. The small child found herself encircled by several teenagers, who playfully pinched her cheeks and tugged at her tiny arms. She maintained a stern expression, yet her charm was undeniable. Don't be angry, little one. I have delicious candies for you, one of the girls coaxed. The child, with a haughty twist of her head, evaded the offered sweets, declaring in a high-pitched voice, I don't want candy. I'm not a baby anymore. Laughter erupted around her, further endearing the little one to the crowd, who found her far less intimidating than the tale suggested. At that moment, a clear voice pierced through the commotion. What are you all up to? Why the commotion? The crowd turned to see a stunning woman in a flowing white dress approaching gracefully. Her gaze fell upon the small child, a flicker of surprise dancing in her eyes. Which family does this darling belong to? She is simply enchanting, the woman inquired with a smile. Although she posed the question, Shen Miaoyin already had an inkling of the answer. This must be the little imp brought back by Dingting. Upon spotting her, the child's eyes lit up, and she rushed forward to embrace the woman's leg, joyfully exclaiming, Hello, beautiful fairy sister. Xiao Yuliang was indeed an advocate for beauty, drawn to lovely sisters. One could only wonder if this trait was inherited from her father. Meanwhile, hundreds of thousands of miles away, Lin Yun inexplicably sneezed. At that moment, our esteemed demon lord finally emerged from his modest cabin, seeking a brief respite. Shen Miaoyin regarded the naturally charming little girl with a mix of amusement and exasperation. She knelt down, gently stroking the child's hair, and asked softly, "What is your name, little one?" "I am Xiao Yuliang," the child replied, tilting her head back, her face aglow with innocent joy. Yet, while it was a name she claimed, it was indeed her nickname. "Oh, Princess of the Moon. Are you also here to participate in the competition?" Although Shun Miaoyin was aware of the answer, she could not help but inquire. Instinctively, she sensed that within this little cherub, there seemed to exist a black hole. The moment her consciousness made contact, it was devoured, vanishing without a trace. A sudden shock coursed through her heart, prompting her to refrain from any further rash actions. Suddenly, a chuckle erupted from beside her. "Miaoyin, you can't possibly believe those rumors. Can you? This is merely a foolish little girl." The speaker, a stern young man clad in a green robe and bearing a long sword on his back, regarded the infant with a hint of mockery. Yet, amidst his jest, a flicker of admiration crossed his eyes. He could not deny the extraordinary aura that enveloped the young girl. This was Yuan Jiankong, one of the top contenders from Falling Star City. Reputed to be the most exceptional sword cultivator the Yuan family had produced in centuries. He was also the most ardent admirer of Shun Miaoyin from the prestigious Shin family. Known for their musical heritage, Yuan Jiankong, silence yourself. Before Shun Miaoyin could respond, a young girl in a fiery red skirt approached and chastised him. "Your usual arrogance is one thing, but you ought to show some respect towards the little one." Lin Weiwei, the little princess of the Lin family, is renowned for her beauty and fiery temperament. Humph, consider this. She appears to be no more than 5 years old. It is inconceivable that she possesses any substantial strength. Having begun her training since birth, Yuan Jiankong snorted coldly, feeling somewhat helpless against this fiery-tempered girl. As one of the 3 foremost experts of the younger generation, their strengths are actually quite comparable, largely depending on situational prowess and focus. Although he is an unparalleled sword cultivator, this young lady surprisingly practices body cultivation, wielding a long whip as her weapon, which is particularly effective against him. Ji Ziwa cast a curious glance at the somewhat irritating older brother, choosing to disregard him. In her innocent heart, she was not yet troubled by the complexities of adult interactions. Had her father been present, such mockery and derision would have been met with dire consequences. Ji Ziwa turned her attention to Lin Weiwei, who was also quite beautiful. In a sweet, childlike voice, she said, "Sister, that big brother is a bad person. Let us ignore him. Yes, we shall not play with him. Sister will give you some delicious jerky. It's really tasty." Lin Weiwei was quite enamored with the exquisitely charming little child. Typically carefree and unrestrained, she surprisingly spoke with a gentle tone, leaving the onlooking youths utterly astounded. "Well, I have some delicious treats too. Would you like some?" The little one mumbled while nibbling on some jerky. Ning Shui and Jiangdingting, who had been observing from the windowsill, felt their hearts skip a beat. What extraordinary item might this little darling produce? Thus far, everything she had revealed was extraordinary. They exchanged glances, a hint of concern flickering in their eyes, hoping it wouldn't be too astonishing. Curiosity piqued among the crowd. What could possibly be deemed a treasure by this adorable child? Under the watchful gazes of numerous young cultivators, the little girl, Ji Ziwa, performed a marvelous act by producing a small fruit. It was crystalline and translucent, emanating a faint spiritual glow, unmistakably not an ordinary item. "This is a little sugar bean. It's incredibly delicious," she proclaimed proudly, raising the fruit high and sweetly asking, "Sister, would you like to try some?" The surrounding cultivators fixated on the fruit in her hand, momentarily rendered speechless by awe. Their spiritual senses detected an exceptionally rich wave of spiritual energy emanating from it. Could this really be a sugar bean? The spiritual energy it radiated was likely equivalent to a superior spirit stone or an elite energy-replenishing elixir. This item appeared to be exceedingly rare, a treasure seldom seen even by ordinary cultivators. Yet, the little one seemed utterly nonchalant, as if this were merely her everyday snack. This left everyone in disbelief. Truly, the disparity among individuals could be astounding. Some fell into contemplation, pondering what sort of background could possibly afford such cultivation resources. Shen Miaoyin's eyes sparkled as she couldn't help but praise, "Little Moon, you are truly impressive, and so generous too." The little girl beamed, handing her own sugar bean to Shun Miaoyin, saying, "Here, have a taste, sister, and here is another one for you." As she spoke, she produced another sugar bean of a different hue to offer Lin Weiwei. It seemed that these truly were candies crafted through some remarkable process. Lin Weiwei was momentarily taken aback as she accepted the fruit, suddenly feeling a warmth in her hands. With surprise and delight, she received the candy, savoring the surging spiritual energy contained within. Realizing the fruit's immense value, She quickly expressed her gratitude to the little girl several times. Yet, she hesitated to consume it immediately. A glance exchanged with Shen Miaoyin revealed their shared understanding that the rumors held truth. This little prodigy, it seemed, had been brought back by the young city lord from some unfathomable place, undoubtedly rooted in profound origins. Even the ordinary snacks were remarkably precious. From a distance, Yuan Jiankong observed the scene, a flicker of regret passing through his eyes. He let out a soft huff, murmuring to himself, "Humph, merely a child. What is so extraordinary about a mere spiritual fruit?" He maintained an air of indifference. Yet it was evident that he found it difficult to lower himself to curry favor with the little girl in front of others. Just then, the little girl blinked her large eyes at him, tilting her head and giggling. "You, big brother, are rather awkward." Her voice was crisp and youthful, eliciting chuckles from the surrounding young cultivators. Yuan Jiankong's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly turned his head away. At this moment, everyone had already succumbed to the charm of Ji Ziyue, paying no heed to Yuan Jiankong's sardonic remarks. They gathered around her, showering her with compliments about her spiritual fruit, treating her like a little princess. However, it was clear that the little girl was not easily swayed. She no longer distributed her candies. While munching on the jerky that Lin Weiwei had offered and sipping Shen Miaoyin's spiritual spring water, she lounged lazily on the deck, beaming at everyone. Her gaze occasionally drifted over the distant sea of clouds, vibrant and innocent, yet imbued with an indescribable air of authority, as if her age and form were mere facades. On the windowsill, Jiang Tingting and Ning Shui exchanged glances upon witnessing this scene, both unable to suppress their laughter. The little girl was indeed a natural darling, effortlessly capturing attention wherever she went. The flying vessel continued its swift journey to the venue of the great competition in the wild state, and the atmosphere on the deck remained light and cheerful. Young cultivators surrounded Ji Ziyue, their laughter ringing out continuously. Meanwhile, the little phoenix beside the deck preened its feathers leisurely, occasionally casting glances at the group of cultivators, as if silently assessing their attitudes towards its young master. All of this subtly contributed to the mysterious yet warm ambience aboard the vessel, fostering an undeniable anticipation for the upcoming great competition in the wild state. The participation of this little prodigy might render the contest exceptionally thrilling, perhaps even bringing about unforeseen changes to the event. Since ancient times, the main city of the wild state has been a sacred ground for cultivation, its towering walls imbued with a sense of ancient history and weightiness. The city walls were etched with dense, intricate ancient symbols, glimmering with a faint spiritual light. It seems to narrate the magnificent battles fought countless times in defense against external foes. Today is particularly extraordinary, as the grand competition of geniuses is about to take place here, drawing talents from all directions, converging into a splendid feast of cultivation. The city gates are bustling with activity, throngs of people flowing in like a tide, with cultivators and spectators arriving from all corners, creating a scene so congested that not even a drop of water could pass through. Excitement and anticipation are evident on everyone's faces, their eyes gleaming as if they have come not merely to witness the competition, but to experience the spiritual essence of this realm, perhaps even to attain some form of breakthrough amidst such a grand spectacle. Jiang Tingting and her companions make their way forward slowly, cradling the little girl Ji Ziyue in her arms, who gazes around with eager curiosity, her small face brimming with wonder. To her, such a grand occasion is filled with novelty, her big eyes darting about. She fixates on the various stalls selling snacks and peculiar magical items. Wow, there are so many people. Are they all here to challenge me? Ji Ziyue exclaims in her sweet, childish voice, her face glowing with innocence. Jiang Tingting, both amused and exasperated, shakes her head gently, ruffling the little girl's hair. Little Yue, they are all here to see the genius competition. There aren't many stronger than you. So no bullying the older kids, all right? However, the little girl seems unfazed as she pouts defiantly, lifting her chin. Humph, if there are tasty treats, I might just play with them. Passers-by nearby cannot help but turn their heads at her words, chuckling at the sight of the exquisitely delicate girl. Yet, when their gaze shifts to Jiang Tingting and her group, they fall silent. It is evident that they are all prodigies, likely core disciples from some ancient city here to compete. As they enter the main city square, the vista opens up dramatically. In the center of the square, numerous colossal competition platforms have been erected, each intricately carved with profound spiritual patterns, subtly glowing with light. The surrounding audience stands in a sea of people, cultivators jostling for position, eagerly awaiting the start of the matches. Several viewing platforms float in the air, where esteemed elders and sect leaders have already gathered in the VIP section. Ning Shui, as the palace master, has arrived ahead of time. Gzus stands at the center of the square, her face alight with curiosity, holding a skewer of candied fruit, savoring it while surveying the competitors around her. She glances left and right, suddenly lifting her hand to point at a seemingly formidable young man in white robes. In her high-pitched voice, she calls out, "Hey, are you strong? Want to have a match with me?" The young man pauses for a moment, noticing that this little girl appears no older than 3 or 4. Unable to suppress a hint of disdain, he arrogantly replies, "Little one, you should go home. This is a place for genius competitions." Gzue, however, is undeterred. Her big eyes glaring as she retorts with a huff, "Don't look down on me. I'm really strong." The surrounding cultivators erupted in laughter at the spectacle, creating a lively atmosphere. At that moment, Jiang Tingting anxiously searched for the young prince, bewildered by his sudden disappearance. What if he had been deceived? As she frantically glanced around, a commotion arose in the center of the square. There stood the young man in white robes, awkwardly ensnared by the little girl, Gzue, who seemed both embarrassed and helpless, unsure of how to handle this unexpected little challenger. "Oh dear, must you insist on competing with me, you little rascal?" The young man said with a hint of exasperation in his voice, laced with affection, clearly not regarding her as a genuine adversary, but merely viewing her as a child brought along for amusement. "Of course, I aspire to be the strongest," Gzue proclaimed proudly, her small chest puffed out, her youthful face radiating determination as she raised her candy-coated hawthorn skewer high, resembling a divine weapon. The cultivators surrounding them roared with laughter, exchanging remarks. "This little girl is truly amusing. Her audacity is remarkable." Seeing the crowd's enthusiasm, the young man in white furrowed his brow slightly. He gently tapped Gzue's small head and chuckled, "Very well, I shall let you take a few moves. Let us see if you can make me budge even a step." Before he could finish his sentence, Gzue suddenly narrowed her eyes, waving her tiny hand to produce a magical artifact from her bosom. The onlookers, with keen eyes, observed that the artifact was a miniature dust whisk, emanating a mystical glow. Clearly, it was a specially crafted toy made by her parents. Yet, astonishingly, it was indeed a magical tool. "Here it comes," she shouted, brandishing the little whisk, which transformed into a wave of spiritual energy that surged toward the young man in white. Boom! The square was immediately filled with a surge of spiritual energy, and the crowd gasped in astonishment as the young man was pushed back several steps, nearly stumbling. His expression shifted slightly, just as he prepared to retaliate. Gzue's innocent voice rang out, "Didn't you say you wouldn't move an inch?" The young man froze, his face flushing with embarrassment, while the surrounding cultivators erupted in laughter, cheering for her. This little girl was indeed remarkable, who claimed she was merely here for fun. With such a move, she had managed to push someone back. Moreover, did anyone notice her cultivation level? It was unclear how she channeled her magical energy. How naive you all are. At her age, coupled with her specially crafted magical artifact, I wager she is an unparalleled genius from an ancient lineage. One exclaimed. At such a young age. I was still drinking milk. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their eyes opened wide to the wonders of the world. Gzue, feeling triumphant, placed her hands on her hips, her small face beaming with pride. She continued to call out sweetly, "Is there anyone else who would like to compete with me? If you're too afraid, I shall head home for dinner." Her words elicited a crescendo of laughter from the audience, transforming the originally solemn venue into a light-hearted and amusing atmosphere, even drawing the attention of more cultivators. "What brings you here? I was worried sick," exclaimed Jiang Tingting, her face etched with concern and beads of sweat beginning to form, as she rushed over to embrace the little moonlight. "Ah, big sister, you're here. I was just amazing," the adorable child exclaimed, clutching a candied hawthorn in one hand and a delicate dust whisk in the other. Jiang Tingting instinctively cast a glance at the small whisk held by the child. It appeared exquisitely crafted, adorned with beautiful patterns, and shimmered with a faint, iridescent glow. It seemed to be merely a charming toy, however. Little did anyone suspect that it was, in fact, a premier magical artifact. As she noticed the increasing number of greedy and inquisitive gazes around her, Jiang Tingting understood that lingering here was unwise. At this moment, many likely viewed the little darling as a delectable prize. The little phoenix felt somewhat helpless. Yet this was inevitable, which was why she had not intervened earlier. She had discreetly scanned the entire venue. Noting that the square was bustling with over 100,000 people, the majority being at the chi refinement and foundation establishment stages. With a few elites and ancient beings among them, several of the Elder's auras prompted a sense of caution within the little phoenix. Although she possessed means to contend with them, doing so would inevitably unveil many secrets. Holding the adorable child, she returned to the residence in Falling Star City. This area was within the Tianqing Prefecture, which boasted a population of millions and numerous ancient cities. Falling Star City, however, was rather unremarkable in this expanse. At the highest platform stood the residence of the State Lord, where a vague, towering figure loomed. Seemingly existing outside the confines of this time and space, this was the current State Lord of the. It was said he was merely a step away from achieving immortality. With a cultivation level that ranked among the highest of all State Lords, we only need to place within the top 100, so do not exert yourself too much, she advised. Countless ancient cities from various counties have gathered to partake in the grand competition of prodigies. Nearly 2,000 young talents are set to participate. And the first round of elimination in the secret realm will likely see the dismissal of more than half of the contestants. The likes of Jiang Tingting and her companions are not particularly anxious about the possibility of their little prodigy being eliminated. Their primary concern lies in the overwhelming attention that she may attract. In fact, a sense of regret has begun to creep in, as they ponder whether it was wise to allow her to engage in such a grand event. With so many onlookers, they feel somewhat out of their depth. Should they encounter a formidable adversary with ulterior motives, complications could arise. Even now, they can sense the myriad scrutinizing gazes assessing the little one. It is a well-known fact that to cultivate to a high realm, one's innate talent is paramount. The fact that such a young child has already left others unable to discern her level of cultivation surpasses all expectations. Yet, her tender age also renders the implications of her potential too daunting to contemplate. What manner of parents or familial power could have nurtured such a remarkable being? This question looms large, and as a result, it alleviates much of the immediate concern. In these times, the number of those who have met their downfall after underestimating a formidable opponent is countless. As the saying goes, there is always a greater mountain. There are far too many who are beyond reproach, especially those who defy common understanding. Surely, her parents must possess extraordinary capabilities. Likely even the kind that would deter a State Lord from provoking them. This realm is home to many hidden sanctuaries. Is that the little girl you spoke of? A middle-aged man inquired casually beside the green old demon. Yes, I have tested her abilities, and if she were to truly exert herself, it is unlikely that anyone from the younger generation could match her, replied the green old demon, his eyes reflecting a bitter resentment. These have been the most trying days for him. The destruction of his long-cultivated innate treasure has diminished his strength by more than 30%. Yet, he dares not voice his grievances, fearing retribution in the future. The middle-aged man, the Lord of Tianfeng City, is no ordinary ally to the green old demon. Did you witness the remnants of her earlier strike? What sort of treasure was that? The middle-aged man's gaze flickered with uncertainty. If he could avoid it, he would prefer not to disturb such an unknown entity. However, the rankings in this competition will determine the fortunes of the next century, especially considering the rivalry between Luoxing City and Tianfeng City. Nevertheless, if the situation becomes untenable, he is prepared to endure. Such an extraordinary prodigy cannot remain in such a small locale for long. He suspects she has likely escaped from some sacred ground to indulge in her whims. She has not displayed her full capabilities thus far, and it is likely she possesses several hidden treasures. The words of the green old demon seem as though they were never spoken. Even a fool can discern that such a deeply rooted little demon must be immensely wealthy, likely possessing an abundance of magical artifacts. It is reasonable to assume that many are currently grappling with headaches over this situation. One can only hope that the appetite of Falling Star City does not become too insatiable. Lord Jiang is smilingly attending to the inquiries of the cunning old foxes seeking information, yet deep down, he too feels somewhat perplexed. How could he possibly know the details regarding the little darling? It appears that the green old demon has been thoroughly intimidated, as there has been a noticeable decline in communication of late. Casting a glance at Ning Shui's mature and voluptuous figure, Lord Jiang's gaze flickers. The plan must proceed, otherwise, should that little vixen gain substantial power, he would inevitably meet a grim fate. Jiang Tingting and her disciple are both on high alert, not daring to divert their eyes from the little darling's presence. As the ethereal voice of the State Lord reverberates throughout the square, the elimination rounds of the genius competition in the Wild State officially commence. The rules are quite straightforward. Each contestant is provided with an identity token, and within this realm, They must employ every means at their disposal to acquire the tokens of others. Ultimately, participants will be ranked according to the number of tokens they possess, with the lowest ranked facing elimination. Jiang Tingting and Ning Shuai tirelessly reiterate their instructions to the little darling, urging her to take care of herself, to refrain from being too mischievous, and to avoid eating indiscriminately. Most importantly, they implore her not to bully the elder siblings. Nearby, Shen Maoan, Lin Weiwei, and others listen in silence, feeling somewhat like mere embellishments. Yet, they dare not underestimate this little darling in their hearts. Should fortune favor them and they encounter her, they should strive to unite with the little princess. It would not bode ill for them, understood? Jiang Tingting, observing these proud and talented individuals, imparts a few words of advice, hoping that her own team can reap some benefits. We shall heed the young lord's teachings. The group responds in unison, clasping their fists in respect. Unlike other ancient cities, here, it is almost entirely Jiang Tingting, the young lord, who orchestrates all affairs. This offers a glimpse into the fierce struggles currently unfolding in Falling Star City, now at a pivotal moment. All right, we understand. I shall be the most well-behaved. The little darling replies. The little moonlet pouted her lips, filled with anticipation for the forthcoming game. To her, it was merely a buffet of adventure. She was still quite young, and the secret realm was teeming with formidable creatures. As a spatial entrance was unveiled, numerous talented cultivators were transported into a picturesque, ethereal scroll-like secret realm. This mystical domain was suffused with celestial aura, its mountains and rivers crafted like a painting, while wisps of mist revealed faint glimmers of spiritual light. Towering ancient trees in the forest obscured the sunlight, and at times, strands of spiritual energy coalesced into a rainbow bridge spanning two lofty peaks. Cascading waterfalls tumbled down like silver dragons from the mountaintops. The flora and fauna emanated a rich essence of the world's spirit, and in the distance, one could faintly discern the silhouettes of divine beasts, seemingly ancient guardians of this secret realm. The competitors, vigilant and alert, surveyed their surroundings, either stealthily lurking or seeking refuge, as they began to vie for one another's tokens to enhance their rankings. Yet, in one corner of this enchanted land, the little darling Gzuf felt no trace of anxiety. She stood upon a grassy meadow thick with spiritual energy, beside a vast lake that appeared tranquil yet harbored an undercurrent of peril. Her cherubic face radiated joy and curiosity as she glanced around, soon humming a cheerful tune while frolicking about. On her shoulder perched a small phoenix, resembling a tiny firebird. With her abilities, she could effortlessly blend in. However, she was cautioned against using overly extravagant toys. Huang Lingxi had not forgotten her mission, reminding the little girl to temper her exuberance. The outside world undoubtedly had projections, keenly observing the spectacle of the secret realm and the movements of the participants. All right, I want to bully them, chirped the little moonlet. Just as the words escaped her lips, a magnificent azure-feathered bird soared overhead, causing her eyes to sparkle as she clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Wow, a big bird. It looks so meaty." She waved her hand, and ethereal energy transformed into a chain-like flame that gently coiled around the azure-feathered bird, rendering it utterly immobilized. Under the bemused gaze of the little phoenix, the adorable child clapped her hands in sheer delight and proceeded to pluck the great bird's feathers, as firewood was arranged nearby. She skillfully built a bonfire and began roasting the meat, a tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. Yet, this lone bird was insufficient. Before long, it had entirely vanished into her playful antics. Wiping her mouth, the little one produced a small milk bottle and began to suckle contentedly. Then, seemingly lost in her own thoughts, she took out an exquisite little fan and began to casually search for more prey. Outside, the examiners were well aware that many were watching this little girl, prompting them to showcase her antics in a corner for all to see. Everyone gazed in speechless amazement at the child, who appeared as if she were on a leisurely autumn outing. In stark contrast, the other contestants were meticulously concealing themselves, fearful of being discovered and having their identity tokens snatched away. Soon, Gzuf encountered a majestic spiritual beast, a rare fire-patterned crimson wolf, which harbored exceptionally pure fire attributes, spiritual energy, and was capable of breathing fire. Had it been anyone else encountering such a formidable creature, they would have braced themselves for a fierce confrontation. However, Gzuf blinked and suddenly called out in a sweet, childlike voice, "Come here, little puppy, let us play." Increasingly, more cultivators outside began to focus on the adorable child, some even feeling sympathy for the magical wolf, as if they could foresee the outcome. The fire-patterned wolf hesitated, Its fierce gaze momentarily dulled, evidently bewildered by the harmless appearance of the little girl, and it actually drew closer. How obedient! Jizue exclaimed, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she gently waved her little fan, summoning a cloud of mist that left the crimson wolf dazed and utterly devoid of strength. After a few exchanges, this fearsome fire-patterned wolf lay submissively on the ground, awaiting its fate as roasted meat. "Oh, you look rather lovely. How about you become my steed? I promise I won't eat you," the seemingly innocuous child uttered, her words a chilling whisper to the wolf. The creature let out a low howl, tears glimmering in its large eyes, clearly terrified of being devoured. He, it seems you've agreed." Thus, everyone witnessed a peculiar scene, while others were stealthily hiding, devising schemes to forcibly seize one another's identity tokens. The little girl rode atop the imposing magical wolf, exploring the mountains and waters without a care. Occasionally, contestants who glimpsed this spectacle dared not approach. "I'm hungry. Can you take me to find something to eat?" The magical wolf trembled, howling softly, its massive head turning away. "All right, let us set off." Though the two individuals were unable to communicate verbally, they effortlessly grasped each other's intentions. After a fragrant incense had burned for some time, the young child sat leisurely by the bonfire, roasting an enormous venomous serpent. The rich aroma of the meat wafted through the air, tantalizing the nearby beasts, who twitched their noses but dared not approach. The demon wolf lay dejectedly to one side, resembling a forlorn house dog. It had anticipated that the serpent leader would come to its rescue, only to be dispatched with a single strike. Jizue glanced at the roasted meat, then retrieved a specially crafted seasoning from her bosom, sprinkling it on with satisfaction before taking a bite, her small face gleaming with delight. This enticing scent soon attracted a few nearby cultivators. "What is that delightful aroma?" one of the cultivators mused, approaching the source of the fragrance, only to be momentarily stunned by the sight. "Is this not the elimination round of the grand competition? How can she be here roasting meat? This appears to be that mysterious little prodigy. It would be wise not to provoke her." The young child looked up and, in a sweet voice, asked, "Would you like some? You must trade a token for it." She had not forgotten her desire for that little token. This group of cultivators seemed to be united, exchanging glances of uncertainty. One of the leading cultivators, caught between amusement and disbelief, felt a surge of astonishment as he weighed the significance of the token in his hand. Just as he hesitated, a sudden flash of cold light streaked through the air, an arrow hurtling toward him. It appeared another group or cultivator had launched a surprise attack. He attempted to evade, but the assailants seemed to be expert archers. An escape was futile. He could only watch helplessly. Meanwhile, Jizue merely blinked, casually raising her hand to wave, and a beam of white light manifested in the air, deflecting the arrow effortlessly. The sight left the cultivator dumbfounded, rendering him momentarily forgetful of his need to dodge. "Are you all right, senior brother?" Quickly form a defensive formation. The group hastily arranged themselves back to back, warily scanning their surroundings. Jizue, however, clapped her hands and resumed roasting her meat, muttering to herself, "If you don't want any, that's fine, but why resort to violence? If you don't come out, I shall be quite displeased." As she spoke, an ominous aura began to permeate the air. In the nearby thicket, rustling sounds emerged as the two hidden figures remained reluctant to reveal themselves. Growing irritated, the young child, with her keen perception, effortlessly identified the two archers lurking in the shadows. "What should we do? They've discovered us," one of the competing cultivators said. Gripping a sturdy tree trunk that required two people to encircle, they exchanged uncertain glances, both hesitating. Having been part of the same faction for quite some time, they had initially planned to shoot an arrow to incapacitate one individual before gradually wearing down the others. Whoever is lurking in the shadows, come out at once." The leader, who had narrowly escaped a treacherous arrow moments ago, now wore a face full of fury. It is essential to understand that while the rules dictate the prohibition of taking lives, regulations are merely guidelines. In the heat of the moment, a myriad of justifications can easily circumvent these rules. They all hail from the same lineage, possessing secretive means of communication that allowed them to swiftly congregate. United in their endeavors, their chances of victory significantly soared. The duration of the Secret Realm elimination competition is 3 days, after which the top 500 will advance. This implies that securing merely 3 tokens would assure their progression, especially since some formidable contenders might accumulate more than a dozen tokens. The young girl remained blissfully engrossed in her meal, her small mouth smeared with oil, yet her lively eyes were continuously fixated on the opposing side. Beside her, The fire-patterned crimson demon wolf lay languidly, seemingly resigned to its fate. Let her be. That little girl is as enigmatic as the rumors suggest. We may not stand a chance against her. At worst, we can leave with a single token. Surely this unseasoned child wouldn't harm us. A voice, cool and feminine, suggested. But we have only just gathered 2 tokens with great difficulty. Let us not be reckless. We must first navigate this immediate challenge, replied another. The atmosphere was thick with silence until, moments later, 2 shadows emerged from the nearby thicket, evidently exposed after being detected. Dressed in dark cloaks, the 2 exchanged wary glances, a hint of trepidation evident in their eyes. Ah, so we have 2 guests, Jizue remarked, tilting her small face upward with a feigned air of sophistication. Her smile bright. Since I've discovered you, it wouldn't be polite to sneak around. How about I treat you to some roasted meat? I won't hold it against you. The 2 shared a bewildered look, taken aback by the unexpected amiability of the little girl. Not only did she refrain from reprimanding them, but she also offered them food. Your Highness, they just shot a magical arrow at me. Wang Ming interjected, visibly displeased. Let us skip the pleasantries. Hand over all the tokens you possess, or you will face my wrath. Wang Ming and his trio advanced, encircling the 2 cloaked figures, who instantly tensed, regretting their earlier lapse in judgment. Oh dear, must we resort to violence? Let us enjoy some roasted meat first. It would be a pity if it got cold, the little girl chirped with a smile. Wasting food would certainly displease me. Feeling the palpable threat in her words and sensing the surrounding danger, Wang Ming swallowed hard. For reasons he couldn't quite fathom. He began to perceive this young girl as perhaps the most formidable contender in the entire competition. Very well, since we're hungry as well, we shall comply, rather than resist. A group of individuals gathered joyously around a grill, savoring the succulent barbecued meat, as the previously tense atmosphere gradually dissipated. Although a flicker of vigilance lingered in their eyes, the culinary prowess of the little girl was undeniably exceptional. She employed secret seasonings from a certain esteemed figure in the celestial realm, rendering them fortunate indeed. Unbeknownst to them, the enormous serpent, stretching over 20 meters, had been entirely devoured. The group was astonished by the little one's prodigious appetite. Collectively, they had consumed merely a fraction of the feast, with even the unfortunate demon wolf having indulged more than they had. Satiated, the little girl let out a contented burp. Ah, splendid. Truly. This is the bounty of a secret realm breeding ground. Beside her, a small phoenix rolled her eyes, though she too was tempted to sample the flavors. Indulging would compromise her invisibility. After their meal, Wang Ming and the others prepared to take their leave, mirroring the intentions of the 2 individuals across from them. However, before they could voice their plans, the little girl sweetly uttered a phrase that sent shivers down their spines. Well then, having eaten and rested, it's time for you to settle the bill. The little girl counted on her fingers. You, and you, and you all owe 1 token each. The group exchanged bewildered glances, frozen in uncertainty. Surely, you do not intend to dine and dash. The little girl grinned, revealing her tiny teeth. With a flick of her chubby hand, an azure flame materialized, warping the very air around them with its terrifying heat. A wave of perspiration broke out among them. As they felt the atmosphere nearly ignite, they inwardly lamented, whose little ancestor is this? As a connoisseur of roasted creatures, Jizue had put considerable thought into manipulating the flames. Brother, perhaps we should reconsider, suggested a smaller figure, timidly tugging at Wang Ming's robe. This little girl is undoubtedly problematic. We are no match for her. I suspect she has already reached the peak of Foundation establishment. The group discreetly communicated amongst themselves. Let her have it. We still have time to procure more tokens. Conversely, the 2 individuals across were remarkably decisive, promptly tossing 2 identity tokens forward. We thank the young princess for her hospitality. May our paths cross again. Given their smaller number and their earlier display of strength, they felt a tinge of guilt. Indeed. If we meet again, I shall treat you to more meat. The little girl joyfully accepted the tokens. Upon hearing this, the 2 hastened their retreat. Perhaps it is best we do not meet again. Our gratitude for the young princess's generosity. This is a token of our appreciation. Wang Ming also produced 4 tokens and tossed them aside, his heart bleeding profusely. It is worth noting that those who could participate in the competition are all paragons of their generation, cherishing their identity tokens as if they were their very souls. They had painstakingly managed to gather a few, and now they had all been relinquished in an instant. Then I shall not be polite. Here, have a candy. It is quite delightful, the little girl said, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as she accepted his 4 tokens. She then retrieved a piece of candy she had previously given to Shen Miaoyan and offered it to Wang Ming. It doesn't cost anything, right? Wang Ming felt his heart race involuntarily, sensing that the plump little hand held something valuable. What he desperately needed at this moment were identity tokens. Well, this is my treat for you, the little girl said, her own embarrassment growing. All right then, I shall accept it, Wang Ming replied, cautiously extending his hand. The little girl promptly tossed it over, and he hurriedly caught it, feeling the surging waves of spiritual energy within, bringing him a flicker of joy. At least his loss was not in vain. Meanwhile, in the outside world, onlookers witnessed the name of the little moonlight flash brightly as she rocketed into the top 10 of the leaderboard. This mischievous child had actually acquired 7 tokens. Curiosity piqued. They wondered what had transpired moments earlier. Upon learning that several individuals had been ensnared and extorted, their expressions turned peculiar. It seemed this little rascal's upbringing was somewhat lacking. Were the adults not keeping an eye on her? Jiang Tingting and her companions, who had been closely observing the little girl, were equally astonished. Feelings of surprise and joy flooding their hearts. Come on, big doggy, let us go over there. There seem to be many people. Let us set off. The little girl was oblivious to the discussions swirling around her. Even many city lords had begun to take notice of her, which only served to darken Jiang Ming's expression. He increasingly felt that his plans were not as secure as he had hoped. He pondered that if things went awry, he would need to seek stronger support. He had no retreat left. With the conclusion of this genius competition, that little vixen's reputation would surely soar to unprecedented heights. Coupled with the backing of Lord Ning, his own position in life hung by a thread. Who exactly was this little prodigy, the scion of some sacred place? In the minds of all the formidable individuals present lingered this question, one that was destined to remain unanswered. Meanwhile, some well-informed individuals set their sights on Falling Star City. Since they were representing Falling Star City in the competition, it was only reasonable to assume they possessed some knowledge. Although it had never been confirmed, they all unanimously believed that the little prodigy could not possibly be a talent nurtured by Falling Star City. Within the mystic realm, the contest continued unabated, with a myriad of tactics unfolding: ambushes, sneak attacks, alliances, and deceitful schemes. All participants were resorting to any means necessary to collect tokens, knowing that each grand competition not only determined the allocation of resources for their respective factions, but also offered substantial rewards for the competitors themselves. However, for the little prodigy, those rewards were but trifles. The young girl, Ji Ziyue, rode her demonic wolf westward, sensing the presence of 2 powerful auras ahead, seemingly engaged in battle. Their terrifying energy rippling outwards for miles. Curiosity bubbled within her. Sister Hong, shall we go watch the spectacle? Whenever she found herself indecisive, Ji Ziyue would instinctively seek the counsel of her little phoenix companion. This was a lesson imparted by her mother. Huang Lingxi carefully attuned herself to the situation. It appeared to be a confrontation between 2 formidable beasts of ancient bloodlines at the core formation stage. She was confident in her ability to handle the situation without intervening. The superior bloodline she possessed alone could compel them to submit. Well then, let us go take a look. But remember, you are not to engage without my permission. She had come to view this as a form of training, and thus would not shy away from unexpected circumstances. Yay, Sister Hong is the best. The little girl clapped her hands joyfully. Yet, the demonic wolf seemed to sense something amiss, growling softly, adamant about not taking another step forward. Its fur bristled as if it were under grave threat. Oh, silly wolf, why are you so timid? Ji Ziyue patted its head, helplessly muttering as she dismounted. Suspended in midair, the little girl gently rubbed its ears, soothingly cooing. All right, if you want to go, then I shall venture forth to see for myself. Upon speaking, she offered a spirit fruit to the magical wolf, a dominant force within this mystical realm. The essence contained within was sufficient to elevate its prowess further, serving as a token of gratitude for their brief companionship. The little girl, innocent and benevolent at heart, frolicked ahead with a lightness to her steps, as if she were treading upon the very fabric of the void. This ethereal grace stirred the interest of onlookers monitoring her through projections. Such effortless traversal of the abyss suggested she had either harnessed a formidable treasure or was at least at the foundational stage of cultivation. Within this secret realm, only a handful boasted such exalted status, marking her as a paragon of strength. Coupled with her enigmatic skills and artifacts, Many speculated that her combat prowess might indeed be unparalleled. Yet, the young girl lacked substantial battle experience, which could significantly diminish her effectiveness in actual combat. As she munched along her path at a remarkable pace, her delicate nose detected the pungent scent of blood wafting through the air. With wide, curious eyes, she scanned her surroundings and soon caught sight of colossal figures engaged in fierce combat in the distance. Climbing a small hill, she noticed numerous silhouettes on the surrounding peaks, likely drawn by the prospect of seizing an opportunity. The inner cores of beasts at this level were worth their weight in gold. Before her, two titanic creatures, each towering several dozen meters, clashed with ferocity. An ancient magical ape, engulfed in crimson flames, was pitted against a majestic white tiger. The ape, its muscles rippling, swung its massive arms with such force that each punch stirred tempestuous winds, shaking the valley itself. In contrast, the white tiger, sleek and imposing, exuded a fierce golden aura. Its movements were swift, and its sharp claws glinted menacingly, each swipe aimed at the ape's vital points. With a resounding bang, the ape delivered a punch that echoed through the air like a thunderclap. The white tiger deftly evaded, retaliating with a vicious strike that left a deep gash across the ape's chest, blood spraying forth like a torrential downpour. The ape roared, its eyes ablaze with fury, as it seized a boulder the size of a small hill and hurled it at the tiger. The stone shattered upon impact, dust and debris filling the air, while nearby trees trembled and scattered their leaves. Even distant cultivators stumbled backward, their expressions a mix of awe and trepidation. A multitude of spectators, captivated by this earth-shattering confrontation, held their breath, fearful of inadvertently becoming embroiled in the chaos, their faces reflecting shock and anticipation. They hoped for a mutual downfall, allowing them to reap the rewards from the aftermath. In the midst of this tense atmosphere, the little girl, Jizue, approached the edge of the battlefield with calm composure. Supporting her chin with her tiny hands, she intently observed the exchange between the two beasts, seemingly deep in thought. Millions outside were intrigued by this scene, wondering what schemes this little prodigy might conjure. Even the lofty state lord appeared piqued by the spectacle, for this clash had been orchestrated by his own estate. A boon for the young talents present. The ultimate opportunity lay in the hands of those capable of vanquishing the ferocious beasts, a remarkable fortune indeed. Oh my, how fiercely you battle. Truly, you are formidable adversaries. The silhouette of a little child suddenly appeared in the midst of a fierce battle between two formidable beasts. Unable to contain her excitement, she clapped her hands, her cherubic face illuminated with glee, and called out in a clear, melodious voice, "Hey, you two big fellows, stop fighting." Her delicate yet resonant voice momentarily paused the actions of the combatants, drawing their attention towards her. The fierce, bloodthirsty glint in their eyes shifted to one of palpable annoyance at being interrupted, just as the demon ape was about to deliver a blow to the tiny intruder. Both it and the white tiger suddenly bristled with trepidation. A bone-chilling cold engulfed them, as if their very blood was freezing within their veins. They exchanged glances, and the depth of fear reflected in each other's enormous pupils was unmistakable. This was a bloodline suppression. The little one bore the aura of a sacred beast. Instantly, the two ferocious creatures fell silent, their once menacing gazes now softened. They turned their colossal eyes towards the little girl, who remained unfazed, her hands on her hips, exuding an air of authority. With righteous indignation, she regarded the towering beasts and declared, "If you two don't behave, I shall roast you and feast upon you." The surrounding cultivators gaped in astonishment, their expressions a mix of disbelief and bewilderment. Even the esteemed figures from outside the secret realm found themselves in a state of confusion. Wasn't it said that these were the two most fearsome overlords of the domain? Just this, under the oppressive force of the little phoenix's bloodline. The terrifying atmosphere rendered the enraged beasts utterly submissive. The battle between the ancient demon ape and the white tiger came to an abrupt halt. "No, that's more like it. Be obedient, or else I shall devour you," she admonished. To the onlookers, it appeared as though the once mighty beasts had inexplicably frozen in place, lowering their noble heads in unison, disregarding their numerous wounds. They obediently retreated beside the small girl, as if responding to her command. This astonishing scene, projected through the secret realm, sparked a wave of astonishment among the cultivators outside. Good heavens, those were the ancient demon ape and the white tiger. How could such ferocity be subdued by a mere child? Who was she? She appeared no older than 7 or 8, yet possessed such strength? I would wager she is merely 3 or 4. Where did such a prodigy emerge from in the wild continent? If she could be taken as a disciple, Would that not herald a great resurgence for our sect? The monks whispered among themselves, their eyes shimmering with astonishment, curiosity, and even a hint of trepidation. Witnessing this scene, Lord Jiang could not help but furrow his brow, feeling an unsettling apprehension within. The little girl's talent and prowess far exceeded his expectations, prompting him to reconsider his strategies. However, the spirited child, Ji Ziyue, remained blissfully unaware of the surrounding reactions. She even placed her hands on her hips and glared at the two restive beasts with mild irritation. In a feisty tone, she declared, "Did you hear that? No more fighting, understood?" Beside her, the phoenix spirit, Huang Lingxi, added to the atmosphere by exuding an aura of pressure. The ancient demon ape and the white tiger promptly nodded in submission, as if this petite yet fierce girl were their sovereign. In truth, they had already attained a semblance of intelligence, merely a step away from transformation into true great demons. Yet, to achieve this metamorphosis, apart from the transformation elixir, the essence of their bloodline talent was paramount. For instance, the Fox clan naturally possessed a proclivity for transformation. Their formidable gifts made it exceedingly challenging for those with impure bloodlines. Ji Ziyue, satisfied with her influence, glanced at the throng of cultivators surrounding her. A spark of inspiration igniting within her, she raised her voice, "Since you are so obedient, accompany me to collect some protection fees." Protection fees? The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the young girl's intent. She was planning to rob within the secret realm and seize tokens. After all, gathering them through laborious means could never match the swiftness of a heist. Observing this spectacle, Jiang Tingting and Lord Ning could only sigh in exasperation. Who had taught this audacious little girl such ways? Could it be that she behaved in such a manner at home as well? Were the elders in her family not inclined to discipline her? Ji Xiao, the young girl's mother, was understandably displeased. Yet she found herself too occupied to tend to her child. As for the demon lord, he remained blissfully unaware of his unexpected fatherhood. Otherwise, the little girl would likely continue down the path of mischief, evolving into a true little demon king. Meanwhile, the cultivators who had initially come to observe and perhaps seize an opportunity now widened their eyes in disbelief. According to the intel provided by their families, it was said that these two fierce beasts would engage in mutual destruction, allowing them to strike unexpectedly and claim their flesh, fur, bones, blood, and the most valuable demon cores. Yet, the narrative had taken an unexpected turn. With a flourish of her chubby little hand, the spirited child strode confidently towards the gathered cultivators, flanked by the ancient demon ape and the white tiger. Although the beasts appeared somewhat reluctant to heed the commands of such a small being, they dared not defy her under the covert pressure exerted by the little phoenix. The cultivators, who had been watching from the shadows, were taken aback by this turn of events. Suddenly, panic enveloped the crowd, their faces turning ashen as they hastily retreated, fearful of becoming her next target. Thus, a spectacular scene unfolded, as numerous cultivators soared from the ancient trees of the forest, some powerful ones even riding swords, transforming into radiant streaks of light. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. "Elder siblings, don't run away," the little darling pouted, her sweet and adorable demeanor tinged with a hint of cunning. It was no great concern if a few escaped. She did not require an abundance of tokens. After all, witnessing the spectacle was not without cost. Each person was to surrender a token, or else my little self and my little monkey would show no mercy. Upon her proclamation, the ancient demon ape and the white tiger immediately displayed ferocious expressions in unison. They unleashed a thunderous roar, the sheer force of which caused leaves to rain down from the ancient trees. The cultivators trembled in fear, no longer daring to hide, as they sensed that they had been marked by an ominous energy. It appeared that any hint of an escape attempt would summon a devastating strike. Form an orderly line for tickets. No need to rush, one at a time. The little darling gleefully perched atop the formidable tiger's head, the majestic beast serving as her steed, while the demon ape stood beside her like a fiercely loyal bodyguard. Feeling the weight of her gaze, the cultivators had no choice but to obediently line up, reluctantly offering their hard-earned identity tokens with both hands, lest they incur the wrath of this fearsome little demon lord. Fortunately, she only demanded one token. Otherwise, they might have preferred death over submission. Each token was a testament to their arduous struggles and hard-fought battles. Curse that mischievous child. This is utterly against the rules in Falling Star City. I shall report this once we are outside. Their hearts ached with anguish. Many of these young prodigies gritted their teeth, yet found themselves powerless. They were no match for the ancient bloodline beasts at their peak. These two ferocious creatures were renowned for their agility and brutality. Escape was not an option. Such good children. Ji Ziwa cheerfully accepted the tokens. Patting the fluffy head of the white tiger, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons with delight. Your Highness Little Moon, must we also pay? A familiar voice timidly inquired. The little darling looked up and immediately broke into a smile. It's my two elder sisters. Of course, you don't need to. If you lack tokens, I can give you some. Shun Miaoyin and Lin Weiwei exchanged relieved glances, grateful for the reprieve, as it would have been quite embarrassing otherwise. What about me? Ru Jiankong awkwardly chimed in from behind. Among the ranks of Falling Star City, these three were the only ones with noteworthy strength to approach this area. The others were not deemed worthy of such a bargain. Oh, who are you? Hurry up, or you shall face dire consequences. The little darling still recalls the one who once mocked her while carrying a sword. The expression on Yuan Jiankong's face instantly darkened, yet he dared not express his ire. Hurry up, there are others waiting in line behind us. Some of his companions grew impatient, feeling embarrassed standing there. They were eager to pay the protection fee and make a swift exit, hoping to seize the opportunity to rob, while others were still preoccupied. Yuan Jiankong cast a pleading glance towards Shen Miaoyin and her companions, yet both women feigned ignorance, their eyes brimming with affection for the little darling, who was undeniably impressive. Here you go. With a scowl, after handing over the token, Yuan Jiankong had no desire to linger. He swiftly departed, riding the light of his sword. Little monkey, continue your patrol of the mountains. We are off to hunt. Sisters, join us. I will protect you and see who dares to bully you. Shun Miaoyin and Lin Weiwei felt a tinge of embarrassment, never anticipating that one day they would be shielded by such a young child. Yet, this scene unfolded before them with startling reality. They pondered within themselves, perhaps this was the best outcome, simply blending in to share the spoils. Just a trickle of what the little darling might offer would suffice for their advancement. Observing her fierce demeanor, the onlookers among the cultivators were both amused and bewildered. Some shook their heads in resignation, while others were left in a state of mirthful disbelief. She truly is a little tyrant, adept at intimidating others. Yet one must admit, her prowess was genuine. I reckon she only intimidates those cowards. How could a mere child truly kill? The little darling's ranking surged rapidly in the standings, evoking both awe and trepidation in many hearts. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Wilderness Province, gazing at the image of the young girl, furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. That aura just now seemed. If that were indeed the case, certain old-timers might find it hard to remain undisturbed. The provincial lord, Yi Xian, fell into a reverie, pondering how such a being could exist in the lower realms. Within the secret realm, the intense competition persists. However, the little girl has already secured the first position. Although the reward for achieving first place seems to hold no allure for her, it represents a substantial fortune for Luoxing City or anyone else. Ji Ziyue leisurely rides atop a majestic white tiger, accompanied by her loyal magical ape guardians. Exuding an air of confidence, these formidable beasts, once tyrannical within the confines of the secret realm, now fully submit. Having shrunk from their towering heights to a more manageable size, fitting the dimensions of ordinary magical creatures, perched on the girl's shoulder. The little phoenix feels an inexplicable sense of unease. Instinctively, she gazes upward, where a sun formed by intricate formations hangs in the sky. Whether it is merely a trick of perception, she senses that the sun possesses some form of consciousness, silently observing everything within the secret realm. She realizes that her previous actions may have been somewhat hasty. The realm has its masters. Should they discover her presence or misconstrue her intentions, it could lead to significant complications. Even the celestial realm casts covetous eyes upon phoenixes, and a solitary one could easily become a target for hunters. Though the Phoenix clan would never tolerate such transgressions and would even engage in direct conflict, lapses in vigilance are inevitable. Moreover, many powerful factions do not regard the Phoenix clan with the respect they deserve. Some inept members of the Dragon clan have found themselves relegated to the status of pets or delicacies for certain influential figures. She hopes it is merely an illusion, otherwise, trouble could truly arise. Huang Lingxi is somewhat troubled, yet the little girl remains unperturbed by such worries. One hand cradles a small bottle, sucking contentedly, while the other indulges in various meat jerky treats generously provided by Lin Weiwei. Lin Weiwei, balancing her physical training, has a hearty appetite, making her quite the foodie. Accompanied by her sisters Shun Miaoyin and Lin Weiwei, the trio often whispers to each other, causing the little one to giggle incessantly. Within the secret realm, The group strolls leisurely, seemingly oblivious to the fact that they are partaking in an elimination competition, resembling more of a spring outing than a contest. Meanwhile, the formidable Lin Yun, the Grand Demon Lord, is also enjoying the scenic beauty outside. At this moment, while reveling in the pleasures of the Zui Xian Lu, he suddenly overhears something that piques his interest. Have you heard? The talent competition is being held again in Huangzhou, a grand event with participants from the entire state. I have heard of it, but isn't that quite usual? It occurs every 100 years. Huangzhou ranks among the top states, so it should be quite engaging. Wouldn't you agree? If you find yourself with some free time, why not join me to witness the festivities? Ha ha ha, that is precisely my intention. I wonder how many charming beauties will emerge this time. Every grand competition unveils a new array of prodigies. It would be worth seeing. Lin Yun gently rotated his wine glass, his long, deep purple-black hair casually tied back, exuding an aura of depth and mystery. A battle of geniuses, you say? That does pique my interest. Perhaps I shall join the fray. Although the power ceiling in this realm is rather limited for him, it would be a mere matter of using but one hand to challenge the entire world. Yet, life is not solely about conflict and strife. As the host of a laying back and winning system, Lin Yun's greatest pleasures lie in savoring exquisite food, enjoying fine drinks, indulging in restful sleep, and engaging in delightful pastimes. Naturally, should anyone provoke him, he would not hesitate to eradicate the source of trouble to prevent future issues. Thus, he often felt somewhat constrained in the celestial realm, which prompted his sojourn into the demon realm to languish in leisure. In a haze of indulgence, he inadvertently subdued all the demon emperors, becoming the most formidable demon lord in the history of the demon realm. And so, he decided to take a leisurely stroll, relishing the local customs and scenery along the way. After stretching languidly, he left behind a piece of exquisite spiritual stone. The figure of Lin Yun gradually faded away. The shopkeeper gazed at the exquisite spirit stone, shedding tears of emotion and perhaps greed. The absence of celestial jade for payment was Lin Yun's final tenderness. Little moon, that blue-horned antelope ahead appears quite promising. Let us attempt to capture it and roast it. Lin Weiwei, brimming with enthusiasm, pointed toward a spirit beast in the distance. Shen Miaoyin's eyes sparkled with delight as she replied, I shall take charge of the seasoning. Little Moon is the most adept at capturing spirit beasts. In the company of the mischievous child, both of them felt a sense of liberation. Leave it to me, Ji Ziyue declared, patting her chest. As she commanded the white tiger to charge forth, the blue-horned antelope had scarcely a moment to react before it was brought down to the ground. Meanwhile, the demon ape brandished its enormous claws, sending the surrounding beasts into a frenzy of retreat. It was quite a sight to behold, two ancient bloodline monsters reduced to tackling such a meek herbivorous spirit beast, a circumstance that filled them with an overwhelming sense of shame. Lin Weiwei lent a hand nearby, while the little moonlight adeptly grilled the meat, filling the air with an enticing aroma. Shen Miaoyin, seated beside them, couldn't help but swallow hard. As a refined young lady, she always prioritized her appearance. If she were aware that many eyes were glued to the live broadcast outside, she would surely be in despair. Recently, the popularity of the little darling had surged, captivating everyone. Any switch to another scene would provoke discontent. The external judging panel had resorted to a direct, face-to-face live stream. The three gathered around the bonfire, with the little darling tearing off a piece of meat to feed the demon ape, also offering a bite to the white tiger, cheerfully exclaiming, We shall all share our blessings together. Let's eat. Delicious. Shen Miaoyin and Lin Weiwei savored the grilled meat, their faces adorned with satisfied smiles, completely oblivious to the life and death contest unfolding around them. The two little fairies were verging on becoming savage, indulging in their feast. Meanwhile, on the leaderboard, the name of the little darling, Ji Ziyue, firmly held the top position. Though she frolicked and feasted, her achievements surpassed all, effortlessly amassing a multitude of tokens through her formidable presence. Other cultivators in the secret realm had long been intimidated by the reputation of this little demon king, daring not to approach lightly. Even her two bodyguards were not to be trifled with. However, she remained blissfully unaware that the aura of her little phoenix had quietly leaked out. In the sky above, the ruler of Huangzhou, Yixian, had already descended with his will. He gazed intently at the little darling, whose face was smeared with grease from her meal, his eyes narrowing slightly. Could it truly be the bloodline of a phoenix? Unlikely, he mused, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. If that were the case, this little girl's origins might be extraordinary, perhaps protected by formidable forces. Yixian slowly rose, pondering for a moment before deciding to remain still. Yet his mind began to churn with calculations. After all, if she were indeed of that legendary bloodline, it might attract a host of formidable ancient beings. Acting rashly could lead to dire consequences. However, if she truly possessed the Phoenix bloodline, the implications could be vast. His chance to ascend might lie within this matter. Inaction was not his style. If there were a way to obtain her essence and unravel its mysteries, the potential benefits would be unimaginable. With a shift in thought, he casually commanded, "Contact the Lord of Falling Star City, Jiang Ming, and have him come to see me. Exercise caution in your words. Do not allow him to sense anything unusual. Since she represents Falling Star City in this contest, Jiang Ming ought to be informed about her background." Understood. Behind Yuxian, a figure melded into the fabric of space. Unbeknownst to them, 3 days had already elapsed. The little girl had caused quite a commotion within the secret realm, leaving chaos in her wake. Countless spirit beasts had fallen victim to her cunning. All the competitors exhibited a remarkable consensus to ignore her presence, swiftly turning away upon encountering her. If they could not provoke her, they would at least evade her. Consequently, the forces from Falling Star City had also reaped considerable gains. As the competition progressed into its later stages, more participants began to form alliances. The more powerful groups concentrated their resources, gathering their tokens in a bid to challenge the top 10. However, the situation was quite the opposite for the little girl. The forces from Falling Star City had nearly all converged around her. She had become a veritable shield for them. Yet, even so, a few individuals were still unaccounted for. If they had not returned by now, their fate appeared grim, as noted by Shen Miaoan, furrowing her brow. Well, if they must perish, so be it. The path of cultivation is littered with bones. I have long since come to terms with life and death, remarked Yuan Jiankong, maintaining his aloof demeanor. As everyone gathered, he found it difficult to remain a lone wolf. Although the little girl held no particular fondness for him, she did not impose upon him either. She merely regarded him as inconsequential and would not mind him occasionally partaking in her roasted meat. Our losses have been relatively minimal, but it is said that the forces from Tianfeng City have suffered a 50% reduction in numbers. Lin Weiwei spoke with a hint of schadenfreude, declaring that they deserved their fate. Collaborating with the sinister sect of the Indu men, they were bound to face opposition and suppression. The atmosphere in Falling Star City was remarkably relaxed, as the little darling had just distributed several tokens among them, ensuring their escape and advancement. Yet, even with such assurance, the position of the little darling remained unassailable. On this day, the elimination round of the secret realm officially concluded. Without any suspense, the little darling, Jiziyue, claimed the top spot with an undeniable advantage. As she emerged from the secret realm, a throng of cultivators and spectators had already gathered around her, erupting into cheers. No one could conceal their astonishment and admiration. There was an air of inquiry and wonder. That seemingly tiny figure, no more than 5 or 6 years old, approached with the grace of a celestial being, exuding an aura that commanded respect and awe. She was undeniably adorable. Yet there was an inexplicable sense of formidable strength about her. Everyone had witnessed her remarkable feats within the secret realm. Sucking on a lollipop, the little darling appeared indifferent to the accolades. "You are truly amazing, Moonlight Princess," Jiang Tingting exclaimed joyfully, spinning the little darling around in delight and planting an affectionate kiss on her fair cheek. Ning Shui's eyes sparkled with adoration. This year, their ice palace had struck gold, and their prospects looked bright. Yet, a flicker of concern seemed to linger deep within her gaze. City Lord Jiang Ming watched the little darling with a feigned sense of comfort, though anxiety stirred in his heart. Just moments ago, he had received a summons from the Lord of the Wilderness, Yuxian. He was, after all, merely a subordinate of a subordinate. Ordinarily, he would have no right to meet with the esteemed lord. As one of the top 10 experts in the world, Yuxian was known for his reclusive nature, rarely meeting outsiders. Being summoned personally filled Jiang Ming with a profound sense of pressure, and he began to speculate. It was likely regarding the young girl. Her performance had been exceptional, and her youth was striking. Could it be that even the Lord was contemplating taking her as a disciple? If that were the case, his hopes of turning the tide would be utterly dashed. He had already relinquished any aspirations of besting the little darling and those 2 other troublesome girls. The next round of the competition was scheduled for the following day, and everyone was caught up in celebration. After exchanging pleasantries at the victory banquet, Jiang Ming seized the opportunity to depart. Soon after, with a heart full of trepidation, he quietly approached the Lord's residence. The interior was eerily silent, devoid of even a whisper of wind, as if every breath of air was enveloped in the oppressive weight of a powerful presence. All the servants moved swiftly, their footsteps echoing in the stillness. "Come to the main hall to see me," came the command. A solemn voice resonated within Jiang Meng's mind. "It has arrived, hurry up." The moment he stepped into the grand hall, a heavy sense of oppression enveloped him. The surrounding space seemed to solidify under Yi Xian's imposing presence, rendering even breathing a laborious task. At the center of the hall sat a middle-aged man of dignified demeanor and profound gaze, the sovereign of Huangzhou, Yi Xian. He fixated on Jiang Meng with a gaze that seemed to possess an invisible probing power, as if capable of piercing through all facades. Jiang Meng slightly inclined his body, respectfully saluting. "I pay my respects to the State Lord." Yi Xian did not respond, merely casting a fleeting glance in his direction, his deep voice gradually resounding. "That young girl, is she one dispatched from your falling star city?" Jiang Meng was taken aback. "Indeed, it was this matter." He quickly replied, "Indeed. She calls herself Little Moon, a remarkably gifted junior from our city." Yi Xian's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes reflecting a hint of scrutiny. He gazed deeply at Jiang Meng, inquiring, "At such a tender age, possessing such talent and strength, she is truly a prodigy nurtured by your falling star city?" A thin sheen of sweat beaded on Jiang Meng's forehead as he managed a forced smile. "To speak candidly, her origins are rather enigmatic. However, we have always regarded her as an esteemed junior of our city and have not delved deeply into her background." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian fell into a brief silence. Yet his heart was increasingly perplexed. He had initially hoped to extract valuable information from Jiang Meng, but it was evident that the city lord was equally oblivious to the young girl's lineage. Thus, Yi Xian could only remain still for the time being, continuing to observe. "Very well." Yi Xian's tone was somewhat frigid as he waved his hand, saying, "I shall keep an eye on this matter. Upon your return, closely monitor her movements and report any peculiarities immediately." "Understood." Jiang Meng exhaled in relief, bowing as he retreated, his steps tinged with urgency. As he had surmised, the young girl had indeed caught the attention of the State Lord. This situation had become troublesome. However, on another note, it was also good news. Once the State Lord fixated on a matter, it would inevitably lead to a resolution. Therefore, he could simply observe from the sidelines, and perhaps even incite a little discord. At the moment he departed, Yi Xian's gaze remained fixed beyond the grand hall, lost in contemplation. The aura surrounding the young girl was indeed extraordinary, particularly the faint trace of the ancient divine beast, the phoenix. In this realm, various legends of ancient divine beasts lingered, yet now they had vanished without a trace. If she truly harbored some inconceivable background, did she have formidable figures from those legends standing behind her? Perhaps even ancient bloodline families? Such a young, extraordinary talent harbors secrets that are irresistibly enticing. It is likely that certain individuals have already begun to take notice of her. I suspect they will not remain idle for long. A cryptic smile graces Yi Xian's lips. "In my domain, whether dragon or phoenix, all must conform." With the news of the little prodigy Jizue securing first place in the preliminary competition spreading, it is true that the real competitive battles have yet to commence. However, her youth is undeniable. In the whispers of those eager to share, she has swiftly become known as the foremost genius in the wild continent and perhaps even in this world. Many cultivators have hastened to witness the charm of this young talent, and even some reclusive families have begun to dispatch their representatives to observe her. The gaze of various factions converges upon the wild continent, seemingly aligning with Yi Xian's expectations. Should she indeed possess such a formidable background, it is likely her kin will reveal themselves. If not, we shall see whose prowess prevails. Jiang Tingting and her master Ning Shui sense that events may be spiraling out of control. They fervently hope that the father of the little one can make it in time. Yet, at this very moment, the innocent Jizue remains blissfully unaware, oblivious to the multitude of eyes fixated upon her diminutive figure, all yearning to uncover her formidable secrets. At the encampment in Falling Star City, a quaint courtyard stretches over several acres. By night, the little prodigy is joyfully playing with a plump tabby cat, while Jiang Tingting and Ning Shui watch with affectionate smiles. "Tingting, I can't shake the feeling that we might have erred in our actions," Ning Shui expresses, a hint of concern shadowing her features. "Has the master received any news?" Jiang Tingting inquires, pulling her gaze from the little one. "Indeed, in a short span, over a dozen groups have appeared near our encampment," Ning Shui replies. "Are they all here to seek news of little you?" Jiang Tingting asks, feigning ignorance. Such extraordinary talent is a rarity that many cannot bear to remain passive. We must prepare ourselves, Ning Shui remarks, casting a glance at the little prodigy as if a decision has crystallized within her mind. Jiang Tingting responds, puzzled. Does the master have a plan? Since this situation has arisen because of us, it is only fitting that we bring it to a conclusion ourselves. We cannot shy away from our responsibilities. Otherwise, we risk displeasing everyone. Tingting, are you willing to take a gamble with me? A profound turbulence stirs within Ning Shui's heart. At her level of cultivation, such intense emotional upheaval is rare. What does the master mean? Although Jiang Tingting is astute, there are matters that may elude her understanding compared to Ning Shui. Our plans shall remain intact, yet we must slightly alter our approach, intensifying our efforts to ensure that Princess Yu shines even brighter. Do not rush to inquire. Allow me to pose 3 questions, and you shall comprehend. Ning Shui gracefully waved her hand, conjuring a barrier that isolated this small palace, shielding it from prying ears. Suppose you were an esteemed elder of a sect who had discovered an exceptionally gifted prodigy, perhaps the most fortunate child of destiny in this realm. What would you do? Ning Shui posed her question with profound significance. Jiang Tingting fell silent. As the young lord of a powerful faction herself, her instinct was to recruit such a talent who could alter the very fabric of their reality. However, should she fail to acquire this individual, the alternative would be to obliterate them. Jiang Tingting murmured to herself. Ning Shui nodded slightly, acknowledging her keen insight. Now, considering a prodigy so evidently marked for cultivation, do you believe the forces behind her would remain indifferent? Jiang Tingting retorted. Whether or not they possess contingencies remains uncertain, yet should a confrontation arise, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire, potentially leading to horrific events. Ning Shui sensed an instinctive awareness, akin to a woman's intuition. The small phoenix, momentarily distracted from tending to her child, cast a glance in their direction, recognizing that this woman was far from foolish. And what else? Having addressed 2 of the 3 questions, this final inquiry seemed pivotal. Ning Shui appeared particularly cautious about this matter, reinforcing their protective wards. If you were among the most formidable individuals in this world, yet had not glimpsed the prospect of advancement for centuries, and then suddenly encountered an anomaly who defied all conventions, albeit in a moment of weakness, would you not covet the secrets of her bloodline? Jiang Tingting gasped in realization. As if awakening from a dream, the true peril lay herein. It was plausible that she harbored some extraordinary treasure or possessed a unique constitution herself. Jiang Tingting involuntarily added, "Indeed, you 2 have experienced this." Ning Shui nodded. As they practiced near the small child, they could distinctly perceive the benefits. Whether in their understanding of the great Tao or the flow of their magical energies, significant enhancements had been realized. So, what shall we do? Jiang Tingting's complexion paled, belatedly recognizing the lurking dangers. There was no need for action. The combined forces of Falling Star City and the Ice Palace might still falter against this looming threat. It could also present a monumental opportunity. Thus, we shall proceed as usual, ensuring that, at all costs, we safeguard the well-being of our little benefactor in critical moments. Ning Shui remained silent, yet through her previous words, Jiang Tingting likely discerned the underlying meaning. Indeed, it was a perilous gamble, fraught with the potential for dire consequences. The wager hinged upon the hope that the individuals behind the little girl would emerge, granting them extraordinary fortunes in recognition of their protective efforts. She nodded slightly, her delicate visage etched with seriousness. Well, as long as you possess this resolve, Ning Shui affirmed, offering no further commentary. Yet both harbored a firm determination. Beyond the pursuit of future rewards, they genuinely cherished the little girl, wishing to shield her from being captured by some ancient monster, reduced to a mere pawn or ingredient. As time flowed steadily, an impending crisis loomed on the horizon. The grand competition of the wild continent soon escalated into the intense 2nd and 3rd rounds, with rivalry growing fiercer and prodigies emerging in abundance. Nevertheless, on each stage of the tournament, that petite figure consistently dominated her adversaries with effortless mockery. The little girl, Ji Ziyue, triumphed in each match through her whimsical strategies, eliciting bursts of laughter and gasps of astonishment from the audience. It seemed as though her opponents were not formidable elites, but rather a collection of novices at her mercy. In the 2nd round, her opponent was a young cultivator from Flame City, renowned as the Son of Flames. Despite his youth, he adeptly wielded fire-based spiritual energy, capable of transforming it into a fire dragon. Yet, before this diminutive challenger, he dared not underestimate her. He unleashed his ancestral fiery golden blade, unleashing torrents of flames that surged toward Jizue like a rampaging dragon, exuding an overwhelming presence. However, the little girl not only stood her ground but tilted her head, a glint of playful mischief in her eyes. Fire-based attacks were her least concern. After all, Sister Honger was a master of fire, and she must not bring shame upon her legacy. With a gentle wave of her hand, she formed a hand seal, and mystical waves of energy radiated outward, causing the flames to dissipate around her. Only tiny sparks remained, which she whimsically blew into twinkling stars. This little fire isn't even enough to roast meat, Jizue chuckled, as if her opponent's assault were merely a trivial nuisance. The opponent's face flushed with anger, only to be effortlessly dismissed with a mere wave of her hand. After tumbling through the air several times, they landed clumsily on the ground. The audience erupted in laughter, utterly surprised by the unexpected outcome of the match. In the subsequent third round, Jizue faced a formidable adversary skilled in earth-based spiritual powers, who had previously vanquished several experts of equal rank with a single strike. Yet, before this practitioner, who embodied the might of a mountain, Jizue remained as playful as ever. As the match commenced, she gently tapped the ground beneath her feet, and the surrounding soil obediently encircled her opponent, rendering him immobile. Straining with a crimson visage, he ultimately had no choice but to concede, prompting further laughter from the spectators. This easy victory attracted many envious gazes, and it became evident that this little prodigy possessed an uncanny affinity for all attributes of spiritual energy, wielding them with remarkable ease. This revelation ignited even greater intrigue among those lurking in the shadows. As the victories of the adorable Jizue multiplied, powerful figures from other states began to take notice of this little genius. Some discreetly plotted to investigate her origins, and even conspired to employ underhanded tactics outside the arena, hoping to uncover her true capabilities. Thus, while the young prodigy advanced effortlessly, treating the competition as mere amusement, she remained blissfully unaware that her burgeoning fame was drawing the attention of more seasoned experts and influential forces. Even the rulers and prominent powers from other states aspired to partake in her burgeoning legend, which placed an invisible burden on the Lord of the Wasteland, Yixian. Simultaneously, he grew increasingly pleased with the little one's performance, particularly upon discovering the subtle fluctuations of spatial energy surrounding her. The results of the Wasteland Grand Tournament finally emerged on this day, eliciting both joy and sorrow among the participants. However, those at the upper echelons keenly sensed that a storm was brewing. Meanwhile, the great demon lord Lin Yun was far away, indulging in revelry. Have you heard? The results of the Wasteland Grand Tournament have been announced. Oh, did that little girl secure first place? You know her? She is truly a prodigious talent. In comparison, all those so-called geniuses appear to be mere jesters. To this day, no one even knows her true cultivation level. Some speculate she may already be in the late foundation establishment stage, or perhaps even at the core formation stage. Nonsense. How could she possibly be at the core formation stage? The foundation establishment stage is plausible, but not the latter. Do you even understand? Achieving core formation is no simple feat. And do you think those great figures are blind? How could one conceal such an accomplishment? Lin Yun took small sips of the renowned peach blossom brew, rumored to be an ancient recipe. It seemed there was no time left to indulge in the festivities. Could there truly be such extraordinary talents in the lower realms? For some inexplicable reason, whenever Lin Yun thought of that little prodigy, a peculiar feeling stirred within. Perhaps he had consumed too little alcohol. Waiter, bring me 3 more pounds. At this moment, a grand awards ceremony was unfolding at the Celestial Heroes platform in the main city of Huangzhou. The sky was adorned with swirling clouds and radiant hues, casting an air of tranquility, yet a tumultuous undercurrent simmered beneath. The adorable little girl, Jizue, ascended the high platform, standing gracefully before the crowd. Her lively eyes scanned the audience, blinking in mild confusion. To her, it was merely an award ceremony. However, to the multitude of cultivators below, this top prodigy of Huangzhou had already become a coveted treasure. The cultivators seated below gazed up at the little girl on the platform, many with deep, scheming eyes. Suddenly, formidable presences converged from various directions, descending upon the venue and inciting a stir among the attendees. The Lord of Qizhou had arrived. The Lord of Hangzhou was present too. The former emperor of the Dixin dynasty, rumored to be on the verge of death, had unexpectedly emerged. The supreme elder of the Heavenly Sword sect and the grand elder of Xian'an Valley. What was happening? It felt surreal. These reclusive powerhouses, seldom seen, had all gathered. Even the master of the Baiyujing sacred land had made an appearance. As these legendary names were announced one by one, The cultivators in the audience were left in shock, their faces painted with disbelief. On the platform, Gzue remained blissfully innocent, oblivious to the sudden pressure surrounding her. Instead, she appeared somewhat curious about the formidable figures. On the high platform, Yixin wore a grim expression. Indeed, these ancient beings would not let this rare opportunity slip away. This little girl possessed such a mysterious bloodline, displaying extraordinary talent even at a tender age. If I could uncover her secrets, I might have the chance to break through my own limitations. The Lord of Qingzhou's gaze was intense, laced with a hint of greed. Old Emperor, are you not nearing your end? You have no place here. If the young lady wishes to take me as her master at the Heavenly Sword Sect, I shall impart all my knowledge. The Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect, an elderly man with white hair, spoke with a cold smirk. The Grand Elder of Xian'an Valley remained silent, his hawk-like gaze fixed upon Gzue, seemingly assessing her worth. Only the visitor from Baiyujing's sacred land was a youthful Taoist nun. However, she has actually cultivated for over 1,000 years and is the contemporary Saint Lord. These ancient immortals, who have long dwelled in seclusion, are calculating their own interests, attempting to leverage Gzue's innate talent and secrets to seek breakthroughs and extend their lifespans. Would the young lady be willing to become my disciple? I would gladly accept you as my closed-door disciple, and you would become the next Saint Lord, spoke the amiable Master Fanqian of Baiyujing. Though she appeared to harbor no ulterior motives, the treachery of human hearts is inscrutable. City Lord Jiang Ming stood nearby, acutely sensing the palpable tension from the powerful presences in the room, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He had initially anticipated that disseminating the news would attract some ancient beings, yet he had not expected such a multitude of formidable figures to emerge from the shadows. The situation seemed to spiral beyond his control, the atmosphere growing increasingly charged. Governor of Huazhou, I have heard of an extraordinary young genius in this place and have come here today to request the honor of visiting, said the old sovereign of the Dashuan dynasty. His smile warm, yet his words carried an undeniable insistence. Yi Xian's expression darkened slightly, but he soon responded with a hearty laugh. It is indeed an honor for Huazhou to welcome such esteemed guests. However, this young genius is still quite young. I kindly ask that you refrain from disturbing her. Yet, the leaders of these venerable powers were not so easily deterred. The governor of Qizhou snorted disdainfully, Your Excellency, your words are rather excessive. We merely wish to engage in a dialogue with the young genius. How could that be considered a disturbance? Before he could finish his sentence, the little girl Gzue sensed the intense pressure around her, her small face betraying a hint of dissatisfaction. In a childlike voice, she exclaimed, Why are you old folks so noisy? Once you've handed out the awards, you can leave. If you want to spar with me, wait until I've finished my snacks. Her innocent words echoed throughout the hall, momentarily stunning the powerful figures present. They were taken aback by the child's carefree demeanor and utter lack of fear, which only served to heighten their wariness. After all, who could say what formidable backing she might possess? Hee, little girl, I sense a strong affinity between us. Why not come to my Dashuan dynasty? I shall bestow upon you the title of princess, proposed the ancient immortal of the Dashuan dynasty, his impending demise rendering him reckless. Without a breakthrough, he surmised that his desiccated body would not endure beyond a decade. Yi Xian wore a sullen expression. Though he had anticipated such developments, he had not foreseen the emergence of so many ancient beings. Esteemed guests, might you kindly wait until the conclusion of the Huazhou Grand Ceremony? We can discuss matters further afterward. Upon witnessing a group of formidable beings in the tribulation stage, the little phoenix felt the weight of pressure. Yet, this was not her moment to emerge. Unless absolutely necessary, her presence would only exacerbate the situation. Moreover, her own strength was insufficient to contend with so many in the tribulation realm, unless she resorted to secret techniques or certain treasures at great cost. However, such actions would only complicate matters further. Nonetheless, a flicker of anticipation stirred within her, given the gravity of the situation. If her master's father did not make an appearance now, perhaps it was a sign of their fated disconnect. Or perhaps that man was simply a coward. Observing the youth's bone age, it appeared he was scarcely 5 years old, an extraordinary talent indeed. The elder of Xian'an Valley muttered to himself, greed glimmering in his eyes. Ah, everyone is present. It has been a while since we gathered, he chuckled. Oh, what a charming young lady. I happen to be in need of a saintess. A coarse voice accompanied the arrival of a long rainbow, belonging to the muscular leader of the holy sect from Manzhou. His upper body bared. However, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, his expression growing increasingly grave. He was acutely aware of the ambitions and dangers posed by these ancient beings. Yet he dared not act rashly, remaining on high alert in the shadows. Nevertheless, he would not easily relinquish his interests, as each individual harbored their own thoughts. Jizua suddenly waved her small hand, making a face at the old monarch and the elder. She then leapt down from the high platform, leading Shun Miaoyin and Lin Weiwei toward the distant station of Falling Star City. Over there, Jiang Tingting and Ning Shuai wore solemn expressions. The moment had indeed arrived. I'm off to grab a bite. You old fellows can chat at your leisure. She nonchalantly waved her hand, leaving a group of seasoned powerhouses in a state of bewilderment. Yuxian cleared his throat, signaling everyone to remain calm. While internally he resolved to protect this young prodigy at all costs, lest she be consumed by these old schemers. After all, she was a gem from his domain, and any secrets she harbored would be his pathway to transcendence. As the main character was about to slip away, the organizers found themselves perplexed. They had never encountered such a situation before and could only cast their pleading gazes toward the state leader, Yuxian. Ahem, it's nothing. Please, continue, he reassured them. Yuxian's expression remained unchanged as he gestured for everyone to continue, indicating that the award presentation had concluded. Thus, the ceremony awkwardly continued amidst a tense atmosphere. The innocent and fearless demeanor of the little girl, Jizua, rendered the elderly figures present helpless. However, it was mainly due to the sheer number of them, as no one wished to stand out. Each was hoping to emerge as the ultimate victor. Moreover, Yuxian was at the pinnacle of his power, not someone to be trifled with. The little girl led Shen Miaoyin and Lin Weiwei back to the observation platform to join the crowd from Falling Star City. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the city lord, Jiang Meng, also took action. He realized that today's events could not be resolved amicably and that even the state lord, Yuxian, might not be able to maintain order. What are you doing back here before the ceremony has concluded? Is it not a disgrace for Falling Star City to appear ignorant of etiquette? Jiang Meng's countenance darkened, and his words left those present in shock. Unable to comprehend why the city lord had suddenly changed his demeanor, Jiang Tingting's expression shifted as she exchanged a glance with Ning Shuai, both sensing the rapid turn of events. However, they had long been prepared, so it did not come as a complete surprise. City lord, the young prince is a benefactor of Falling Star City. Your impatience could dishearten everyone. Jiang Tingting fixed her gaze on this nominal father, aware that there was no familial bond between them, only mutual calculations. She understood that she was merely a pawn of the Ice Palace. Yet she was grateful for her master's kindness, which made her willing to comply. How dare you speak to your father in such a manner? You are not yet the city lord. Jiang Meng's eyes glinted coldly. Since he had chosen to turn hostile, he would show no mercy. Someone, seize this rebellious child, he shouted, his imposing presence growing stronger. Witnessing the internal strife within Falling Star City drew numerous gazes. Even the prominent figures above displayed expressions of intrigue. Uncertain of Yi Xian's intentions, they naturally assumed this drama was orchestrated by him. In truth, Yi Xian was somewhat taken aback. What was Jiang Meng doing? Seizing the opportunity to eliminate dissenters, or was he attempting to demonstrate loyalty? Let us see who dares. Ning Shuai felt compelled to step forward. Otherwise, they would be unable to contend with Jiang Meng, who was at the nascent soul stage. Ning Palace Master, it seems your injuries have yet to heal. Jiang Meng's gaze flickered with a hint of lasciviousness. No need for your concern. Dealing with certain lowly individuals is still within my capabilities. Ning Shuai was no longer injured and was but a step away from transcending. This is a matter of our city lord's household. Do you intend to interfere? Jiang Meng scrutinized her voluptuous figure, his expression a tumultuous blend of shadows. He could not ascertain whether Ning Shuai had truly recovered, having been afflicted by my soul poison. I refuse to believe you have regained your strength. At that moment, the green old demon emerged from behind, his grotesque visage brimming with hatred and triumph. Have you considered the repercussions of colluding with foreign adversaries? Jiang Tingting was genuinely enraged, her beautiful face radiating an icy demeanor. That is a matter pertaining to my Jiang clan. I now present you with two choices. First, surrender the little girl. Second, vacate my Falling Star City. Jiang Meng recognized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The ancient beings were fixated on the little girl. Should he miss this chance, it would be a lost cause. Regardless of the choice made by the other party, his objectives would be fulfilled. Are you so certain that they will prevail? Jiang Tingting's expression turned peculiar as she tightly embraced the little darling in her arms. Jizua, too, was at a loss, wondering why the elder sister's household had erupted into chaos. She gazed plaintively at Jiang Tingting. Did I do something wrong? Her feeble voice evoked a wave of sympathy among the onlookers. No, darling, you are the best. It is the bad people we must leave behind. We shan't play with them any longer. Jiang Tingting cast a glance at those who had defected, her gaze devoid of any emotion. Young lord, we shall stand by your side. Shen Maoyin and Lin Weiwei exchanged resolute glances, ready to follow without hesitation. Jiang Tingting acknowledged with a slight nod. I am too ashamed to associate with you. I spit. Yet, Yuan Jiansong cast a scornful glance at Jiang Ming, having long held disdain for this beast in human guise. After all, their family possessed formidable strength. He harbored no fear of the city lord's mansion. We too pledged to follow young lord to the death. As more and more individuals betrayed their own, Jiang Ming's countenance grew increasingly grim. Father, will this be allowed to stand? Jiang Li's eyes glinted with resentment as he looked at his younger sister. Allowed to stand? The true spectacle has only just begun. Jiang Ming's gaze drifted to the line of ancient beings hovering above, his eyes reflecting a peculiar glint. Although they had successfully extricated themselves, neither Jiang Tingting nor Ning Shui exhibited the slightest relaxation. Little darling, should your father arrive, do ensure you speak well of us, Jiang Tingting jested. Yet, who could predict what would transpire next? It could be said that they were wagering their lives and fortunes, for the sake of the little moon, their savior. They had not the luxury to ponder further. Suddenly, the master of the white jade capital narrowed his eyes. Tian Sha, what do you intend to do? Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding events, a deep, chilling laughter resonated above the ceremony. The foremost prodigy of the wasteland? In light of this, why not allow us to probe into the true background of this young girl, revealing all her hidden depths? Otherwise, I shall utilize this little child to forge a blood elixir to aid my ascension. As soon as the words escaped his lips, an unfamiliar elder materialized from the ether. His robes billowing, his expression indifferent. It was none other than the reclusive yet formidable figure, Elder Tian Sha. Shock rippled through the onlookers, etched upon their faces. With a cold smile, Elder Tian Sha fixed his gaze upon the innocent Ji Ziyue. Without further ado, he conjured a surge of ominous black energy, infused with terrifying might. Directed towards the young girl, this malevolent force loomed ominously, as if intent on devouring all in its path. The prominent figures above appeared to revel in the spectacle, forming a vague triangular formation that ensnared the holy master of Baiyujing. Yu Xian's interest was piqued. He too was curious whether this little girl truly possessed a guardian. Stop! Jiang Tingting and Ning Shui's expressions shifted dramatically as they instinctively positioned themselves before Ji Ziyue. They exchanged a resolute glance, determination glimmering in their eyes. Tingting, you take her and flee. Ning Shui braced herself for a desperate struggle. Can we truly escape? Jiang Tingting replied, a hint of sorrow tinging her words. If there is a next life, I shall be your disciple once more. Without hesitation, she channeled all her spiritual energy, erecting a barrier to propel the bewildered little girl away. Dare these mere Yuan Ing and Foundation establishment ants obstruct me? Elder Tiansha scoffed disdainfully, his palm gathering strength as the black energy rapidly expanded, ensnaring the two within its grasp. Jiang Tingting and Ning Shui strained to resist, but Elder Tiansha's power exceeded their expectations. The black energy ravaged the barrier, gradually corroding their very beings. A glimmer of despair crossed Jiang Tingting's eyes. She understood that this battle might cost her the ability to protect the innocent child. Master, I have become your burden. Foolish child, do not speak such nonsense. Ning Shui retorted, realizing there was no time to inform their sect elders of their plight. But even the presence of a mere transformation stage cultivator would be futile. Goodbye, little one. Sister is off to another place to enjoy roasted meat. Jiang Tingting gritted her teeth, enduring excruciating pain as she called out to Ji Ziyue. Ning Shui's voice echoed with resolve. Do not look back. Run. In that moment, her protective talismans shattered one by one. In midair, Ji Ziyue gazed in astonishment at the two, tears shimmering in her eyes, a mixture of sadness and fury adorning her youthful countenance. Yet, her body was forcibly propelled away by the little phoenix, helplessly watching as their figures were gradually engulfed by the ominous energy. Sister Xiaohong, please save them. I promise I won't play anymore. The little child sobbed softly, yet Huang Lingxi remained unmoved. Her mission had always been singular. It was to protect the little one at all costs. Now was not the time for mutual destruction. The child watched as the malevolent aura completely consumed the two sisters who had been by her side. In their final moments, Jiang Tingting and Ning Shui, alongside Ji Ziyue, revealed a gentle smile, whispering, take care of yourself. At this juncture, they understood that they had lost the gamble. That person never came. Yet, they harbored no regrets. Without the little one, they would have perished long ago. Their voices gradually faded, and under the onslaught of the malevolent energy, the figures of Jiang Tingting and Ning Shui were swiftly torn to dust, vanishing into the ether. A sharp pang struck Ji Ziyue's heart. Her small fists clenched tightly. The innocence in her gaze evaporated, replaced by a chilling intent to kill. For the first time since her birth, she felt anger. Sister Hong, I no longer like you. The little one's voice carried a hint of grievance. Have you forgotten what your mother instructed? You have yet to find your father. The little phoenix remained unfazed. Her heart as cold as ice. Moreover, she understood that this was not yet the end. A storm was still to come. The bloody scene shocked all present, causing many to narrow their eyes in disbelief. It seemed they had not anticipated that the elder Tian Sha would act with such ruthless decisiveness. An unspoken chill enveloped the venue, intensifying the sense of impending danger. Everyone began to retreat slowly, wary of becoming collateral damage, as the saying goes, when gods battle, mortals suffer. A mere child, where could she possibly escape to? A flash of malice crossed Elder Tian Sha's eyes as he prepared to pursue relentlessly. Just as the fiery orb was about to vanish beyond the horizon, a resounding voice erupted from the void. Enough! It was Yi Xian, his voice carrying a tempestuous aura that surged skyward. I command you to cease. Yi Xian would not allow Elder Tian Sha to reap the rewards of his territory. With a wave of his hand, countless massive chains suddenly materialized around him, ensnaring Elder Tian Sha. Ha! You may hinder me, but what of them? The Elder of Heavenly Calamity remained unperturbed, merely casting his gaze towards several others, the former emperor of the Great Xin dynasty, the governors of Qizhou and Hangzhou, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect, and the Grand Elder of the Xian'an Valley. Even the Lord of Baiyujing was no longer inclined to remain a bystander. With preservation beyond reach, the only recourse was to engage in battle. Yi Xian found himself growing increasingly anxious, realizing that despite his utmost efforts, he could only manage to delay two governors and the former emperor at best. The seemingly virtuous lord and the two reclusive old monsters had transformed into streaks of light, pursuing their target. In the blink of an eye, they appeared beside the little girl Ji Ziyue, ensnaring her within a circular barrier. The three were in no rush to strike. Lord, it seems you do not need to exert yourself so fervently. Why not relinquish this opportunity to the old man? The Grand Elder of Xian'an Valley remarked ominously. Huh. You, who have long since depleted your lifespan, should let me seize this celestial fortune, countered the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect, showing no signs of retreat. It was evident that trouble loomed ahead. Huang Lingxi understood that she could no longer remain detached. You stay here, do not venture outside, understand? At that moment, the girl Ji Ziyue, who had been confined by their magical restraints, unexpectedly vanished before their very eyes. Both old monsters turned their gaze towards the Lord of Baiyujing, their expressions darkening. It was not I, the Lord replied, his complexion slightly pale. If it is not you, could it be us, or perhaps those few Dao friends below? If you do not surrender her forthwith, do not blame me for being ruthless. Just as the three were about to engage in a fierce confrontation, the heavens erupted with tumultuous winds and thunder, the surrounding air seemingly torn apart by an unseen force. Amidst the confusion, a resounding cry that shook the very heavens reverberated through the atmosphere, imbued with an ancient and formidable pressure that sent chills through every soul present. In the next moment, a brilliant flame erupted across the sky, akin to a scorching sun bursting forth, its radiance blinding. Accompanied by this searing inferno, an extraordinarily resplendent phoenix descended from the heavens. Its entire form blazed a vivid red, each feather ablaze with fierce flames, its tail long and graceful, reminiscent of a flourishing scarlet lotus, whispering softly in the wind. Its eyes resembled ancient stars, deep and enigmatic, radiating an imposing majesty that was impossible to gaze upon directly. It is a true phoenix. An elder gasped in astonishment, his voice laden with disbelief. It is the phoenix that vanished for millennia. I have seen it depicted in ancient totems. It is identical. Numerous ordinary cultivators knelt upon the ground, earnestly bowing their heads in reverence. Huang Lingxi gazed down upon the earth, gracefully flapping her wings, each movement stirring up torrents of flames. The waves of heat rising in the air compelled the surrounding formidable beings to retreat, their faces marked by trepidation and awe. Her presence exuded an ancient and solemn aura, imbued with innate nobility and aloofness, instilling an overwhelming sense of reverence that deterred any thoughts of sacrilege. This was the legendary might of the true phoenix. The Lord of Qingzhou whispered solemnly, his expression grave yet betraying a flicker of greed in his eyes. So it is indeed a genuine phoenix. I had thought it merely a manifestation of bloodline power. Under such circumstances, I must contend for it. Yuxian's eyes mirrored his avarice, captivated by the mythical beast. Even the slightest benefit would suffice to shatter their current limitations. It appeared to be in its juvenile form. Otherwise, this realm would have been utterly shattered. The former emperor's gaze burned with fervor after centuries of waiting. The opportunity to ascend was finally at hand. Whoever dares to harm her must first contend with me. Huang Lingxi's voice, cold and clear, reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth, carrying an irresistible authority that caused the ancient beings present to change countenance. Yet, despite this, those who coveted her were unwilling to retreat. The old emperor of the Dixin dynasty glinted with a frenzied light in his eyes, sneering. Humph, what of the phoenix? Today we shall strike together and surely subdue her. She remains in her youth, my fellow Taoists, if we unite our strengths. The chance for ascension lies within our grasp today. Let us proceed. A single phoenix is more than enough for us to share the spoils. No need for internal strife. Yi Xian exchanged glances with the two lords and hesitated no longer. No sooner had the words left his mouth than powerful streams of spiritual energy converged, launching a united assault upon the phoenix. The phoenix met the onslaught with her wings, unleashing a conflagration that illuminated the heavens, engaging in a fierce struggle against these seasoned powers. However, the sheer number of adversaries proved overwhelming. Even the phoenix, despite her immense strength, began to falter under the relentless combined assault of these top-tier beings. Her brilliant flames dimmed slightly, her wings marred by countless wounds, each feather stained with her blood. Yet she remained proud and unyielding. In truth, she harbored no concerns. The little moon had been concealed within her divine beast space, where the Empress lay in slumber. If necessary, she could utilize her celestial artifact to breach this realm and escape to another world. Yet, it seemed the little moon might lose her chance to find her father. In the distance, cataclysmic tremors arose, catching the attention of the great demon lord Lin Yun. Upon sensing the source, he was taken aback. It was a pure-blood little phoenix, indeed fascinating. Could it be that another celestial being has descended to the mortal realm? Why this is so remains a mystery. Lin Yun suddenly recalled his wife, who had run away from home. The battle in the sky grew increasingly intense, with each flap of the phoenix's wings igniting towering flames. The young girl, Ji Ziyue, was sheltered in a hidden crevice, anxiously watching the conflict outside. For her tender heart, this day had already been filled with sorrow. The last time she felt such anguish was when her mother returned injured. "Sister Hong, please be safe. I'm not angry with you anymore," she whimpered, tears slowly welling in her eyes and cascading down her youthful cheeks. Huang Lingxi seemed to sense something, her authoritative gaze softening. "Why are you crying? Your sister isn't dead, you silly girl. And your other two sisters might be just fine. I have gathered all their souls." How could she remain indifferent while watching those two mortals perish without meaning? The celestial emperor would also be angered to learn of this. "Oh, I see. Sister Lingxi, you are truly kind." The little girl's face transformed in an instant, revealing a bright smile. "Humph, now you know to call me Sister Lingxi. You nearly gave me a heart attack." The pained voice of the little phoenix echoed in the space. She was still in her juvenile stage, and having previously suffered injuries to her essence, she had been restored by the celestial emperor. Otherwise, mere trifles at the tribulation stage would have been swiftly dealt with. The crimson flames swept across the surroundings, threatening to reduce the world to ashes. The sky within hundreds of miles seemed ignited. However, the ancient beings were also unwilling to relent, unleashing their most powerful techniques to gradually push back the blazing core of flames. Just as the little phoenix's strength was being suppressed and she was battered, nearly unable to sustain herself, she prepared to shatter the void and flee. Suddenly, a low tear echoed from above the void, a sound so faint, yet resonating like thunder to the ears of the powerful present. It appeared as though an invisible sword had rent the heavens asunder. Following this, a hazy figure slowly stepped forth from the void, exuding an aura of chilling severity. He merely stood there, yet it felt as if the very heavens trembled at his presence, the surrounding space straining under the weight of his existence, marked by fine cracks as if on the verge of collapse. It was none other than Lin Yun, the great demon lord, clad in a dark golden black robe. With his inky hair casually tied behind his head, Lin Yun's gaze was icy as he surveyed the battlefield, releasing a faint aura with an air of indifference. He had merely unsealed a fragment of his cultivation. Yet, this subtle wisp of energy, akin to the vast and overwhelming pressure of an immortal emperor from the heavens, instantly enveloped the entire arena. The seasoned combatants, engaged in fierce conflict, were suddenly rendered pale, their bodies rigid, and and their breaths came in suffocating gasps. The oppressive force felt like an immeasurable abyss, instilling a profound dread that paralyzed any inclination to act recklessly. Whispers of fear and despair rippled through the onlookers, their eyes reflecting the enormity of the presence before them. Such formidable energy, far surpassing our own nobility, could only belong to an immortal. Yi Xian trembled, realizing the monumental error he had made in summoning such a potent being. The Lord of Baiyu Jing was the quickest to react. This woman turned on a dime, her demeanor shifting with alarming swiftness. A mere mortal has awaited your esteemed presence for some time. This little phoenix is but a humble gift for you, revered immortal. With that, the lady in white knelt in the void, her head bowed deeply, refusing to raise it. The others quickly followed suit, prostrating themselves in reverence. Even the once arrogant and domineering elder Tian Sha now resembled a docile sentinel, not daring to show an ounce of disrespect. Lin Yun calmly surveyed the crowd, his gaze lingering on the scarred little phoenix, a faint frown gracing his brow. The immense eyes of Huang Lingxi mirrored Lin Yun's figure. There was something peculiar about the aura emanating from this man. It seemed simultaneously potent and fragile. In his self-sealed state, Lin Yun was, at this moment, virtually invincible beneath the celestial realm. Should he possess greater strength, the mortal world would undoubtedly be unable to bear it. Ji Ziyue observed Lin Yun with curiosity, feeling an inexplicable sense of warmth emanating from him. The instant he appeared, a profound sense of reassurance washed over her, rendering all her concerns trivial. Lin Yun now feels somewhat agitated, constantly sensing the absence of what he yearns to behold. The phoenix of his childhood? From whence do you hail? Lin Yun cast a disinterested glance at the row of kneeling ants, instead turning his gaze towards the somewhat indifferent Huang Lingxi, inquiring coldly. A mere little phoenix was hardly worthy of his regard. He had roasted numerous true dragons before. Under Lin Yun's dark and frigid stare, Huang Lingxi felt as though the boiling, fiery blood coursing through her veins was on the verge of extinguishment. Lin Yun currently feels somewhat displeased, as these insignificant creatures have disturbed his tranquility. The little moon is now situated in a separate realm. Unaware of the irregularities due to his lack of restored strength, he remains oblivious. I hail from the celestial realm. You must be from there as well, correct? She inquired tentatively, actively retracting the flames that permeated the void. Otherwise, they would soon extinguish entirely. Ah, return now. This is not a place for you to be. Lin Yun gazed intently for a moment, sensing that this little phoenix was likely to transform into a mere young girl. There seemed to be something peculiar about you. Just as Huang Lingxi let out a sigh of relief, Lin Yun suddenly glanced over again. Her piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the very depths of her soul. Do you have a master? Lin Yun sensed the presence of another individual emanating from the other party. This aura felt strangely familiar, yet he could not quite place it. Perhaps he had encountered it during his time in the celestial realm. Such entities were plentiful, making it entirely reasonable for him to be unable to recall. Huang Lingxi diminished her form and nodded slightly. Excuse me, senior, but I have an unusual request. Observing Lin Yun seemingly preparing to turn away, Huang Lingxi hastily interjected. Her doubts completely dissolved, convinced that this formidable being before her was indeed the one she sought. After all, Lin Yun exuded an overwhelming strength. Unmistakably a peerless expert who had descended from the celestial realm to live in seclusion. She could hardly fathom the exact extent of his power. The terrifying thought that he might be an immortal emperor caused her to relinquish all resistance. Oh? Lin Yun paused for a moment, turning his gaze towards the exquisite little firebird. Speak your mind. If it's a simple matter, I shall assist you. Given their fateful encounter, Lin Yun was willing to lend a helping hand. Though he bore the title of Demon Lord, it was merely a label, not a reflection of any malevolent essence. As a fellow denizen of the celestial realm, might you aid me in vanquishing them? The little phoenix inquired tentatively, hoping that such an act would allow her to remain in this world. Lin Yun furrowed his brow. Although it was a trivial matter, there must be a reason behind it. Your Excellency, please spare me. This phoenix is truly malicious. The group of individuals kneeling nearby instantly trembled, hastily pleading for mercy while casting resentful glances at the little phoenix. Silence. You are unbearable. Lin Yun displayed a hint of impatience. He slowly extended his hand, effortlessly lifting the old man of the heavenly calamity from the void, as if the latter were enveloped in a thick aura of malevolence. With a tone of indifference, he remarked, You all deserve to perish. Each one of you is ensnared by vengeful spirits. The old man of the heavenly calamity turned pale, not daring to offer any resistance. In truth, from the moment Lin Yun set his gaze upon him, all his magical powers had been rendered impotent. Lin Yun promptly raised his hand, and a gentle radiance surged into the forehead of the old man, Tian Sha, as he invoked the great memory restoration technique. In an instant, A tide of memories flooded through Lin Yun's mind, and the sequence of events gradually became clear, just as he comprehended the entirety of the situation. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the little darling shielded behind the small phoenix. She was resolutely clenching her tiny fists, appearing frightened, yet valiantly attempting to maintain an appearance of strength. Lin Yun's gaze fixated upon the delicate visage of the child, his expression shifting dramatically as his pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. A flicker of incredulous turmoil flickered within him, as if a tempest had been stirred deep within his soul. It seemed a dormant memory had been awakened, and a distant yet profound realization surfaced in his mind. His countenance became a tapestry of intricate emotions, revealing a hint of tenderness amidst the overwhelming surge of restrained excitement and boundless astonishment. Who on earth is this little cherub? Why does she bear a striking resemblance to me? Lin Yun fixed his gaze intensely upon the image of the little one, a tempest of ineffable emotions surging within him. A bold conjecture spiraled through his mind, akin to a flash of lightning, stirring countless waves of thought. A thread of doubt interwoven with a subtle anticipation rendered his heart nearly tumultuous. It had been years since he experienced such fervent emotions. Even the moment he acquired the system did not evoke such tension. Yet, all of this he buried deep within his heart. Could it be that she truly bore his child back then? Regardless of whether his speculation remained unconfirmed, those who dared to harm her could not be spared. Lin Yun instinctively exerted greater force. The celestial fiend, ensnared by his magical prowess, emitted a heart-wrenching scream. How dare he lay a hand upon the innocent child? Such an act deserves 1,000 deaths. Moreover, he had mercilessly slain those two kind-hearted female cultivators, her elder sister, leaving her in profound sorrow. Truly, he ought to have his soul lamp extinguished for a millennium. Lin Yun's gaze was piercingly fixed upon the elder of heavenly calamity, his eyes brimming with an inexhaustible intent to kill. This ancient fiend had previously unleashed his brutality upon the innocent child, accumulating a multitude of heinous crimes. In Lin Yun's heart, he had already sentenced the creature to death. However, to eliminate him outright would be too merciful. Lin Yun had long since resolved to exact a far more harrowing price. Such filth as you, even death would be too lenient. Lin Yun spoke softly, his tone cold and devoid of compassion, akin to the decree of heaven. With a mere gesture, the soul of the helpless elder Tian Sha was forcibly extracted from his body, as if pinned in the void, rendering him immobile. He emitted a piercing scream, so harrowing that even the cultivators watching below could not help but shudder in fear. The kneeling figures of Yu Xian and his companions trembled involuntarily, as they once again tasted the bitter flavor of terror after so many years. Yet, they dared not lift their heads. They were nearly certain that this enigmatic powerhouse was indeed connected to the little girl, for it was Elder Tian Sha who had struck first, mercilessly slaying the two female cultivators who had been in close proximity to the child. The hollow form of Elder Tian Sha writhed, seemingly on the verge of collapse. However, with a subtle movement of his fingertips, Lin Yun completely confined the decaying soul, ensuring that escape was impossible. In Lin Yun's hand, an ancient and enigmatic soul lamp materialized, its feeble light emanating a chilling flame that instilled a sense of dread. The wick resembled a ghostly fire, designed to consume souls, subjecting its igniter to boundless torment and suffering. This soul lamp would allow you to endure the agony of eternal burning, with you serving as its very essence. Lin Yun coldly gazed at the Elder of Doom, his fingertips subtly moving as he ignited the man's soul. The Elder's essence writhed in the flickering light, emitting heart-wrenching screams that echoed with a piercing anguish. That haunting sound penetrated the void, causing those who bore witness to feel an involuntary sense of dread and terror. The soul burned within the soul lamp, unable to dissipate, condemned to eternally endure the torment of its own incineration. Ah, spare me. Have mercy. The Elder of Doom cried out in despair, his voice laced with profound fear and regret. Yet, in Lin Yun's indifferent gaze, there was not a trace of compassion to be found. Lin Yun retracted the soul lamp and spoke coldly. I shall cast you into the boundless void. Perhaps, a millennium hence, your soul may be utterly obliterated. Yet that is merely the beginning. The heavens are just, and evil begets evil. You should consider yourself fortunate to still be alive, albeit in a different manner. Upon concluding his words, Lin Yun cast a frigid glance around and, with a mere gesture, hurled the soul lamp into the ceaseless turbulence of the void. An oppressive silence enveloped the crowd, who dared not even breathe. The indomitable aura of this man had indelibly etched itself into their hearts. The little phoenix timidly retreated a step, wishing to distance herself from this formidable figure. Sister Hong-er, this big brother is truly impressive. I like him so much, exclaimed the young child, Ji Ziyue, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Sure, Do not speak. He may sense your presence, the little phoenix quickly cautioned, severing the faint connection with that realm. Should this enigmatic powerhouse discover the slumbering Empress? It could indeed incite grave complications. That would be an immense trouble. Lin Yun's gaze was icy and piercing as he slowly lifted his head, surveying the row of ancient monsters kneeling beside him. His eyes betrayed an unmasked intent to kill. That frigid aura spread like a tidal wave, exuding a chilling presence that seemed to freeze the very air around him. The terrifying essence that had once cleaved through the Southern Ascension sect and reached the Northern Celestial Court now weighed heavily upon this realm, causing the very fabric of existence to tremble and reveal faint cracks. Lin Yun spoke softly, his voice as cold as frost. You all deserve to die. As the words fell, without any visible movement, he merely raised his hand, and suddenly, a brilliant radiance surged from his palm. It transformed into countless sharp blades of light, shooting through the air with astonishing speed. Each blade carried immense power, tearing apart the void as if even the heavens were being shattered into innumerable fragments. It was, indeed, the blades of space. He had unleashed a tempest of spatial energy with a mere gesture. The faces of the ancient figures turned ashen, their terror palpable as they frantically attempted to flee. Yet, under Lin Yun's overwhelming pressure, they seemed ensnared, finding even the simplest movement exceedingly arduous. I regret it. Yushin shouted desperately. This was clearly his opportunity for ascension. Had he forged a bond with the young girl, the chance had been laid out before him. But due to his greed, he now faced certain death. Moreover, now that he was locked in by the aura, he had no time to resist. Self-detonation was no longer an option. Wait, esteemed immortal, do not kill me. I am willing to serve you. I wish to be your slave. The female saint of Baiyujin quickly raised her head, revealing her delicate beauty, hoping to escape her fate. However, Lin Yun had witnessed far greater storms and paid no heed to her desperate pleas. The blades of light descended with the swiftness of divine retribution, each one piercing their bodies with unerring precision, unleashing a torrential rain of blood. Spare us, came the anguished cries, yet Lin Yun's gaze remained cold and unyielding. To him, all in this world appeared as mere dust, utterly indifferent to their plight. In this silent massacre, everyone felt the overwhelming, invincible oppression emanating from him. With but a mere breath, Lin Yun seized complete control over the battlefield, each movement imbued with the formidable power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. He stood amidst the cosmos, akin to an exalted deity, presiding over the fates of all. As the final ancient monster fell to the ground with a lamenting cry, silence enveloped the realm, save for the gentle descent of crimson rain, saturating the earth below. Lin Yun cast a cold glance at the lifeless body strewn across the ground, his gaze devoid of emotion, as he suppressed the urge to kill, as if the whole ordeal was merely a matter of convenience. Do you have any further requests? Lin Yun gazed at the little phoenix, his expression inexplicably softening as if he were looking at his own descendant. Huang Lingxi instinctively recoiled, a sense of trepidation washing over her. This formidable demon lord was indeed rather fearsome. He approached the small phoenix with measured steps, his once stern visage gradually transforming into one of gentleness, while the questions and speculations within him became increasingly pronounced. Yet, he stifled the surging excitement within. That little cherub. You have concealed her? Haven Tiyu? What is her name, and where is her mother? Lin Yun's voice trembled inexplicably, tinged with a hint of anxiety. Could it be that he was truly about to become a father? Yet, how could it be possible to have a baby after merely a few hundred attempts? Damn it. Could it be that the system has truly bestowed upon me a stroke of good fortune? Is this what one might call a serendipitous surprise? Lin Yun felt a sense of helplessness in his exasperation. The little phoenix nodded nervously. Yes, she is my young master, and it is not convenient for her to meet anyone at the moment. I apologize. She is quite fearful that this formidable man might harbor ulterior motives. If that were the case, it would truly spell disaster. She might not even have the opportunity to flee. I wonder if the Empress has regained even a fragment of her strength. Observing the little phoenix's wariness, he remained contemplative. Lin Yun decided not to impose further. He gazed upon the sinners before him. Lin Yun hovered in the air, exuding a formidable aura that swept through the entire space like a blade, as if divine wrath had descended. Below, a multitude of cultivators, numbering in the millions, gathered for the awarding ceremony of the great competition of Huangzhou. They watched in astonishment as those self-important ancient beings and reclusive powerhouses fell before this enigmatic figure, crumbling like ants, one after another, devoid of any power to resist. It was as if each of his movements heralded the arrival of death itself. In mere moments, the once arrogant strongmen lay lifeless on the ground. Millions of ordinary cultivators were engulfed in terror, gazing up at this invincible entity, their hearts shrouded in profound dread. Lin Yun merely cast a tranquil glance, and their hearts quaked, robbing them of the courage to even lift their heads. Many of the more timid among them fell to their knees, scarcely daring to breathe, as if such submission might spare them from calamity. At that moment, sitting on the viewing platform, Lord Jiang appeared lost, his body slumped weakly against his seat. His face was etched with despair and regret. Once the esteemed lord of the, he now found himself devoid of concern for his own dignity. Weighed down by an overwhelming sense of helplessness and dread, he struggled to comprehend the unfolding scene before him, where this godlike figure acted with such ferocity, annihilating the exalted beings who once towered above. Among them were 3 regional lords, the sovereign of the Holy Land, and the ancient dynasty's former emperor. Even the infamous rogue known as the Heavenly Fiend met with the tragic fate of having his soul extracted, eternally banished to the void. Stealing a glance at Lin Yun, Lord Jiang was engulfed by confusion and fear. Who was this little girl? What connection did she share with this enigmatic powerhouse? He understood all too well that he could not withstand the wrath of such an existence, and could only silently pray that Lin Yun would not direct her anger towards him. After all, he had indeed played a part in exacerbating the situation, serving as a clandestine instigator. Meanwhile, the old green demon was consumed by regret, having recently reveled in his own arrogance. Now, he resembled a frostbitten eggplant, his already unseemly visage rendered even more grotesque. While some practitioners had begun to discreetly make their exit, many others were reluctant to forsake this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As the saying goes, to hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening. How could they bear to miss witnessing the grandeur of such a monumental figure? This was an entity capable of effortlessly dispatching both sovereigns and regional lords in swift succession. In their hearts, everyone had come to regard Lin Yun as a true immortal. Lin Yun remained suspended in the air, his gaze profoundly fixated on the injured little phoenix before him. Despite having eradicated the enemy with an invincible demeanor, the little phoenix still wore an expression of wariness, unwilling to let down her guard. The adorable child remained concealed within the crevice of a hidden space, evidently lacking trust in this suddenly appearing, overwhelmingly powerful stranger. Should the other party harbor any ill intentions, she would find herself devoid of any means to resist. Lin Yun discerned her guarded demeanor and sighed inwardly, realizing that despite having displayed his formidable presence, it was still insufficient to assuage her apprehensions entirely. He recalled a fragment of insight gleaned from the memories of the celestial elder, suggesting that she had once seized the soul seeds of that unfortunate master and disciple duo. Whether you choose to believe me or not, I harbor no ill intentions, Lin Yun declared, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. I merely find myself in this fortuitous circumstance. I have just gleaned the entirety of the events from their souls. I believe I can assist you in resolving a significant dilemma. That master and disciple must have held great importance to the young girl, yes? I possess the ability to resurrect them and restore their corporeal forms. Lin Yun could not recall the last time he spoke so amiably with others. In truth, he possessed the capability to employ forceful detection. His consciousness could effortlessly rend the void before him, revealing any traces and allowing him to intrude at will. Yet, he instinctively dismissed this notion, sensing that such an approach might be inappropriate. What if it frightened the child? He wished to leave a favorable impression. The little phoenix paused at his words, her demeanor softening slightly, though her eyes remained filled with vigilance. Sister Hong, do agree to him. I want Sister Dingting and the others to come back and play with me, the little darling excitedly conveyed within the little phoenix's mind. Though their time together had been brief, she had already embraced this kind-hearted master and disciple pair, who had perished while protecting her. Aware of the futility of their efforts, they had nonetheless acted without hesitation. Huang Lingxi ignored the child's plea, instead fixating on Lin Yun for a moment, seemingly weighing his sincerity. After a silent internal struggle, she slowly nodded. This was the only opportunity they had. Otherwise, they might be left waiting indefinitely. Yet, a shred of doubt lingered in her heart. After all, resurrection was a forbidden spell, and the resources required were exceedingly precious. Even the Empress would likely find it a formidable task, fraught with risk and little reward. Did this enigmatic figure truly possess such power? She regarded Lin Yun with a gaze tinged with skepticism. Lin Yun smiled faintly, expressing his confidence in the abundance of resources at his disposal. It is no jest. He is a formidable demon lord who has commanded the demon realm for many years. Although he remains detached from worldly matters, his collection is nothing short of impressive. Moreover, as the host of a system designed for effortless victories, he is the very embodiment of a fortuitous figure, one who is likely to stumble upon rare treasures even in the most mundane of walks. We possess nothing to offer in exchange, yet perhaps in the future we may find a way to repay you. Huang Lingxi still refrained from taking human form, as doing so would diminish her combat prowess. She simply could not bring herself to forsake the memory of Jiang Tingting and Ning Shui, who sacrificed themselves to protect the little one. Furthermore, should she refuse, it is likely that the young master would indeed choose to disregard her entirely. Deep down, she struggles to overcome her own reservations. Despite any lingering distrust, she can only place her hopes in this powerful individual. Upon witnessing her acquiescence, Lin Yun inclined his head slightly. I require no recompense from you. It is but a trifling effort. Now, surrender their souls to me. Huang Lingxi parted her lips, releasing 2 orbs of translucent radiance, faint and flickering as though they might extinguish at any moment. This was especially true for Jiang Tingting. Ning Shui had indeed achieved the nascent soul stage, yet she bore the entirety of the burden, her injuries far too grave. Otherwise, her nascent soul could have fled to undergo rebirth. Lin Yun raised his palm, and a peculiar radiance surged forth from the void. In their demon realm, they were indeed masters of the soul. Naturally, he had acquired a wealth of knowledge regarding soul-related arts. He invoked the technique of soul revival, breathing new life into the spirits of Jiang Wanting and Ning Shui. Remarkably, Ning Shui directly restored her nascent soul and presented a celestial-grade Millennium Twin Lotus as the foundation for their new corporeal forms. With this divine herb, their potential would encounter no obstacles until they reached the realm of the Celestial King, marking a true defiance of fate. The little phoenix gazed at this spectacle in astonishment, never expecting this individual to possess such wealth and generosity. Amidst the glow, the figures of Jiang Wanting and Ning Shui gradually coalesced, as if awakening from a dream, their eyes fluttering open in bewilderment. Are we truly alive? Jiang Wanting murmured, her gaze filled with disbelief. Lin Yun thoughtfully provided them with sheer garments to prevent any accidental exposure, considering that there were still millions of spectators below. As she recalled the previous battle, Jiang Tingting's gaze gradually sharpened, turning towards her companion Ning Shui, both filled with bewilderment and astonishment. Lin Yun gazed calmly at the expressions of those awakening around him. To him, this was merely a trifling effort, yet the little phoenix's eyes were filled with a complex mixture of gratitude and wariness. She understood that the individual before her likely harbored inscrutable intentions. However, she found herself with no path of retreat, compelled to place her trust in him, at least for the time being. Witnessing this miraculous resurrection, all those below fell to their knees, exclaiming in reverence, "The celestial sovereign has descended." Meanwhile, certain individuals from Falling Star City were engulfed in despair, their hearts as heavy as lead, realizing that the young city lord had indeed returned to life. Jiang Tingting and Ning Shui felt a sense of unease. At this moment, the crowd had returned to the ground, gathering at the observation platform where they had previously assembled in Falling Star City. Lin Yun appeared to be no different from an ordinary person, exuding not the slightest hint of aura. Had it not been for the previous tempest, one might have thought him simply a rather handsome common man. Ting Ting, it is truly a relief to see you safe. The humble man professed, I am but a servant of Ting Ting's father, and I am eternally grateful for the benevolence bestowed upon my daughter by the esteemed immortal lord. Although Jiang Ming's countenance bore a tinge of trepidation, he nonetheless approached with due respect, aware that certain matters could not be evaded. Beside him, Jiang Li trembled visibly, struggling to maintain his composure. Meanwhile, the families of the ministers who had previously conspired to expel Jiang Tingting and her companions now appeared utterly despondent, their expressions more woeful than those mourning a deceased parent. Lin Yun paid no attention to these individuals. He was disinclined to indulge in the trivial concerns of mere mortals. His immediate priority was to find a way to meet that little girl. However, the small phoenix appeared to be perpetually vigilant, leaving him perplexed about the reasons behind such caution. Had he not been sufficiently amiable? Were it not for a lingering thread of doubt and apprehension within him, the esteemed demon lord would have long since lost his patience. Jiang Tingting and Ning Shui exchanged glances, each discerning the determination reflected in the other's eyes. This is your affair. I leave it to you, Ning Shui remarked calmly. Their relationship, though labeled master and disciple, was perhaps more accurately described as sisterhood, given that their physical forms had been shaped from a rare, dual-petal lotus elixir. This connection fostered a certain telepathic understanding between them, rendering the situation somewhat awkward. Jiang Tingting nodded slightly, casting a glance at the figure standing a short distance away. At this moment, Lin Yun was also deep in contemplation, pondering how to break the impasse, or perhaps, how to gradually integrate himself into the situation. Little did he know that all of this turmoil stemmed from the upheaval surrounding Ji Xiao. Her celestial bones had been extracted, and her Tao fruit destroyed. Now, her strength had dwindled to almost nothing, forcing her into a state of faint death. The little darling had become the object of desire for others, and all the pressure rested heavily upon the shoulders of the little phoenix, leaving no room for her to act recklessly. If it weren't for the recent events, merely a meeting between the little one and Lin Yun would have sufficed. The resonance of their bloodline would have immediately confirmed that this child was indeed his illegitimate daughter. Now, with chaos barely subsiding and even the State Lord deceased, the situation had devolved into utter disarray. Had Lin Yun not been present, a grand spectacle of power struggles would have likely unfolded. Yet, at present, no one dared to disturb Lin Yun. They merely observed from a distance in silence. Jiang Tingting approached Jiang Ming, her eyes devoid of any emotion. In her rebirth, she felt no trace of their once shared bloodline. Besides, he had caused her mother's death and sought to harm the little darling. Her own demise not long ago could also be attributed to him. One could hardly imagine how things had come to this. A cold smile graced Jiang Tingting's lips as she wondered if he still harbored dreams of being rewarded by the State Lord. Jiang Ming's expression darkened. Yet a glance towards Lin Yun revealed to him the futility of his situation. He was but an insignificant ant before that man. Do as you wish, be it execution or dismemberment, but I hope, for the sake of our blood ties, you might show leniency towards your siblings. Jiang Ming had resigned himself to his fate. Father, how could you do this? She is your daughter and should obey you. How can you be so utterly rebellious? Jiang Li, standing nearby, exclaimed in a fit of desperation. He understood that once his father relinquished resistance, he might cling to a thread of survival, perhaps enduring a lifetime of house arrest, but he was surely doomed. Be silent, wretch. Jiang Ming shot a cold glance at his ineffectual eldest son. I am willing to forsake my cultivation. Could you grant me a chance to live out my days in peace? With those words, he appeared to have the very essence of life drained from him, aging visibly in an instant. Jiang Ming turned his gaze towards the daughter he had never favored, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions within. Was it regret? Or perhaps he lamented not having decisively ended her life when he had the chance. Take them away. Jiang Tingting cast but a fleeting glance at the father and son duo. Witnessing her father being led away by two young guards without a hint of resistance sent Jiang Li into a frenzy. He broke free from the grasp of the bodyguard and rushed towards Jiang Tingting, his fury boiling over. Damn you, you wretched little harlot. His cultivation at the chi refinement stage was no match for the fully realized foundation establishment of Jiang Tingting. She turned to look at him, reflecting that much of her suffering in earlier years had been wrought by this elder brother. Allowing him to die so easily was indeed a boon for him. With such thoughts in mind, she unleashed the most elementary martial technique, the cloud-pushing palm. Her spiritual energy transformed into cascading waves of force, propelling the red-eyed Jiang Li into the air. In an instant, he burst apart, leaving not a shred of flesh behind. Jiang Ming, who had not ventured far, heard his son's anguished cries, and his figure seemed to hunch even further. He had already suffered a crushing defeat. Being able to retire in peace was now his best option. Esteemed one, my daughter Ning Shui is the Ice Palace Master and also Jiang Tingting's minor. The grace of your rebirth is beyond repayment. In this tumult, I beseech you to move to the inner hall. Lin Yun turned his head to glance at the gentle woman. From the memories of the old demon, it appeared that she held a deep affection for the little one. Consequently, his expression softened, and he inclined his head slightly. As an outsider, and possessing such formidable strength, his presence here could indeed cause discomfort to everyone. It was prudent to deliberate carefully on the matter. Please, esteemed one, proceed this way. Lin Yun followed behind Ning Shui as they departed, while the little phoenix transformed into a small bird, nestling on Ning Shui's shoulder. Although the playful child was already murmuring to be let out for some amusement, the time was not yet ripe. She had yet to discern Lin Yun's intentions and would not permit the little one to emerge. Moreover, there was a risk of exposing the revered immortal emperor's secrets. No one could resist the allure of an immortal emperor's treasure. And this was the true source of the little phoenix's trepidation. Outside, the clamor persisted, with everyone hastily disseminating the news of the phoenix and the immortal's manifestation. However, the courtyard remained rather desolate. I have matters to discuss with her. Lin Yun cast a glance at Ning Shui and said lightly, I shall first step outside to attend to some trifles. Ning Shui looked at the little phoenix, realizing that the guardian she had long suspected had indeed been by the side of the little darling all along. This revelation brought her a sense of relief. Are you truly prepared to speak to the original in such a guise? Lin Yun cast a glance at the little firebird, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Oh, I have grown accustomed to this. Huang Lingxi appeared somewhat hesitant. However, it is indeed rather impolite. Moreover, this man has rendered such significant assistance. In that case, maintain your distance. Lin Yun gently touched his nose, pondering whether he should fear such a flicker of flame. Nonetheless, he took a cautious step back. Before him, a soft glow flickered gently, as the little phoenix gradually transformed into human form amidst the radiant light. The flames danced like delicate threads, seemingly weaving a resplendent garment. In the midst of this dazzling brilliance, her outline became increasingly defined until, as the flames receded, a youthful maiden of perhaps a mere 15 summers emerged before the onlookers. "Wow, Sister Hong, you are so beautiful," exclaimed the little girl, clapping her hands in delight, for she was nearly bored to tears. She was a breathtakingly enchanting little fairy, her features crafted to perfection as if sculpted from the finest materials. Her skin was luminous and fair, reminiscent of a magnolia bathed in the morning light, exuding an ethereal aura. Her long, raven hair cascaded over her shoulders, interspersed with flickers of starlight, akin to a starry night sky. She donned a dress of red and gold, the hem subtly radiating a golden halo, reminiscent of the resplendent wings of a phoenix. The edges of her garment were adorned with intricate flame patterns that seemed to quiver with life, mirroring her graceful movements. A sense of pride emanated from her features. Yet her lively eyes betrayed a hint of youthful innocence, suggesting that despite her beauty, she retained a touch of girlish naivety. As she stepped forward with measured grace, her movements revealed a slight unfamiliarity, each step imbued with an almost imperceptible flame-like power, leaving a lingering warmth in the air. "I am Huang Lingxi, hailing from the celestial realm. This is the first time the little phoenix has revealed her true form in the mortal realm." "Huang Lingxi, you say?" Lin Yun murmured to herself. "Do you perhaps have a sister as beautiful as you?" Lin Yun gazed at the young girl before him with a hint of trepidation. His eyes, deep and contemplative, were fixed upon her, while inside, a tempest of emotions raged. He had an uncanny sense that the forthcoming conversation would hold the key to unraveling all his lingering uncertainties. Lin Yun inexplicably felt a surge of tension. Huang Lingxi stood before him, her profound gaze fixed upon Lin Yun, as if weighing some unspoken consideration. Her voice, cold yet tinged with complexity, stated, "I am unaware of what you speak. I merely found myself inadvertently cast into this world." Throughout it all, she remained unwavering in her commitment to her mission and responsibilities. The man before her exuded an undeniable strength. Now, after their close encounter, a terrifying thought began to surface in her mind. This man might not be any less formidable than the Empress herself. As this conjecture took form, it sent a shiver through her veins, as if the molten blood coursing within her had suddenly frozen. Should he harbor any nefarious intentions, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Yun observed her remaining silent, his brows furrowing slightly, eyes shimmering with profound helplessness. He was prepared to lay his cards on the table, otherwise. How long would it take for the truth to be unveiled? "I am unsure of what you are concealing, yet it seems that no matter how I explain, you will not believe me. However, if I were to say that I witnessed the little girl you protect in that person's memories and felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, would you believe me?" The previously silent Huang Lingxi suddenly lifted her head, her eyes igniting with a brilliant light, her heart tumultuously stirred. Could it be true? She thought. Is this the father of the little moon? A small phoenix screamed within her mind. Yet, she endeavored to maintain her composure. What if it was a deception? Perhaps it was merely a resemblance. Huang Lingxi tentatively spoke, needing further evidence to substantiate her suspicions. Lin Yun observed that she appeared somewhat swayed, and his heart began to race with excitement. After all these years of being single, a child, who might possibly be his own daughter, had suddenly emerged. What on earth was happening? If he did not clarify this matter today, Lin Yun felt that he would not find peace in the near future. He organized his thoughts. That little child, she must be quite young. How old is she? To be honest, from the very first moment I laid eyes on her, I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. I am uncertain as to why you brought her here. What of her mother? I believe I must uncover the truth. As Lin Yun spoke, it appeared he was drawing closer to the reality of the situation. Huang Lingxi began to feel a sense of panic. She is just over 3 years old, but has been in gestation for many years. The specifics elude me. The little phoenix understood that it was imperative to divulge some information now, for to miss the opportunity would be her transgression. 3.5 years? Years of gestation? Lin Yun slowly pondered over these words. Could it be that her mother possessed the cultivation of an immortal emperor? Lin Yun meticulously observed the subtle expressions of the girl before him, striving to validate his conjecture. Indeed, it was her, the Empress. Huang Lingxi's heart raced anxiously. thumping powerfully in her chest. In the enigmatic space, the little one appeared somewhat bewildered. The small phoenix deliberately shared her perspective with her. Oh, how I long for my father. Is this truly my father? Tears unknowingly welled up in the innocent child's eyes. Her chubby little hands were intertwined in distress, on the verge of bursting into tears. No crying. You must feign ignorance. We cannot afford to lose face. The small phoenix admonished sternly through thought transmission. Oh, but the baby is genuinely overjoyed. Not necessarily, so you cannot reveal your emotions. What if you are deceived? That won't happen. I can awaken mother. The little one innocently replied. If I find father, I will surely awaken mother so that our family can reunite. Lin Yun felt a surge of anxiety. He pondered deeply, the exquisite silhouette re-emerging in his mind. Could it be her? Lin Yun projected the image of the woman from his memories. Ah, it is mother. And there stands my father. The little darling in the space began to dance joyfully. Calm down, you must behave like a lady. What if he doesn't like you anymore? The little phoenix, not fully understanding the dynamics of a typical father-daughter relationship, could only do her utmost to remind the small child. Father would never dislike me. Speaking of which, my father is quite handsome. I adore him. The little darling's eyes sparkled with admiration. No, I must share this wonderful news with mother. Wait. The Empress is injured. Perhaps it would be wiser to let your father assess the situation before making any decisions. The little phoenix was taken aback and hastily intervened. Given the sudden emergence of this formidable father figure, it was only prudent to consider his perspective before arriving at a conclusion. Observing the little phoenix's astonishment, her pupils narrowed to the size of pinpoints. Lin Yun realized that she had indeed guessed correctly. Oh my goodness. She tugged at her hair in mild frustration. It appears that we might be relatives, yet she hasn't allowed me to meet her. Ah, wait a moment, how do I look in this attire? Is it too casual? Oh, by the way, has she arrived? She must have been harboring resentment towards me all these years. I hope she is not angry with me. Lin Yun suddenly felt like an ant on a hot pan. Throughout the years, he had never envisioned such a scenario. It was merely an accident. Although he wished to rekindle their past, he never anticipated becoming an unexpected father. How could the formidable Empress conceive so easily? Curse this wretched system. The system remained silent. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Huang Lingxi inexplicably felt a sense of relief. It seemed he was not the heartless scoundrel she had feared. The worst outcome had not transpired. If he had refused to acknowledge the situation, that would have been the direst scenario. However, it appeared that the Empress herself was unaware of his immense strength. Otherwise, she would surely have made alternative arrangements. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. The injustices endured by Her Majesty might be avenged manifold by this man. You're doing quite well. Let us arrange for you two to meet shortly. Upon learning that this powerful man was indeed the father of Xiaoyu, the little phoenix felt less constrained. Wait a moment, let me check my reflection. Lin Yun spoke as he conjured a shimmering water mirror. Gazing at the handsome and graceful figure within, he finally exhaled in relief. Huang Lingxi smiled gently, then closed her eyes, seemingly in communion with an invisible presence. Shortly thereafter, her eyes fluttered open once more, radiating a soft glow. Wait, she said, I must adorn myself as well, so that my father will come to favor me. Oh, I forgot to mention, she possesses the ability to perceive and hear the events unfolding outside. Upon hearing the words, Lin Yun's expression stiffened momentarily. He then adopted a serious demeanor, striving to embody the authority of a father. This was his inaugural experience in fatherhood, and he lacked experience. Nevertheless, he felt the need to maintain a semblance of gravity. Observing this scene, Lingxi felt a wave of relief wash over her. He was likely to be a good father. Sister, I am ready. The little darling had just taken a moment to admire herself in the small mirror gifted by her mother, securing her hair into a petite ponytail. You set up a barrier. Lin Yun responded, gesturing with a wave of his hand, instantly transforming this realm into a secluded space. He then anxiously fixed his gaze upon the empty ground before him, as if his eyes had transcended the boundaries of time and space. Lingxi glanced at him once more, raising her arm lightly as her spiritual energy surged forth. A diminutive figure materialized before Lin Yun. It was the little darling. Jiziyue, adorned in a delicate princess dress and sporting a tiny ponytail, resembling a charming little sprite. Her eyes sparkled with a blend of curiosity and apprehension as she stood before Lin Yun, vibrant and full of life. Gazing at this miniature version of herself, Lin Yun's heart leapt unexpectedly, prompting him to take a few steps closer. The baby's clear, water-like eyes shimmered with pure joy. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Lin Yun felt as though something deep within him had been struck. Those eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to a familiar shadow from his memories. A complex mix of emotions flashed in his gaze, excitement intertwined with disbelief, tinged with a hint of caution. He crouched down, his eyes filled with tenderness as he looked at the adorable little one. "Darling, what is your name?" Lin Yun tentatively inquired, an unusual hint of tension lacing her tone. "My name is Ziyue, a name bestowed by my mother. Isn't it lovely? Here, have some candy. This too is made by my mother, and it is truly delectable." The innocent little girl gazed at Lin Yun with wide, untainted eyes, extending her chubby little hand. Her tender heart fluttered with a mix of nervousness and excitement, instinctively wishing to share her most cherished treasures with him. Could this remarkable and handsome individual be her father? Little Moon adored him immensely. Lin Yun took a deep breath and gently accepted the colorful candies offered by the little child. "Thank you. Your name is Ziyue, isn't it? What a lovely name. Where is your mother? Did she not come along?" Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, the little girl's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. "Mommy is sleeping. She is hurt," she sobbed. For reasons unknown, from the very first moment she laid eyes on Lin Yun, she felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and familiarity, as though the mere presence of this individual rendered all dangers inconsequential. Watching the little girl suddenly burst into tears was heart-wrenching. Lin Yun was suddenly thrown into a state of panic, with no time to ponder the reasons behind her injury. Logically, at her level of cultivation, sustaining an injury should have been an arduous feat at such a realm. One would seldom engage in physical conflict. "Do not cry, my dear. Come here. Allow me to embrace you." Lin Yun almost uttered those two words, yet he managed to halt himself just in time. He couldn't shake off the peculiar feeling that lingered within him. Perhaps it was due to her mother's absence, which rendered a certain lack of cohesion in the atmosphere. Huang Lingxi had quietly retreated to the side, wishing not to intrude upon the reunion of this father and daughter, who had only just met. She was now certain that this was indeed the man they had been searching for. Consequently, she found herself pondering anew whether it was time to awaken the Empress. However, she decided to observe his intentions first. Suddenly, a small, adorable child leaped into Lin Yun's embrace. The Demon Lord felt an odd sensation. The child was light, petite, and soft, carrying with her a subtle scent of milk. There, little one, everything is all right. I am here," he reassured her gently. Lin Yun finally uttered those two words. "I will protect you. Father will chase away all the wicked foes, won't he?" Lin Yun instinctively slipped into the role of a father. After all, blood is thicker than water. The intrinsic bond of their lineage rendered any sense of estrangement non-existent between them. With tear-filled eyes, the little one raised their small face, lamenting. "There are so many wicked villains, all of whom bully mother." Lin Yun gently wiped away the tears from her chubby little face with the tips of her fingers. There, it's all right now. Daddy is here. From now on, no wicked villains shall dare to bully you." Lin Yun spoke softly yet with unwavering determination. Daddy? You are truly remarkable. I just witnessed it all. You drove away the wicked ones. I adore you, Daddy." The little darling laughed and cried simultaneously, her nose running with tears. However, Lin Yun showed no disdain and gently wiped her nose with his sleeve. Such an act would have been unimaginable in the past. "Now, tell me, has anyone else bullied you, my dear? Daddy will take care of it and chase them away." Lin Yun refrained from employing any gruesome vocabulary. In his heart, he viewed this as merely an innocent little child. Unbeknownst to him, the cherubic visage he beheld concealed a mischievous little demon, whose greatest delight was devouring an assortment of spirit beasts roasted to perfection. The little one pondered. The young child tilted her head, her large, sparkling eyes darting about. It seemed there was none left. "Sister Dingting and the others have been so kind to me. Let us go enjoy a barbecue together. My grilling skills are quite exceptional, to the extent that even my mother praises them. Mother especially adores the large fish I grill." The thoughts of the adorable child were quite whimsical. Suddenly, she felt a pang of hunger. Moreover, she was eager to introduce her newly recognized father to her sisters, akin to a child eager to showcase a treasured possession. "Yes, indeed, I am quite remarkable. Soon, Father will accompany me to find my sisters, shall we?" Lin Yun is currently plagued by a multitude of questions regarding the circumstances surrounding the child's mother. Why did she choose to secretly bear a child? And how did she end up in such a predicament? Moreover, how severe are her injuries, given that she requires slumber and has descended to the lower realm? It seems more akin to fleeing from perilous adversaries than seeking him out. This contemplation ignites a tempestuous fury within him, and an inexplicable smile graces his lips. Those who are familiar with him understand that the old demon of Yun is enraged. He is fervently eager to unleash chaos upon the world. Those who obstruct him shall perish, whether they be mortals or deities. No, I wish to be with father, the little one exclaimed, shaking her head fervently as if it were a rattle, unwilling to part for even a moment. Come now, let me have a word with your sister, the phoenix. Shall we? Lin Yun has suddenly become remarkably patient. I don't want to leave father. Will, father doesn't want me anymore. Lin Yun took a deep breath. Of course not, my dear. Father wishes to be with you for a lifetime. He soon realized that soothing a child was far more challenging than he had anticipated. Even more so than comforting a woman. No, we must all be together, including mother. Although the little one had never met his father since birth. Ji Shiyao had consistently spoken highly of him, ensuring that a lasting impression of Lin Yun remained in her tender heart. Yes, we shall never part. But father must go and help mother recover. Has she ever mentioned why she brought you here? Lin Yun suddenly felt a surge of curiosity. How did that woman describe herself? Oh dear, the baby has forgotten. It was Sister Xiaohong who brought me here. Sister said to find father. The little one, with chubby fingers in her mouth, exclaimed, Do not bite your little hands. Lin Yun furrowed her brow. Oh no, why be so fierce? The little child, with a hint of pride, tilted her head back and turned her small body to the side, seemingly sulking. Lin, the great demon king, found himself in a state of bemusement. He had come to realize that this little child was not to be underestimated. After all, achieving the first position in the genius battle was no small feat, indicative of exceptional talent. Moreover, she was the daughter of Lin Yun, undeniably a remarkable and extraordinary prodigy. Such habits were unbecoming. It would be quite embarrassing if others were to witness them. The little one must heed her father's words. Lin Yun patiently replied, Indeed. Mother has said the same. The little one instantly brightened up with a smile. Why don't you play by yourself for a while? I shall go converse with your sister, Xiaohong, shall I? Although the name Xiaohong made Lin Yun feel somewhat uneasy, for she was a proud phoenix maiden, he decided to indulge the little one's preference. After all, he possessed a propensity for doting on children. Oh, just for a little while then. Baby is hungry. I want to eat lots and lots of meat. Lin Yun is yet unaware that much of what the little child says is indeed true. She sets the child down, allowing her to frolic alongside the delicate butterflies. Lin Yun approached Huang Lingxi. She ought to be with you, correct? Lin Yun's gaze was profound as he reminisced about those absurd 3 days and nights. Are you truly prepared to meet her? Huang Lingxi inquired with a hint of seriousness. Lin Yun furrowed his brow. Are you ready to bear the consequences of this decision? If Lin Yun were merely an ordinary man, Huang Lingxi might have remained silent. However, the circumstances have changed. The man before her was evidently formidable, which implied that he would not easily relent. His wife and daughter had been wronged, and his spouse had narrowly escaped death, leaving her cultivation nearly shattered. For a man of his caliber, this was utterly intolerable. A storm of bloodshed was inevitable. Yes, I wish to see her. Lin Yun exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. For many years, he had lived a life of complacency and idleness, relying on the system to effortlessly ascend to the status of a great demon lord. Now, he was finally about to confront a measure of intensity. With this in mind, he braced himself to face the impending wrath. Under Lin Yun's insistence, Huang Lingxi ultimately consented to allow him to meet the mother of the little darling. You might want to prepare yourself mentally, she hinted meaningfully. Indeed, Lin Yun acknowledged, fully understanding her implication. It seemed the situation could potentially spiral out of control. As Huang Lingxi casually opened a spatial vortex, revealing the entrance to the realm of space, she lay within, in slumber. The little darling watched this scene unfold from a distance, wondering if her father was about to see her mother. A hint of tension appeared on her chubby little face, as she feared discord between her parents. What should she do then? With a determined step, she entered the spatial tunnel. The emotions that Lin Yun had suppressed for so long gradually surged to the surface. His gaze was intensely focused, brimming with anticipation and inner turmoil. What mindset should he adopt when confronting that woman? She had promised to seek him out, yet she had not mentioned she would come with a child. Lin Yun had yet to fully contemplate his situation. However, now that he had a child, it seemed he was already ensnared. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yun found himself in a clandestine realm, a sanctuary of tranquility where the air was thick with ethereal energy. It lies just ahead. The voice of the little phoenix resonated through the space. As his gaze gradually advanced, Lin Yun beheld a crystalline ice bed at the center, immaculate and radiating a chilling luminescence that tinged the surrounding atmosphere with a frosty azure hue. Lin Yun immediately discerned that the icy jade bed was meticulously crafted from a millennium of cold jade essence, capable of alleviating her internal injuries and suffering to the greatest extent. The entire space was serene and frigid, as if it had severed ties with the turmoil of the mortal world, exuding an air of solemnity and sanctity. Lin Yun initially felt a sense of trepidation. Seemingly reluctant to gaze upon the figure above, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and gradually opened them once more. Having already embraced the role of parenthood, it was time to cast aside any pretenses, Lin Yun silently reminded himself. Lin Yun's gaze trembled as it fell upon the woman lying quietly on the bed. In stark contrast to her previous fierce demeanor, characterized by white hair and red eyes, she now possessed a visage reminiscent of a painting. Her gentle brows and eyes resembled flowing water, while her skin, as pure as snow and resembling the finest white jade, emanated an aura of almost sanctity. Even in slumber, her beauty remained heartbreakingly exquisite. Silky, ebony strands of hair cascaded over the edge of the icy bed, glistening alongside the frost, rendering her an ethereal ice lotus, seemingly detached from the world. Yet, the once vibrant and enchanting features now bore a hint of a sickly pallor. Her slightly furrowed brows seemed to endure boundless suffering. What has happened to her? The Empress, she is injured, Huang Lingxi replied cautiously, swallowing hard. Was she not once the Empress of a celestial domain? Lin Yun astutely discerned the implications of this title. Not all celestial emperors possess their own sanctuaries or celestial realms, unless they hail from prominent clans or supreme factions. Indeed, the Nine Phoenix celestial realm is the domain of the Esteemed One. Though referred to as a celestial realm, it is akin to a province within the celestial world. Yet its vastness is beyond mere description, stretching across millions of miles. Indeed, Lin Yun replied softly, choosing to say little more. After all, he remains the unrivaled sovereign of the entire demon realm. Although the demon realm may currently be somewhat diminished, it still constitutes a complete and magnificent world, teeming with countless beings and commanding an innumerable host of demonic legions. Lin Yun felt no pressure at all from the identity of the female emperor before her. Gazing upon this face that was both familiar and foreign, her breath came to a standstill, and her heart was heavily torn. Lin Yun found it hard to believe that the once formidable and majestic Empress had now been reduced to such a state. How could he possibly awaken her? The voice of Huang Lingxi echoed once more. If you wish to rouse her, I can assist you. Before the Empress fell into slumber, she imparted to me the method to awaken her. However, I advise you to first assess the extent of her injuries. If you are unable to stabilize the afflictions within her, it would be prudent to abandon this endeavor. Her voice was calm, yet it carried a trace of concern and compassion. Lin Yun fell into a moment of silence, taking a deep breath before bending down. He cautiously extended his finger, gently brushing against Ji Xiao's delicate face. The cool sensation at his fingertips quickened his heartbeat, and his expression shifted from pity to growing fury. As his spiritual consciousness delved deeper, he finally discerned the condition within her. In this moment, she was devoid of celestial energy, even inferior to an ordinary mortal. Her celestial bones and veins lay shattered, and her soul was marred with cracks. Had her cultivation been utterly obliterated? Lin Yun's eyes suddenly narrowed, fury erupting from the depths of his heart like molten lava. His hands trembled slightly, and his gaze blazed with an intense fire, a manifestation of long-suppressed wrath and murderous intent. Abruptly, Lin Yun lifted his gaze towards the void. Huang Lingxi was taken aback by the look in Lin Yun's eyes. A gaze so profound it resembled an endless abyss, unfathomable as if even her very soul could be consumed by it. His voice was deep, imbued with an icy chill, as if each word carried the weight of death. Who, indeed, dares to lay such a vicious hand upon her? Outside, the once clear sky darkened to an inky black, as if black snowflakes were descending, laden with an aura of death and malice. Huang Lingxi trembled slightly. She realized she had underestimated this man. In this temporal realm, his emotions could influence the very environment around him. In a fit of rage, the heavens turned tumultuous, and the sun and moon lost their light. I dared not speak further, recognizing that this was, after all, a matter of the Empress's household. Lin Yun's breath caught in her throat. I care not for your domestic affairs. Whoever dares to mistreat a woman of Lin Yun deserves to die 1,000 deaths. The Ji family, is it? I shall investigate thoroughly. Should I discover that my beloved has suffered any injustice, not a single worm of the Ji family shall live to see another day. Lin Yun's chest heaved violently, his breath nearly suspended. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming fury surging within him. His fingers clenched tightly into fists, knuckles turning pale. He had stood resilient on countless battlefields, enduring numerous life and death struggles. Yet now, witnessing the tragic state of the woman he loved, his rage surged like an uncontrollable deluge. He silently gazed at the strong-willed woman for what felt like an eternity, until Huang Lingxi gently reminded him, Princess Little Moon is looking for you. Lin Yun finally regained his senses. Indeed, I shall find a way. I will reconstruct her corporeal form and restore her strength. With that, Lin Yun gently pressed a kiss upon Ji Xiao's forehead, leaving behind a celestial pearl of creation, a treasure capable of instigating bloodshed and chaos across countless realms. He placed it beside her jade bed. This would aid in her physical restoration and alleviate her suffering. Lin Yun departed from this mystical realm, for there was a little one awaiting his return. Once he ensured their safety, he would awaken his beloved. Afterwards, he would seize the opportunity to delve into the celestial realm in search of the truth. He was prepared to reignite the war between the immortals and demons. Should it prove necessary, Lin Yun emerged from the secret realm of the Little Phoenix, suppressing the overwhelming fury within him. He understood that losing his composure at this moment was unacceptable, especially with his daughter waiting outside. It would be disastrous if he frightened the little one. She had already lost the companionship of her mother. He needed to provide her with even more love and tenderness. If the battle-mad denizens of the demon realm and the seductive blood demons were to discover that their revered demon lord harbored such terrifying thoughts, they would surely be left agape in astonishment. Steadying his mind, he took a step forward, a gentle smile gracing his face, as if the horrific sights he had witnessed in the secret realm had no bearing on him. The powerful and exquisite woman, now in slumber, would one day, perhaps soon, be awakened again by him. In fact, he believed he possessed the ability to rouse her now and maintain a relatively stable state. However, restoring her to the strength of an immortal emperor would not be so easily achieved, for an immortal is not akin to a mere mortal. The celestial body already harbored the condensation of the laws of the great Tao, rendering ordinary treasures of heaven and earth ineffective. Setting aside these distracting thoughts, Lin Yun nodded to the little phoenix standing vigil by his side, vowing to remember her contribution in safeguarding his wife and daughter. He approached the adorable little girl who was squatting on the ground, teasing a dragonfish, and softly called out, Ziyue, come here, let daddy hold you. The little one responded with a cheerful squeal, unhesitatingly leaping into Lin Yun's embrace. Her tender call of daddy filled his heart with warmth, soothing his recently wearied spirit. Gently stroking his daughter's hair, he endeavored to console her with the softest of tones, his lips curling into a warm smile. Have you been good outside? Have you been teasing little fishy? Lin Yun was uncertain about what to converse with such a small child, resulting in forced small talk. Indeed, they looked quite plump and utterly adorable. Yes, these are colorful dragonfish. They must have been nurtured for many years. Once they reach maturity, they will transform into a splendid array of rainbow hues. Lin Yun once believed that his little daughter was innocent and pure. However, her next words caused his smile to freeze at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, they would surely be delicious if roasted. Shall we devour them all? The little darling instinctively reached for her fingers to nibble on, prompting a sharp glare from Lin Yun. Instantly, her expression turned sulky, her lips pouting in discontent. Lin Yun instantly felt her heart melt. She planted a tender kiss on her soft, plump little face. Since my precious darling desires to eat, it is indeed a blessing for them. Father will roast them all shortly. Lin Yun cast a glance at the group of dragonfish swimming gracefully in the pond, feeling a twinge of sorrow for them. Suddenly, he recalled the fate of the fish in his small courtyard. They had been his companions for nearly a century, not to mention the precious 8 treasures, chickens, and various mystical beasts. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. Yet he understood that this was not the moment to dwell on such trivial matters. Let us proceed. It is time to meet your esteemed sisters. Lin Yun glanced back. Huang Lingxi stood there, elegantly gazing at him. Shall we get acquainted? You haven't made an appearance before, have you? Indeed, that is precisely my intention. Huang Lingxi replied with a nod, stepping forward. You have worked hard these days. There will be no need for that in the future. Lin Yun casually tousled the exquisite long hair of the little phoenix, completely disregarding the grace and nobility of the young lady, treating her merely as a young girl. From now on, consider yourself the sister of the little darling. I shall protect you in all matters. Indeed, Sister Xiaohong is wonderful. She often brings me delicious treats, the little one chimed in cheerfully, flattering the elder sister in the presence of her father. Humph, Huang Lingxi huffed playfully, turning her head away, though she did not display any anger. After all, rationally and emotionally, this man was not only the consort of the Empress but also an unrivaled powerhouse, undeniably deserving of a gentle touch upon her small head. Subsequently, Lin Yun embraced the little darling, dispelling the protective barrier he had just erected, and the trio appeared outside. At that moment, Ning Shui happened to walk by and was taken aback by the sight. The formidable and awe-inspiring mysterious figure was now cradling the little one. playfully engaging with the precious child, revealing such a tender demeanor. "Ah, father, Sister Ning has arrived," the little darling exclaimed, pointing with her tiny finger at Ning Shui. The moment she spoke, it startled Ning Shui to her core. What did the little one just call him? Father. She had the audacity to call that man father. The revelation struck her like lightning. This man was indeed the father of the little darling. Ning Shui was astounded, and then the implications dawned upon her. She recalled that during their first encounter, the little one had mentioned searching for her father. Who would have imagined that she had truly found him? Although it was a mere coincidence, this man possessed immense power, unparalleled in the world. Far beyond the capabilities of the rulers of various states and the lords of sacred lands. Her heart raced with excitement. She had unwittingly secured a connection to such an invincible figure. "Allow me to introduce myself again. I am the father of Xiaoyu Yang," he declared. Lin Yun smiled, harboring great admiration for this woman. After all, she had fiercely protected the precious little one, unaware of her own existence at that moment. It could be said that she had faced death once. Such a feat and grace were monumental. And then there was her disciple, the girl named Tingting. "Come, let us step outside and converse together." Lin Yun cradled the little darling as she walked ahead. Ning Shui glanced at the little phoenix and softly called out, "Senior Phoenix." "Oh, just call me Lingxi," the little phoenix replied, somewhat exasperated. Although she wished to maintain a certain stature, she was acutely aware that this woman had sacrificed her life for the sake of the little one. She could not afford to misjudge the situation, for that man would not be pleased. Fearing that she might misinterpret the circumstances, Huang Lingxi exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Yun. The astute Ning Shui instantly grasped the implication, her lips curving into a faint smile. "Let us each discuss our own matters then." "Indeed," replied Lin Yun. "We are quite familiar with one another, so there is no need for such formality." The little phoenix felt a tinge of embarrassment as she continued. "I was previously unable to intervene. Please do not hold it against me." Huang Lingxi understood that both women were destined for great heights. Regardless of whether it was the awakened Empress or that man, neither would neglect them. "Yes, I comprehend. Both Tingting and I can appreciate your actions. They're undoubtedly the most prudent." The two engaged in conversation while Lin Yu nodded slightly in agreement, acknowledging their shared wisdom. Within the grand hall, Ning Shui signaled and revealed the astonishing news that the enigmatic superpower was none other than the father of the little moon. Soon, Jiang Tingting, Lin Weiwei, Shen Miaoyin, and other high-ranking individuals gathered. Upon witnessing Lin Yun holding the little one, they were profoundly shaken. Who could have anticipated that the little darling they had so cautiously protected was the biological daughter of this formidable being? And this mysterious father was precisely the ultimate refuge upon which they had recently relied. Jiang Tingting stood transfixed, her emotions a tumultuous storm. Although she had long suspected the extraordinary identity of the little darling, she had never imagined such a terrifying background. What had once been a princess from some sacred land now seemed overshadowed. Even all the sacred lands combined could scarcely measure up to the worth of that man's little finger. Shen Miaoyin and Lin Weiwei were equally taken aback, their surprise palpable. Yuan Jinkong, on the other hand, was so overwhelmed that he broke into a cold sweat, quietly hiding in the background, hoping the little darling would not notice him, as he had merely spoken thoughtlessly before. Lin Yun cradled the adorable little one, and despite his formidable presence, the sight of him holding such a tiny infant was somewhat amusing. Yet, no one dared to laugh. Lin Yun retracted his smile, gradually lifting his head, his stern gaze sweeping over the crowd. In that fleeting moment, everyone instinctively held their breath. He then gently patted the back of the little child in his arms, urging her to remain still, his eyes deep yet imbued with warmth. After a brief pause, he spoke softly, "Xiaoyu Liang is my daughter, and I have noted the care you have given her during this time." Each word he uttered was calm yet authoritative. Jiang Tingting and Ning Shui exchanged glances. Their hearts stirred, alongside a subtle sense of relief. They understood that this formidable father was Xiao Meng's strongest protector. Lin Yun's declaration was tantamount to bestowing trust and recognition upon them. However, his gaze shifted once more toward the distance, a glint of undeniable coldness flashing in his eyes. The gentleness at the corners of his mouth gradually faded, replaced by a resolute chill. In his heart, he vowed that anyone daring to harm his wife and daughter would be pursued to the ends of the earth, regardless of the cost, ensuring that they paid a bloody price. In an instant, Lin Yun's expression turned icy as steel, an invisible pressure settling over the assembly, instilling fear in all present. "Daddy, the baby is hungry." Fortunately, the little child's endearing voice shattered Lin Yun's imposing aura. Otherwise, the onlookers would have found it hard to stand upright. Yet, they remained shaken. The once formidable man had appeared to be enraged. What could have provoked such fury? They began to rack their brains, hoping they had not neglected Xiao Mengwan anyway. Gradually, the crowd emerged from their shock, exchanging glances, their hearts still tumultuous, their faces betraying an awe that was hard to conceal. At that moment, the little girl tilted her face upward, her wide, glistening eyes gazing at Lin Yun. She tugged at his sleeve with a plaintive tone. "Daddy, the baby is hungry. I want to eat meat." Her small lips pouted, a mixture of grievance and anticipation evident in her gaze. All right, Daddy will prepare an abundance of delicious treats for you right away." Lin Yun found himself both amused and exasperated. How could this little child be so easily hungry? He had yet to ascertain the infant's constitution and remained unaware of his own extraordinary bloodline talents. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tingting was momentarily taken aback. She was well aware of the little one's appetite and eating habits, which were far from those of a delicate infant. Recalling the earlier scene where the adorable child devoured meat with reckless abandon, a shiver ran down Jiang Tingting's spine, fearing that Lin Yun might harbor dissatisfaction towards the child. However, it was evident that her worries were unfounded. What kind-hearted person would chastise a child for having a hearty appetite? "I shall make the arrangements at once," she declared. Sharing a solemn glance with Ning Shui, they both understood the significance of this occasion. This was their first meal together with such a distinguished individual, and they certainly could not afford to be negligent. Moreover, it was imperative to ensure the little one's joy. The responsibility weighed heavily upon them. Lin Yun smiled warmly as he surveyed the crowd and spoke with an air of naturalness. "Since we are all gathered here, why not stay and share a meal together? Today shall serve as a welcoming feast for Ziyue. It would be my honor to host you." Everyone understood that this was a rare opportunity and would not let it slip away. They also realized that this formidable individual would likely remain only a day or two before departing, leaving them uncertain of when they might meet again. Jiang Tingting led the way, while Lin Yun cradled the little darling in his arms, followed respectfully by the group. They arrived at a spacious hall, already adorned with tables and chairs. Not far from the entrance, a row of barbecue grills was being prepared, much to Lin Yun's satisfaction. Clearly, they understood that the little one had a fondness for grilled delicacies. "I am grateful for the care you've bestowed upon my child these past few days. Please, do not hesitate to enjoy the refreshments." As his words trailed off, he waved his hand casually, and a series of exquisite wines materialized before them. Ethereal mist swirled, and the air became infused with an intoxicating aroma that whetted their appetites. The fragrance belonged to the finest celestial brews. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd, faces adorned with disbelief. Such rare celestial wines were seldom encountered, and for an ordinary person, a single taste might never be realized in a lifetime. Yet, Lin Yun seemed utterly unconcerned, as if he had merely procured common wine. In truth, Lin Yun found himself in a quandary. These wines had been diluted. Otherwise, his true treasures were genuine celestial products, which would likely overwhelm these individuals with their potent spiritual essence. Observing this scene, Jiang Tingting sighed inwardly, feeling a wave of emotion wash over her. She had believed she was devoted to the little one, but in comparison to the strength and affection of the child's father, her efforts seemed trivial. However, this was for the best, for she genuinely regarded the little darling as family. The better he fared, the more at ease she felt. As the banquet progressed, the atmosphere gradually transformed into a lively and relaxed gathering. The little darling was placed atop the table, clapping her tiny hands in delight and indulging in the feast without reservation. Immersed in the culinary delights, her hands became smeared with grease, and meat juices adorned her cheeks, rendering her both adorable and somewhat comical. As she munched away, she exclaimed, "This is delicious." That one too. Her little hands eagerly searched the table for more treats, completely shedding her usual restraint. Jiang Tingting watched this scene, her heart fluttering with anxiety. Would the others think poorly of the little one for her gluttonous demeanor? At first, Lin Yun was somewhat bewildered. However, she soon regained her composure, concerned that he might overexert himself. Hastily, she extended a thread of her consciousness to investigate. To her astonishment, she discovered that her little darling possessed an innate ability to manifest Taoist symbols. Instinctively, he transformed all the food into spiritual energy for storage. It was unclear from whom he inherited such a remarkable talent. She herself had never indulged in any extravagant feasting. The phenomenon appeared rather mysterious, and she wondered if there were additional functions to explore. In the future, she could delve deeper into this or perhaps consult her mother. Nonetheless, this was undoubtedly a positive development. While she did not expect him to be exceptionally powerful, if he continued to accumulate such energy, he would likely become a formidable little demon, ensuring that he would not be easily bullied in the outside world. Lin Yun gazed at the adorable little one, his eyes brimming with affection. He occasionally helped her with her food, chuckling softly, "Take your time eating, don't choke. If this isn't enough, there's plenty more over at your father's. Feel free to indulge. Ah, and by the way, have those dragonfish in the backyard roasted and brought to me." Lin Yun suddenly recalled that Little Bao seemed to have taken an interest in those dragonfish. This was indeed a fortunate occurrence for those little creatures. "Well, I have given my instructions." Jiang Tingting promptly conveyed the message, arranging for it to be taken care of. The onlookers observed Lin Yun's affectionate indulgence towards the little darling, momentarily at a loss for words. Huang Lingxi felt a sense of relief. She had initially thought he would be a rather solemn individual, but unexpectedly, he appeared quite carefree and unrestrained. One could even say he bore a certain disheveled charm. No wonder the little darling had such an endearing and spirited demeanor. It seems there was a reason behind it. The truth was now evident. How could the usually self-disciplined and image-conscious Empress give rise to such a lively treasure? The origin lay here. The formidable Demon Lord, who usually exuded an air of authority and unmatched dominance, now resembled an ordinary, loving father, willingly serving his daughter and allowing her to act whimsically. Jiang Tingting exchanged a glance with Ning Shui, both unable to suppress their admiration for the little darling. Truly a favored child of fortune. With such a powerful father by her side, her life would undoubtedly be free of turmoil. Just as the crowd began to relax, Lin Yun raised a cup of celestial brew, smiling as he surveyed everyone, saying, "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all for your care of my daughter during this time. I toast to you all. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out, and I shall not refuse." Although they understood this was merely a formality, they knew how great the trouble would need to be for such a distinguished figure to intervene. Nevertheless, seeing him so affable, everyone felt at ease. The crowd eagerly raised their cups in return, expressing their gratitude, and the banquet was soon filled with laughter and joy. The little darling occasionally emitted satisfied mmm sounds, as if all the delights of the world belonged to her. Yet that was not enough. She scampered about, playfully disturbing several elder sisters. She demanded hugs from one and kisses from another, laughing gleefully. She even climbed onto Lin Yun's shoulders, affectionately resting her little face against him, murmuring, "Daddy is the best. Baby loves Daddy the most." Lin Yun lowered his gaze to the precious little one in his arms, a tender smile gracing his lips. In his heart, he vowed that no matter the cost, he would safeguard this treasure before him, ensuring she would never endure even the slightest grievance again. As the banquet drew to a close, the guests, while expressing their admiration, gradually set aside their awe of Lin Yun, creating a more harmonious atmosphere. The adorable child nestled contentedly against Lin Yun, her eyes squinting as she yawned, revealing a hint of fatigue on her delicate face. Lin Yun gently held her close and softly inquired, "Are you tired? Shall we return and rest?" Just as he was about to depart with the little one, Jiang Tingting hastily rose to her feet, seemingly with more to express. Yet, confronted by Lin Yun's imposing presence, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Yun smiled faintly and said, "Let us walk together." Soon after, the two made their way to the backyard, one following the other. The journey was marked by a certain silence. The disparity between them was indeed vast. There were thoughts unspoken, yet Lin Yun chuckled softly. Jiang Tingting hesitated for a moment, but ultimately summoned her courage to speak. "I understand the joy you must feel upon reuniting with Ziyue. However, I am uncertain when we might meet again. Therefore, I dare to request that you leave a trace of your presence, so that in the future, when we wish to see the little moon again, we may reach out to you." Upon hearing this, Lin Yun smiled faintly, as if he had anticipated it all along. He waved his hand and gently flicked the cuff of Jiang Tingting's sleeve, leaving behind a delicate thread of spiritual awareness. With a gentle tone, he remarked, "Should there be any matters of concern, simply call for me. I do not relish being disturbed, yet a friend of Ziyue is indeed a friend of mine." Jiang Tingting felt a warmth in her heart and hurriedly expressed her gratitude, her face flushed with excitement. Upon returning to the little one's dwelling, the child was already so weary that her eyes could barely remain open. Half in slumber and half awake, she clutched Lin Yun's garment and murmured, "Father, I still wish to eat meat and play with the baby tomorrow." Lin Yun gently placed her on the bed, tucking her in with care, and softly said, "Rest well, my dear. Father will accompany you tomorrow." As she gradually slipped into the realm of dreams, Lin Yun's gaze deepened, staring into the night beyond the window. His thoughts soaring far away, he remained preoccupied with the injuries sustained by the baby's mother, Ji Xiao, and pondered who could have inflicted such harm upon her. It seemed a journey was necessary. It had been a long time since he set foot in the celestial realm. The events of that day eventually spread throughout the land, and everyone became aware. A significant upheaval had transpired in the Wilderness Province. Chaos reigned in the realm. Yet, all the provincial lords, powerful factions, and ancient royal families remained surprisingly silent, as if oblivious to the fact that several peak existences had been slaughtered like mere livestock. When the recorded images of that scene circulated, the world fell into stunned silence. In the grand palace of the Dacian ancient dynasty, an eerie stillness enveloped the atmosphere. The usual clamor and vivacity had vanished. All concubines, eunuchs, and patrols moved with utmost caution. The news had spread. The old emperor had been slain, murdered at the site of the Wilderness Province's grand tournament, stripped of all dignity, leaving behind not even a trace of his remains. There was no opportunity for vengeance, as even the provincial lord had perished in that very battle. Within the Taya Hall of the Imperial Palace, the sounds of objects crashing echoed relentlessly. "Get out. All of you. Leave." The disheveled emperor bellowed in fury. This was one of the greatest foundations of Dacian, now lost without reason, with no possibility of retaliation. After viewing the recorded footage, all the attendants and the old imperial uncle departed in silence, their spirits crushed. The disparity was immense. It was akin to a nascent deity contending with a mere mortal devoid of strength. The once mighty tribulation masters, usually exalted, now knelt like swine and dogs, showing no signs of struggle, all consumed by the tempest of space. In the distant Bayou capital, a solemn atmosphere prevailed. "Convey my orders. The elder must bring treasures to congratulate the new provincial lord of the wilderness." Everyone was in disbelief, struggling to grasp that their sovereign had been slain. Yet, they were to present gifts in congratulations. Several beams of rainbow light streaked across the sky, indicating that someone had received the command, embarking on a mission of atonement. This grand display also served to assert their stance, preventing reckless youths from provoking trouble in Falling Star City. As for the newly appointed provincial lord, it was evident he would not be one from Yixian's faction. Lin Yun felt little about all of this. To him, the entire world was merely a transient presence in his long existence. Were it not for the presence of the little moon, he might have departed from this world by now. As for the demon realm, he had not returned in a long time. He wondered if his subordinates and the demon offspring were still searching for him across the globe. Lin Yun initially intended to venture into the celestial realm to gather intelligence. However, he certainly would not engage in such trivial matters personally. Instead, he planned to intimidate several formidable factions, preferably one of the prominent Taoist powers he had previously subdued, to procure the information and relay it to him. Just as he was about to depart, he discovered that the tiny hand of the infant was tightly clutching his sleeve. He attempted to pry it loose, but the little one was relentless, mumbling, "Daddy, don't leave. Baby wants daddy and mommy together," as if speaking in a dream. Lin Yun felt a softening in his heart. Well, there was no need to rush for that day. Thus, he comfortably lay down beside the little moon. It was, after all, his first time sleeping with a child. The great demon lord was somewhat cautious, refraining from making any sudden movements, fearful that even the slightest sound might awaken the little treasure. He could only immerse his consciousness into the sea of awareness. Generally, he seldom took the initiative to meditate or cultivate, as his system was continuously engaged in passive cultivation. It was the epitome of the most powerful passive idleness. As Lin Yun indulged in leisure, be it through slumber or a brief nap, his cultivation would automatically flourish. The longer he rested, the swifter his progress in mastery. The following morning, Lin Yun, cradling the little darling, intended to take her for a delightful excursion amidst the mountains and waters to refresh their spirits. However, he soon discovered that Jiang Dingting and Ning Shui were already awaiting him at the door, accompanied by Huang Lingxi. "Sister, sister," the little darling exclaimed joyfully, eagerly attempting to leap into Ning Shui's embrace. Lin Yun felt somewhat helpless and refrained from exerting force. He could only allow Ning Shui to take the little treasure into her possession. This woman, with her somewhat alluring demeanor, captivated him. Lin Yun still holds a measure of admiration. He possesses both cunning and a commendable level of skill and talent, which can be considered quite respectable in this realm. Most importantly, he treats his beloved child well. "Is there something amiss?" Lin Yun inquired. Jiang Tingting and Ning Shui exchanged glances. Ultimately, Ning Shui spoke. "The Lord of Huangzhou and his associates were eliminated yesterday. Now, the provincial lord's office has appointed me as the new lord of the province," Ning Shui said cautiously. "It is an unavoidable circumstance. Although all the city lords and county lords covet that position, my cultivation level is rather low. However, with that enigmatic man present, No one dares to emerge at this moment. Moreover, having me as the provincial lord carries its advantages, namely, an undeniable backing. Who would dare to provoke Huangzhou in the future? Oh, it is this matter. You may decide how to proceed. I believe it is acceptable. And Tingting still requires further training. Lin Yun touched his nose, expressing his annoyance for the mundane affairs that plagued him. He had little inclination to manage such matters even in the demon realm. Very well, I shall make preparations, he said. It was said that many leaders of various factions would come today to extend their congratulations. Might you make an appearance later? Ning Shui inquired, gathering his courage. Certainly. I find myself quite at leisure at the moment. Lin Yun smiled faintly. The individuals present remained somewhat reserved, yet he found himself powerless to alter the situation. The group exited together, traversing the restrictions Lin Yun had casually set up the previous night. Only then did they realize that representatives from various influential factions had gathered en masse outside the city of Huangzhou, arriving in a grand procession bearing substantial gifts, creating an atmosphere as lively as a festival. No wonder Ning Shui, he had been somewhat anxious to wait in this vicinity, hoping that Lin Yun would make an appearance to assert his presence. Outside the city, the air was filled with exuberant voices, and messengers came and went, all wearing bright smiles, showing no trace of the resentment that should have arisen from Lin Yun's elimination of their esteemed elders, sovereigns, and former emperors. Instead, they approached with a demeanor of respectful trepidation. Shortly thereafter, all preparations were complete. Ning Shui stood before the main city gate, draped in the dark robe of the newly appointed state lord, exuding an air of authority tempered with a hint of youthfulness. Yet, the decisive aura he emanated commanded respect and caution from all present. Lin Yun, cradling the small child, observed with a knowing nod, embodying a sense of poise. After all, she had previously served as the sovereign of a formidable faction, making her quite accustomed to such roles. However, Ning Shui understood all too well that this sudden surge of prestige and opportunity was not a result of her own doing. Rather, it was solely due to Lin Yun's formidable prowess that these once proud sects were compelled to bow in submission. Otherwise, there would be no precedent for someone at the nascent soul stage to assume the position of a state governor. At the very least, one would need to be at the pinnacle of the divine transformation stage. Lin Yun walked slowly out, cradling the small child in his arms, while behind him, the composed figure of Huang Lingxi followed gracefully. Upon his appearance, representatives from various factions stepped forward to pay their respects, their demeanor marked by humility and reverence, as if they had long since cast aside past grievances. Notably, those sects that had once harbored deep-seated animosities towards the wild state brought forth additional congratulatory gifts and rare spiritual herbs, signifying their willingness to transform hostility into harmony and to congratulate the newly appointed Lord of Ning Shui. Jiang Tingting maintained a placid expression, yet her heart was tumultuous. She had anticipated facing oppression and provocation from the dominant powers. To her astonishment, it was the presence of this enigmatic and formidable figure, the father of the little moonlight, that compelled those once arrogant sects to bow their heads and offer their gifts voluntarily. She understood that all of this stemmed from the influence wielded by the mysterious man before her, whose mere thought had eradicated any threat to the wild state. Your Excellency, we, the humble ones, have come to pay our respects, congratulating the wild state on its newfound unity, and we pledge our unwavering loyalty henceforth. Fearing not to harbor any ulterior motives, spoke a venerable elder with utmost reverence, his eyes reflecting both awe and a desire to please Lin Yun. Lin Yun cast a calm and indifferent glance over the crowd, casually nodding. It seemed that their flattery and praise were nothing more than a gentle breeze brushing against him. Entirely disregarded, standing beside Ning Shui, and cradling the little darling in his arms, Lin Yun gently leaned down and said to her, "Little treasure, these individuals have come seeking atonement. Do you have anything you wish to convey to them?" The little darling blinked her wide eyes and, in a sweet, childish voice, replied, "They should bring more delicious food next time. I want to eat lots and lots of meat and spirit fruits." Upon hearing this, the crowd, though taken aback, did not dare to be remiss and promptly responded, "Your Highness, you need only command, and we shall surely bring the finest local delicacies to offer in Huangzhou on our next visit." Lin Yun smiled gently, tenderly stroking the little one's head, her gaze soft and affectionate. At that moment, Ning Shui stepped forward a few paces and solemnly bowed to Lin Yun, declaring, "Esteemed master, I vow to live up to the expectations placed upon me and to safeguard the wasteland with unwavering dedication, never betraying your trust." Lin Yun regained his senses, realizing that he was being called upon to cheer for them. Thus, he decided to fully embrace his role, offering a faint smile as he said, "Take good care of it. The wild province shall be entrusted to you. I shall return often with my little girl to enjoy its charms. Indeed, indeed. I shall miss my sisters." The little darling nodded eagerly in agreement. Following the lively banquet, Ning Shui assumed her role as the new provincial lord, burdened with responsibilities and tirelessly attending to various matters. Her countenance reflected both the satisfaction of her elevated status and the weight of her duties as a provincial lord. The care she once bestowed upon the little moon had now been repaid 100-fold. Ultimately, she had made the right gamble. In a discreet corner, the once mighty city lord, Jiang Ming, now appeared aged and frail, his hair completely white, and his powers utterly diminished. He seemed to have aged decades, resembling an ordinary elderly man. With clouded eyes, he gazed at the radiant woman, devoid of any previously aggressive glances. He no longer dared to present himself before her. He was merely a wretched old dog clinging to life. "Time's up. The release period is over." A guard brusquely pushed him away. A voice filled with sardonic undertones reached his ears, making Jiang Ming's heart ache with regret. "Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently. It seems I was blind to the opportunities before me." Lin Yun and Jiang Tingting were meandering through the city together, occasionally purchasing snacks for the little one. Although the infant might be the most formidable among them, aside from Lin Yun, he still possessed the nature of a child, energetic, lively, and quite mischievous. Under the guidance of Jiang Tingting and her companions, the adorable little one frolicked with sheer delight, his cherubic face adorned with a radiant smile of joy. Lin Yun, witnessing her precious little one so carefree and joyful, revealed a gentle smile, her heart finally at ease. After several hours of play, the little darling began to yawn. "It is time for you to take her to bed." Lin Yun entrusted the little darling to Jiang Tingting, whom Jiang Tingting promptly received the child with great care, cradling her in her arms. Each embrace was a fleeting moment, one less than before, and she cherished it deeply. In this brief interlude, Lin Yun discreetly communicated with Huang Lingxi, informing her, "I shall step out for a moment. Please keep a vigilant watch over my little treasure." As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Yun's figure vanished silently, leaving behind only a faint ethereal silhouette that merged into the air. Huang Lingxi cast a glance, her heart filled with speculation. Could he possibly be venturing into the celestial realm? She hoped for his safe passage. 1,000 miles away, Lin Yun's form re-emerged, standing at the edge of the desolate state. Here, the spatial barrier was relatively feeble. Lin Yun stood amidst the void, surveying his surroundings with a slight cold smile, thinking, "This shall suffice." Unbeknownst to him, this fragile space was precisely where the little darling and Huang Lingxi had descended from the celestial realm to the mortal world. Lin Yun immediately summoned the vast and boundless magical power within him, transforming it in an instant into a long, jet-black rainbow. In a mere breath, he penetrated the barriers of space and stepped into the easternmost realm of the celestial world, known as the extreme Tao Immortal Domain. During this process, he slightly unsealed his own strength. Ah, what a delightful sensation. It is in this formidable world that one can truly spread their wings. In the lower realm, he had always felt constrained. Here lies one of the primary gateways to the celestial realm, a grand and majestic gate crafted from white jade, with swirling spatial vortices continuously in motion. The surrounding sea of clouds surged, the spiritual energy so dense it almost materialized, suffusing the heavens and the earth. Rays of white light soared skyward, accentuating the mystery and majesty of this celestial domain. A few guards clad in silver armor stood idly, engaged in conversation, while one of them, appearing to be a small captain, animatedly spoke. "You newcomers may not be aware, but our celestial gate is quite extraordinary. We are very close to the demon realm." "Wow, is that true? The demon realm?" Gasps of astonishment arose. "Yes, indeed, the very demon realm you can imagine. Our sworn adversary in the celestial realm. Fill my cup, and let me regale you with tales of your..." The silver-armored captain gestured towards a jade cup before him. In the celestial realm, the lower echelon comprises true immortals and heavenly immortals, the most numerous, followed by immortal lords, immortal kings, immortal emperors, and immortal sovereigns. Some slightly inebriated captains appeared to be lost in distant memories, a hint of fear flickering in their eyes. "Have you heard of the battle from several centuries ago? At that time, the newly ascended Demon Realm Supreme, Elder Yun, led a great army straight toward the extreme Tao Immortal Domain. And the atmosphere was thick with the aura of death. Even the clouds above were tinged crimson. Just then, a tremendous sound erupted. The barriers of the celestial realm were forcefully breached. "Sound the war horn!" The captain howled in anguish. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated like thunder. "Do you still remember the events of centuries past? Lin Yun traversed through the void and soon arrived near the ascension platform in the celestial realm. Amidst the tremors of demonic energy, he inadvertently caused yet another explosion at the platform. Coincidentally, he overheard several celestial soldiers discussing his prior exploits. In truth, he had been left with no choice during that encounter. His forces were comprised of fervent warriors, and for nearly a millennium, the demon realm had endured relentless oppression from the celestial realm. To exacerbate matters, gifted individuals from the celestial realm ventured into the demon realm to hunt and capture Azura maidens and succubi, treating them as enslaved mounts. Consequently, he was compelled to take command and march into the celestial realm, ultimately conquering over a dozen celestial domains. The eastern and southern parts of the celestial realm fell entirely under his dominion, which prompted a united front among the celestial factions to contend with him. However, by this time, his demonic generals had been well fed and had thoroughly plundered the celestial forces, stripping them of countless treasures and resources, including rare materials and celestial crystals. Lin Yun thus ascended to become the foremost demon emperor of all time, revered as the Great Demon Lord, commanding numerous formidable subordinates and countless demonesses. A few guards suddenly shuddered, lifting their gazes to behold a chilling figure abruptly materializing amidst the sea of clouds. Clad in a billowing black robe, with a gaze as cold as ice, it was none other than the Supreme of the demon realm they had just been discussing, Lin Yun. It is he, the Supreme of the demon realm. The elder demon has arrived. The squad leader stammered, his complexion pale, nearly rendered speechless by shock. He recognized this silhouette, one that haunted his dreams and often stirred him from slumber. Is the demon realm on the brink of war once more? Sound the horn. Do not dawdle. The other guards widened their eyes in terror, gazing at Lin Yun as if they were witnessing the resurrection of a demonic deity. Wasn't he this invincible entity, who only existed in legends, said to have perished? Yet, here he stood, flesh and blood, before their very eyes. They felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the elder demon, rendering their breaths labored, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They could not even rise from the ground. Lin Yun let out a cold smile, his gaze tinged with disdain. Since you still recall the Battle of Ur, you ought not to forget how I decimated your so-called invincible celestial army, as soon as the words left his lips. The surrounding sea of clouds surged violently, an overwhelming aura of terror erupting from within him. And do refrain from sounding the war horn. It is utterly unpleasing to the ear. I have come to attend to a private matter. Lin Yun cast a glance at the shattered celestial gate and departed without looking back. Perhaps it was time to pay a visit to an old friend. As he observed the departure of that formidable figure, the squad leader exhaled a long sigh of relief, sweat glistening on his corpulent face. It had been years since he had experienced such a heart-pounding fear after ascending to immortality. Boss, was that truly the demon sovereign? A guard queried cautiously, the air thick with trepidation. Keep your voice down, he hissed. Am I likely to mistake him? He has returned. It seems we are in for some excitement. I wonder what his purpose might be. Surely he isn't here merely for a leisurely visit. What should we report regarding this? They gazed at the remnants of the celestial gate, feeling utterly despondent. Let's proceed as we must. Surviving is already a blessing. The squad leader was on the verge of delivering a scathing remark when that nightmarish figure reappeared. Excuse me, could you direct me? Lin Yun suddenly returned once more. Having not visited this place for an extended period, the celestial realm sprawled out infinitely. Previously, when he ventured to the domains of various factions to procure items, it was the demon generals who accompanied him, and he was unfamiliar with the routes. My esteemed Lord Demon Sovereign, please speak freely. I assure you that I shall disclose everything without reservation. The chubby captain hastily scrambled to his feet, donning a visage of obsequiousness. May I inquire which direction the Purple Sky Palace lies in? Lin Yun vaguely recalled that this imperial palace was one of the prominent powers relatively close to their location, ranking among the top 10 in the entire celestial realm without question. Reporting to the esteemed Lord of Demons, it lies in that direction, 80,000 miles ahead. The squad leader hesitated for a moment, however. He deemed that facing immediate death was less favorable than the prospect of being held accountable by the Autumn Palace of Zhixiao later on. Oh, thank you. Lin Yun was indeed quite courteous. After a brief response, he vanished in an instant. In the vast and magnificent realm of the celestial world, the Zhixiao Heavenly Palace stood majestically above the sea of clouds. Its resplendent halls, layered and glimmering, exuded an aura of mystery and solemnity. The sky above was shrouded in swirling purple mist, and the formidable celestial energy surged like a tidal wave, resembling a fortress of the heavens, safeguarding the boundless celestial domain. Amidst this solemn atmosphere, a voice suddenly thundered through the air, shaking the very heavens and earth. Zishu Dao Master, come forth. The sound resonated like rolling thunder, echoing ominously above the Zixiao heavenly palace, its overwhelming presence crashing against all directions like a furious tide. Countless disciples of the Zixiao heavenly palace turned pale, trembling as they looked up in fear. High above, a figure cloaked in black gazed down upon the earth, exuding an oppressive force that rendered them breathless. Many simply prostrated themselves on the ground, their backs arched high. The Grand Elder and others realized they were no match and promptly reported the situation. In a matter of moments, the current palace master of the Zixiao heavenly palace hastily led the disciples to confront the intruder. This middle-aged man, adorned in a purple and gold robe, with a pale face and no beard, shouted furiously, "Which audacious rogue dares to wreak havoc in the Zixiao heavenly palace?" After so many years, it was the first time someone had the audacity to intrude upon their sanctum. What was the Zixiao heavenly palace? If not a hallowed ground of the celestial realm? This was an affront of the highest order. Of course, the celestial demon war from centuries ago was an exception. His gaze was cold and disdainful, clearly not recognizing Lin Yun's identity. Perhaps he had not been deemed worthy to participate in the final battle back then. He recalled that the palace master of those days had been struck down by his own hand, shattering the Dao body behind him. He wondered if that individual had since recovered. Likely still nursing wounds, he mused. The youth of today truly lacked awareness of their own limits. Lin Yun let out a cold laugh, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes as he looked down from his lofty position at the countless ants kneeling below. Who are you? Summon your Taoist master. I have matters to discuss with him. Lin Yun's intention was to have these powerful factions uncover some information for him. Since the Ji family governs a vast celestial domain, they must be a prominent and esteemed household. Moreover, they are part of his woman's lineage. As he has yet to ascertain the situation, it would be unwise for him to demand an explanation in person. The current palace master wore a grim expression, seething with rage, believing Lin Yun to be arrogant and presumptuous. You reckless fool, regardless of who you are, today I shall see you brought to justice. He personally took action to teach a lesson to this person who showed such disrespect. As the lord of Zixiao Palace, when has he ever been regarded with such contempt? He has always regarded others with disdain. Consequently, his imposing aura surged, stirring the clouds and mist for miles around. Within the Purple Sky Palace, the atmosphere grew tense in an instant. As the current lord of the Purple Sky Palace's aura ascended, the disciples of the heavenly palace were filled with exhilaration. Behold, this nameless junior, who has appeared from nowhere, is about to meet a most unfortunate fate. I can hardly contain my anticipation for that scene. The multitude of disciples began to express their excitement, exchanging enthusiastic words. However, the master of the Purple Cloud Palace, standing atop the Celestial Palace, wore an increasingly grave expression. His gaze was fixed intently upon Lin Yun, who stood not far away. A sudden wave of unease washed over him, sending a chill through his heart. Abruptly, his pupils constricted as if he had recalled something significant. It dawned on him. You are you. You are the demon's sovereign emperor. His voice suddenly rose, filled with disbelief. It's you. How dare you show up here? Back then, you merely escaped by sheer luck. Now, I have ascended to the realm of the immortal emperor. My name shall undoubtedly resound along the invincible path of the celestial realm. Today, your demise is inevitable. The master of Zishu gazed fervently at Lin Yun, proclaiming that today would mark his illustrious fame throughout the celestial realm. Witness as I unleash my power to subdue the demon sovereign emperor. Below, a cacophony of voices erupted. What? Is it truly the demon sovereign emperor? Has the demon sovereign emperor, who instigated the battle of celestial and demonic beings, come knocking at our door? Fear not. My junior disciples, behold as our esteemed palace master quells all adversaries. Suppress your mother, quickly summon the ancestor. There are also disciples who experienced that great battle back in the day, their faces as pale as snow. The demon sovereign, who was barely repelled by the entire immortal realm back then, and you dared to confront him with mere bravado. Lin Yun gazed at him with an expressionless countenance, as if regarding a simpleton. After so many years of inactivity, where did this fool come from? With the system of effortless victory at his disposal, he thought, I cannot be bothered to take action. Activating the system for assistance, he summoned a devastating strike. Slowly, he raised his hand, which transformed into a colossal shadowy claw that obscured the sun, torrents of demonic energy surging like an abyss. Accompanied by an overwhelming sense of oppression, it descended from above, enveloping the countless palaces of the Zixiao Heavenly Palace. The entire palace was shrouded in darkness, and the air was filled with countless cries of despair. Fortunately, he had not targeted the ordinary disciples. The casualties would be minimal, and saving even one life would yield immeasurable merit. Everyone stood in stupefied silence, even their breaths seemingly suspended. The master of Zishu was instantly crushed into the ruins by a single blow, pinned under a pile of debris. He struggled to raise his head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, feeling a surge of demonic energy wreaking havoc within him, preventing him from gathering his spiritual power. Observing the disheveled state of the master, all present were left dumbfounded. "Quickly, save the master," an elder shouted instinctively. Yet, no one moved, merely gazing at him as if he were a fool. "If you want to save him, then go ahead. Do you think me a simpleton?" At that moment, a brilliant golden light flickered in the distant secret realm, clearly indicating that a powerful figure had been stirred from their seclusion. "Demon Sovereign, show mercy." A resonant voice echoed through the skies. It was then that the master of Zishu finally made his appearance. With a flash, he emerged, exuding an intense pressure. Arriving late before Lin Yun. "Grandfather, save me." The master of Zishu thought, how ruthless he is, having destroyed my foundation. He appeared to see a beacon of hope. Nearly on the verge of tears, this demon sovereign was terrifying. Just moments ago, he had believed he was on the brink of being annihilated by a single strike. However, the master of Zishu was disregarded. With a grave expression, he stood protectively in front of the master, a complex look crossing his face as he spoke. "The fearsome reputation of the demon sovereign is not something you juniors can easily offend. You ungrateful wretch, do not hesitate to return at once. Should you dare disrespect the demon sovereign again, I will sever our ties and personally purge you from this realm." The master of Zishu was left utterly confused. Did I mishear? The disciples below all exchanged incredulous glances, each questioning their own hearing. Has the ancestor been possessed? A smile graced the corners of Lin Yun's mouth. This old fellow had once been an acquaintance forged through conflict. "Ah, old friend, it has been quite a while. Your charisma remains undiminished." "Oh no, it is you, esteemed demon lord, who still captivates, as ever. It seems you can traverse from the southern heavenly gate to the northern heavenly gate with ease," replied the master of Zishu with a bittersweet smile, gazing at Lin Yun, whose demonic flames still blazed fiercely. The master of Zishu's heart was heavy with bitterness. What could this great demon sovereign possibly want at their Zishu heavenly palace? Surely he hadn't developed an interest in some local specialty? Behind him, the Zishu palace lord appeared pale and shaken. He had not anticipated that upon the ancestor's emergence, he would not receive justice but rather be severed from their ties. Little did he know, this was a form of protection. Should the demon sovereign be denied a graceful exit, he might very well meet his demise at a careless swipe. "Quickly, assist the palace lord back," he urged. Soon, several elders burst through the air, carrying the newly appointed Zishu palace lord away. The disciples witnessing this spectacle were left in a daze. Hadn't they been assured that all enemies would be subdued? Was this truly the outcome? Observing the once magnificent palace lord being so unceremoniously removed, all were jolted from their reverie. Was this the might of the demon sovereign? So terrifying. "You are still young and have not participated in that battle. This is merely the beginning," an elder brother remarked with concern. Gazing up at the two formidable figures hovering above, he hoped for a peaceful resolution. Otherwise, the Zishu heavenly palace might well become a desolate wasteland. After all, it had taken the combined strength of numerous celestial powers to repel that great demon in the past. Now, with only the ancestor remaining, they were undoubtedly outmatched. Some timid souls were already contemplating escape, reasoning that as long as the Green Mountains remained, there would be no fear of lacking a sect to join. "It is good to see you again, Brother Yun. May I inquire what brings you to our humble sect?" The master of Zishu, with his white hair and beard, exuded an air of sage-like wisdom. In contrast, Lin Yun's appearance was far more ordinary, aside from his strikingly handsome visage. "It is but a trivial matter. I seek to trouble you for a moment," he replied, embodying the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. Lin Yun found it difficult to unleash his anger. Moreover, he had just flattened tens of thousands of buildings with a single slap. The fact that the other party did not seek compensation could be considered a gesture of goodwill. Of course, should they dare to assert their rights, Lin Yun could only annihilate the creditors together. "Please speak, fellow Daoist." Although Lin Yun was the emperor of the demon realm, and they belonged to opposing factions, at their level of cultivation, such superficial animosities were naturally beneath them. As the saying goes, one must build from a high vantage point and possess a grand vision. He could even sever ties with his own great-grandson. It is the lower-tier cultivators who incessantly clamor for conflict. The esteemed figures among them act solely from the perspective of their own interests. G family, I demand all news regarding the G family's affairs, both significant and trivial. From the past 30 years, Lin Yun, showing no inclination to beat around the bush, directly voiced his demand. The Ji family. The expression of the Lord of Zixiao changed dramatically. That was indeed a colossal powerhouse among celestial beings, firmly entrenched in the bounteous heart of the celestial realm. The celestial domains under its direct dominion numbered several, with the 9 Phoenix celestial domain being particularly affluent, rumored to harbor the nests of the Phoenix clan within. What could this formidable fiend be plotting? Could it be that the Ji family has become his target? However, to assault the Ji family would necessitate a deep incursion into their territory, even during the cataclysmic celestial demon war that once shattered the heavens and earth. That sanctified land remained unscathed. Observing the glimmer of uncertainty in the Old One's eyes, Lin Yun was acutely aware that the other party was undoubtedly plotting something. Indeed, the Ji family, particularly a certain Empress named Ji Xiao, piqued his interest. He sought to gather all intelligence concerning her alliances and enmities. The memory of his woman's tragic fate lingered in his mind. Lin Yun's already formidable aura surged to an even greater height, causing the master of Zixiao to become visibly tense. Lin Yun's gaze was piercingly cold as he directly issued a threat. I grant you 3 days. Do not think you can deceive me. I shall return in 3 days' time. If I have not received the information I require, I will raise your purple sky palace to the ground. I speak with conviction, and my words carry weight. You would not doubt that, would you? The Lord of the Purple Sky narrowed his eyes. He certainly did not doubt that the demon sovereign before him possessed such formidable power solely by his own means. Moreover, the opponent had the entire demon realm as his backing. Just moments ago, he had been observing from the shadows. When Lin Yun made his move, he had already simulated the confrontation in his mind hundreds of thousands of times. The conclusion he reached was rather straightforward. He was no match for his opponent and would likely be defeated within 3 rounds at most. 3 days seemed rather insufficient. The Ji family was indeed a dominant force. The master of Zishu spoke with a hint of bitterness, wishing to negotiate a bit. That is not my concern. You may inform the other sects. Weren't they quite delighted when they besieged me back in the day? Tell them I have now mastered several formidable powers and am eager to find someone to test their effectiveness. Lin Yun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his black robe, adorned with enigmatic golden threads, rustling ominously. The master of Zixiao, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, this was a viable solution. Let us proceed in this manner. Very well, you shall devise your own means. Lin Yun cast a final glance at the distant figure of the master of Zixiao Palace, who was observing him stealthily. Brother, you still have much to learn. With Lin Yun's silhouette fading away, the suffocating pressure finally dissipated. A sense of relief washed over everyone in the Zixiao Heavenly Palace, as if they had narrowly escaped a calamity. The master of Zixiao calmly surveyed below, and with a wave of his hand, the Imperial Protective Formation, which had just been shattered by Lin Yun, gradually restored itself to its former state. However, the damaged structures would require some time to mend. The news of the return of the demon sovereign soon echoed throughout the realms, reaching the Celestial Emperor's Palace, the Xiantian Holy Land, and the Ta-Ching Divine Sect. Elder Ancestor, should we unite to deal with the demon sovereign? The Grand Elder inquired cautiously, his gaze brimming with excitement. Foolishness. The master of Zishu retorted sharply, his eyes narrowing. We must join forces to resolve this matter. He lamented the mindset of the younger generation, who seemed perpetually preoccupied with violence and conflict. After countless years of cultivation, he had finally attained the status of a celestial sovereign. Did these rebellious disciples wish for him to perish in vain? Soon, the news of the legendary demon sovereign's reappearance in the celestial realm spread like wildfire. All major factions, particularly those who had previously clashed with him, were gripped by fear, eager to uproot their families and flee. Yet, how could one escape the monastery when millions of disciples remained? Have you heard? The great demon has returned. The demon sovereign intends to attack the celestial realm. This is a grave event. The demon sovereign has already breached our defenses. Urgent news, urgent news. The Zishu Heavenly Palace has been obliterated. The master of Zishu was killed on the spot. How tragic. His attire was completely destroyed. Is that so? I've also heard that their ancestor, the master of Zixiao, was captured and beaten. The rumors only grew more outrageous. It's over. It's over. We must inform the elder ancestor immediately. The demon sovereign is advancing. What? The elder ancestor has already fled with his sister-in-law. What hope is there now? We might as well await our doom. If this trajectory continues, it is feared that within 3 days, the illustrious demon Lord Lin Yun shall ascend to the status of the sovereign of the celestial realm, as proclaimed by the celestial beings. This ominous wind has finally swept into the demon realm as well. The demon realm, much like the celestial realm, boasts mountains and rivers. However, certain regions are shrouded in darkness, with demonic energies swirling ominously. It resembles an endless expanse of a black ocean, profound, terrifying, and imbued with an oppressive aura that instills dread. Confronted with harsh conditions and the relentless pressure of survival, the flora and fauna here are not to be trifled with. The grass by the roadside possesses a taste for flesh, while the plump fish in the rivers can soar to hunt their prey. In the distance, the pitch-black mountains rise like blades, piercing the heavens, as dark red lightning sporadically flickers across the sky, resembling crimson fissures that tear through the vastness of the demon realm. On the dark red ground, rivers of molten lava weave in intricate patterns, occasionally erupting with fervor, infusing the otherwise frigid and shadowy world with a hint of searing ferocity. Within this enigmatic and magnificent land of demons lies a grand black citadel, where the atmosphere is palpably tense. Inside, several towering and imposing demon generals convene, each adorned with a serious demeanor and eyes glimmering with barely contained excitement. Aha, that is our most illustrious and formidable demon sovereign. After a century of absence, he has resurfaced in the celestial realm, exclaimed a horned demon general, pounding the table with fervor. His eyes alight with fervent zeal as the demonic flames in his hands threaten to spiral out of control. We must bring our sovereign back. The demon realm cannot thrive without him. Indeed, our realm's most glorious era was during the reign of our demon sovereign. Another general clad in dark armor thundered, waving his arms with a gaze filled with reverence and fervor. Any who dare to encroach upon the demon realm shall be met with devastating force. We have endured great indignities in the absence of our sovereign, remarked a lean demon general, a sly grin on his lips and a glint of cunning in his eyes. The news has spread. We must invest significantly to retrieve our sovereign. It would be swifter still if we could abduct a celestial maiden to interrogate regarding the whereabouts of our sovereign. The other demon generals erupted in laughter, their hearty mirth resonating throughout the citadel. Nonsense! Who dares obstruct our path shall be swiftly dealt with. A burly demon general clad in dark red armor snorted, his gaze fierce and tone tyrannical. Now that our sovereign has reappeared, he will undoubtedly return to the demon realm. At that time, we shall ensure those little brats from the celestial realm witness our true might. In recent years, the celestial realm has grown increasingly audacious, frequently venturing forth to capture magical beasts. Some have even begun to covet their own kin, such as the alluring succubus tribe or the exquisitely handsome Azura clan. The brawny rock tribe members have been seized to toil in mines, while the flame tribe faces a dire fate, reduced to mere boiler attendants. As for those unfortunate souls taken to serve as mounts, their plight is even graver. Some have become mere delicacies on the plates of prominent figures in the celestial realm. Now, the leaders of the demon realm are all ablaze with fervor, their gazes ignited with hope as if the lost demons have found a glimmer of promise. The atmosphere within the demon palace rises amidst boisterous laughter, as they eagerly anticipate the return of their esteemed demon sovereign, yearning to sweep across the realms once more and elevate the demon realm to its zenith. Amidst the fervent declarations and resounding laughter within the palace, a soft, enchanting voice echoed, akin to silk caressing the soul, imbued with an irresistible, otherworldly charm. The demon generals turned in unison to behold a captivating figure gracefully entering the hall, none other than the current matriarch of the succubus tribe, Meishiwaji. Her form flowed like smoke, draped in a sheer red and black gown that hinted at her exquisite silhouette, with skin as radiant as snow and eyes shimmering like water, adorned with a subtle, enigmatic smile. Yet, the demon generals found themselves hesitant to gaze upon her, fearful of falling under her spell. Rumors suggested a complicated relationship between her and the demon sovereign, leaving the truth shrouded in mystery. With a gentle flick of her lustrous black hair, Meishiwaji spoke softly, "Esteemed generals, your excitement is palpable. Are you all truly awaiting the return of our demon sovereign?" A towering demon general, standing a formidable 3 meters tall, steadied himself and boldly proclaimed, "Indeed, the pinnacle of our demon realm coincides with the presence of our sovereign. Should he return, we shall once again launch an assault on the celestial realm." Meishiwaji stifled a delicate laugh, her voice ringing like silver bells, yet laced with a hint of disdainful provocation. "Ah, my dear compatriots, you are all rather uncouth. While it is indeed paramount to seek out our sovereign, one must tread carefully. If you were to recklessly offend him, do you truly believe he would favor you?" The demon generals momentarily faltered, a wave of irritation washing over them, yet they dared not challenge their matriarch. After all, Mei Xueji was not only the leader of the succubus tribe, but also possessed unfathomable power, commanding a legion of succubi that spanned the demon realm. Her captivating gaze had rendered countless foes powerless. With a serene smile, Mei Xueji's enchanting eyes swept over the assembly. Perhaps, esteemed generals, it would be wise to remain patient. If you genuinely wish to serve our sovereign, a touch of cunning is in order. After all, he has re-emerged in the celestial realm after a century of absence, undoubtedly with his own grand designs. Should you act rashly, do not say I did not forewarn you. She shifted her gaze, as if pondering something, her expression imbued with a hint of mystery. However, should the lord of the demon realm be retrieved, perhaps he would consider establishing a family. What had he said back then? That romantic entanglements would only hinder his journey through the martial world. Contemplating this, a trace of allure flickered in her eyes, and she regained her enchanting and regal demeanor. With a gentle turn, she departed from the grand hall, leaving the assembled demon generals in a state of perplexity. As they watched her retreating figure, though some felt a twinge of resentment, they could not deny that her words had indeed instilled a sense of calm among them. Shortly after the silhouette of the enchanting snow princess vanished, a steady and powerful footfall echoed at the entrance of the demonic palace. An air of lethal intent subtly permeating the atmosphere. The demon generals looked up to see a tall woman clad in black armor striding into the hall. Her presence was formidable, reminiscent of a blade drawn from its sheath, radiating a fierce brilliance. It was none other than the supreme leader of the Azura clan, Zhan Wuxuan. Draped in battle armor, her crimson cloak billowed behind her with a resounding rustle. As the female leader of the Azura tribe, Zhan Wuxuan's beauty could rival that of the alluring enchantresses. Yet, her unparalleled combat prowess and keen intellect often overshadowed her physical appearance. Her gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, and her cold demeanor resembled a frigid statue, exuding an aura of inviolable authority. Upon reaching the center of the hall, she surveyed her surroundings, causing all the demon generals to suppress their earlier mirth, their expressions transforming into solemnity. Even the most proud and unyielding of the demon generals bowed their noble heads before her. Zhan Wuxuan's voice was low and composed, carrying an undeniable weight of command. You have all heard the words of the Snow Princess. I do not wish to witness you fighting amongst yourselves chaotically upon the return of the Lord of the Demon Realm. She paused, a cold smile gracing her lips. What sort of person is the Lord of the Demon Realm, that you should be searching for him in disarray? If you truly wish to welcome him, then each of you must first fulfill your own duties and unite the strengths of your respective clans. The day the Lord of the Demon Realm returns will also be the day we unify the realms of immortals and demons. Upon hearing her words, the demon generals nodded gravely, their admiration for Zhan Wuxuan deepening. Not only was she unmatched in battle, but her meticulous mind knew how to rally hearts. Were it not for her steadfast guardianship of the rightful demon realm, they would have likely splintered into factions during the years of the Lord's absence. Her gaze, imbued with profound insight, continued. We need only maintain order within the demon realm, reorganize our forces, and await the Lord's arrival. Let no information leak outside. Her eyes swept over the assembly, her tone icy yet authoritative. Today, I have decreed that warriors from all clans are to remain confined. Any who dare act independently shall meet the blade of the Azura's blood. Upon finishing her words, she resolutely turned and departed, leaving the assembled demon generals gazing at her retreating figure with solemn respect. However, the one they held in the highest esteem, the demon lord, at this moment found his thoughts drifting to his wife and children, lost in a state of blissful distraction. Lin Yun, returning from the celestial realm, was blissfully unaware that his brief excursion had stirred up tumultuous waves once more. In truth, he had anticipated such a turn of events. Yet now, having been thrust into the unexpected role of a father, he felt cornered by circumstances. His child was already calling him daddy. How could he possibly evade his responsibilities? Yet, the recollection of the events that lay ahead weighed heavily on his mind. Lin Yun still felt a twinge of headache. Upon returning to the lower realm, he once again sealed his own cultivation. Otherwise, he feared that the heavenly Tao would unleash boundless thunder tribulations, obliterating the indigenous inhabitants of this small world. After all, he had been living in seclusion for so many years. Lin Yun still harbors some emotions. Oh, father, where have you gone? Your little one misses you dearly. Lin Yun stepped out for a brief moment, yet the little darling had cried several times in anxious distress. Even Jiang Tingting and the others were unable to console her. It was only when the little phoenix took matters into her own hands, warning that if father saw her in such a state, he might not like her anymore, that the little one began to calm down. After all, father had gone out to buy her some delicious treats. Lin Yun, with a touch of affection, took the little darling from Jiang Tingting's hands. Although the small child was capable of running, jumping, and even soaring through the air, she still exhibited the typical behavior of an ordinary child, relishing the warmth of an adult's embrace. As he spoke, Lin Yun produced an assortment of delightful snacks from the celestial realm. During his recent return, he had made a stop in a grand city to procure these treats. Ever since discovering that his daughter had an insatiable appetite for snacks, he had taken to indulging her whims. Lin Yun became increasingly concerned. The resources from the lower realm would likely prove insufficient. Furthermore, his Empress wife would require various celestial elixirs and supplements to nurture her health. Thus, he made an extravagant order at the largest merchant association, filling several spatial rings to the brim. On another note, he wished to present some gifts to the young girls who had cared for his child. After all, they had taken on the responsibility of raising his offspring. It was not that he was unwilling to part with his cherished treasures. Rather, his collection was far too exquisite for their use, and it might even attract unwanted envy. Wow, Daddy, you are so wonderful. This, I think I've tasted it before. Mother said it's a specialty of the Tianluo Palace. The Miluo candy heart gourd, exclaimed the little girl, holding a skewer of candied haws that radiated a strong aura of celestial essence. She spoke in a sweet, childlike voice. Indeed it is. Is it delicious? Lin Yun smiled, seemingly quite attentive to the little darling. Indeed, it's delicious. Everything father gives to the baby is the best. She then urged, come, father, you should have some too. Lin Yun opened her mouth to bite into a sugar-coated gourd offered by the little one. Observing the joyful interaction between this father and daughter, Jiang Tingting felt a pang of envy. Some of her own hidden sentiments were deeply buried within her heart, perhaps destined never to see the light of day. Upon hearing that it was a local specialty from the celestial realm, Huang Lingxi's gaze sharpened. Could it be that he truly ventured into the celestial world? Regrettably, her current lack of strength prevented her from establishing any connection with it. Otherwise, she could have gleaned some information. As Lin Yun produced more and more items evidently marked by the celestial realm, Huang Lingxi's suspicions were further confirmed. This man could traverse the celestial barriers at will, exhibiting control over his power with remarkable ease. That afternoon, at Lin Yun's suggestion, Jiang Tingting and Ning Shui made their way to the little one's chambers. Although they had long anticipated that the little darling would likely be taken away by her father, the moment it actually came to pass filled both of them with a sense of reluctance. Lin Yun gazed at the scene before him, unable to suppress a hint of a resigned smile. Jiang Tingting and Master Ning stood on either side, cradling the little darling, their eyes glistening with tears, filled with reluctance. The child's cherubic face was flushed from crying, tears cascading down like a string of broken pearls as she tugged at the hems of their garments, as if to hold them back. Wu, Sister Tingting, Sister Shui, please don't leave me. I still want to taste the sweet cakes made by Sister Tingting and gaze at the stars with Sister Shui, the little one whimpered, her tender voice tinged with sorrow, breaking the hearts of all who listened. Lin Yun gazed upon this scene, feeling an inexplicable sense of having become the villain. It was as if he had forcibly taken the little darling away from their midst, in response to the little one's plaintive voice filled with reluctance. Jiang Tingting and the others were even more tearful. Perhaps it was the instinct of motherhood, or perhaps it was due to the fact that the little one had saved their lives in such a short span of time. An indelible bond and profound affection had been forged between them and the little child. Lin Yun said with a hint of helplessness, "Oh dear, please don't make this so emotional. We are merely returning home to attend to some matters. Once I am done, I will bring the baby's mother back to play. It will be but a fleeting moment." Jiang Tingting, holding back tears, managed to force a smile and softly replied, "Brother Lin, you must take good care of the little one. She is most afraid of solitude, and you must ensure she is never hungry. You cannot allow her to suffer even the slightest hardship." Lin Yun also revealed his true name to the two individuals. Otherwise, the title of immortal sovereign felt somewhat awkward to him. Ning Shui's eyes glistened with emotion as she cautioned, "The little one often seeks mischief, but that may simply be her way of drawing your attention. Please exercise a little more patience. Moreover, she is remarkably intelligent and courageous. Just look at how she secured first place in the grand competition of the Wilderness Prefecture." Lin Yun gazed at the two tearful young ladies, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Rest assured, she is my cherished treasure. I would protect her with utmost care. How could I allow her to suffer?" Suddenly, an idea struck him. He raised his hand and produced two exquisite spatial rings, solemnly placing them into the hands of Jiang Tingting and Ning Shui. I am deeply grateful for the care you have provided to my daughter during these days. This is but a small token of my appreciation. Please do not refuse. Inside, you will find meticulously selected cultivation resources that should align perfectly with your current levels of mastery. As you know, this is of little consequence to me. Upon receiving the rings, Jiang Tingting and Ning Shui exchanged glances filled with surprise, but more so with profound gratitude. They lowered their heads to admire the rings, silently cherishing their emotions of reluctance and appreciation deep within their hearts. Lin Yun gazed upon the scene with a faint smile and gently teased, all right. No need to act like children, making this feel like a farewell. When I return, we shall gather once more." The little one, with tearful eyes, stifled her sobs and reached out her tiny hand to wipe away her tears. With a heart full of reluctance, she waved goodbye to them, saying, "Sister Tingting, Sister Shui, I will come to see you again next time. You must be good. I shall bring delicious treats back for you." After speaking, she mimicked the adults with a couple of playful humphs, feigning strength, which made Lin Yun chuckle softly. Finally, Lin Yun embraced the little one, gently patting her back, offering comfort as he said, "All right, my dear, it is time for us to go. We are heading home now." The little phoenix transformed once more into a small red bird, perching on the child's shoulder. She too was curious about where the Empress had first encountered this man. Under the watchful gaze of those who felt the pangs of parting, Lin Yun and the little one turned into a streak of light, soaring towards his secluded abode. There, he intended to awaken his Empress wife, and the three of them would share a warm life together. He found himself nostalgic for certain joyful moments. Meanwhile, in the realm of immortals, the season of harvest was swiftly approaching. One could assume that those elders would not dare to treat him with indifference. Lin Yun conjured a luminous sphere with his magical prowess, enveloping the little child within. The fierce tempest and the sharp fluctuations of space were effectively warded off. The trio, two beings and a bird, transformed into a streak of obsidian, swiftly slicing through the heavens, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Had it not been for the concern that the child might be affected by the chaotic currents of space, Lin Yun yearned to tear through the fabric of the void and traverse directly to his destination. Undoubtedly, the speed of the light he commanded was unparalleled across the realm. Were it not for the constraints on his cultivation, a mere thought would allow him to manifest in any corner of this world. The little girl clung tightly to her father, basking in the warmth of his embrace. Though she possessed the ability to fly, she was no match for her father's prowess. With curious eyes, she gazed at the fantastical world beyond their protective shield. In the next moment, they found themselves deep within the forest of 10,000 beasts, a place renowned as one of the most perilous forbidden zones in existence. This sanctuary preserved the most primitive ecological environment, harboring ancient bloodlines of primordial creatures. Here, various spirit beasts and ethereal birds reigned supreme, embodying the true essence of this vast mountainous expanse. However, the formidable beasts were well aware that the genuine master of this domain was none other than a mysterious human. He was powerful and ruthless, having forged a colossal lake deep within the mountains with a mere swipe of his hand, causing towering peaks to vanish into oblivion. This incident transpired when the formidable demon Lord Lin Yun was provoked by a mighty winged serpent. In an instant, he transformed into a being of divine wrath, obliterating the serpent, which had terrorized the region for millennia and measured hundreds of meters in length, into mere dust with a single strike. From that day forth, he established new dominion over the land, proclaiming himself the true sovereign of the forest of 10,000 beasts. For a century, he has resided in this treacherous forbidden zone, hidden from the eyes of ordinary humanity. Lin Yun has constructed a quaint courtyard here, nestled against the mountains and beside a serene body of water. He has also carved out a small lake, spanning several hundred meters, from which a spiritual spring flows ceaselessly. This enchanting water is said to harbor the legendary dragonfish, known for its ability to refine one's essence. Occasionally, one might catch a glimpse of vibrant, iridescent spirit fish darting across the surface. Surrounding the area, an array of rare and invaluable spiritual herbs and treasures flourish, seldom seen in the outside world. They emit a faint yet alluring fragrance, mingling harmoniously with the rich spiritual energy that permeates the air, as if the entire courtyard has seamlessly merged with the ethereal essence of nature. Within this haven, a delightful ensemble of residents resides, each a rare spiritual bird or mythical beast. Among them are the legendary 8 treasures chicken, the longevity-bestowing tortoise, and the silver feather sparrow, along with a few playful little demon beasts that have come to join the merriment. They stroll leisurely, foraging for food and occasionally showcasing their unique abilities in crimson feathers. However, the most striking presence is a large dog lounging in one corner of the courtyard, basking in the sun. This magnificent creature is a black demon hound, its coat gleaming with an oily sheen, and its robust physique is almost exaggerated, exuding a fierce yet inexplicable aura of authority. Lin Yun bestowed upon him the name Black Dashwai, a creature of extraordinary lineage. Decades prior, Lin Yun had rescued this diminutive pup from the clutches of a formidable beast. Since then, Black Dashwai has remained steadfastly devoted, vigilantly guarding the premises. However, after years of leisurely existence, the fierce aura he once possessed has diminished. Resembling more a pampered pet, languidly sprawled in a corner, basking in the sunlight, occasionally wagging his tail, thoroughly relishing his tranquil life. At that moment, a radiant beam of light descended, accompanied by a cherubic voice exclaiming, "Wow, Daddy, is this our new home?" Black Dashwai lazily glanced over, instantly wagging his tail in welcome. The little darling, Jiziue, had been brought into the courtyard by Lin Yun. "Indeed, this is our new abode. From now on, you and your mother will share meals and rest here." The moment the little one entered, an exuberant excitement enveloped her. Her tiny hands patted her chest as she eagerly explored, resembling a child discovering a treasure trove. "There are so many little animals. They all look so delicious," she exclaimed, her face alight with joy. But do refrain from teasing the little creatures. They are our beloved companions." Lin Yun, feeling somewhat exasperated, cast a glance at the little phoenix, urging her to be more attentive and not to disturb the egg-laying hen and the ornamental fish at home. The little phoenix turned her head, feigning ignorance of Lin Yun's intent. This mischievous little creature was beyond her control. In the blink of an eye, the small child was merrily chasing a flock of 8 treasures chickens. However, her gaze soon fixated on the imposing figure of the large black dog. Observing the sleek fur and robust physique of the black dog, the little girl couldn't help but swallow hard, her round eyes sparkling like the stars above. She couldn't help but think to herself, "This big black dog looks so glossy and succulent, it must be delicious." Woof. The large black dog, pondering the origin of this tiny human, suddenly felt an ominous premonition wash over him. As he turned to face the eager gaze of the little girl, he was startled, quickly rising to retreat. In his mind, he thought, "Oh no, this little rascal isn't planning to make me a snack, is she?" As a mystical beast of a different kind, the black dog possessed a high level of intelligence. Over the years, Lin Yun had treated him well, feeding him an array of spiritual fruits, celestial birds, and small demons. In terms of power, he could be considered to be at the late stage of the core formation realm. Sensing Lin Yun's essence on the little girl, he realized in an instant that she was indeed the young master. His heart sank. How could his master return after a few days with such a mischievous little one? Moreover, the little bird by her side seemed to be no ordinary creature. Huang Lingxi, feeling no need to conceal herself anymore, stood proudly beside the child. The little girl licked her lips and, with a cheerful smile, darted towards the black dog, exclaiming, "Big black dog, don't run away. Come play with me. I want to roast you and eat you all up." Seeing this, the black dog was utterly terrified, bolting away with a thunderous clatter, completely disregarding his majestic lineage. Dust erupted around the courtyard as he fled, startling the 8 treasures chickens into a cacophony of clucks and flapping wings. Other spiritual birds and mystical beasts joined in the commotion, feathers swirling through the air. Lin Yun, who was tidying up the inner courtyard, rushed over upon hearing the noise. He found the little girl chasing the black dog around the yard, having nearly caught hold of his bushy tail multiple times. Approaching them, he couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Oh my dear little treasure, let go of your uncle dog. You can't eat him." The little girl paused, her face a picture of confusion and disappointment as she murmured, "Uncle dog? I don't want that. I want to eat him, and he looks so tasty. The last big dog I had was absolutely delicious. I roasted dozens of them in one go. Sister Tingting and the others loved it too." Hearing such predatory words, the black dog quickly tucked his tail between his legs and made a hasty escape. He thought to himself, "I can't deal with this. With the arrival of this little progeny, it is likely that the beasts of the myriad beast forest are in for a stroke of misfortune." Lin Yun smiled as she gently ruffled her little head, saying, "But these are the loyal guardians raised by father. They are our dear friends. You can play with them and then tease the big dogs outside. Shall we?" Lin Yun was aware that the tiny infant would undoubtedly create quite a commotion for a while. All he could do was mourn for those great demon clans outside. He hoped they would strive a little harder to bear offspring. Otherwise, if the baby went hungry, it would be their fault. Ah, so it is. Just as mother and the baby said, one cannot feast upon the steeds at home, can one? The innocent eyes of the little one gazed up at his father, instinctively reaching for his tiny fingers to suck on. Indeed, yes, the baby is truly clever. At that moment, the imposing black beast had already retreated to a corner of the courtyard, panting as he observed the adorable little one, cautiously shrinking back, as if terrified she might chase after him. In the courtyard, the divine dragonfish cautiously emerged from the water, peeking around, while the 8 treasures chicken settled back on the ground. The little demon beasts were hiding from one another, seemingly maintaining a heightened state of vigilance against this carnivorous little demon king. Lin Yun observed this scene and couldn't help but chuckle softly, gently patting the little one's shoulder. She said with warmth, "These are all our dear friends. We must coexist harmoniously and refrain from any mischief." Lin Yun still needed to tidy up the room, ensuring it was beautifully arranged. Otherwise, when the bride awoke to find their new abode in disarray, resembling a doghouse, he would be left utterly embarrassed. "You shall reside in this chamber," he declared, arriving at the threshold of a guest room on the 2nd floor. Lin Yun spoke to the small phoenix, which had already transformed into human form. "Oh, I am quite indifferent." The phoenix spirit, Lingxi, had scanned the area with her divine sense and was quite pleased with the surroundings. Towering ancient trees adorned the landscape, not to mention the multitude of flying birds and roaming beasts. Moreover, the nearby gardens were meticulously maintained. It was indeed a testament to the efforts of a man who had managed this place for over a century. She could hardly believe that those herbal and vegetable gardens were cultivated by the same cold man who could annihilate formidable foes with a mere snap of his fingers. Lin Yun found himself exceedingly bored, which awakened his instinct to cultivate the land. Wherever he found soil, he planted vegetables. Strangely, witnessing the seeds take root, sprout, and flourish gave him a sense of purpose. Upon entering the quaint little house, Huang Lingxi beheld for the first time such an architectural design. If any fellow townsfolk were to see it, they would immediately recognize it. This was unmistakably a villa style. Ever since the last wooden cabin had been destroyed when the Empress dropped from the sky, Lin Yun, seeking a pastime, decided to reconstruct his dwelling. Although he still utilized timber, it was sourced from ancient spiritual trees, some of which were hundreds or even thousands of years old. The strength of this wood could rival that of reinforced concrete. After dedicating several months to the endeavor, he successfully erected a 3-story wooden villa, complete with a garden, swimming pool, and a serene pond. Lin Yun typically resided on the ground floor, for he found the ascent of stairs to be a tiresome endeavor. After all, he wished to live like an ordinary person within the confines of his home. However, now that he has a family to care for, including a young girl, such an arrangement has become rather inconvenient. Therefore, he has resolved to designate the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, which would be more suitable for their nuptial nights, sparing the little phoenix any potential embarrassment. As for the cherished little one, she will certainly have a separate room nearby. Of course, in the initial days, the infant is likely to wish to snuggle with her parents, yet Lin Yun is reluctant to allow any interruptions to their intimate world. Nevertheless, what troubles him most at present is not the awakening of his partner, but rather the cultivation of their relationship. Having never experienced romantic love before, he feels overwhelmed by the rapid progression of their connection. The child is already running about, yet the couple finds themselves still unfamiliar with one another. Who would believe such a tale? Yet, this is the undeniable truth. As Lin Yun spreads the bedding, he mutters to himself, "My dear, you are so beautiful. You have finally awakened. I have been waiting for you for quite a while." No, that's far too sentimental. I cannot bear it. Lin Yun shook her head, pondering how she would articulate her first words upon awakening. Perhaps it would be best to let the little one utter the initial phrase instead. She could simply stand there, maintaining an air of aloofness. Upon catching her first glimpse of the crescent moon, she would likely feel a sense of reassurance. Lin Yun pondered deeply, feeling an anxiety reminiscent of an interview from many years ago. However, there was no real urgency, after all. It was certain that she would not be awakened in the next few days. He still needed to journey to the celestial realm to uncover the truth, and then return to his ancestral home in the demon realm. Having settled down and married, it was only fitting that he returned home at least once. Indeed, Lin Yun regarded the demon realm as his true sanctuary. In his earlier days, he harbored aspirations of mingling within the celestial realm, even going so far as to join certain sections. However, Due to his lackadaisical nature, he faced relentless ostracism. Furthermore, the hypocritical individuals he encountered only fueled his disdain. Ultimately, he resorted to slaying his senior brother, which led to a manhunt by the entire sect. Thus, he fled to the demon realm. Surprisingly, he discovered that this place was akin to a treasure trove for him. Here, he was free to act as he pleased, unencumbered by restrictive norms. And he decided to settle down. As he continuously faced challenges and emerged victorious, he unknowingly ascended to the status of the demon sovereign. At the window, the little phoenix stood quietly, glancing at the adorable child below, who was happily mingling with various small creatures. She felt assured of the safety here. Consequently, she took out a collection of celestial crystals to arrange a gathering formation and proceeded to cultivate with peace of mind. Meanwhile, the little darling, Jizue, was in the midst of her own adventures. Upon arriving, she immediately embraced her newfound freedom. For her, this place resembled a veritable wonderland for children. After letting the retreating black dog, Hey Da Shui, escape, the little one transformed into an adventurous little ancestor upon entering the courtyard, causing a delightful commotion that disrupted the tranquility of the entire area. When she first laid eyes on the divine dragon fish in the pond, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow, such a plump fish," she exclaimed, and with unrestrained enthusiasm, she lunged forward to catch the fish. However, the divine dragon fish, with its golden body, swiftly flicked its tail, splashing water all over her and leaving her drenched. Infuriated, the little darling stamped her feet and shook her tiny fists at the divine dragon fish, declaring, "Just wait until I grow up. I shall roast you and feast upon you." Lin Yun stood by, grinning widely with delight. "My dear, this fish is the ancestor of all fish, having lived for a millennium. Let us venture outside to catch some for our meal." "Oh, since father is reluctant, I shall spare it for now." The little darling pouted, her large eyes twinkling mischievously, seemingly concocting some mischief. It turned out she had set her sights on the meticulously raised 8 treasures chickens, dreaming of a delectable roast chicken leg for dinner. These chickens, with their impressive prowess, were not mere vegetarians. They strutted proudly, their heads held high, and with a powerful leap, they soared into the air, flapping their wings and squawking at her, as if hurling insults. One particularly large chicken even leaped repeatedly in front of her, seemingly taunting her. Yet, the little darling could not catch them, much to her frustration. She stood there, hands on her hips, feigning fierceness as she shouted, "If I catch you, you'll be stewed." The 8 treasures chickens looked down at her, clucking triumphantly, as if mocking her audacity. But that was not the end of it. The few visiting little demons in the yard also fell prey to the little darling's keen eye. She chased a silver-winged lion around the yard, determined to ride it like a horse. The imposing black canine, watching from the sidelines, dared not intervene. Its eyes wide with exasperation, almost pleading with Lin Yun, who was calmly brewing tea beside him, as if to ask, "Are you really going to let this little tyrant run amok?" The little darling, with an air of righteous indignation, protested to her father, "They are all bullying me, father. You must tie them up so I can roast them for dinner." Not only did the spirited creatures in the yard suffer, but even the herbal garden was not spared from her toxic hands. The moment she touched a fragrant medicinal herb, she attempted to shove it into her mouth, having just savored the sweetness of the specially cultivated spiritual fruits. However, the herb retaliated instinctively, its thorny hairs bristling, causing her to yelp in surprise. Lin Yun couldn't help but tease, "My dear, these are not merely edible fruits. Each possesses its own unique personality." "Oh dear. I shall not relent. I intend to devour them all." The little infant persistently pursued the spiritual herbs that had begun to awaken their intelligence and were now attempting to flee. Lin Yun also shook his head in resignation. That was a celestial elixir he had hastily matured using secret techniques, initially believing it to be of little use. Now, it indeed could serve to replenish his mother's health. Yet, he watched helplessly as a few more plants were wasted. However, who could blame this little ancestor, for she was his own flesh and blood? In recent days, Lin Yun has been diligently striving to adjust her mindset, aspiring to be a good husband and an exemplary father. Consequently, she has been allowed to indulge in her whims. The creatures within his courtyard are meticulously chosen, and under his guidance, they all recognize her as the young master, his own bloodline, and thus would never dare to truly bully her. However, it was not long before the devoted little darling, fully committed to her father, summoned all the spiritual birds and mystical beasts in the courtyard, establishing a patrol team. This group included the imposing Black Shui, a flock of 8 treasures chickens, various small magical creatures, and even the aquatic divine dragonfish. Mounted on black decisive, she led them in surveying the courtyard, expanding their territory by several dozen miles. Their presence was indeed formidable, proudly dubbed the guardians of the homeland. They also became self-sufficient in hunting and feasting on roasted meat, rewarding black decisive and the others with bountiful meals. Lin Yun found himself both amused and exasperated by this little troublemaker, whose arrival had turned the household upside down, creating a cacophony of chaos. It would not be long before the entire 10,000 demons forest would come to recognize her as the little demon. Under the night sky, he affectionately patted her little head, saying, "Darling, do not be too fierce with them. They are all dear friends of your father." The adorable little one, unfazed, nestled in her father's embrace and playfully patted her own chest with her chubby hand, exclaiming, "Oh, worry not, father. With me around, they will never dare to cause a ruckus again." A gentle warmth suddenly blossomed within Lin Yun's heart. The presence of such a mischievous child added a touch of lively charm to his originally serene and secluded abode. "Indeed, dear one, in a couple of days, your father shall awaken your mother to join you in play, shall he not?" Lin Yun gently patted the little one's back and softly spoke. "All right, my dear. How long for my mother? Father, could you please hurry?" "Yes, I will. It will be soon." A glimmer of fierceness flashed in Lin Yun's eyes. After a day of acclimatization, the little darling had fully transformed into a wild child of the mountains. Much like a noble young lady from the grand city who had ventured into the countryside, she was utterly delighted. Each morning, as dawn's light gently broke, the commotion she stirred up was akin to a chaotic flurry of chickens and dogs. Lin Yun also found joy in this. Every day, he diligently followed behind, cleaning up the mess. Occasionally, when he felt a sense of despair, he would allow the little phoenix to take over. However, the time agreed upon with the celestial realm soon arrived. He coaxed the little child to sleep. Lin Yun once again shattered the void to arrive at the immortal realm's ascension platform. This time, he leisurely stepped through the immortal gate, his gaze calmly sweeping over the white jade portal he had previously obliterated. Indeed, the immortal gate had already been restored to its original splendor, rejuvenated and pristine. Fortunately, the same squad of immortal gate guards remained stationed, particularly the slightly portly captain clad in silver armor, whom Lin Yun distinctly remembered. Upon catching sight of Lin Yun, he immediately straightened his posture and, with an imposing presence, led the call, "Welcome, great demon sovereign, to the immortal realm to guide our endeavors." With a sudden halt, Lin Yun nearly plummeted from the heavens, his heart brimming with unspoken words. This motley crew had swiftly mastered the art of flattery, choosing to disregard them. He had more pressing matters to attend to, transforming into a streak of light as he soared towards the Zixiao Heavenly Palace. Upon his return to the Zixiao Heavenly Palace, the atmosphere was palpably different from his previous visit. The exquisite jade structures he had shattered days prior were now mostly restored. Numerous celestial beings were showcasing their divine powers, raising the fallen palaces back to their former glory. One must commend the celestial beings for their remarkable productivity, surely. They could excel as construction workers and significantly boost the celestial realm's GDP. Having learned from past experiences, and with the appointed time drawing near, the Lord of Zixiao Palace, accompanied by several elders, awaited him at the palace gates, their expressions imbued with utmost reverence, as if fearful of offending the esteemed demon Lord Emperor. The arrogance and invincibility he once exuded were now relics of the past. Once naive and reckless, he now yearned to reclaim his celestial status. The Lord of Zixiao Palace, who had been severely chastised by Lin Yun, appeared to have recovered remarkably well. Indeed, as a major force within the celestial realm, their profound foundations and abundant treasures allowed for an unparalleled recuperation speed. "Demon Lord, we have awaited your arrival for quite some time," the Lord of Zixiao Palace said, slightly bowing and clasping his hands in greeting. Lin Yun cast a fleeting glance at him, her expression devoid of any emotion as she spoke. "Please summon your Tao Lord. Has there been any progress regarding the inquiry I requested last time, concerning Zixiao?" The master of Zixiao wiped the beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead and hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty, please wait a moment. The Tao Lord has been informed in advance." With that, he swiftly sent out several of the highest grade communication jade talismans to summon the Tao Lord of Zixiao. Fearing that Lin Yun might grow impatient, he certainly did not wish to find himself once more struck down, unable to rise. Lin Yun patiently waited for a while, fully aware that these venerable elders were accustomed to their lofty positions. He surmised that they were still feigning seclusion in the secret realm. Before long, Master Zixiao emerged from the rear hall, his expression grave yet tinged with a hint of helplessness. In the presence of Lin Yun, he suppressed his own sense of guilt and engaged in a conversation as an equal, although he adhered to certain formalities. He was reluctant to lose face in front of his numerous disciples. As the saying goes, one should never strike a smiling face. Lin Yun acquiesced to him. The Lord of Zixiao casually cast a barrier to silence their surroundings. My friend, regarding the clues about the Ji family, I have indeed uncovered some useful information. However, there are certain matters on my end that I cannot conclusively determine. This is the information I have gathered in collaboration with the Heavenly Emperor Palace, the Xiantian Sacred Ground, and the Taiqing Divine Sect. It is all contained within this jade tablet. Please take a look. A jade tablet hovered before the Lord of Zixiao. Oh, let me see. Lin Yun extended his hand to receive it. With a sweep of his consciousness, the information stored within began to unfold before him, reminiscent of a grand cinematic slideshow. Lin Yun's countenance grew increasingly grim, his purple-gold-black robe billowing ominously. As his fury escalated, the resonance of his magical power inadvertently altered the very fabric of the surrounding realm. In an instant, the barriers set by the Lord of Purple Clouds shattered. The once clear sky was suddenly shrouded in thick, ominous clouds. Thunder rumbled mightily, akin to a divine dragon weaving through the heavy mist, seemingly poised to unleash celestial retribution and annihilate all in its path. The Lord of Purple Cloud's expression shifted dramatically. After all, this was the immortal realm, where the laws of nature were exceptionally robust. The fact that this formidable fiend could exert such influence was alarming. What is happening? Could the demon sovereign be on the brink of obliterating our Purple Cloud's palace? Hurry, summon the ancestor. Fool, the ancestor is right before that demon. Could it be that negotiations have collapsed? Witnessing the catastrophic scene unfolding before them, the disciples of the Purple Cloud's palace were filled with dread. Silence. The palace master swiftly intervened to restore order. Fellow Taoist, please temper your wrath. The Lord of Purple Clouds had previously perused the jade slip, and while he had anticipated such developments, he was nonetheless drenched in cold sweat at this moment. He silently prayed for the Ji family. Although they were somewhat stronger than the Purple Cloud's palace, it was not by a significant margin. Despite not knowing the precise relationship between the Empress and the demon, the demon sovereign's evident regard suggested she must be an individual of great importance. The Ji family would undoubtedly pay a heavy price if they hoped to quell the wrath of this mighty demon. Were these reports indeed accurate? As the uncontrollable aura surged, Lin Yun's hairpin shattered, and his long, dark purple locks danced in the wind. At that moment, his expression was strikingly serene. He glanced upward at the horizon, his gaze subtly shifting. The apocalyptic scene that threatened to engulf the world dissipated as if darkness had met sunlight, vanishing without a trace. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Fortunately, the demon had not succumbed to madness. The ancestor still wielded considerable influence, and the demon sovereign seemed to harbor some trepidation regarding his power, which likely deterred him from acting recklessly. The Lord of Purple Clouds contemplated that they may have overestimated the ancestor's prowess. He himself was barely maintaining his own safety. Mere moments ago, the surge of energy had forced him into a brief confrontation with Lin Yun. A mere touch had left him retreating in defeat, still reeling from the encounter. Indeed, the Ji family had been beset by both internal strife and external threats in recent years. The woman known as Ji Xiao, who governed a realm of immortals, possessed remarkable talents and vision. However, she had fallen from grace within her family, compounded by the recent birth of a daughter following a clandestine union. The root cause lay in the machinations of the Yang family, who had stoked the flames of discord, colluding with the Ji family's eldest son, Ji Wudao, thus igniting the current crisis. Oh, indeed, it seems that around a decade ago, she was ambushed, sustaining severe injuries, and subsequently disappearing for a period of time. The master of Zixiao now speaks with complete candor. Lin Yun nodded slightly. It was 10 years ago when she fell victim to a wicked scheme, descending to the mortal realm to engage with him. Who could it be, employing such nefarious tactics? What motives could drive such actions? This individual must be unmasked and dealt with ruthlessly. Furthermore, the internal affairs of the Ji family must undergo a thorough cleansing. What a dismal and ineffective clan. They cannot even safeguard their own foundational pillars and yet have the audacity to expel others. As if that were not enough, they even stripped her of her cultivation. Truly absurd. That unseen father-in-law, the current head of the Ji family, Ji Changkong, has already become the object of Lin Yun's deep-seated loathing. What a waste of space. Utterly incompetent. Are they merely a collection of decrepit elders? Eliminating them would be a simple task. And that inept nephew of yours, Ji Wudao, is indeed a fool devoid of principles, envious of those more capable. How could he inflict such harm upon his own clan sister? The Yang family deserves their comeuppance as well. Lin Yun speculated that there might be a vile creature within the Yang family who had taken a fancy to Ji Shiyao. Upon learning of her giving birth to the little moon, he was consumed by rage and shame. Seizing the opportunity, he conspired with Ji Wudao to instigate turmoil. Lin Yun kept a record of these individuals. Shall I offer you an opportunity to expand your territory? You shall reap the financial rewards, while I shall take care of the adversaries. Lin Yun gazed at the master of Zixiao Dao and spoke in a measured tone. Within his heart, a rough outline of a plan had already begun to take shape. The Yang family was destined for annihilation. The Ji family would ultimately consider the young lady's wishes regarding whether to spare a few lives. The master of Zixiao Dao was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Lin Yun's intentions. I observe that your Zixiu heavenly palace is indeed grand and prosperous, and your daily expenditures must be considerable. Would you entertain the idea of acquiring the Yang family? It is said that the Yang family's Fire Flame Immortal domain is renowned for producing various exquisite elixirs. Lin Yun maintained a serene expression, yet his words resounded with earth-shattering impact. The Lord of Zixiao glanced around with a hint of trepidation, hastily deploying another soundproof barrier. My friend, do not jest, he implored, his eyes flashing with intensity. The influence of the Yang family primarily extends near the Celestial Emperor's palace, while my Zixiu heavenly palace guards the borders, yet remains ineffectual. Lin Yun's expression bore a hint of amusement. How to allocate benefits is a matter for you to decide. But do you not fear being stabbed in the back for collaborating with the demon realm? Higi, my fellow cultivator, you jest. The master of Zixiao stroked his white beard thoughtfully. Only the younger, insignificant ants concern themselves with foreign powers. If one possesses true capability, even the demon realm retains its allure. We, my fellow cultivators, possess boundless cultivation. There is no corner of this vast world that we cannot traverse. Lin Yun momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, these old relics were shameless, mere hypocrites. This was precisely the reason he had revolted against the celestial realm in the past. Moreover, it is said that his companion was once a direct disciple of the Star River Celestial Mansion. Recently, the master of Zixiao has been under considerable pressure. Although the Zixiao Heavenly Palace appears grand and boasts 100,000 disciples, it is situated on the fringes of the celestial realm, where resources are severely depleted. The daily expenses are astronomical. Most importantly, it is rumored that the Yang family possesses imperial-grade elixirs that are highly beneficial to celestial sovereigns. This is his primary objective, to ascend to that exalted existence. All notions of face and monumental grievances can be set aside. This is the essence of cultivating immortality. As it is often said, the path is devoid of sentiment. Lin Yun's expression remained composed. The past should not be revisited. As I have reiterated, how you distribute the benefits is solely your affair. I have but one demand. I intend to annihilate the Yang family, leaving no trace behind. When the moment of reckoning arrives, I shall take action and bear the blame. Those who dare to bully his woman, does Lin Yun lack the strength to wield the blade? Or is he unable to strike down the immortal emperor? First, the Yang family must be eradicated, as a warning to others. Then, I shall seek retribution from the Ji family. Not a single associated individual shall escape. Lin Yun's gaze was frigid. This matter must be addressed, whether you like it or not. Otherwise, I shall eradicate you first. The Lord of Zixiao awaited this very proclamation. It is you, the old demon Lin, who has forced my hand. My lack of righteousness is not to blame. His face was nearly split with a grin. Little did he anticipate that aiding in the inquiry of a mere individual would yield such substantial benefits. With this ally's involvement, the Yang family is surely doomed. However, the forces of the demon realm cannot brazenly appear in the celestial realm at this juncture. The last celestial demon war was extraordinarily brutal, and it is likely that they have yet to fully recover their vitality. We are naturally powerless to resist. Yet, I wonder what insights the esteemed demon sovereign might possess. Observing his hypocritical demeanor, one cannot help but ponder. Lin Yun was tempted to deliver a punch to his face directly. However, he recognized the value he still held. He was aware of the wealth of the Yang family, which was dedicated to nurturing alchemists, primarily engaged in the trade of various elixirs. The patriarch of the Yang family resided in the illustrious Xinyang city, renowned throughout the immortal realm. It was a bustling hub for immortals seeking to buy and sell a plethora of medicinal herbs and elixirs. serving as a central nexus for alchemical commerce in the Eastern Immortal Realm. I require intelligence, and your cooperation is essential. First, I need you to uncover all the key figures of the Yang family operating in secrecy. It will not be long before I conclude some personal matters and take action. I shall appear in their core territory with the elite forces from the Demon Realm. The extermination of the immortal sovereigns will be my responsibility. You are to seize control of the scene under the pretense of suppressing the Demon Realm's army. I require you to establish a formidable interdimensional teleportation array in the process. Additionally, please keep a close watch on the core figures of the Ji family. In Lin Yun's eyes, it seemed as though an entire universe was in a constant state of creation and destruction, with flickering lights reflecting an unpredictable brilliance. This scheme was undoubtedly far from simple. He had to remain wary of these ancient beings potentially turning against him, while simultaneously coveting the benefits that the Yang family could offer. Most importantly, he suddenly recalled that the Yang family was rumored to possess the 9 transformations of creation golden elixir, though the exact number of these precious pills remained unknown. Such an elixir is an invaluable supplement even for celestial sovereigns. With Ji Xiao's celestial bones excavated and her foundational essence destroyed, ordinary elixirs and methods may prove insufficient for her to return to her former peak. However, the 9 transformations of creation golden elixir could fundamentally alter her circumstances, allowing her to reconstruct her celestial emperor's physique. Not only would her cultivation be fully restored, but there exists the tantalizing possibility of advancing even further. This was an acquisition he deemed essential. The Yang family's influence was formidable, likely steeped in extraordinary heritage. Moreover, their alchemical guild was widespread throughout the main cities of the celestial realm. It would be exceedingly challenging for him to obliterate such a significant celestial sovereign-level force solely on his own, unless he were to instigate another celestial demonic war, charging directly into their territories, which would ultimately be a rather unwise trade-off. However, with the likes of Zixiao Daozhu and Xintian Shengzhu acting as pawns, the situation would differ significantly. He could then lead his demonic generals directly into their heartlands to pillage and wreak havoc. Ideally, he could secure the creation golden elixir beforehand. If that proved unattainable, he would at least aim to acquire a single piece. Lin Yun possessed an unwavering confidence in this matter. His system for effortless victory was undeniably blessed by the fortune of Max. Moreover, he enjoyed a passive advantage. Why refuse what is freely given? When the time came, simply by focusing intently on the name of the desired treasure, he would activate the buff that granted him the fortune of obtaining benefits without effort. Additionally, with the presence of the celestial creation pearl, there would surely be a response. Otherwise, this absurd system could go to hell, finding solace wherever it may. This could very well be the most frustrating system in history, often subjected to psychological manipulation by Lin Yun, the king of laid-back individuals. The Lord of Zixiao gazed downward, seemingly pondering the balance of risks and rewards. This formidable demon would certainly not bestow benefits without a price, and there existed considerable risks for them as well. They could even be compromised by the demon realm, leaving incriminating evidence against them. However, this was not a significant concern. The immortal realm was their domain, and disseminating information to influence minds would suffice. The crux of the issue lay in how to allocate the benefits and swiftly seize control of such a vast, powerful faction at the immortal sovereign level. It is a family that has existed for millennia, shrouded in mystery and depth. No one truly comprehends the extent of their heritage or the advantages they possess. By that time, the celestial crystals may prove to be the least valuable of their treasures. A multitude of elixirs and potions will undoubtedly be amassed in abundance. Were it another family of celestial sovereigns, one might hesitate, unsure of how to sway the ancient beings. However, when it comes to the Yang family, they represent a veritable treasure trove. He cannot believe that those ancient entities would remain unmoved. As for the Ji family, they shall leave the resolution of that fiend to themselves. For now, their only requirement is to deploy a few scouts to gather all pertinent information. Although cross-dimensional teleportation arrays pose a challenge, it is not insurmountable. The most precious high-grade spatial crystals could likely be pooled together amongst several families without issue. Excellent. I have promised to reach out, and once the cross-border space is established, I will inform Lin Dao. Ultimately, the master of Zishu could not resist temptation. A rather prevalent situation in the immortal realm is that practitioners, as they advance towards the later stages, become increasingly heartless. Aside from the Great Path, there is nothing else in their hearts. In fact, severing emotional ties with a mere swing of the sword has become a fundamental practice. However, this merely represents a path chosen by some cold-hearted individuals. The immortal realm is not devoid of those who cherish loyalty and deep emotions. Lin Yun felt that his celestial empress possessed a commendable disposition. Otherwise, she would not have been so easily expelled from her family. However, this naivete was somewhat excessive. He would need to educate her thoroughly, ensuring she comprehended the treachery of human nature. Upon Lin Yun's return from the celestial realm to his abode in the mortal world, he had already devised a comprehensive plan in his mind. The intelligence provided by those ancient spirits appeared to be genuine, as they were acutely aware of the repercussions of deceit. He had finally unraveled the intricate circumstances surrounding the entrapment of his Empress wife by her own family, which led to the extraction of her celestial bones and the subsequent forfeiture of her powers. It was unfathomable to imagine the silent agony she had endured, and at last, the moment for retribution had arrived. Those antiquated celestial beings were inherently unreliable. However, with mutual interests aligned, they would at least not hinder his progress. His ability to navigate the realms of both celestial and demonic entities for a millennium was not solely reliant on his formidable strength, but also on the facilitation of mutual benefits. Anyone who had chosen to ally with him had invariably prospered, acquiring wealth, marrying lovely partners, and trading inferior celestial artifacts for superior ones. In the celestial realm, he also had numerous old acquaintances and hidden allies. Beyond the machinations of those ancient spirits, he had his own strategies and contingencies in place. Next, he needed to escort his wife and children to the demon realm, which was, in truth, his primary stronghold. However, for now, he should first awaken his beloved from her slumber. Standing in the tranquil courtyard, Lin Yun gazed upon the meticulously concocted elixir, his heart awash with myriad emotions. Although his union with the Empress was entirely serendipitous and devoid of deep affection, they now had a child together. He resolved to embrace this fate rather than shy away from it. Moreover, she was no ordinary individual. She was reputed to be the most beautiful woman in the celestial realm, a coveted existence desired by countless souls. During her tenure as the ruler of a celestial domain, she had managed affairs with remarkable finesse, embodying both talent and beauty. It was rather astonishing that she had so impulsively chosen to accompany him, a stroke of serendipity indeed. Yet, he pondered whether she would take issue with his identity as the demon sovereign. Surely, an empress of her stature would not be so narrow-minded. It was time to lift the restrictions that bound her slumber. Lin Yun spoke to the little phoenix beside him. The phoenix spirit, Lingxi, formed an intricate and profound seal. Father, is mother truly all right? Indeed, with father here, she is certainly fine. Throughout these days, he has not remained idle. He has been gradually nourishing her physical body with the creation celestial pearl. Although the effects are subtle and the process slow, it has at least stabilized her condition. Currently, she has merely lost the formidable cultivation and magical power she once possessed, yet her physical form has been largely restored. However, to completely regain her cultivation level, Lin Yun indeed possessed a means, albeit one fraught with imperfections. Should he proceed thus, it would appear that she would remain stagnant for her entire life, forever ensnared within the realm of the immortal emperor. While this might suffice, it is clear that Lin Yun's beloved deserves no mediocrity. Furthermore, he harbored no desire for her to be burdened by discontent. The restrictions had been lifted, yet he had restructured her physical form, necessitating a period of adjustment before she could awaken fully. Huang Lingxi remarked softly, "Rest assured, leave it to me." Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun gently poured the meticulously concocted elixir of immortality to the lips of the Empress, Ji Yao. The liquid flowed like spring water, emanating a gentle spiritual essence, gradually revitalizing the life force that had long been plundered. He awaited in silence, his heart a tumult of anticipation mingled with a subtle anxiety. "Father, look, mother seems to be stirring," the little one exclaimed, shaking his arm in excitement. "Indeed, but do not forget to greet her when she awakens." A smile graced the corners of Lin Yun's mouth as he gently tousled her little head. The bond between the father and daughter grew ever more profound. Under the influence of the specially concocted elixir that Lin Yun had spared no effort to create, Ji Xiao's pale visage gradually blossomed with a delicate flush. Her eyelashes fluttered gently, reminiscent of a snow lotus swaying softly in the winter's embrace, serene yet fragile. Her face, adorned with exquisitely defined features, seemed as if sculpted by divine hands. Her skin was as translucent and delicate as pristine snow. Her brows and eyes mirrored distant mountains shrouded in mist. And as her lips parted slightly, a soft breath escaped, exuding an air of gentle yet aloof elegance. Lin Yun gazed, momentarily entranced. Is this truly the visage of the so-called most beautiful woman in the celestial realm? How is it that I have fathered a child with her? This feels so surreal. With the rhythm of her breath, her eyelashes fluttered and gradually opened, revealing a pair of clear, yet perplexed eyes. As she glanced around, a fleeting confusion enveloped her. Uncertain of her surroundings and why the person before her seemed vaguely familiar, memories surged forth like a tidal wave. And she abruptly recalled fragments from her days of ignorance. Her former unparalleled beauty, her supreme cultivation, and the destruction of her celestial essence. Then there was that disgraceful union. This man before her was an unforgettable presence in her life. Just as she was lost in thought, a tender voice called her back to reality. Mother. Oh, how I missed you, dear baby. You have finally returned. Mother, please hold me. I long for you. The little one babbled in a sweet, somewhat indistinct manner. Ji Xiao's heart tightened. She instinctively reached out to embrace the child, as she would normally do, but found herself lacking the strength. Instead, she turned her body with great effort to see a small, exquisitely crafted child clinging to her arm, a cherubic face radiating affection and joy. With traces of dried tears still visible. In that moment, her heart quivered, overwhelmed by a familiar yet inescapable tenderness. Mother is here, little one. Did you listen to Sister Shi? Were you a good child? Ji Xiao's voice, though faint, brimmed with love. Even Lin Yun, her mortal man and the child's father, momentarily faded from her thoughts. Instinctively, she reached out to gently caress the child's face, feeling the warmth and reality of the touch. Don't cry, my dear. Mother misses you too. Yes, don't cry. You are such a good child. Even your father loves you dearly. The little one eagerly pulled Lin Yun, who was still somewhat dazed, closer. Father, look. Mother has truly awakened. We can eat roast meat together. The child exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. Being so young. She remained oblivious to the questionable nature of her father's arrival, not realizing the unconventional circumstances of their acquaintance. The little phoenix, however, seemed to sense something amiss and turned her gaze elsewhere. Ji Xiu regarded Lin Yun with a complex expression. Xiaoxi, please take the baby outside to play for a while. Darling, mother and father need to talk. Will you go play for a bit? Oh, then I shall go out. The little one glanced at her father, seemingly understanding, and made a silly face before being led away by Huang Lingxi. Lin Yun also noticed that although Ji Xiao spoke in a gentle tone, the little one seemed somewhat fearful of this Empress mother. It appears that at home, this mischievous child still adheres to some form of discipline. This is indeed a positive revelation. Ji Xiao gazed at Lin Yun with a complex expression. How had she not noticed before that he possessed such an admirable demeanor? It was I who sent them to seek you out. You are quite surprised, are you not? They did not cause you any trouble, I hope? Rest assured, once I am in better health, I shall depart with the child. Ji Xiu had not given much thought at the time. Instinctively, she believed that the safest place would be with the child's father. Now, reflecting on it, she realized that she had brought forth little Ziyue without his consent. Moreover, he might not be able to accept this situation. Furthermore, as a mere mortal, he could potentially face danger. To this day, Ji Xiao still perceives Lin Yun as simply an unrefined mortal, one who has not cultivated to immortality. Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback. No, he had already resolved to become a devoted family man. How could you spring this on me? Have you, in your domineering ways as a female sovereign, even considered my opinion? Truly, a reprimand is in order. Just wait until I reveal the truth. It will surely startle you. Your husband is none other than the mighty demon emperor, who traverses both the realms of immortals and demons. After hearing her words, Lin Yun felt as though a heavy stone was pressing upon her heart, leaving her at a loss for words. She had long been aware that dealing with attractive women who had children could be quite challenging. However, since this daughter was her own flesh and blood, it should not pose too much of a problem, or so she hoped. Although Lin Yun is known as the old demon Lin, he possesses little experience in matters of the heart. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words, merely gazing at the exquisite woman before him. Her stunning visage bore a hint of pallor, which only served to enhance her delicate allure. Noticing his prolonged silence, Ji Xiao slightly furrowed her elegantly shaped brows, and the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly heavy. Do you have something to say? She inquired. Lin Yun finally regained his senses. I am the supreme ruler of the demon realm. What do I have to fear? The notion of being afraid of my wife is utterly inconceivable in this lifetime. I just want to confirm. Xiao Yuliang is indeed my biological child, correct? As soon as Lin Yun uttered these words, a wave of regret washed over him. Wasn't this utter nonsense? The bloodline connection was undeniably clear. Could there be any doubt about it? Indeed, in that moment, Ji Xiao's pale complexion flushed with a hint of color, fueled by her indignation. What did you just say? I, Ji Xiao, have only one man in my life. Do not speak such absurdities. Lin Yun observed that she seemed to be slightly out of breath while speaking. He quickly admitted his mistake, saying, I was wrong. I misspoke. What I meant to convey is, since you are my daughter, you are also my woman. I must certainly take responsibility for both of you. In a moment of panic, Lin Yun found herself speaking without discretion. Ji Xiao's delicate frame trembled slightly, her recently revived heart stalling for a brief instant. A hint of bewilderment flickered in her eyes. Help me up, she implored, her tone losing some of its previous chill. Yes, please do not rush. It is not wise for you to become overly agitated. Let us converse slowly. Lin Yun bent down cautiously, delicately lifting the exquisite porcelain doll. However, upon glancing at the bed, he realized there was no soft place to lean against. Resolutely, he decided to take the plunge. Without hesitation, he sat on the bed, allowing her to rest against him. Ji Xiao was momentarily taken aback. When had this man become so audacious? She recalled the absurd 3 days and nights, as fragments of memories and emotions gradually resurfaced in her heart. Indeed, he had never seemed to be the type to adhere strictly to rules. It was evident that he had been the one taking the initiative. Lost in thought, Ji Xiao felt her complexion grow increasingly radiant. What did you just say? Her flushed lips parted slightly, seemingly seeking confirmation. Me? I just said that I would take responsibility for you all. Lin Yun felt a surge of joy within him. He promptly declared with unwavering resolve, it seems there is hope. Can feelings be nurtured gradually? Once this hurdle is surpassed, will it not lead to a blissful union? To be candid, Lin Yun genuinely harbored affection for this woman. Otherwise, under such circumstances, he would not have allowed her to prevail. It would not be an exaggeration to call it love at first sight, although there were indeed elements of lust involved. Perhaps having lingered in seclusion for too long in the mortal realm, he had acquired some of the base desires of humanity. He tightened his embrace around his de facto wife, who remained as delicate as a wisp of smoke, fragrant and soft. Ji Xiao rested against the man who had taken her innocence, listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, feeling the warmth of his body, and catching a hint of a pleasant scent. An inexplicable sense of tranquility washed over her, dissipating the memories of persecution and injustice she had faced in the celestial realm, along with her worries and concerns for her child. With her eyes gently closed, she awaited his answer. So, you are mine? Lin Yun tentatively inquired. This should be the previous sentence, right? Is she really that concerned? Ji Xiu responded with a barely audible murmur. Lin Yun felt as though he might have misheard. Is it really settled? Is it that simple? His heart raced with excitement, yet he sensed that matters were not so straightforward. Indeed, the subsequent words chilled his heart once more. I shall be your woman for life. You will be my only man. The baby is also your child. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun barely had time to rejoice. Thus, I will not forget you, and I shall care for the baby well. Lin Yun felt an overwhelming urge to slap her immediately. Why could she not simply embrace her role as a devoted wife and mother, instead of constantly yearning for escape? In truth, Lin Yun was also ensnared in a cognitive fallacy. Ji Xiu remained oblivious to the true extent of his formidable strength. He was more than capable of safeguarding both her and her daughter. In Ji Xiao's eyes, he was merely an ordinary mortal, one who had yet to attain immortality, and thus incapable of confronting the formidable forces of the celestial realm, especially when two great families joined forces. The impending situation could easily culminate in tragedy, where a mere brush could lead to their annihilation. She dreaded the thought of her little one growing up without a father. For now, focus on recovering from your injuries. We can discuss this later, all right? Lin Yun patiently replied in a gentle tone, I am already devising a solution. Please do not rush. Lin Yun referred to assisting her in fully restoring her strength and cultivation talent. However, Ji Xiao evidently misunderstood the situation. She believed that Lin Yun was reluctant to part with her and the little darling, which filled her heart with an inexplicable sweetness. Well, I shall stay with you for a while, she declared. After saying this, she began to feel a sense of fatigue. Her body grew increasingly heavy, resting upon Lin Yun. Do not sleep just yet. Drink this medicinal porridge first. Lin Yun picked up the medicinal porridge that had been carefully prepared earlier. The fragrant aroma emanating from the porridge, imbued with a subtle potency, invigorated Ji Xiao's spirit. The scent seemed somewhat familiar, yet she found it difficult to believe. Come, open your mouth. Lin Yun, much like a caregiver feeding a little child, scooped a spoonful of medicinal porridge and brought it to her lips. Both individuals felt a tinge of nervousness, as this intimate act was a first for them. Of course, The previous unusual circumstances did not count. Ji Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly. She had never envisioned a day when she would be cherished and fed like a baby. Yet, an inexplicable sweetness and anticipation swelled within her heart, prompting her to instinctively part her lips. Lin Yun felt a slight tremor in his hands. The medicinal porridge melted upon contact, exuding a rich fragrance reminiscent of nature. It was not at all hot. Rather, it possessed a refreshing coolness. That familiar sensation finally stirred a memory within Ji Xiao. This concoction contains dragon's blood purple Ganoderma and Kunshin snow lotus, not to mention the addition of Bai Shui Han Lu and the legendary earth heart essence. Ji Xiao murmured, momentarily lost in thought. Overwhelmed by astonishment, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Lin Yun, who wore an innocent expression. Where did you acquire such treasures? She wondered. Such extraordinary materials, considered heavenly and earthly treasures, were exceedingly rare even in her celestial palace. They were renowned for their gentle yet potent medicinal properties. She never anticipated that this mere mortal would possess such a remarkable collection, and his craftsmanship appeared quite proficient as well. The proportions and cooking time were impeccable. Lin Yun blinked. His ancestors had once been affluent, and the family possessed some surplus provisions. Ji Xiao gently bit her lower lip, clearly dissatisfied with such a perfunctory response. Do not deceive me. Lin Yun couldn't help but chuckle. This little gesture of hers was rather charming. I assure you, I did not deceive you. They were indeed grown by my own hands. I shall take you to see them shortly. Over in the medicinal herb field, Lin Yun had placed restrictions. So even while she was preoccupied with her ascent, she did not perceive the fluctuations of spiritual energy from that direction. Ji Xiu tilted her head slightly, sensing that this man was dismissing her. How could mere mortals cultivate such celestial herbs? Setting aside the stringent growth conditions, each herb had its own unique requirements, whether it be extreme cold or sweltering heat. Moreover, the growth period and supply of spiritual energy were also insufficient to meet the demands. However, none of these concerns posed a problem for Lin Yun. As long as the celestial crystals were abundant, they would flourish on their own. For those reluctant to grow, she would hasten their maturation. Environmental issues could easily be resolved with various formations. Coupled with the system's luck enhancement, this was, after all, the decisive factor. You will see for yourself once you venture out. Little Bao often wreaks havoc in the courtyard. Now, finish your drink, and then we shall explore together. Gently blowing. Lin Yun once again brought the spoon to Ji Xiao's lips, her movements delicate and tender, imbued with a hint of insistence that left no room for refusal. Open your mouth. Lin Yun spoke softly, his tone gentle yet undeniably assertive. Ji Xiao momentarily froze, discomfort flickering in her eyes. Her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. There was no time to ponder the origins of these ethereal medicinal herbs. As the esteemed Empress of the celestial realm, wielding considerable power and renowned as the most beautiful woman, when had she ever been cared for in such a manner? Moreover, he was the father of her child. The earlier act of feeding had taken her by surprise. Now, as she regained her composure, a sense of embarrassment washed over her, her face growing warmer. She was, after all, several centuries old. Averting her gaze, she appeared somewhat reluctant, yet under Lin Yun's persistent gaze, she ultimately acquiesced, slightly parting her rosy lips. The earlier moment had been too fleeting to fully savor, but now, as she tasted the medicinal porridge, she found it surprisingly delightful. The rich aroma of the herbs mingled with a hint of sweetness, warming her heart. Although the flavor was pleasing, her cheeks continued to flush, leaving her uncertain whether it was shyness or the effects of the medicine. Just as Ji Xiu was about to voice her resistance, Lin Yun promptly offered another spoonful, causing her complexion to deepen with a blush, a mix of embarrassment and annoyance swelling within her. I can manage on my own. She gently pushed Lin Yun's hand away, her tone somewhat frosty. You are still weak. Do not overexert yourself. Lin Yun gazed at her with a smile that was both playful and enigmatic, the corners of his lips curling with a hint of mischief, as if he had stumbled upon a delightful amusement. Such an intriguing experience was unprecedented for him. Could this be the sensation of love? Having lived for over a millennium, might this be considered a twilight romance? He deliberately leaned in closer, finding the fragrance emanating from her quite enchanting. While continuing to feed her the medicinal porridge, he murmured softly, If you do not behave, I shall summon the little ones to supervise you. Ji Xiao shot him an exasperated glare, yet found herself unable to retort, resigning to let him continue. The two were positioned closely, the aroma of the porridge mingling with his breath, gradually tinting her cheeks with a blush. At that moment, A cheerful patter of small footsteps echoed from outside. The door was suddenly flung open, and the adorable little Jizua rushed in, calling out, "Daddy! Mommy!" The little girl could no longer contain her yearning. Huang Lingxi sighed in resignation. If she could not stop it, so be it. Moreover, she was somewhat curious about what the two adults were engaged in. Upon entering, the little girl froze at the sight before her. Her father was actually holding a bowl, feeding her mother. Lin Yun and Ji Xiao were both taken aback, hastily separating from one another. A sensation akin to being caught in an illicit affair washed over them, leaving both slightly flushed. The little child displayed a hint of confusion, tilting her head and blinking her large eyes as she glanced from Lin Yun to Ji Xiao. Curiosity evident on her face. "Daddy, why aren't you feeding me? I'm hungry too," the little one pouted, gazing at Lin Yun with a tone full of grievance. The two exchanged a glance, sensing a mutual fluster in each other's expressions, which inadvertently drew them closer in spirit. A trace of amusement flickered in their eyes. Lin Yun gazed affectionately at the little darling, unable to suppress a chuckle as he said, "My dear, your mother has just awakened and is still weak. I am merely tending to her." Jizua blinked her eyes, seemingly grasping something profound. Suddenly, she excitedly dashed to the bedside, clapping her tiny hands and exclaimed, "Father, you are feeding her all wrong. When mother fed me before, she always held me close and coaxed me to eat. You should hold mother too. That is the proper way." Ji Xiao's face instantly flushed crimson, her eyes narrowing with a fierce glare directed at Lin Yun as she bit her lip tightly. It was as if she was silently warning him to dare come any closer. What had transpired between them in private could be overlooked, but in front of the child, she could not afford to lose her composure. Moreover, the little phoenix was peeking curiously from behind the door, adding to her embarrassment. Lin Yun coughed lightly and cast a resigned glance at the little darling. What a splendid atmosphere it had been, only to be shattered in an instant. "My dear child, your mother is not you. She does not require coaxing." Yet the little one, with utmost seriousness, tugged at Lin Yun's sleeve and pleaded, "But father must treat mother even better. That is what makes a good father." Lin Yun was at once both amused and exasperated. He glanced at the little darling and then at the blushing Ji Xiao. With a soft chuckle, he said, "Then I shall heed the words of the baby. You won't hold it against me, will you, Yao Yao?" Upon noticing the playful teasing and affectionate address on Lin Yun's face, Ji Xiao couldn't help but shoot him a stern glare, turning her face away with an air of indifference. However, she did not seem inclined to reject him. Lin Yun effortlessly pulled her into his embrace once more. The warmth and softness enveloped him, imparting a delightful sensation. He was astounded by how fragrant and tender his beloved was. Beside them lay an adorable little baby, completing their blissful existence, a life so enchanting that even divine beings could not tempt him to exchange it. The warmth of family life, with his wife and child by his side, was far more gratifying than ruling over the demon realm and engaging in power struggles with brutish companions. The little one, witnessing the affectionate interaction between her father and mother, beamed with pure joy. To her, the closeness of her parents was simply how it ought to be. Unbeknownst to her, her mother harbored thoughts of escape once again. The little darling turned and scampered to the bedside, climbing up to embrace Ji Xiao's arm, playfully seeking affection. "Mother, once you feel better, let us go out and play with father, shall we? I have gathered so many friends outside. They are all very well behaved. There are big dogs, colorful fish, flying roosters, and even little running trees, so many of them. And there's an abundance of delicious food. I've nearly eaten my fill these past few days." The little one exclaimed, a hint of pride in her voice. Ji Xiao, softened by her child's sweet demeanor, gently stroked the little one's hair, her gaze infused with tenderness. She looked down at her daughter and replied softly, "All right, my dear, after I rest for a bit, I will accompany you outside to play." Lin Yun gazed at this warm scene. His heart involuntarily warmed, and a subtle smile graced his lips. This was the life he aspired to protect in the future. He must strive to improve himself. It seemed that arrangements for the celestial realm needed to be expedited. In the face of utter devastation, the Yang family of Xinyan City would certainly not be left with a single intact turkey egg. However, before that, he must first ensure the safety of his wife and child in the demon realm. Yet, how to confess his true identity? This dilemma troubled the steadfast Lin. The Iron Demon. It was hardly appropriate to say, "Your husband is the Dark Lord, the arch-nemesis of the celestial realm, and you shall henceforth be my beloved wife." Huang Lingxi silently turned away, wishing not to intrude upon this blissful family of three. That formidable man seemed to harbor many secrets, unbeknownst to the Empress. She pondered whether the unfolding moments would be entertaining. As she mused, a smile emerged at the corners of her lips. Surely, the spectacle would be quite amusing. Ji Xiao leaned against Lin Yun, and the strange barrier that had once existed between them seemed to dissipate into thin air, eased by the presence of their little cherub. Moreover, Ji Xiu felt quite content with Lin Yun. In fact, during a critical moment, she had invoked the ancestral divination of the Ji family and found that the omens indicated a fateful connection here. The first glimpse of Lin Yun had made her blush. Otherwise, even in death, she would not have so hastily surrendered herself. As time flowed, the little cherub unknowingly fell into a comfortable slumber between the two. Her chubby face bore marks of joy, while the medicinal properties of the porridge gradually took effect within her, restoring a semblance of strength. Lin Yun noticed that she seemed to be in good spirits, so he gently assisted her to sit up and said with a smile, "Come. Let us step outside for some fresh air." He then attempted to rouse the little one, saying, "Awake now, my little lazy pig. Let us take your mother out to see your little companions." "All right, I want to take mother to eat grilled fish." The little one, with bleary eyes, rubbed them and quickly became alert. The system activated with remarkable speed. "Yes, mother also wishes to savor the grilled fish made by you," Ji Xiao said, affectionately tousling the little one's hair, allowing Lin Yun to carefully support her as they exited the room. The little one, Ji Ziyue, closely trailed beside them, tugging at her mother's skirt and eagerly surveying her surroundings. She appeared as a small mistress proudly giving her mother a tour of their estate. Upon stepping outside into the courtyard, Ji Xiao glanced up and was momentarily taken aback by the sight before her. The expansive courtyard was scattered with various rare spirit beasts. A flock of 8 treasures chickens, adorned with colorful feathers, leisurely pecked at the ground, while the robust black dog, known as He Da Shui, lay nearby, seemingly dozing off. However, upon closer inspection, the aura emanating from the dog was profoundly enigmatic, clearly indicating it was no ordinary spirit beast. Could it be a primal breed? And what about those 8 treasures chickens and the unicorn over there? Not far from the pond, a rich surge of spiritual energy subtly resonated. Ji Xiao's eyes flickered with astonishment as she silently mulled over this newfound information. What secrets did this man beside her conceal? Perhaps he had not been dismissive of her after all? Those medicinal herbs were all cultivated by him. She had initially believed Lin Yun's secluded abode to be a mere ordinary dwelling, never suspecting that these domestic animals were actually extraordinary and potent beings. Seeing her mother's astonished expression, the little one, Ji Ziyue, couldn't help but lift her chin with a proud demeanor, boasting, "Mother, these spirit beasts are afraid of me. When I glare at them, they run away." Ji Xiao couldn't help but chuckle lightly, her eyes filled with affection as she looked at her. "You little rascal. Do you often bully them? And remember, they are not called grilled meat. Do not frighten them." Upon hearing this, the little one lowered her head, fiddling with her small hands and giggling. "I didn't bully them. I was just playing hide and seek with them." Lin Yun shook her head with a chuckle, teasingly remarked. Indeed, while playing hide and seek, the imposing figure of the Black Duke nearly trembled in fear. Chaos reigns throughout the day. This entire area within 100 miles has now transformed into her personal domain. You have truly given birth to an extraordinary child. Although Lin Yun seemed to be complaining, there was no hint of reproach in his tone. "Father, do not speak ill of me. Mother, do not believe him, for he is the one in the wrong." Ji Xiao, both amused and exasperated, cast a sidelong glance at the little darling before turning her gaze toward the nearby pond. The water was crystal clear, yet unfathomably deep, and within its depths, several plump spirit fish, their scales glimmering like jewels, swam leisurely. Could these be the legendary spirit dragonfish, known to enhance one's innate talents when consumed? Ji Xiu looked at Lin Yun in disbelief, her astonishment nearly spilling over. Lin Yun smiled gently and replied nonchalantly, "I suppose so. They are raised by me, so it is not particularly extraordinary." Ji Xiu gazed at the scene before her, increasingly perplexed by how these rare treasures were so casually nurtured within this courtyard, as if they were merely ordinary domesticated fowl. She turned her head, fixed her eyes upon Lin Yun, and asked in a hushed tone, "Lin Yun, who exactly are you?" A faint smile curled at the corners of Lin Yun's lips as he reached this pivotal moment. He spoke slowly. "Who else could it be? I am the biological father of the little moonlight." Ji Xiao stood in stunned silence, her lips slightly parted, momentarily at a loss for words. "Do not be mischievous. Quickly tell me, who are you truly?" A whirlwind of emotion swirled within her, surprise intermingled with anticipation and a hint of anxiety. The revelation that the father of her child was extraordinary was undoubtedly a positive turn of events, filling her with joy. Such a reality might mean that in the future, they could openly live together as a happy family of three. Overcome by her emotions, she, like a young maiden, reached out to pinch Lin Yun's waist. With a sharp intake of breath, Lin Yun dared not wield even a trace of his protective magic. He could only endure the sensation. "My dear, be gentle. I shall tell you," he said. "In truth, I am the demon sovereign, the one who holds dominion in the realm of demons." Lin Yun spoke the most terrifying secret in the most nonchalant tone. "Oh dear," the little phoenix behind him nearly stumbled over a large rock, startled by the revelation. "What is a demon lord? Can it be eaten?" The curious little one gazed up at the two adults with wide eyes. "It cannot be consumed, but it can provide you with an endless supply of delicious treats, more than one could ever finish." Lin Yun knelt down to lift the little darling into his arms, striding ahead with self-assuredness, allowing her a moment to process the unfolding events. "Your Excellency, it appears that what he said was indeed truthful. He seems to have recently ventured into the celestial realm, perhaps to inquire about your matters," Huang Lingxi timidly remarked from behind Ji Xiao. "Do share with me the happenings during your time in the lower realm." Ji Xiao's heart was a tempest of emotions. She yearned for Lin Yun to be a figure of great stature, yet grappled with the unsettling revelation that he was, in fact, the notorious overlord of the demon realm. "Indeed, we have been rather fortunate, and we owe much to the two young ladies whom Xiao Yu encountered. They both took a liking to the little darling." The little phoenix recounted their experiences with Jiang Tingting and Ning Xue, the master and apprentice duo, as Ji Xiu listened intently, interjecting with questions. She placed great importance on the experiences of her beloved that had transpired in her absence, her expression softening with each revelation. Upon learning that a group of ancient beings harbored sinister intentions towards her precious one, Ji Xiao emanated an imposing aura even without fury, causing the slumbering He Dashui to leap away in alarm. When she heard that those individuals had met their demise at Lin Yun's hands, their souls extinguished, and that the instigator, the sinister Tian Sha, had been stripped of his essence and eternally cast into the void, a smile graced her lips once more. Her man was indeed so domineering. Was he truly the demon sovereign who unified the demon realm, the very same who initiated the celestial demon war? While she had surmised Lin Yun possessed an extraordinary identity and had prepared herself mentally, she had never anticipated that he was the legendary demon sovereign who instilled fear across both realms. Nearby, by the edge of the pond, Lin Yun cradled a small child in one arm while wielding a fishing rod in the other, employing a living golden silkworm as bait. Only the formidable Lin could afford such extravagance. "Father, will this help us catch fish?" the little one inquired softly, sucking on a tiny hand, mindful of the earlier warning that loud voices might scare away the larger fish. "Indeed, this is called fishing. One must possess patience to reap rewards, understand?" The child, somewhat perplexed, nodded in acknowledgement, bright eyes fixed intently on the water's surface. The dragon fish lurking beneath had previously caused him considerable distress, yet it remained elusive beneath the waves. Moreover, his father forbade the use of magical artifacts to capture the fish. The father and daughter stood quietly on the bank, awaiting the dragon fish to take the bait. Nearby, Ji Xiao finally grasped the events that had transpired over the past few days. Perhaps this was fate, unexpectedly. A past entanglement had given rise to an adorable little one. "Regarding the falling star city, once I feel better, let us visit together," she mused, feeling a deep gratitude toward Jiang Tingting and the others. Yet, another subtle thought lingered in her mind, a hint of jealousy, as she yearned to see the women who had so captivated the child. "Wow, father is so amazing. He really caught a fish." With a swift flick of his rod, Lin Yun effortlessly reeled in a massive dragonfish, appearing to weigh several dozen pounds. "Isn't it impressive, father? Allow me to tire it out for a while, and then it will be easy to bring it in." Lin Yun wore a mischievous smile as she gently set the little baby down from her embrace. She then handed over the sturdy fishing rod crafted from the exquisite purple lightning bamboo to the tiny child. Observing the adorable sight of the little one gripping the rod with both hands was utterly delightful. Lin Yun's smile was somewhat restrained. As the saying goes, the greatest danger when a father is caring for a child often originates from the father himself. Yet, the child appears genuinely joyful. Ji Xiao observed this scene with a slight frown, for she was well aware of the formidable strength of the dragon fish, comparable to that of a robust bull, especially while submerged in water. Although the little one was exceptionally gifted, It remained perilous without the use of magical powers. However, with him watching closely, it should be fine. One would hope. As the little darling engaged in a tug-of-war with the dragonfish, the nearby imposing black figure flicked its tail and lay down. Observing the young master enthusiastically gripping the fishing rod, struggling against a fish larger than herself. "Father, this giant fish is amazing. I'm going to be pulled in," the little one exclaimed with a pouting face and a soft, childish voice. The massive dragonfish twisted and turned in the water, sending splashes flying. "Well, you must give it your all. Whether your mother can enjoy grilled fish depends on your efforts." Lin Yun stood by with his arms crossed, observing the scene with a faint smile gracing his lips, yet displaying no inclination to assist. How could his daughter possibly struggle with something as trivial as catching a fish? How would she fare in the demon realm, battling those bizarre and formidable beasts? Ji Shiyu quietly regarded Lin Yun from the side, her gaze deep and contemplative. Her heart a tumult of emotions. She was gradually coming to terms with Lin Yun's true identity. Although she had heard of the Demon Lord's infamous reputation, she had never envisioned him as the seemingly carefree yet subtly gentle man before her. "Shaoxi, please keep an eye on the baby. I have something to discuss with him," Ji Xiao instructed softly. "Understood," the golden-skirted girl, transformed from the little phoenix, replied. Lin Yun seemed to sense something as well. He turned to glance at Ji Xiao and gently nodded. Then he walked to the side. Ji Xiao gracefully followed, her steps as light as a lotus. From behind, they appeared a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Ji Xiao's voice was almost a whisper, as if in a trance. "Are you truly the Demon Lord? It is quite unexpected." Lin Yun smiled gently, without any pretense, and softly took her delicate, almost ethereal hand in his grasp. Despite having a child, her timidity was indeed a fault of his. With a hint of playful mockery in his tone, he remarked, "Not only am I the Demon Lord, but I now bear the additional title of your little darling's father." The implication was clear. "I am still your man, your husband." Upon hearing his words, Ji Shiyu felt a flush of embarrassment, slightly turning her head away as a faint blush adorned her cheeks. After a brief pause, she bit her lip and replied softly. It was merely an accident back then. Their current relationship was somewhat awkward. While they shared an intimacy that surpassed any other, their actual interactions had been limited. Lacking a foundation of emotional connection, Ji Xiao found herself in a state of uncertainty, akin to that of an inexperienced maiden. Despite nearing 5 centuries of existence, she had never engaged with another man and was at a loss as to how to navigate this newfound dynamic. Lin Yun remained unfazed, gently squeezing her small hand in her palm, and spoke softly. "Whether it is a serendipity or destiny, it matters not. Now we have our little moon, who clings to us like a persistent little creature, impossible to shake off. I'm fully aware of your thoughts and concerns. Yet, to speak candidly, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was enamored. I must confess, I was struck by love at first sight. Otherwise, I had the strength to refuse you back then." At this juncture, Lin Yun suddenly inhaled sharply. "My dear, please be gentle. The baby is watching." "Humph. Do not mention that matter again." Ji Xiao's fair complexion was adorned with a rosy blush, rendering her exquisitely beautiful. Lin Yun gazed at her, utterly captivated. Unable to restrain himself, he reached out to embrace her delicate and supple waist. "Will you allow me to take care of you from now on?" Lin Yun spoke with a hint of emotion. "Well, I shall grant you an opportunity to prove yourself. However, let it be clear that I have yet to agree to become your bride." Ji Xiao, still mindful of her pride, found herself somewhat obstinate. Although Lin Yun had never tasted pork, she had certainly seen pigs run. She understood that this was merely a formality. Deep down, she had already accepted herself. At that moment, the little darling beside her finally managed to pull up the enormous dragonfish. She trotted over, grasping Lin Yun's finger, and with a pout of discontent, exclaimed, "Mother, father, are you whispering secrets that you don't want me to hear?" Lin Yun chuckled as he lifted the little girl, allowing her to perch upon his shoulder. In a gentle voice, he reassured her, "How could that be? Your father and mother are praising you for being wonderful." Ji Ziyue swayed her little legs on Lin Yun's shoulder, her large eyes sparkling as she inquired, "Mother, is father truly formidable? Do all the bad people fear him?" Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao couldn't help but nod softly, her tone brimming with affection. "Indeed, your father is the most powerful Dark Lord in the world." Lin Yun raised an eyebrow and innocently remarked, "What is this? Your tone suggests a reluctance to acknowledge my identity?" Ji Shiyu let out a soft huff, feigning displeasure as she replied, "Indeed, it is somewhat intimidating." Yet, a hint of amusement danced in her eyes. Observing Lin Yun's easygoing demeanor, She couldn't help but feel a touch of warmth within. This man before her might truly be among the most formidable individuals in the world. Yet he frequently exhibited a tender concern for both her and their child. Reflecting on this, her heart swelled with an unexpected warmth. Lin Yun could not help but chuckle. Shouldn't the greatest of all demons be our little Princess Moon? Ji Shiyu smiled gently, her gaze softening as it fell upon the adorable child. That is certainly a result of your indulgence. Not at all. The baby is the most well-behaved, pouted the little one, albeit unaware of what her parents meant. However, seeing them together filled her with immense joy. Yet, a subtle worry glimmered in Ji Xiao's eyes. The matters concerning the Ji family and the immortal realm, coupled with the sinister maneuvers from the Yang family, loomed closer and closer. Was this man aware of it? If he was, how would he respond? As the sun dipped lower, the mist in the mountains was bathed in a gentle golden hue. Lin Yun strolled through his meticulously crafted paradise, guiding Ji Xiu and the little one by the hand. Behind them trotted the handsome black dog, its tail wagging joyfully, while a tiny firebird perched playfully upon its large head. This enchanting landscape bore the marks of his solitary retreat, a wooden table by the babbling brook, a quaint pavilion nestled among the bamboo groves, and the distant wisps of smoke curling from an open-air kitchen. Amidst this grand and ethereal realm, a touch of domesticity infused the atmosphere, creating an unusually warm ambience. The little one's eyes sparkled with wonder as she dashed about with the speed of a rabbit, captivated by every novelty she encountered. One moment she was chasing a spirit rabbit across the hills, the next she was pointing excitedly at an orchard, gazing up at Lin Yun with eager anticipation. "Father, I want to taste the largest fruit." Lin Yun playfully lifted her up, plucking a large, radiant red spirit fruit with one hand and offering it to the little darling. The child joyfully took a hearty bite, juice bursting forth and splattering onto her cherubic face. Ji Xiao, witnessing this delightful scene, couldn't help but chuckle, gently wiping her daughter's face with her sleeve, her gaze imbued with a soft glow. Observing the harmonious bond between the father and daughter, the two most significant individuals in her life, a subtle smile graced her lips, and an unrecognized tenderness flickered in her eyes. Lin Yun strolled around the vicinity with his beloved treasures, familiarizing themselves with their surroundings. "Father, where's the big fish I caught? I want to share roasted fish with Mother." The little darling wiped his face, eagerly anticipating the moment when his mother would savor the succulent fish he had caught. "Shall we roast the fish together, Father?" Lin Yun smiled as he took out a barbecue grill. As a king of leisure, he could easily set up not just a grill, but even a bar on the spot. As the flames danced beneath the grill, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. "Let me have a go. I am quite skilled as well." The little darling chimed in, offering his own barbecue seasoning. Lin Yun skillfully rotated the grill, and in the blink of an eye, over 100 pounds of dragonfish was roasted to perfection, its exterior crisp and golden, while the inside remained tender and succulent, exuding an irresistible aroma. Upon catching a whiff of the delectable scent of grilled meat, Ji Ziyue's eyes fixated eagerly on the grill, her excitement bubbling over as she hopped around, imploring, "Father, please serve me some. It smells so wonderful." Lin Yun smiled, tearing off a piece of the tenderest meat and offering it to her. The little girl leaped with joy, her excitement elevating her spirit. She began to devour it with fervor. Despite her petite frame, she possessed boundless energy. In the blink of an eye, dozens of pounds of roasted meat had vanished into her small stomach. Lin Yun sighed as he observed the situation. This child consumes an excessive amount of food. In the future, I shall need to recruit a team of chefs. "Hey Dashwai, please go and capture some game to bring back." Lin Yun could only gaze at the large black dog squatting beside him. Woof woof. The handsome black canine barked twice. Indeed, anything was possible, be it a giant serpent, a bull, a fierce tiger, or a cunning wolf. Woof woof woof. It appeared as though he was engaging in a conversation with that extraordinary black dog. Ji Xiao also found it quite amusing. At this moment, Lin Yun turned to Ji Xiao, a smile gracing his lips as he tore off a piece from the most delectable part and presented it before her. "Xiao, why not give it a try?" Ji Xiu momentarily hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty evident in her eyes. Yet, she ultimately parted her lips and took a small bite. The tender roasted meat melted in her mouth, infused with rich spiritual energy, and unable to resist, she took another bite, savoring it with great delight. Lin Yun gazed at her with a tender expression, unable to resist teasing. "It seems even the fairest maiden of the celestial realm has a penchant for indulgence. And it appears our little treasure has taken after you." Ji Xiu felt her cheeks flush, and in a fit of embarrassment, retorted, "Do not just so. The baby is also your own flesh and blood." Having said that, she shyly lowered her head, using her hand to shield her face, attempting to conceal the rosy hue that had crept upon her. Yet, Lin Yun, undeterred, drew closer, gently brushing away the remnants of food from the corner of her mouth. His tone soft as he remarked, "I hope you don't mind a little here?" Ji Shiyu felt her heart race, feigning composure as she turned her head away. With a hint of vexation in her voice, "You keep your distance." In the midst of this intimate atmosphere, their little darling suddenly exclaimed. Glancing between her mother and father, a spark of inspiration struck her. She tossed the fruit pit to the ground and lunged towards Lin Yun, exclaiming, "Father, quickly hold me. I want to eat meat with mother." With that, she squeezed into Ji Xiao's embrace, gazing eagerly at the pair, her expression one of I 1 and 2. Lin Yun smiled as he lifted the little darling and settled beside Ji Xiao, the three of them encircled by the flickering flames of the campfire. Ji Xiao gazed helplessly at the duo, a wave of inexplicable warmth swelling within her heart, making her realize that this life possessed a unique beauty of its own. As the dragonfish transformed entirely into skeletal remains, distant rumblings echoed, suggesting a fierce struggle between colossal creatures. Ji Xiu cast a puzzled glance towards Lin Yun. Perhaps it was the imposing black Great One hunting. This vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains was teeming with various mythical beasts. Ji Xiao nodded slightly, reassured that their little one would not suffer from hunger in the days to come. Before long, the formidable black Great One returned triumphantly, dragging a massive serpent adorned with horns upon its head. "Father, you cook." The baby wishes to remain still. The little one nestled comfortably in his mother's warm embrace. Gazing contentedly at his father, Lin Yun smiled faintly, a trivial matter. Under his magical prowess, a serpent of over 20 meters was effortlessly cleaved into segments by an invisible blade, leaving only the most delectable portions intact. Nearby, a spiritual spring emerged from thin air, meticulously cleansing all the meat pieces before they were skewered onto a grill. Before long, they were sizzling to a golden perfection, releasing an enticing aroma. The little darling, catching the delightful scent, promptly leapt from her mother's embrace. As the chef, Lin Yun busily tended to the grill for quite some time, with Huang Lingxi assisting beside him. Even the handsome black figure received a fair share of rewards. Lin Yun decided to indulge himself. At his level of cultivation, he could go a lifetime without sustenance and never feel hunger. However, he had no intention of forsaking his desires. Without emotions and cravings, what meaning would life hold? Once they finished the roasted meat, Lin Yun pointed towards a nearby grapevine, laden with clusters of amethyst grapes, each one glistening with a translucent sheen, infused with abundant spiritual energy. Each grape was akin to a precious spirit stone, and even an ordinary mortal would be overwhelmed by just a few. "Come, let us enjoy some fruit after our meal." Lin Yun now feels a profound sense of gratitude for having cultivated the habit of gardening and aquaculture during her moments of idleness. Otherwise, she would find it exceedingly challenging to care for the little one. Upon hearing this, the adorable child beamed with joy, clinging to her mother's hand and playfully asking, "Mother, would you like to climb a tree with me?" Ji Xiao couldn't help but smile at this scene, gently ruffling the little one's hair. "Mother is all grown up now, so climbing trees is not for me." Her gaze then shifted, tinged with a hint of shyness, towards Lin Yun, and she softly remarked, "This place is quite special and warm. I truly adore it." Lin Yun smiled gently and softly remarked, "If it pleases you, this place may also become your home." As night deepened, the starlight scattered across the courtyard, and everything around was enveloped in the tender embrace of moonlight, exuding an atmosphere of tranquility and beauty. Lin Yun held Ji Xiao's small hand, meandering aimlessly until they found themselves by the banks of a tranquil stream. The water shimmered gently, as a few ethereal fish glided gracefully across the surface, occasionally creating delicate ripples. Not far away, on a gentle hillside, several celestial flowers bloomed, exuding a subtle fragrance that imbued the air with a hint of sweetness. Lin Yun plucked several exquisite wildflowers and fashioned a delicate crown to adorn the little moon's head. Ji Xiao, observing this tender scene, felt a warmth blossom in her heart. This unintentional display of affection stirred memories of the past within her. At that moment, her gaze drifted slowly towards Lin Yun, and she couldn't help but softly utter, "You are truly kind to Ziyue. Of course, he is our child." Lin Yun replied with an air of certainty. Ji Xiao was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks quickly flushed with a delicate hue. She shot Lin Yun a playful glare, shyly turning her face away. Yet, a sweet sensation surged within her, as if enveloped by a gentle current of warmth. "Mother, come quickly. There are wild fruits here, and they are so sweet," called the little one with a cherubic voice. Ji Xiu felt a wave of relief wash over her as she prepared to rise. only to suddenly notice Lin Yun gazing at her with an amused expression, his eyes soft and profound. "Xiao, why did you blush just now?" Lin Yun approached her. Inhaling the faint, delicate fragrance that enveloped her, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "I am not blushing." Xiao hastily averted her gaze, attempting to mask her flustered state, inwardly chiding herself for such an indiscreet display. As Lin Yun gazed at her flustered demeanor, a wave of tenderness surged within him. He understood that, despite the apparent aloofness of the woman before him, she possessed a softer side. After indulging in their leisurely activities for a while longer, the family of three finally returned to their quaint abode. The little one, having exhausted herself from play, was soundly asleep in Lin Yun's embrace. True to the adage of adapting to local customs, Xiu was in dire need of ample rest. However, as bedtime approached, Xiu found herself in a predicament. Her cheeks flushed, caught in a moment of hesitation, as if she longed to speak but was at a loss for words. Lin Yun's gaze shifted, as if he had come to a realization. "Is my lady preparing for a bath and a change of attire?" The delicate voice of Xiu resonated softly, akin to the whisper of a gnat. Yet fortunately, Lin Yun possessed keen hearing. "Allow me to prepare a medicinal bath for you. It shall be beneficial for your recovery." Lin Yun instinctively cast a glance at the enchanting figure of the young lady. Gently pushing open the door to the bathroom, a warm mist enveloped the air, accompanied by a delicate waft of medicinal fragrance. Lin Yun had meticulously prepared the medicinal bath, delicately infusing it with spiritual herbs and celestial blossoms. The surface of the water shimmered softly, emanating a faint, ethereal glow. "Yaoer, the medicinal bath is ready." Lin Yun's voice was low and gentle, carrying a hint of warmth. In truth, he felt a slight dryness in his throat. Xiao slowly rose, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, nodding shyly. Although she possessed an immaculate celestial body, radiating an enchanting fragrance untouched by the mortal realm, she was still a woman and cherished the experience of bathing. Xiao endeavored to suppress her wandering thoughts, yet her heart raced uncontrollably in this moment. She stole a glance at Lin Yun, only to quickly avert her gaze, seemingly forgetting to request his turn away. With a slight awkwardness, she began to shed her outer layer of pristine white gown, leaving only a sheer, delicate lining beneath. Her fingertips trembled slightly, but she refrained from proceeding further. Gently, she stepped into the water, the warm surface enveloping her smooth skin instantly, while petals floated softly around her, reflecting the crystalline purity of her complexion, resembling a celestial artwork. Closing her eyes, she embraced the warmth of the medicinal bath as it seeped into her body, washing away all fatigue, as if even her soul was stretching in relief. The water flowed tenderly over her shoulders, her hair cascading into the depths, spreading like ink-stained clouds, enhancing her beauty even further. Lin Yun stood at a short distance, quietly observing the scene before him, his eyes subtly revealing a hint of infatuation. The graceful figure of Xiao blossoming in the water made his heart tremble. In that moment, she appeared both delicate and enchanting, as if all the ethereal beauty of the celestial and the mundane converged within her. Recalling their first encounter, when she had presented her flawless form and charm, he could not help but step closer, his voice low and gentle. "Xiao, does it feel more comfortable to soak like this?" Xiao opened her eyes, gazing at Lin Yun with warmth yet tinged with shyness, nodding softly. "Yes, it feels very comfortable, thank you." Her voice was tender, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. As he beheld her gaze, as gentle as water, Lin Yun could not resist a slight smile, warmth flickering in his eyes as he softly reassured her. "Do not worry about your recovery. If you feel weary, just call for me." With that, he instinctively reached out, gently tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. The touch of his fingers against her smooth skin sent a subtle shiver through him. Xiu quivered slightly, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she lowered her gaze. Aside from that singular, reckless encounter with the man before her, she had never experienced such intimacy with another. Typically composed and elegant, her heart was as tranquil as still water. Yet in this moment, it felt as if ripples had disturbed her inner lake, and even her ears had begun to warm. Lin Yun's scorching gaze seemed to sear her delicate skin. She lightly bit her lip and murmured, "Could you perhaps turn slightly to the side?" Lin Yun smiled softly, taking a gentle step back, yet her gaze remained tender, tinged with a hint of reluctance. "Very well, I shall wait outside." Xiu watched him depart, an inexplicable sense of melancholy blossoming within her heart, leaving even herself astonished. Lin Yun's meticulous care evoked in her a tender, yearning reminiscent of her youthful days, a feeling of warmth long forgotten. After he exited the room, he left behind a serene atmosphere infused with comfort. She closed her eyes, surrendering to this fleeting moment of gentleness. She savored this fresh surge of emotions, as if the warm medicinal bath had washed away a layer of dust that had settled deep within her heart. Being with him felt undeniably delightful. He possessed an extraordinary strength, yet he was gentle with both Ziyue and herself. Did she truly have any choices left? Reflecting on this, Ji Xiao's skin, as exquisite as mutton-fat jade, was tinged with a delicate blush. Her only lingering concern now resided in the grievances of the celestial realm. In the master bedroom, the night was tender as water, cascading softly into the tranquil little abode, gently outlining a sanctuary of peace and warmth. Ji Xiao, still recovering, felt a hint of fatigue after her bath, and she delicately leaned against one side of the bed, her gaze tinged with weariness. Lin Yun tenderly arranged the bedding, settling on the opposite side of the bed, intending merely to engage her in conversation while remaining partially reclined in his clothes. "You shall stay here tonight," Ji Xiao murmured, her voice tinged with a hint of awkwardness as her fingers gently twisted the corner of the blanket, her heartbeat quickening ever so slightly. Though she maintained a calm and composed demeanor, an inexplicable softness blossomed within her heart at this moment, a yearning to lean on this formidable man, and an unexpected reluctance to see him depart. Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress the elation swelling within his heart. He thought he might have misheard. This proud and extraordinarily beautiful woman was inviting him to stay the night? Although they had already shared intimate moments and even had a child together, Lin Yun understood that those encounters could not be counted. It seemed that he still possessed an irresistible charm. Had he truly achieved this? In truth, as one of the most exceptional men in the world, Lin Yun was certainly not the type to be impatient or reckless, eager to engage in frivolous behavior. He possessed ample time and patience to win her over. After all, she was his beloved, the mother of his child. As he lifted his gaze to her, he noticed a delicate blush gracing her cheeks, rendering her even more enchanting than usual. He smiled gently and replied softly, "Very well, I shall stay here with you." He did not draw closer, but sat calmly, seemingly respecting her space. Ji Xiu felt reassured, recognizing Lin Yun's enduring gentleness and thoughtfulness, which allowed her heart to relax. Her fondness for him grew even stronger. However, as the night deepened and tranquility enveloped them, the only sounds that could be heard were their soft breaths. Gradually, Ji Xiu felt a slight chill and could not help but lean subtly towards Lin Yun's side. Lin Yun sensed her gentle approach and instinctively wrapped his arm around her shoulder, the gesture tender and natural. Ji Xiu was momentarily taken aback but did not resist. She merely tilted her head slightly to look at him, her gaze infused with a hint of gentle warmth. Lin Yun observed her gently closed eyelids, the corners of his lips curving upwards as he unconsciously relaxed. He cautiously extended his hand, tenderly embracing her, savoring the warmth of her body. Ji Xiu did not resist. Instead, she nestled against him like a serene child, seemingly in search of a long-lost sense of security. The unspoken understanding between them flowed through the night, as if their heartbeats synchronized with the tranquility of the evening. As time passed, Lin Yun gradually shed his initial reticence. Unable to resist, he softly caressed her hair, his fingers gliding through her silky locks, infused with a touch of affectionate tenderness. Ji Xiao felt his warmth, the subtle tension in her heart gradually dissipating as she slowly closed her eyes, quietly reveling in this moment of peace. Suddenly, Lin Yun leaned closer to her ear, inhaling gently, his voice low as he murmured, "My dear, you smell delightful." At his words, Ji Xiu shivered slightly, his warm breath causing her ears to flush a deep crimson. She glanced up at him, a mixture of shyness and reproach in her gaze. "Don't speak nonsense." Lin Yun chuckled softly, refraining from further teasing, and quietly enveloped her in his embrace. The two fell into a taciturn silence, their breaths gradually synchronizing. Just as Ji Xiu was on the verge of slumber, she suddenly heard Lin Yun's earnest whisper, "Yao Yao, to be honest, I prefer sleeping in the nude." Ji Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then shot him a glare, her cheeks instantly flushed with a tantalizing hue. "What nonsense are you spouting?" she reproached in a subdued tone, striving to maintain her composure. Yet, shyness had already stealthily crept into her heart, her fingers tightly gripping the blanket, unsure of how to respond. As Lin Yun beheld her demeanor, he could not help but let the corners of his mouth rise, feigning innocence as he remarked, "My dear, do not misunderstand. I merely mentioned it casually as a gentle reminder. After all, we are currently sharing the same bed." Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao's face flushed a deep crimson, and she cast him an indignant glare, yet it could not conceal the hint of shyness in the rapid beating of her heart. Lowering her gaze, she bit her lip, her fingers trembling slightly as she endeavored to maintain her composure. If you dare to act recklessly, I shall make you sleep on the floor. Indeed, my lady has spoken. How could I possibly defy her wishes? Lin Yun suppressed the fluttering emotions within, feigning seriousness as he lay down, even pulling the blanket higher, as if he truly intended to remain obedient throughout the night. Yet, a playful glimmer sparkled in his eyes. It turned out that banter and flirtation could be so delightful. This was far more engaging than leading the demonic army into battle. Ji Shiyu lowered her head in silence, yet the corners of her lips involuntarily lifted. She felt the warmth beside her, a wave of long-lost comfort and tranquility washing over her. The serenity and unspoken understanding of the night gradually eased her tensions, causing her to unconsciously inch closer, her defenses melting away in the process. In the gentle embrace of the night, Lin Yun subtly turned to his side, gently drawing her into his arms, and the two found solace in each other's presence, as if discovering the warmest connection that belonged solely to them. The night passed in silence. The next morning, Lin Yun awakened leisurely, experiencing a refreshing slumber like never before. Even during moments of surpassing great realms or vanquishing several celestial emperors, he had never felt such elation. Morning light streamed through the window, illuminating Ji Shiyu, who slept peacefully in his embrace. Her delicate breaths rose and fell softly, her fine brows slightly furrowed, and her exquisite features radiated a natural tranquility and beauty. Lin Yun gazed at her, unable to resist bowing his head, gently leaning closer to her ear, inhaling deeply. His nostrils were filled with the fragrance of her hair, intertwined with a subtle sweetness reminiscent of morning dew. Such an ethereal aroma softened his heart entirely. Days like this are truly delightful. Lin Yun felt a profound sense of wonder, scarcely aware of the playful smile that adorned his lips. The tranquility and warmth of the moment surged within him, bringing forth an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and joy. During his time in the demon realm, he was consumed by battles and had never envisioned such a tender existence. Had he known the delightful sensations of having a wife, he might not have dismissed the affections of those charming little fairies who once expressed their admiration for him. In truth, even the demoness matriarch possessed an endearing quality, and the great leader of the Azura still exuded grace. Meanwhile, Ji Shiyu had long since awakened but dared not move, her heart fluttering with nervousness and shyness. The once wild and assertive Empress seemed like a different person entirely. The soft morning sunlight filtered through the window, casting a gentle glow upon her porcelain-like skin, warm and inviting. She sensed Lin Yun's presence and could not help but blush ever so slightly. Even as Lin Yun engaged in his small antics, she feigned ignorance with her eyes closed. Lin Yun, possessing a keen sense of perception, was acutely aware that she had awakened, albeit feigning sleep. Her rising and falling chest betrayed her, and her breath had grown somewhat hurried. Nevertheless, he chose not to shatter this delicate pretense, believing it added a touch of intrigue to their moment. Both silently reveled in this rare tranquility, reluctant to disrupt the serene atmosphere. As they embraced in silence, a child's innocent voice echoed from outside the courtyard. A spirited little girl marched ahead, with a dejected black dog trailing behind her. With her short legs, she scampered towards Huang Lingxi, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "Sister Huang, when can we go find Daddy and Mommy?" she asked, tilting her head adorably. Huang Lingxi gently tousled the child's hair, her cheeks inexplicably flushed. Unsure of how to explain, she simply knew that she had brought the little girl outside early in the morning, as was her routine. Caring for the child was her primary responsibility. After a moment of contemplation, she found a suitable excuse. "We mustn't disturb the adult slumber. Mommy is still resting. And a good child must be understanding." The little girl nodded obediently, her cherubic face radiating innocence as she declared, "That little Moon is a good baby. So I won't disturb Mommy." Huang Lingxi sighed in relief, yet her slightly reddened face betrayed a hint of exasperation. It seemed the child was blissfully unaware of the complexities surrounding them, while Huang Lingxi herself harbored deeper thoughts. After rising, Lin Yun appeared particularly spirited. Ji Shiyu, needing time to wash up and change, had sent him out, leaving him no choice but to prepare breakfast. His beloved wife was still somewhat weak. Skillfully, he concocted a meticulously blended medicinal porridge, adding a nutritious silver fish to the mix. On the small stove, the flames danced joyfully. He cautiously placed various herbs into the pot, stirring gently, each motion infused with patience and focus. Once the medicinal porridge was ready, Lin Yun carefully carried it over to Ji Shiyu, who sat quietly, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. Surely, he wouldn't be feeding her again, would he? Lin Yun gently settled beside her, his eyes brimming with playful mockery. As he fed her porridge, he found amusement in watching her red lips part slightly. He scooped a spoonful of warm porridge, softly blew on it, and then brought it to Ji Xiao's lips. In a gentle tone, he urged, "Come now. Sweetly open your mouth." Ji Xiao cast an annoyed glance at Lin Yun, her eyes reflecting a hint of playful reproach. "If you don't hurry and eat, the baby will be back soon." Lin Yun spoke calmly and unhurriedly. He understood that the other party was still somewhat restrained, especially in front of the child. Ji Xiu felt a sense of helplessness towards this mischievous individual. She gently parted her lips and took a spoonful of the medicinal porridge into her mouth. The warm flavor instantly spread throughout her palate, as if a soothing current coursed through her entire being. Lin Yun gazed at Ji Xiu with an expression filled with anticipation, his eyes shimmering with an indescribable light. A sense of accomplishment and contentment swelled within him. "You must drink as well." Ji Xiao, perceiving the teasing glint in his eyes, felt a twinge of irritation and, without further ado, snatched the spoon from his grasp. She then scooped a generous spoonful and brought it to Lin Yun's lips, her tone slightly anxious and her hand trembling ever so slightly. Lin Yun felt a sudden jolt in his heart, inexplicably stirred with excitement. For reasons unknown, his cheeks began to flush. He now comprehended why she appeared so bashful. Even a man of his stature felt somewhat unreliable. Gazing upon Ji Xiao's exquisite visage and her eager gaze, he was captivated. Lin Yun slightly parted her lips, delicately holding the spoon. It dawned on her that they were using the same spoon. Ji Xiao seemed to recall this as well, her cheeks flushing faintly. Despite having prepared the meal herself, it tasted extraordinarily delightful. Thus, they engaged in a tender exchange of feeding one another, gradually finishing their breakfast in a sticky, sweet manner. Before they knew it, several days had passed. Under Lin Yun's devoted care, employing various heavenly treasures and resources, Ji Xiao's complexion improved significantly. Aside from her cultivation not yet being restored, her body had fully recovered. They continued to share the same bed each night, their bond deepening silently yet profoundly. Ji Xiao increasingly felt Lin Yun's gentle and considerate nature. Despite being the lord of the demon realm, he attended to her with utmost care, meticulously looking after her daily needs and meals, even personally preparing nourishing medicinal dishes. His every action radiated a meticulous tenderness, and he never forced her into any actions against her will. Most importantly, he showered excessive affection upon the little cherub, fulfilling her every request. He was undeniably an invincible father figure who favored familial bonds over reason. One morning, Ji Xiao suddenly recalled something and, raising her gaze, softly spoke. "Yun." She still felt unaccustomed to addressing him as her husband, feeling a bit shy to voice it. She continued. "I wish to visit the falling star city in the wastelands and meet the several sisters of the baby. If it weren't for their kindness and taking in the little cherub, who knows how many obstacles we might have faced." Thus, Ji Xiao felt a deep sense of gratitude towards them. Upon hearing those words, Lin Yun contemplated for a moment before gently nodding in agreement. He understood that although Ji Xiu was the Empress of the celestial realm, she possessed a tender heart, cherishing the bonds of gratitude that compelled her to go. Thus, he smiled and said, "Very well, I shall accompany you. Luoxing City is not far. Let us embark together as a family. I will pilot the flying vessel, allowing us to admire the scenery along the way." At that moment, a little darling eavesdropping nearby clapped her hands in jubilant excitement, exclaiming, "Yay! Little darling can meet her sisters." She danced around Lin Yun and Ji Xiao, her face radiating delight and anticipation. All right, my sweet little treasure. Come here for a kiss from Daddy." Lin Yun laughed heartily, lifting the little one into his arms and planting a kiss on her cherubic cheek. Ji Xiao watched the heartwarming scene between father and daughter, a gentle warmth blossoming within her heart. She had quietly accepted Lin Yun as her husband and the father of her child. Regardless of what the future held, that bond would remain unaltered. "Be good, big dog. Look after the home, or when I return, I shall have you for dinner, all of you." The playful, fierce tone was rather endearing as the little darling playfully admonished the imposing black dog. "Woof woof." The black dog wagged its tail, barking with unwavering conviction. At long last, the seemingly formidable little demon king was departing, granting a few days of peace. Above the vast azure sky, a colossal flying ship hovered silently among the clouds. This was a celestial-grade vessel, resplendent with shimmering colors, resembling a grand gemstone embedded in the heavens. The deck was adorned with intricate formations and runes, encircled by a faint halo of spiritual energy shielding that exuded a sense of majestic beauty. Should the vessel's weapon systems be fully activated? Even the few ethereal cannons at the prow, glowing with mysterious light, would suffice to obliterate all sacred grounds and ancient sex-protective formations, conquering this realm outright. However, for now, this grand vessel merely served as Lin Yun's mode of transportation, casually ferrying his family for an outing. On the deck, Lin Yun and Ji Xiao stood side by side, the gentle breeze caressing their ears, with the vast sky stretching before them. Ji Xiao slightly closed her eyes, savoring the wind's caress, a smile gracing her lips, her heart enveloped in tranquility. Meanwhile, Lin Yun tenderly wrapped his arm around her delicate waist, savoring not only the breeze, but also the fragrance of her hair. They nestled together, as if enveloped within their own little world. The atmosphere was sweet and serene, and for a moment, neither spoke a word. Not far away, the little darling, Ji Ziyue, bounced around, filled with curiosity about everything aboard her father's vessel. Her little face sparkled with excitement as she occasionally leaned over the railing, her eyes shimmering like stars. "Father, what is this? This light is so beautiful," she inquired, her enthusiasm palpable. Lin Yun gazed affectionately at the little darling, patiently answering each of her inquiries. Huang Lingxi stood quietly beside the adorable child, resembling a devoted caregiver, though she seemed to possess little presence. Lin Yun regarded her as an integral part of the family. Together with the little one, they admired the distant, undulating mountains and flowing rivers. "What is this button, Daddy?" Darling, please don't press it." Lin Yun cried out urgently, but it was somewhat too late. The energy cannon at the bow of the ship began to emit a dazzling radiance. The fallen immortal cannon commenced its charging process. Then, with a thunderous roar, a towering peak, reaching up into the clouds, was utterly obliterated. Countless beasts met their untimely demise, instantly vaporized. Weakness itself became the original sin. Whether to exist or perish was beyond their control. A violent storm of spiritual energy continued to rage, annihilating everything in its vicinity. Countless creatures, both avian and terrestrial, frantically fled in all directions. The most ferocious beast calamity in history was on the brink of unfolding, poised to devolve into a tragic spectacle of human suffering. Lin Yun gazed at the little phoenix. Huang Lingxi blinked her eyes, mistakenly believing that the great demon lord was displeased with her for not taking care of the precious little one. Observing this scene, the adorable child was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, father, have I erred? Please do not scold me." The little darling rushed into Ji Xiao's embrace, peeking out with a small head to steal a glance at her father. Ji Xiao, somewhat speechless, replied, "Well, why don't you reveal your true form and intimidate those monstrous beasts? Leave the rest to me." Lin Yun touched his nose and chuckled wryly. "Oh, I see. That's fine." Huang Lingxi had thought it was something significant, just a trivial matter. In an instant, a colossal phoenix spread its wings across the vast sky. An even more intense divine might was unleashed. All creatures, regardless of their bloodline rank, were overwhelmingly subdued by the terrifying pressure of the phoenix deity, kneeling on the ground. Rendered motionless, Lin Yun emerged through the protective barrier, appearing in the sky without any discernible action. Before him materialized a colossal black hole, emanating a terrifying gravitational pull. The inky vortex seemed to connect to an endless abyss beyond. All the violent auras and waves of destructive energy generated by the psychic explosion were entirely consumed. Thus, a monumental catastrophe was quelled. My apologies, it was merely a child's play. If questioned, one may attribute it to the actions of the esteemed lord of the wilderness province. Lin Yun, feeling somewhat apologetic, spoke to the few silhouettes faintly emerging in the distance. The several Yuanian cultivators concealed behind the clouds felt their souls trembling, nearly succumbing to fear. They quivered all over, rendered speechless. Lin Yun and the little phoenix then returned to the flying vessel. "Wow, father, you are amazing." The little child scampered over with her short legs and clung to Lin Yun's pant leg. Ji Ziyue's chubby little face displayed a hint of distress, as if she realized she had caused trouble. "Oh dear, it's all right. It's all father's fault for not disabling the weaponry and activating the secondary safety verification." Lin Yun gently lifted the little darling and placed her upon his shoulder, unable to bear the thought of reprimanding his precious child. The small one, seemingly grasping the situation, nodded in a half-understanding manner. "You should indulge her," Ji Xiu remarked with a roll of her eyes. "My dear, you must not recklessly touch things you do not recognize." "Do you understand?" she admonished, pinching the little one's cheek affectionately. Yes, I will listen to mother," the child replied eagerly, nodding fervently. Thus concluded this minor episode in the life of this celestial family. This is precisely why Lin Yun had consistently restrained his cultivation level. His capacity for destruction was far too great for this tender world. The flying vessel continued its journey towards the wild state, traversing a landscape of picturesque beauty. Verdant mountains rose in layers, shrouded in mist that clung to their slopes, resembling a realm of immortals. Rivulets wound through the plains like bands of jade, their surfaces glistening in the morning sun, sparkling with brilliance. Occasionally, one could glimpse groups of ethereal beasts frolicking in the woods, or birds soaring across the azure sky. Skimming above the protective shield of the flying vessel, the little one perched cheerfully on her father's shoulder, pointing in delight at the scurrying creatures and exclaiming joyfully. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the recently detonated mountain, several figures hovered silently in midair, exchanging no words. Was this the doing of the one from the wild state? What could their objective be? A demonstration? One could hear the command to halt all plans to compensate for any damages. A young man, clad in resplendent robes, yet bearing the weight of age, uttered these words, his heart now filled with trepidation. He dared not imagine the consequences if such a strike were to fall upon his palace. Lin Yun was still unaware that the innocent actions of the little darling had inadvertently alleviated some significant troubles for Ning Shui and her companions. As the flying vessel approached its destination, Starfall City, anticipation filled the air. Lin Yun and Ji Xiao exchanged glances, each imbued with a hint of anticipation. Although Falling Star City was not particularly prosperous within the desolate state, it now buzzed with excitement at Lin Yun's arrival. Outside the city, a multitude had already gathered, gazing at the flying vessel with eyes brimming with reverence and hope. It was widely understood that such a grand spectacle could only be attributed to one individual. The arrival of Lin Yun, the crownless king, has infused the entire wild state with an unparalleled atmosphere. Following the demise of the former state lord, Yi Xian, the new state lord, Ning Shui, though possessing an indomitable presence, finds himself constrained by his insufficient strength, rendering the status of the wild state somewhat precarious. Many businesses have been squeezed for space, yet they manage to sustain themselves. However, with the reappearance of the esteemed, immortal Lin Yun, the situation is poised for a swift reversal. Upon the city walls, everyone awaits with bated breath. Amidst their anticipation, Jiang Tingting and her companions feel a sense of inexplicable tension. Rumors swirl that the Lord's consort is also on her way. A formidable flying vessel hovers outside Falling Star City, its ominous dark cannon mouths instilling a dread so profound that it feels as if one's very soul could be drawn in with but a glance. Unbeknownst to them, this very apparatus had recently laid waste to a mountain range larger than Falling Star City itself. Yet, news pertaining to this event is expected to arrive shortly. Lin Yun accompanied Ji Xiao and the little darling as they traversed the void, where the air seemed to shimmer with a faint aura of spiritual energy. It was as if an ethereal staircase existed within the emptiness. As Lin Yun cradled the little cherub, he and Ji Xiao gracefully approached, creating a stir among those present. When would they too attain such formidable strength? Ji Xiao slightly lifted her chin, her gaze serene and her demeanor elegant. Clad in a resplendent white gown that danced with the breeze, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. As the Empress of the immortal realm, her innate grace and commanding presence were unparalleled. Although her cultivation had diminished, she remained far beyond the realm of ordinary mortals. Moreover, she was renowned as the most beautiful in the celestial realm, a title that, while shared with others, attested to her extraordinary brilliance. This breathtaking beauty rendered the onlookers breathless. Even the gentle zephyrs seemed to slow, wary of disturbing such a splendid sight. Is that the mother of that little prodigy? Someone gasped in awe. She is stunning. If I possessed even a fraction of her beauty, I would immediately leave my husband. Indeed, the wife of the celestial lord exuded an otherworldly grace, a quality that only a being of her stature could embody. A few women could not help but sigh softly, comparing themselves with her. They suddenly felt that their own beauty, which they usually took pride in, paled in comparison to Ji Xiao's radiance, stirring feelings of melancholy and self-doubt within them. In the distance, Jiang Tingting and Ning Shui momentarily lost their composure, exchanging glances that ignited a complex swirl of emotions. Ning Shui, known for her poised and aloof demeanor, had previously been the mistress of the Ice Palace. Now, bolstered by Lin Yun's support, she held the esteemed position of the Lord of the Wilderness State, commanding respect and authority. Even in the presence of formidable sovereigns, she remained unflappable. Yet at this moment, she could not help but reflect on the nature of Lin Yun's existence and how this ethereal maiden's grace could possibly be matched. Before Lin Yun, she felt an insurmountable distance, her heart swelling with admiration and a tinge of wistfulness. Beside her, Jiang Tingting let out a barely perceptible sigh, her gaze fixed on the snow-white Ji Xiao, feeling a pang of inadequacy. Having once believed herself a distinguished talent, she now felt like a mere mortal in comparison to Ji Xiao's celestial presence. As the crowd remained entranced, the little darling in Lin Yun's arms blinked her big eyes. Catching sight of Jiang Tingting and Ning Shui, with infectious excitement, she called out, "Sister Tingting, Sister Shui." In an instant, she leapt from Lin Yun's embrace, joyfully bounding towards them like a little bird returning to its long-lost nest. With open arms and a beaming face, her small frame radiated the carefree innocence of childhood. Both Jiang Tingting and Ning Shui were touched by the child's purity, their longing for her dispelling any lingering melancholy. They gently knelt to greet her, enveloping her in their arms, smiles blossoming on their faces. "Oh, little moon, it has been so long. Have you missed your sisters?" Jiang Tingting gently caressed her hair and tenderly inquired. The little darling nodded and, with a sweet voice, replied, "Yes, Sister Tingting, Sister Ning Shui. I miss you both so much. My father took me to many places to play, and he even caught a lot of fish for me. Moreover, we have a magnificent big dog at home. I also brought you some fruit. It's truly delicious." Ning Shui couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Is that so? My dear, you are truly wonderful." Lin Yun observed the scene before him with a gentle smile, turning his gaze softly towards Ji Xiao. Feeling his gaze upon her, Ji Xiao was momentarily taken aback, her eyes reflecting a hint of tenderness as she reached out to gently grasp Lin Yun's hand. The two shared a profound understanding. Requiring no words, their eyes conveyed a multitude of unspoken sentiments. Esteemed immortal, Ning Shui rose, his tone imbued with reverence, his eyes shimmering with joy. "Your return to the desolate region of Huangzhou has brought unparalleled delight to all of us in Falling Star City." Jiang Tingting also offered a slight bow, saying, "Esteemed immortal, we are truly elated to see you once more. Though our time apart was brief, a mere fleeting moment compared to the endless years of cultivation. Your presence here undoubtedly graces us with honor." Lin Yun nodded gently, a warm smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the gathered assembly. "Your kindness is deeply appreciated. Having brought your families along, it brings me great comfort to reconnect with old acquaintances." The others bowed respectfully in acknowledgement, but Lin Yun merely raised a hand, signaling them to refrain from excessive formality. He slightly turned his head to glance at the little darling, noticing her radiant smile nestled in Jiang Tingting's embrace. He felt a fondness for both of them, recognizing how much the little one adored them, a testament to their affection towards her. "Dear one, won't you introduce your sisters?" Ji Xiao inquired softly from the side. One of her purposes for attending was to meet them, thereby resolving a lingering connection, especially since they would soon depart. The little one nodded earnestly and turned to Ning Shui and Shin Miaoyin, exclaiming, "Sisters, this is my mother. You are all as beautiful as she is, and my mother is as formidable as my father." Unbeknownst to her, the listeners were taken aback, contemplating the implications of being likened to the esteemed immortal lord. Ji Xiao, upon hearing this, couldn't he help but smile wryly. She stepped forward, gently taking the hands of Ning Shui and Jiang Tingting. "I am immensely grateful for your care of our little treasure. I shan't overstate my thanks. From now on, your affairs are as vital to our family as our own." Her tone was tender, yet her words rippled through the crowd, signifying a public endorsement that even the immortal lord had not previously made so overtly. Ning Shui and Jiang Tingting were both taken aback by the unexpected honor and quickly responded, "Oh no, it is we who owe a debt of gratitude to Princess Xiaoya. She has saved us." They spoke with a hint of trepidation. "Mother, the sisters are so kind to me. They prepare an abundance of delicious treats every day." The little one chimed in with her sweet, innocent voice. "Indeed, so you must also be good to your sisters. I have brought them some fruit." The little darling then produced a cluster of amethyst grapes. Ji Xiao regarded her daughter with a tender gaze, a surge of pride and affection swelling within her. Though the little one could be mischievous, her heart was pure. She gently stroked the little darling's head and said softly, "Our little treasure is the most obedient. When she grows up, she will surely surpass her mother in beauty." The little one, with a joyful squeal, leaped into her mother's embrace, her face radiant with a sweet smile. Amidst this serene atmosphere, Lin Yun took Ji Xiao's hand, smiling as he said, "Shall we proceed into the city and explore?" Given his languid disposition, he is not particularly fond of such formalities. However, having Xiao represent him is quite agreeable. There are certain matters she can articulate more conveniently. Moreover, this outing leads to the demon realm, as he has already conferred with Xiao about returning to the demon realm for a visit. Preparations for subsequent affairs must also commence. Esteemed immortal lord, please follow me. The banquet has already been arranged in the inner hall, Jiang Tingting remarked, casting a fleeting glance at the little darling. Her expression appearing somewhat peculiar. In honor of the young princess, the Starfall City has gone to great lengths today, capturing a host of silverback demon wolves to serve as the main course. Lin Yun and Ji Shiyao, accompanied by their adorable child, leisurely made their way towards Falling Star City. Those behind them gazed with admiration, their eyes brimming with respect. Within the banquet hall, guests were gathered, and the atmosphere was both warm and vibrant, albeit slightly reserved. All the esteemed cultivation families from Falling Star City, including several prominent noble and royal families from the wild continent, had traveled great distances without hesitation to attend. Even a mere appearance before the celestial sovereign was considered an immense blessing, a chance to bask in the celestial aura. The Lin family, consisting of 3 members, was warmly welcomed into the inner hall, where they were greeted by a lavish and elegant arrangement. A long table nearby was laden with an array of exquisite delicacies, the fruity aromas wafting through the air, suffused with a vibrant energy. What captivated attention even more was the specially designated barbecue area, where the crimson embers gently glowed, filling the atmosphere with the enticing scent of grilled meat. The little girl's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing the barbecue station, and she exclaimed, "Wow, it's a big dog. I love to eat it." Turning to Lin Yun and Ji Shiyao, her cheeks flushed with excitement, she added, "This is what I had on my first day visiting Daddy." Lin Yun couldn't help but smile, her gaze infused with a hint of indulgence. "Oh, I see. Then later, Father and Mother must also have a taste." Hearing these words, Jiang Tingting's face also blossomed with a gentle smile. After nodding slightly to Ning Shui beside her, she began to recount a cherished memory. When His Highness first arrived in the desolate region, she fortuitously encountered me during an attack by a pack of magical wolves. It was her bravery that vanquished the wolves and saved me. Thus, we forged this bond. As Jiang Tingting narrated her story, astonishment spread across the faces of those present. Many had been delving into this secret over time, eager to uncover how Luoxing City had stumbled upon such extraordinary fortune. They wondered how the master and disciple had come to be acquainted with this little prodigy, thereby establishing a connection with her parents. This group of short-sighted individuals only recognized the immense luck that befell Ning Shui and her mentor, choosing to overlook the sacrifices they made, willing to lay down their lives to protect the little darling. His Highness is truly remarkable, they mused. So young yet so valiant, with a heart of gold. Moreover, she claimed the top position in the great competition of the desolate region, indeed, a true genius. Upon hearing the praises, the little darling beamed, puffing out her chest with pride, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Ji Shiyao, witnessing this, couldn't help but chuckle softly, her eyes brimming with tender affection. She understood that the little darling possessed such a spirited nature. Even in her imperial palace days, she had been a little imp, always stirring up mischief. "Dearest, be careful not to tire yourself out. You'll need your strength to enjoy the feast later," Ji Xiao gently admonished, her gaze revealing a blend of helpless adoration. She knew all too well that soon this little ancestor would transform into a glutton. Lin Yun was observing a group of young maidens, each one quite charming and possessing an appealing appearance. Originally, their elders had brought them here in hopes of fortune, wishing to catch the eye of the esteemed immortal. To their surprise, Lin Yun had arrived with his wife in tow. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun turned her gaze towards the adorable little one and then shifted her attention to the bustling group of barbecue chefs nearby. She couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. The little one, undeterred by the surroundings, exclaimed while running, "Mother, I am not tired at all. I want to eat loads and loads of barbecue." She dashed over to the grilling area, tiptoeing to catch a whiff of the savory aroma, her eyes sparkling like stars, eliciting laughter from those around her. Under the cheerful influence of this delightful little spirit, the atmosphere grew lively, shedding the initial stiffness. At the banquet, hosts and guests reveled in each other's company, toasting and sharing laughter without restraint. The little one flitted from one spot to another, sampling bites here and there, her small mouth never ceasing as she indulged in her feast with unbridled joy. Lin Yun and Ji Shiyao smiled as they watched their daughter's figure, exchanging a glance that made Ji Xiao's cheeks flush. As the banquet concluded and night fell, Ning Shui personally arranged a room for Lin Yun and Ji Xiao to rest. The room was serene and tranquil, with the moonlight streaming through the gauzy window, casting a gentle glow that heightened the warmth between the two. "Ah, After all these years of being a married couple, why still feel shy? Humph, Ji Xiao retorted, her face reddening in her alluring, sheer nightgown. The room contained only the two of them, as their little one had chosen to sleep with Jiang Tingting and the others for the night, a little treat for them. Hey, don't be reckless, Ji Xiao exclaimed, her voice laced with playful protest as Lin Yun pulled her into his embrace, without hesitation, with the delicate fragrance enveloping him. Lin Yun inhaled deeply, momentarily at a loss for words. Her body had yet to fully recover, and in her current state, she could hardly withstand his advances. After a prolonged moment of stillness, the two nestled together, savoring a fleeting moment of tranquility. Lin Yun felt that the time had come. Certain matters needed to be clarified. Thus, he spoke softly, gently saying, Yaoer, how have you fared in the celestial realm over these years? What events have transpired? Please feel free to share with me. Ji Shiyu was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of complex emotions passing through her eyes, and she gently lowered her gaze. Lin Yun's inquiry was somewhat veiled. Yet, she was acutely aware that her husband sought to understand the tribulations she had faced. As the Supreme Demon Emperor, the formidable leader of the demon realm, he could scarcely endure the humiliation of his wife and daughter being bullied by outsiders. Surely, he would seek to reclaim their honor 1,000-fold. It was only a matter of time before he would broach the subject of the celestial realm, and she knew that regardless of the challenges she confronted, he would stand steadfastly by her side. However, matters concerning her family rendered him somewhat reticent. After a brief silence, Ji Shiyu finally spoke, her voice flowing softly like water. The celestial realm is far from the tranquil facade you perceive. Beneath its surface lies a tumultuous undercurrent, with constant strife among the various celestial sects and noble families. Lin Yun nodded slightly, fully aware that those venerable figures were all hypocritical in nature. The path of cultivation defies the heavens. How could one expect to find any truly virtuous souls along such a treacherous journey? Ji Shiyu sighed softly, expressing her weariness of the incessant struggles and her yearning to escape to a tranquil existence. Yet, some matters are ultimately inescapable. Observing her, one could sense a hint of melancholy in her demeanor. Lin Yun did not wish to compel her any further. He sat up, gazing intently at his wife. In truth, I have already comprehended the situation. I am filled with anger, profound anger, and thus I merely seek your response. Suppose, I say suppose, they were all to perish? This they naturally includes certain members of the Ji family. Ji Shiyu lifted her beautiful eyes, staring blankly at one of the two most significant individuals in her life, her husband. She understood what he yearned to hear. He required her answer. I am entirely yours. I belong to you, and they hold no relevance. Upon uttering these words, Ji Xiao closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, as if anticipating something. A smile graced the corners of Lin Yun's lips, and indeed, it was as it should be. As the saying goes, when marrying a chicken, one follows the chicken. When marrying a dog, one follows the dog. If she possesses this awareness, then matters shall be simplified. All must pay the price. They shall be eliminated without hesitation. He no longer wavered. He lowered his head and pressed his lips deeply against her sweet, crimson ones. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Lin Yun withdrew his hand, gently clasping her delicate, almost boneless fingers, and softly spoke, Yaoer, whatever may come, you need not bear it alone. With me by your side, I shall eliminate any obstacles that arise. Ji Xiao felt a warmth blossom in her heart. She inhaled softly and gazed up at him, her eyes shimmering with affection and tenderness. Leaning against his shoulder, she whispered, With you beside me, I am truly blessed. My husband, from this moment forth, I am willing to face whatever challenges may come together. The endearment of husband filled Lin Yun with immense joy. The two exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with love, as if the world around them had faded into insignificance. He leaned in once more, pressing closer. As the dawn broke gently, Lin Yun bid farewell to the people of Falling Star City. Accompanied by Ji Xiao and their little phoenix, their family of 3 had lingered there for 2 days, enjoying the picturesque scenery alongside the young Empress. Ji Xiyu had forged friendships with several other women and felt no concern that Lin Yun harbored any inappropriate intentions. At least for now, she sensed no threat. Upon the massive and imposing walls of Falling Star City, Jiang Tingting, Ning Shui, and others paused, their gazes filled with reluctance and respect. The little phoenix, with her arms crossed over her chest, raised her head to bid farewell, eliciting smiles from the crowd, their eyes glistening with affection. This time, she did not cry. After all, her parents were by her side, though she felt a twinge of sadness. Just as they were about to embark on their journey, the little phoenix darted from her mother's embrace, and leaped into the arms of Jiang Tingting and Ning Shui. She then bestowed a sweet, milky kiss upon the radiant faces of Shen Miaoyan and Lin Weiwei, declaring, "Baby will miss you all." The eyes of the young women glistened with unshed tears. A hint of mist forming. Jiang Tingting replied, "Yes, we will miss you too, dear sisters." Ning Shui added, "Little moon, remember to listen to your mother and father." Lin Weiwei, "My little treasure, as you grow, do not let yourself go hungry." Shen Miaoyan, "When the time comes, make sure to come and play with your sisters." "Yes, I understand, my dear. I'm off now. You all must remember to eat well too." The little darling turns back 3 times as she leaves. Lin Yun and Ji Xiao gazed at the scene before them. They exchanged a glance, both feeling a sense of contentment. Their cherished one had developed a bond with this land and its familiar faces. This is a positive development, for a person ought to have attachments and memories. Without anchors for the heart, the path of cultivation would be fraught with inner demons. "You must keep a vigilant watch over this realm in the future," Ji Xiao murmured. "Indeed, after they ascend to the celestial realm, I will ensure everything is arranged." As they watched the colossal flying vessel vanish beyond the horizon, a sense of melancholy enveloped the group. "Master, do you think we will have the chance to meet again? Perhaps Little Moon? Did she not mention that they reside in a place abundant with small creatures?" "I believe it must be the forest of 10,000 beasts," Ning Shui conjectured, imagining the delightful creatures in the little one's eyes to be various edible magical beasts. Jiang Tingting nodded in agreement. "I have made my decision. I shall strive diligently to attain immortality." Lin Weiwei suddenly exclaimed, "Although I may never catch up in this lifetime, I am determined to become an immortal. Let us strive together." The girls exchanged glances, each perceiving something profound in the other's eyes, ambition intertwined with an inexplicable emotion. The resources bestowed upon Lin Yun and Ji Xiao this time are ample enough for them to cultivate into immortals. Moreover, no one would dare to covet their fortunes, as the celestial sovereign may have left behind some unforeseen contingency. In an instant, the colossal flying vessel had traversed tens of thousands of miles. The little darling tilted her head, her curiosity piqued, and inquired, "Father, is the place we are returning to our old nest?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yun couldn't help but chuckle, gently tapping the little one's forehead. With a smile, he inquired, "Who taught you such words?" "That is our domain, not some nest." Meanwhile, the Phoenix Maiden, having transformed into her human form, averted her gaze with a hint of embarrassment. The little one, rubbing their head, pouted and asked, "Father, is our domain vast, even larger than Mother S?" Before Lin Yun could utter a word, Ji Xiao smiled and remarked, "Indeed, it is vast. Far greater than my mother's domain by countless magnitudes." "Just how vast is countless?" the little one inquired, blinking wide-eyed. "Everywhere your eyes can perceive belongs to your father," Huang Lingxi interjected, unable to contain her excitement. She too felt a surge of exhilaration, realizing they were about to venture into the legendary stronghold of the demon realm. "Wow, how impressive it sounds," the little one exclaimed, her face a mixture of awe and confusion. Yet she could not help but feel a deep yearning for her father's realm they were soon to explore. "Let me see, I will determine the spatial coordinates." Coordinates of such a supreme world are hardly secrets. However, few possess the power to breach the barriers between worlds on their own, especially those capable of establishing a spatial passage for inquiry. One must understand, the distances involved are simply beyond estimation and description. Lin Yun, the great demon sovereign, was undoubtedly among them. He slightly closed his eyes, allowing himself a moment of introspection. As the unparalleled sovereign of the demon realm, revered by all its denizens as their common ruler, he had, under the influence of the system, begun to merge with the very essence of the world itself. He could distinctly sense the existence of the demon realm and, at times, perceived the pulsations of the world, with its laws and principles manifesting with remarkable clarity. This profound connection greatly benefited his cultivation. Having already attained the pinnacle of immortal sovereignty, he felt that he was not far from reaching another exalted realm. Should he achieve complete integration, he might become the embodiment of the world itself, a true Lord of Realms, one who reigns over an entire realm. He pondered whether the celestial realm hosted a similar immortal sovereign emperor. Otherwise, it would present a formidable challenge. Yet, he had never heard of such an existence. Suddenly, Lin Yun's aura seemed to transform, becoming infinitely distant. Though he stood right before them, it felt as if he had transcended this world. Ji Xiao understood that this was the power of the spatial laws, and it was evident that her husband had journeyed far along this path. Lin Yun raised his hand, and a bright glimmer seemed to flicker at his fingertips. With a gentle stroke through the void before him, a colossal rift in the fabric of space suddenly materialized. Within it lay an endless tumult of chaotic void. Even an immortal emperor could easily lose their way within such turmoil. If one were to wander for countless years without locating the correct exit coordinates, they would ultimately face entrapment and demise. Ji Xiao, cradling the little one, watched this spectacle with a sense of awe. She gained a profound understanding of her husband's formidable prowess. Most astonishingly, he could wield such control with impeccable precision. Not a trace of his aura was leaked. Otherwise, it would have inevitably triggered a cataclysmic tribulation. This indicated that her husband possessed an acute awareness of his own strength, capable of mastering every thread of his power. Surely, he had attained a state of complete perfection in his realm. This realization fortified her confidence regarding the intricate affairs of the immortal realm. The little one observed the scene with curiosity, unable to grasp its significance. The little phoenix, too, seemed to comprehend only in part. Well then, shall we return home? Lin Yun took the little darling and placed her upon his shoulders. As the fortified flying vessel traversed the perforated spatial passage, the fissures in this realm began to mend slowly, soon restoring to their original state as if they had never existed. Upon emerging from the other side, a vast and boundless expanse of the demon realm unfolded before their eyes. This realm starkly contrasted with the tranquil human world, enveloped in an atmosphere laden with desolation and grandeur. The sky displayed a profound shade of violet black, interspersed with patches of crimson, where silver-white lightning flickered ominously. In the distance, the mountains rose like blades piercing the heavens, while the ground was cloaked in an undulating expanse of black soil, adorned with oddly shaped demonic flora that emanated an ethereal purple glow, exuding an air of both strangeness and mystery. Dense magical energy and spiritual essence surged like ocean waves between heaven and earth, conjuring a myriad of peculiar sights. Here, mountains were scarce, replaced by vast plains and an array of menacing vegetation. The demon realm was not devoid of cultivation resources. However, their extraction proved arduous, necessitating the refinement of the corrupting demonic energy within. This harsh reality forged a culture of ferocity among its inhabitants, each a warrior at heart. While peaceful races may have existed in the past, they had long since perished. The demon realm epitomized the brutal law of the jungle, where only the strong survived, devoid of any facade to conceal its savagery. "Wow, this place is incredible," exclaimed the little one, leaning eagerly against the window of the flying vessel, her eyes brimming with curiosity as she excitedly surveyed her surroundings, as if stepping into an entirely new world. She pointed at the floating magical stones in the distance, and then at the moving rocky beasts below, chattering animatedly. "Mother, look quickly. That giant stone monster breathes fire." Lin Yun smiled faintly, a glimmer of nostalgia evident in his eyes. This was the land where he had fought valiantly, his kingdom, where he had trampled his foes and instilled fear across the realms. As the supreme demon emperor of the demon world, his renown was unparalleled, with tales of his exploits still echoing throughout the demon realm. However, upon his return, he found himself accompanied by his beloved wife and adorable daughter. He yearned to raise the banners of war once more, to have his name resound throughout both the celestial and demonic realms. Yet, after casting a glance at Ji Xiao, a flicker of concern crossed his mind. Would his formidable generals accept her? Especially the likes of Mei Xueji and Zhang Wushuang. Though Lin Yun had stepped into the ancient realm of the demon world, he concealed his aura and might, leaving the various lords and generals of the demon realm unaware of their king's return. They continued their duties within their territories, maintaining the order of the demon realm, blissfully ignorant that the demon sovereign had silently descended and returned to his dominion, poised to reclaim the glory of the demon race he had personally established. While these commanders remained oblivious, the essence of the demon world had already sensed the return of its father. Indeed, the essence was akin to a child, filled with deep affection for Lin Yun. Those of formidable strength had noticed that the swirling demonic energy within the realm seemed to pulse with greater vitality, becoming more amenable to refinement. The leading figure of the Shura tribe, known for her unparalleled combat prowess, Zhang Wushuang, observed this phenomenon with a sudden jolt of realization. This occurrence had only been seen during the reign of the demon sovereign. Could it be that the demon sovereign had returned? Prepare your armor. Follow me to the demon king's palace to pay our respects. The battle-hardened Shura warriors exchanged bewildered glances. The demon sovereign had been missing for a century. What were they to pay respects for? Did the commander finally come to the conclusion that she intended to usurp the throne as the new demon sovereign? Excitement surged among the Shura warriors. Fight! Fight! As the pinnacle of martial strength in hell, the Shura tribe's prowess was undeniable. Which is why Lin Yun had exerted tremendous effort to conquer them, primarily by winning over Zhan Wushuang. The other male commanders, in truth, possessed neither her strength nor her prestige. Zhan Wushuang narrowed her eyes, observing the fervent royal guard, seemingly grasping something profound. A smile curled at the corners of her mouth. She was eager to witness whether he would become soft. In the eager gaze of the little one, the flying vessel gradually descended before the Grand Demon King's palace. A magnificent edifice composed of countless rare materials. The obsidian-like walls of the palace were adorned with dazzling blood crystals, emitting an intimidating radiance. At the entrance of the palace stood towering stone columns, intricately carved with imposing totems of ferocious beasts. Each creature appeared vividly lifelike, exuding a palpable aura of slaughter. A testament to the supreme might of the demon sovereign. Directly in front of the Demon King's palace lay a vast square capable of accommodating millions of troops, currently dotted with countless tents. These were the stationed forces of the palace, a system of meticulous regulations established by Lin Yun, who had unified the fragmented demon realm into a formidable fighting force, catching the celestial realm off guard and compelling them to retreat repeatedly. The little one, holding Lin Yun's hand, gazed up at the towering palace in awe, exclaiming, "Father, this place is so grand and lofty. Is this our home?" Lin Yun lowered her head with a gentle smile, delicately squeezing her small hand, and softly said, "Indeed, this is our home, the place once safeguarded by your father. Now, it shall also become a sanctuary for you and your mother." Lin Yun stepped into the realm of the Demon King's palace, where silence enveloped the surroundings. The defensive array had already recognized his chariot, thus no alarms were raised. He entrusted the little darling to the side, to Ji Xiao, offering her a reassuring glance. Lin Yun stepped forward, having finally liberated himself from all constraints. He had attained the unparalleled pinnacle of the immortal sovereign realm. The threshold to breaking through to the Supreme Emperor was but a step away. The malevolent aura he inadvertently radiated caused the atmosphere within 1,000 miles of the Demon King's palace to thicken with tension. This was the supreme pressure belonging to the great demon sovereign, an existence unmatched by any commander. As Lin Yun's aura gradually manifested, a subtle tremor coursed through the barracks below. "Brothers, look to the heavens. What is that? The demon sovereign has returned. Quick, report it. The demon sovereign has returned to the palace. Notify the high priest. Hasten to ring the demon god bell. Quickly, quickly." All the demons erupted in a frenzy. Clang, clang. 9 resounding chimes echoed, shaking the very souls of the demon race. Countless warriors knelt in reverence. "We welcome the demon sovereign." The voices of innumerable demon soldiers blended with the tolling of the bell, creating an unending chorus. Many colossal war beasts, resembling small mountains, roared in unison. "Our king, you have returned." A great demon general stationed at the Demon King's palace knelt, his eyes ablaze with excitement, his tone brimming with joy and adoration. Witnessing this, the other generals and soldiers hastily bowed, respectfully proclaiming, "We welcome our king back." The generals expressed their unwavering loyalty with deep bows, while Ji Xiao stood to the side, wearing a gentle smile as she witnessed the scene unfold. Moments later, dozens of powerful auras rapidly approached, kneeling before Lin Yun, their excitement palpable. The leader of the Shura clan, Zhan Wushuang, clad in fitted leather armor, was the first to step forward, abruptly dropping to one knee. Her gaze fixed on Lin Yun with unmasked awe and reverence. The rebellious spirit she once harbored had vanished. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, reminiscent of a university student. "Your subordinate, Zhan Wushuang, pays homage to your majesty, the demon sovereign. I never imagined I would have the chance to see your majesty again in this lifetime. I am astounded by the return of the sovereign." She had initially intended to test the waters, but the aura Lin Yun had just displayed loomed like an invisible mountain. He remained as formidable as ever. She had no desire to suffer another beating and lose face before her brutish comrades. Thus she promptly abandoned her bold thoughts. Lin Yun cast a sidelong glance at the rebellious female warrior, a smile that was neither fully a smile nor devoid of amusement gracing his lips. Moments ago, he had felt her presence keenly. Soon after, a stunning figure emerged gracefully, the enchantress of the demon clan, Mei Shiweji. Adorned in a flowing gown of deep purple and black, she possessed an innate allure, her slightly rosy eyes sparkling with an unmistakable excitement, her lips trembling ever so slightly. "My lord demon sovereign, you have finally returned," Mei Shiweji proclaimed, extending a warm welcome for your homecoming. She lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Lin Yun, her expression brimming with admiration and reverence. The other demon generals promptly knelt before him, murmuring their congratulations. "We welcome you, esteemed demon sovereign. It is indeed a great fortune for the demon realm to have its true master restored to the throne." Lin Yun's gaze gradually swept over his subordinates before him, a subtle warmth flickering in his eyes, and a sense of nostalgia stirring within his heart. Over these years, he had departed from the demon realm to wander across the vast expanses of the world, immersing himself in its leisurely pursuits. Yet, his loyal followers remained steadfastly here, awaiting his return. "Esteemed ones, it has been many years since we last met," he spoke softly, his voice resonating like thunder throughout the assembly, imbued with an irresistible authority. "I have returned. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed." The rugged face of the grand leader of the Flame Demon clan broke into a smile. Yet his eyes shimmered with uncontainable excitement. "My lord, we and the brethren have longed for your return day by day. At last, we have reached this moment. I am prepared to serve you unto death." The slender figure of the Night Shadow clan leader also spoke in a low voice. "My lord, although the demon realm has remained stable over the years, it has lacked a guiding force in your absence. Now that you have returned, we are eager to once again follow in your footsteps and elevate the demon realm to new heights." Lin Yun nodded, his gaze gradually shifting. The chieftain of the Rock clan, the supreme leader of the Ghost Face clan, the queen of the Illusion Demon clan, the grand elder of the Poison Demon clan, and the supreme leader of the Netherfire clan. Then, the high priest of the Cloud Mist clan. Following them were the formidable Bone Demon clan, the Ice Demon clan, and the Flame Demon clan. As Lin Yun cast his gaze upon anyone, they instinctively lowered their proud heads in a gesture of submission. With a faint smile, Lin Yun spoke in a calm tone. "You may rise. Now that I have returned, I shall not permit you to remain idle. A great war is imminent." The Grand Commander and the demon generals stood up, their eyes ignited with a fervor that had long been dormant. The once mighty demon lord, who had once swept through the world with unparalleled might, had finally returned. It was only as they entered the palace that the numerous Grand Commanders realized that the demon lord was accompanied by a woman of ethereal beauty and a lively little girl. Their faces all revealed expressions of astonishment. Lin Yun, cradling the little darling, led the way with unwavering resolve. The procession entered the grand hall of the Demon King's palace, where the solemn and magnificent chamber was adorned with pillars intricately carved with totems of the demon realm, casting shadows that danced with the flickering demon flames. It was as if the entire space was enveloped in a delicate sheen of black and gold radiance. Lin Yun stepped confidently onto the grand throne, taking his seat with a commanding presence, and gazed at all the loyal subordinates present. Ji Shiyao, poised and dignified, took her place beside Lin Yun. As the former Empress of the Celestial Realm, she remained unfazed by such scenarios. Yet, she once stood as the unequivocal focal point of the gathering. Now, she found herself in a role that complemented her husband. Silently, she scrutinized the elite generals of the demon realm. The shift in her mindset posed little challenge. The true difficulty lay in fostering harmonious relations with these formidable leaders. As a member of the celestial human race, she felt somewhat out of place among these beings of the demon realm. Fortunately, her husband, Lin Yun, also belonged to the human race. It remained a mystery how he had managed to conquer these defiant demon generals, achieving the status of the demon realm's sovereign despite being merely human. He had unified the disparate factions, transforming them into a cohesive demon army, establishing a new order that governed all living beings. Surely, the tale of his rise must have been extraordinarily captivating. Lin Yun playfully teased the little moonlight, casting a glance at Ji Xiao beside her. She observed that Ji was even more composed than herself, truly worthy of being the Empress of the immortal realm. It was evident that she was accustomed to such occasions. Lin Yun, who relished a carefree existence, found herself disliking this formal atmosphere. As the multitude of demons settled into their seats, their gazes were irresistibly drawn to the striking figures beside Lin Yun, one large and one small. Whispers of speculation regarding their identities filled the air. It was indeed remarkable that the demon sovereign held them in such esteemed company, especially in a gathering of this nature, without any attempt to conceal them. This could only imply one possibility. The demon sovereign had, during these years away, been living alongside this woman, and had even sired a descendant. The woman in plain garments sat serenely next to Lin Yun, exuding an aura of icy elegance, her beauty ethereal. The resplendent white gown adorned her like a celestial being untouched by the mortal realm, starkly contrasting the grim atmosphere of the demon world. On the other hand, the small child, exquisitely crafted like a precious jade, blinked curiously with wide eyes, filled with a sense of wonder for this new world. Yet, there was something peculiar about the aura of that celestial woman. It seemed somewhat insubstantial. The little one, however, radiated an exuberance that was almost alarming, more ferocious than their demon offspring, resembling nothing less than a miniature Tyrannosaurus. Lin Yun remained silent, contemplating how to introduce his wife and daughter. His reticence rendered all present mute, for none dared to speak. Despite his long absence, each individual in the hall had once felt the weight of his formidable presence. An air of tranquility enveloped the chamber, with everyone casting their complex gazes upon the woman and the child. The leader of the Shura clan, Zhan Wushuang, widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief, almost tempted to rub them to affirm her vision. Her profound cultivation allowed her to sense Lin Yun's essence emanating from the young boy. Thus, the truth was undeniably apparent. Meanwhile, the leader of the Demonist clan, Mei Shueji, delicately covered her mouth, her eyes flickering with astonishment and a tinge of envy. Yet, she quickly lowered her gaze, suppressing her emotions while furtively observing Lin Yun's expression. What had he previously declared? That he sought only the path of enlightenment, unperturbed by worldly matters? So what had transpired now? He had ventured forth and returned with a child. This realization left Mei Shueji with a pang of bitterness. How was she any less than that seemingly frail woman? Her beauty was equally striking, and she too could bear children. Lin Yun gazed down at his subordinates, each displaying a myriad of expressions, and suddenly felt a twinge of headache. After some contemplation, he realized that he must confront the situation. In truth, it was Xiao who bore the greater burden. He understood that he should offer her ample support and respect. He reached out to clasp her slightly cool jade-like hand. Ji Xiao shivered delicately, a hint of mirth dancing in her eyes. "This is my beloved wife, Ji Xiao." Lin Yun smiled gently, introducing herself with a calm demeanor that carried a hint of pride. This single gesture spoke volumes more than 1,000 words. Ji Xiao's face radiated a captivating brilliance. Lin Yun gently patted the head of the little one beside him. "This is our child, my offspring." The little one blinked her large eyes, sitting upright with an obedient demeanor. In an instant, a gasp of astonishment echoed through the grand hall. All the demon generals and leaders displayed expressions of shock, their gazes oscillating between Ji Xiao and the little one. The brutish members of the Flame Demon clan were utterly speechless, their faces etched with disbelief. They seemed unable to reconcile the ethereal beauty before them with Lin Yun, a formidable force from the demon realm. Had the eldest truly brought back a celestial empress from the heavenly realm as his wife? Several great demons exchanged glances, their respect for Lin Yun deepening. How had they not anticipated this development? Yet, those young ladies from the celestial realm all appeared delicate, some rather unappealing. Mei Shueji's gaze was complex, flickering with a hint of reluctance, yet she could not conceal her envy towards Ji Xiao, burying such emotions deep within her heart. Unbeknownst to her, the formidable Zhan Wushuang across from her also bore an unusual expression. "Little one, come over and greet everyone," Lin Yun softly urged, patting the little girl's head once more. The little one tilted her head, curiously gazing at the somewhat intimidating uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters before her. A smile broke across her face, revealing 2 dimples as she chirped in a sweet voice, "Hello, uncles and aunts. Hello, brothers and sisters. My name is Ji Ziyue. You can call me Little Moon." She lifted her small face, her voice bright and lively, reminiscent of a little bird. Ji Xiao had previously contemplated giving the little one a new name, but Lin Yun dismissed such concerns, suggesting that a sudden name change at this age might be disorienting. After some thought, Ji Xiao acquiesced. It wasn't imperative for the child to bear the Lin surname. "If we have another child, I shall choose the name," she recalled Lin Yun's words, her cheeks flushing slightly. The hall fell into a hush, soon broken by the Flame Demon Clan leader's hearty laughter, his voice rugged and eyes alight with fire. "This little one is quite amusing. The daughter of the Demon Lord, indeed extraordinary." The queen of the Illusion Demon clan also smiled, her eyes shimmering with affection as she leaned slightly towards the little one. "Little Moon, you are truly adorable. No wonder you are the offspring of the Demon Lord. I take a liking to you." The little one tilted her head, her curiosity piqued as she regarded these peculiar demon kin and friends. She could not help but whisper to Lin Yun, "Father, why do these uncles, aunts, and sisters all look so different from us?" Lin Yun could not suppress her smile as she gently patted the little girl's head. Just as she was about to respond, she heard the enchanting voice of Mei Shueji say, "Little one, do you think your sister is as beautiful as your mother?" The little girl's eyes widened in admiration. "Sister, you are so beautiful. When I grow up, I want to be just like you." Mei Shueji bent down and softly replied, "Sister is from the succubus clan. Our appearance exists solely for the purpose of beauty." With that, she playfully winked, prompting the little girl to cover her mouth and stifle her laughter. Ji Xiao observed this scene from the side, feeling a stir of emotions within her. She keenly sensed that Mei Shueji harbored some animosity towards her, yet it was evident that she held a genuine fondness for the little darling. All right. Enough of this idle chatter for now. I have important matters to attend to upon my return. Lin Yun gently tapped the armrest, producing a sound reminiscent of the clash of metal that resonated throughout the grand hall. The gathered demons were jolted, immediately straightening their postures to attentively regard the sovereign of the demon realm. Under the imposing aura of Lin Yun, even the formidable demon generals were compelled to sit upright, while even the petite figure of Little Moon straightened her back, attempting to maintain a serious demeanor. The adorably round face of hers, striving to convey gravity, elicited a barely suppressed smile from those who beheld her. "Xiao, would you care to say a few words?" Lin Yun gazed at his wife, his eyes filled with tenderness and encouragement. Ji Xiao nodded slightly. "All of you are the backbone of our demon realm. I believe you may have already surmised, indeed. I hail from the Ji family of the celestial realm, once the sovereign of the 9 Phoenix celestial domain. However, that is but a relic of the past. Today, I bear but one identity, to be a devoted wife to my husband," Ji Xiao said, her gaze fixed upon Lin Yun, her beautiful eyes brimming with affection. The imposing men present felt a pang of envy. "In the days to come, I hope to fight alongside you all, to ignite the last drop of blood for the glory of the demon realm." After concluding her speech, Ji Xiao bowed deeply. "Thank you for your sacrifices for the demon realm. From now on, I shall stand with you all." Lin Yun quietly nodded. This woman truly deserved her reputation as one who has accomplished great feats. Her words were impeccable, courteous, and punctuated with an implicit acknowledgement of her identity and stance, instilling a sense of reassurance in many. Within the grand hall, as Ji Xiao's words settled, the demon generals and leaders exchanged glances, revealing a hint of surprise. Yet, they ultimately nodded in agreement, signifying their acceptance of her position. What the queen has stated is indeed accurate. I am but the elder of the Cloud Mist clan and the high priest of the Demon King's palace. Henceforth, I shall gladly take your commands, my queen. Indeed, we are now all one family. The demon generals chimed in, each affirming Ji Xiao's rightful status as the demon queen. Zhan Wushuang and Mei Shueji exchanged a glance, yet remained silent. The queen of the illusion demon clan cast a sly look at the two women, amusement glinting in her eyes. They could not have anticipated that someone would snatch the fruit of victory from under their noses. Ji Xiao smiled gently, her demeanor exuding an unparalleled majesty that instinctively commanded the respect and reverence of the demon leaders. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yun's eyes revealed a glimmer of satisfaction as he nodded slightly and said, "Very well, since there are no objections, it is time to address the matter at hand." His voice was deep and resonant, instantly casting a somber atmosphere over the hall. The assembled demon generals and leaders straightened their postures, their gazes sharpening, as they understood that Lin Yun was about to issue a significant command. This was the first decree following the return of the demon emperor, and they were all quite curious about what had provoked such ire from his majesty, compelling him to reclaim authority over the demon king's palace. After all, it was well known that the title of his majesty was the great free heavenly demon king, who had little patience for trivial matters. Lin Yun's gaze was serene, yet often such calmness signifies his unwavering seriousness. "Shir, please take the baby and go play in the side hall." "Understood." With that, Huang Lingxi cradled the little one and departed from the main hall, where the atmosphere had begun to grow increasingly oppressive. The little moon did not resist or cry, displaying remarkable understanding. Ji Xiao winked playfully at the adorable child, who pouted in response. The tender exchanges between mother and daughter softened Lin Yun's heart, diminishing his earlier ire. "Without further ado, I shall take decisive action against the two esteemed families of the immortal realm." Lin Yun's voice was frigid, his gaze sharp as a blade, instilling an atmosphere of impending doom among those present. He surveyed the assembly and gradually declared, "The first target is the Yang family, an ancient clan of celestial-level cultivators. Their influence in the immortal realm is substantial, monopolizing the trade of elixirs and medicinal herbs. I intend to leave no trace of them." Upon hearing the phrase "leave no trace," the demon generals and leaders exhibited bloodthirsty smiles. The Yang family's affluence in the immortal realm was well known, and their arrogance was notorious. The demon realm had not remained oblivious to the Yang family's reputation. now that the demon sovereign himself had issued such a command. They were not only filled with fervor, but also tinged with impatience. Lin Yun continued, "As for another ancient family, it is the Ji clan. Indeed, it is the very Ji family you envision." He cast a meaningful glance at Ji Xiao, his tone growing increasingly frigid. "The Ji family is the maternal lineage of my wife, yet there are certain individuals who owe us a reckoning." Upon hearing her husband's words, Ji Xiu felt a chill in her eyes, a faint smirk gracing her features. Despite her illustrious lineage and a life that had been remarkably smooth sailing, renowned across the celestial realms and esteemed family sanctuaries, there were members within the Ji family who harbored animosity towards her. There had been several occasions where this hostility nearly escalated into catastrophe, ultimately putting her life at grave risk and endangering her unborn child. Such egregious transgressions and deep-seated enmity were utterly unforgivable. In such an ancient sect of cultivators, it is difficult to ascertain how much genuine kinship remains. Although some individuals are not without merit and their offenses do not warrant death, now that her husband has resolved to take action, she harbors no hesitation. Instead, her eyes reflect a glimmer of steely determination. "I shall abide by my husband's arrangements." Lin Yun nodded with a smile, grasping her delicate white hand. Seeing that the generals were fully engrossed, Lin Yun spoke. "On the celestial side, I have reached an accord with some ancient beings from the Zixio Heavenly Palace, the Divine Emperor Palace, the Xiantian Sacred Land, and the Taqing Divine Sect. They will cooperate with our endeavors, so there is no need to worry about subsequent troubles or how to penetrate deep into the celestial realm. However, you must remain vigilant and not fall victim to their hidden traps." Upon hearing this, Mei Shueji fluttered her alluring eyelashes and smiled enchantingly. "Rest assured, esteemed Demon Lord, our elites from the demon realm will not be easily manipulated." Her words elicited nods of agreement from the demon generals and the supreme leader, each exuding confidence. "Humph. What schemes and intrigues can withstand the might of absolute power?" Zhan Wushuang also smirked, licking her crimson lips. For it had been a long time since she had engaged in a gratifying battle. Their blades were already aching for action. Lin Yun's lips curled into a smirk, and a chilling aura of murderous intent suddenly enveloped the entire hall. With a voice as cold as ice, he declared, "Very well. As for the principles of warfare, I have but one demand: annihilate, plunder, and incinerate." His frosty gaze swept over everyone, the tone of his voice grave and unyielding. "When it comes time to act, there shall be no mercy. Should anyone exhibit compassion, I shall personally hold them accountable. Annihilate, plunder, incinerate." In an instant, a chorus of unified yet oppressive shouts erupted within the grand hall. The eyes of all demon generals and commanders ablaze with fervor. Their spirits soared, each itching to engage in battle. The demon army, bloodthirsty and wild, felt their very veins boil with excitement at Lin Yun's command. They could almost envision the tragic spectacle of the ancient clans of the celestial realm being trampled and obliterated by the forces of the demon world. The conflict between the demon and celestial realms had persisted for countless millennia, with the intricate web of grievances and grudges becoming increasingly convoluted. However, direct confrontations on each other's homelands were a rarity. Previously, battles had been fought in the ancient otherworldly battlegrounds of celestial and demon kind, with each side claiming victories and defeats in turn. It was only after Lin Yun ascended as the Demon Emperor, unifying the demon realm, that such an unprecedented turn of events occurred. Thus, his prestige within the demon realm soared to unprecedented heights. Moreover, he bore the very essence of the demon realm. Wherever he stood, the demon army was akin to a moving fount of resurrection, adorned with the halo of war. Lin Yun surveyed the scene with a calm demeanor, observing the spirited determination of the crowd, and he nodded slightly in satisfaction. This battle was not merely for the settlement of old grievances. It also served as a warning and deterrent to those in the celestial realm who held themselves in high regard. He understood that this confrontation would undoubtedly unleash a tempest between the realms of immortals and demons, with him positioned at the very eye of the storm. Following the ensuing events, the Celestial Alliance would surely not rest until they retaliated. Perhaps it would be the moment to reignite the ancient battleground of immortals and demons beyond the realms. At that juncture, another grand scheme of his could commence. He was also deeply intrigued by the essence of the celestial realm. What might he achieve if he were to merge with it? It was said that the ancient battleground of immortals and demons concealed secret spatial passages that connected to the outside world. Lin Yun was indeed somewhat intrigued. After meeting with the numerous demon lords in the main hall, Lin Yun was quite satisfied with the performance of his subordinates. It was evident that none had squandered their time, Their cultivation was remarkably solid, with slight advancements. However, a few trusted individuals seemed to be somewhat troubled by the fact that he had a wife and children. This was an unavoidable circumstance, and he could understand their sentiments. After all, he was strikingly handsome and possessed an extraordinary presence. It was hardly their fault. As the saying goes, a graceful lady is best matched with a gentleman. What was wrong with being a formidable overlord, admired by many? In the serene garden of the Demon King's palace, Lin Yun walked side by side with Ji Xiao, their strides leisurely. The surrounding ambience was tranquil and serene, with the air suffused with a subtle fragrance. The little darling had already been taken aside by the little phoenix to play, leaving the two alone. The child, with her restless spirit, was in good hands with Huang Lingxi, which brought Lin Yun a sense of ease. He merely hoped they wouldn't turn the Demon King's palace into a chaotic scene. Lin Yun cautiously grasped Ji Xiao's hand, continuing to walk with an expressionless demeanor, shrouded in a sense of secrecy. A faint smile graced Ji Xiao's lips. She did not mind this at all. In fact, she found this side of him to be even more intriguing. Within the main hall, although he exuded an imposing presence that left her in awe, she always felt a certain distance from him. Now, she had finally witnessed the man's cold and authoritative side. He was undeniably powerful, adorned with all the glory that came with it. For reasons she could not fathom, Ji Xiao, who had never considered certain aspects before, found herself momentarily shaken. Should she be more vigilant towards him in the future? Perhaps due to her diminished cultivation, her thoughts had become increasingly complex. The transformation of her identity had significantly impacted her. Just as she was lost in her musings, Lin Yun turned his head to glance at Ji Xiao, who was clad in an elegant long dress, her garments fluttering gently in the breeze, reminiscent of a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Truly, she was a woman of his choosing. Such a woman, when conquered, brings about a profound sense of fulfillment. Xiao, what do you think of my endeavors? Lin Yun's voice was deep, laced with a hint of pride and boastfulness. Ji Xiao was momentarily taken aback, looking up at him with a flicker of warmth in her eyes. What? Do you expect me to sing your praises? Having grown accustomed to his self-proclaimed title of husband, she had also discerned over these days that he possessed a rather thick skin. Lin Yun smiled gently, extending his hand to softly grasp hers. He felt the slight chill at her fingertips and couldn't help but tenderly rub her delicate hand. In a low voice, he said, I merely wish to demonstrate my capability to protect both you and your daughter. As for the Ji family, do you have your own plans in mind? Lin Yun remained uncertain about how to approach the Ji family. Should he expose the mastermind directly or eradicate all those implicated? The notion of completely annihilating their lineage was, in truth, merely a rhetorical flourish. Upon reflection, the fact that Ji Xiao had emerged unscathed, along with the moonlight, suggested that there were indeed forces within the Ji family aiding her. Nevertheless, all of this hinged upon his wife's inclinations. After all, he was capable of making the decision. When the Ji family was mentioned, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Ji Xiao's eyes, only to be replaced by an air of indifference. In truth, they had never wronged me. Otherwise, I would not possess the cultivation of an immortal emperor nor hold such significant power. Lin Yun nodded slightly. He was well aware of the immense resources required to cultivate to the realms of immortal emperor or demon emperor. Most of the clan leaders in the demon realm were indeed at the level of demon emperor. However, the group he had just encountered were predominantly of the demon sovereign rank, primarily at the initial stages, with a few at the mid-level. As for himself, he had already reached the pinnacle of perfection, capable of overwhelming all challengers. Moreover, he possessed a trump card. His system could commandeer the combat mode. You may handle it as you see fit, my lord. Beyond my father, you are free to act with anyone else. Ji Xiao's gaze turned distant, as if lost in reminiscence. The Ji family has 3 esteemed elders. You must exercise caution. I am uncertain about the Yang family, but they are unlikely to be weaker than the Ji family, and it seems they possess even deeper reserves. It is said they possess an extreme Dao Imperial artifact that suppresses the fortune of their clan. Extreme Dao Imperial artifact. Lin Yun nodded, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Very well, I shall exercise restraint. The imperial weapon of the extreme path is the innate divine armament of a supreme sovereign, forged alongside its master from a tender age, battling side by side through countless bloody conflicts. It has been continuously upgraded with the most precious celestial gold materials, thereby possessing the potential to become an ultimate weapon. It has even attained self-awareness, akin to a living supreme emperor in its own right. This presents a slight complication. However, it is not a significant issue. without its master. The weapon's power remains largely untapped. Moreover, his imperial weapon is none other than the unparalleled World Origin Tower, renowned for its dual offensive and defensive capabilities. It was crafted with the assistance of the system and even integrated with the essence of the demon realm. One could say it serves as his other avatar. The two exchanged a tacit glance, their unspoken understanding resonating between them. Lin Yun gently caressed the back of her hand, his warm palm causing a subtle flutter in Ji Xiao's heart. She gazed at his profile, hesitating momentarily before ultimately revealing a hint of concern. You are determined to eradicate the Yang family. They are deeply entrenched in the celestial realm and possess formidable strength. I worry. Lin Yun gently smiled, tenderly cradling her face, urging her to meet his gaze. Are you concerned that I may falter? Xiao, you must have faith in your husband. The Yang family is merely a ripple along my path. His words, soft yet imbued with unwavering confidence, instilled an unprecedented sense of reassurance in Ji Xiao. They dare to scheme against my beloved, they shall pay the price. Do not dissuade me. I am determined to cleanse the Yang family of all its strongholds. Ji Xiao smiled faintly, a glimmer of affection illuminating her eyes. I believe in you, my husband. Since he was resolute in his stance, she ought not to question him. Instead, she chose to unconditionally trust and support him. I actually possess some reserves that I intend to turn over to the military supply office. Ji Xiao hesitated before speaking. After all, she was now the demonic consort of Lin Yun, the demon emperor, and naturally, she would stand united with the demon realm. Lin Yun smiled softly, feeling a sense of comfort within. You can keep it as a snack for the little darling, she said. My husband is quite affluent. Meanwhile, on the other side, the little one was joyfully wandering through the woods, gleefully chasing the fluttering magical butterflies. The Demon King's palace spanned 1,000 miles, encompassing every imaginable terrain and landscape, providing ample space for the child to frolic. Her tinkling laughter resonated through the air. Suddenly she halted, her gaze drawn upward to a captivating figure approaching her gracefully. Oh, it's that beautiful sister, she mused. Huang Lingxi stepped forward, eyeing Mike Swaji with a hint of caution. Little Phoenix, do not be alarmed. I merely wish to converse. Mike Swaji said with a gentle smile. You are called Little Moon, are you not? What is your full name? Dressed in a flowing, colorful chiffon gown, she approached with a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes. She bore no ill intentions towards the child, nor did she dare entertain any. It was an instinctive desire to connect, perhaps to glean some insights through the little one, or to fulfill certain fantasies of her own. At that moment, she seized the opportunity for a closer observation, unable to suppress a playful smile. The little one blinked her eyes, tilting her head in curiosity at this excessively beautiful aunt. Sister, who are you? Are you also a friend of my father? She asked in a sweet, clear voice. Mike Swaji was amused by her innocent inquiry, and she chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Ah, I am your father's dear sister. You may call me Sister Shueji. She spoke boldly, yet her words were not misplaced. The little one's eyes sparkled with delight. Then should I call you little aunt? Ah, you are quite clever, but I prefer you call me sister, Mike Swaji replied. Oh, Sister Shueji, the little one chimed, her voice sweet and innocent. Seeing her adorable and clever demeanor, Mike Swaji felt a growing fondness. Thinking how wonderful it would be to have a child like her, she softly coaxed, Little darling, tell me, what do your parents usually do together? Do they argue or share any amusing stories? Huang Lingxi regarded the unexpected visitor with some wariness, yet made no move, her communication talisman firmly grasped in her hand. The little one wrinkled her tiny nose, pondering earnestly before responding in her tender voice. Mother is quite formidable. Father always listens to her. Then, lowering her head, she whispered, They often talk secretly after I fall asleep. Mike Swaji raised an eyebrow, a hint of intrigue in her gaze. Is that so? Does your father and mother sleep together every night? The little child nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Yes, yes. Sister, are you going to sleep with father too? The innocent words of the child caught the enchanting Shueji off guard, prompting her to instinctively glance around, feeling a twinge of guilt. Shueji was momentarily stunned by the child's naive inquiry about whether she would also share a bed with her formidable father, the Demon Lord. Her heart raced, and she couldn't help but feel a faint blush creep onto her cheeks. Of course, she desired such closeness. Who could possibly resist the opportunity to be near the most powerful, mysterious, and handsome demon lord of the demon realm? Moreover, it was well known among her peers that her heart had long been captivated by a certain individual. Yet, over the years, she had been preoccupied with endless battles, military training, and cultivation. Lin Yun had not considered this aspect at all, but now it was too late. His child was already running about. Mei Shueji felt a twinge of melancholy in her heart. However, this was merely the innocent inquiry of a young child, prompting her to quickly conceal her thoughts. After all, there was a purebred little phoenix nearby. If her mother were to discover this, it would likely intensify her guard. In truth, she did not harbor any particular intentions. She merely felt a sense of reluctance. Moreover, she had grown fond of this little darling, perhaps due to an affinity that transcended mere appearances. Mei Shueji gently bit her lip, her subtly alluring demeanor reminiscent of flowing spring water, an irresistible allure. It is important to note that she was the leader of the succubus clan, the most gifted leader in their history, and simultaneously the most beautiful. The hallmark of the succubus clan is that the higher one's cultivation, the more potent their charm becomes. In simpler terms, beauty is paramount. Unfortunately, before her stood an innocent child, devoid of any ulterior motives. The little phoenix observed with a cold gaze, and seeing that Mei Shueji exhibited no inappropriate behavior, she relaxed. Thus, Mei Shueji boldly scooped up the little darling. "Shall I take you to enjoy some delicious food?" "Delicious? I want to eat a lot," cheered the little one, clapping their tiny hands. Furthermore, this sister smelled delightful. The baby was quite taken with her, even more so than with Ningjia. "You are not familiar with this place. Let me show you around," she said, gazing at the little phoenix, seeking Huan Lingxi's consent. She understood that this was likely a guardian specifically tasked with watching over the child, undoubtedly possessing the means to contact the Demon Lord at any moment. "Yes, thank you, Lady Shueji," Huan Lingxi replied, finding no reason to refuse. Growing closer to her trusted subordinates seemed to bear no detriment. On the contrary, it would likely yield some advantages with the Empress, facilitating a quicker integration. Thus, the illustrious leader of the succubus clan, renowned throughout the demon realm. The so-called epitome of beauty, Mei Shueji, ventured forth with the little darling, indulging in feasting and merriment. This spectacle left all surrounding demons in awe as they beheld the demon realm's most beautiful being, playfully cradling a human child. As Mei Shueji strolled through the marketplace of the demon realm with the little one, the atmosphere was nearly electrified. As the leader of the succubus clan and the most stunning figure in the demon realm, she had always been solitary, proud, and aloof. Yet today, she was personally carrying a cherubic child through the streets, causing many demon residents to question their own eyes. "Good heavens, is that Lady Shueji? And is she holding a child?" exclaimed a merchant from the rock tribe. "I cannot be mistaken, that child is certainly not of the demon clan. Yet there is something peculiar about their aura. Who is this child that has prompted the esteemed leader to take them under her wing?" The burly demon from the Flame Demon clan gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment. Mike Shueji, cradling the little darling, felt an unusual sense of joy and even paused by the street to allow the child to select her favorite treats. The little one pointed at various glistening magical fruits, her mouth watering as she eagerly inquired, "Sister Shueji, what is this? Can I eat it?" Mike Shueji gently wiped the corner of her mouth and softly replied, "This is an ice crystal fruit, sweet and delightful. I'm certain you will adore it." Tenderly peeling the fruit, she personally fed it to the little darling. A scene that left the onlooking demon residents utterly astounded. Nearby, a sharp-eyed young goblin rushed to inform his father, Father, Commander Shueji is feeding a human child." Startled, his father nearly stumbled, wide-eyed as he exclaimed, "You rascal, don't speak nonsense. Who would dare let her feed anyone? Besides, where would a human come from in our demon realm? Could it be those pesky little beings from the celestial realm have invaded again?" At that moment, a towering figure from the Shura clan, Zhang Qianjun, the brother of the undefeated Zhang Wushuang, happened to pass by. Upon seeing Mike Shueji holding the little darling, he stood frozen in disbelief. Rubbing his eyes to confirm his sight, he murmured in astonishment, "Could it be that the iron tree of our demon realm has finally blossomed? And with a child, no less? Whose child could this be? The Demon Lord's?" A young dark elf, equally mesmerized by the scene, gazed in astonishment, her mouth agape. Unable to contain herself, she whispered, "What is this little one's identity? How has she won the affection of Commander Shueji to such an extent?" As the crowd continued to gawk, the little darling, munching on the fruit, looked up at Mike Shueji with wide eyes and innocently declared, "Sister Shueji, I'm still hungry. I want more. I want to eat meat." Upon hearing this, a proud smile instantly graced Mike Shueji's face as she cheerfully responded, "All right, dear. Let us go have some roasted fire-armored dragon." At this remark, the onlooking demons could not help but roll their eyes in unison. acknowledging the undeniable affection being lavished upon the child. Thus, Mixweiji cradled the little darling as they ambled along, pausing intermittently. With unwavering patience, she addressed each of the child's innocent inquiries and indulged her with a variety of delightful treats to elicit joy. The disparity in their ages seemed vast, yet laughter and chatter flowed effortlessly between them. Meanwhile, Huang Lingxi observed this scene, her heart gradually easing, though she clutched the communication talisman tightly. As Mixweiji and the little one traversed the path, an increasing throng of demons gathered to witness the spectacle, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and speculation regarding the child's identity. After all, a child so cherished by the esteemed Commander Mixweiji could not be ordinary. However, news of the Demon Lord's consort and the lineage had yet to circulate, though it was anticipated to emerge soon. Mixweiji had brought the child out with this ulterior motive. Should Lin Yun inquire, she could simply state that she was introducing the little one to everyone. Meanwhile, in the rear garden of the Demon King's palace, Lin Yun and Ji Xiao continued their leisurely stroll side by side along the tranquil flower path illuminated by the night. Surrounding them, the demonic flowers shimmered, casting a gentle glow that highlighted Ji Xiao's serene countenance, where beauty intertwined with tranquility. Lin Yun gazed at her, a smile gracing his lips as he gently clasped her hand, occasionally squeezing and playing with it. "Xiao, do you still recall the moment we first met?" Lin Yun could not help but softly inquire, his gaze imbued with a hint of teasing and playful mockery. That day, they had indeed accomplished something remarkable. Ji Xiu slightly lifted her head, meeting his fervent gaze. The memory of that absurd incident surged within her, causing her cheeks to flush. She gently nodded, recalling how much more aloof he had been back then compared to now. Noticing the Empress's little wife diverting the topic, Lin Yun chose not to expose her. With a light chuckle, he tenderly brushed his fingers through her hair, tucking a stray strand behind her ear. In a soft voice, he remarked, "Not at all. I was simply astonished by your beauty at that time." His voice was deep and resonant, carrying an irresistible charm. The two nestled together on the nearby stone bench. Lin Yun lowered his head, gently enveloping her in his embrace, with only the sound of their heartbeats resonating in the air. Softly brushing through her hair, he leaned down to inhale the familiar fragrance that lingered at her neck, a blend of enchanting sweetness. His fingers glided over her delicate skin, causing Ji Xiao's heart to flutter ever so slightly, her complexion blushing as she permitted him to draw near, savoring his breath. In that moment, it felt as if the world's turmoil faded into the distance, leaving only the two of them. "My dear, it seems you are feeling much better," he remarked softly. "Indeed," she replied. "Then, may I?" Lin Yun inquired, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The warmth of his presence stirred Ji Xiao's senses, causing her body to tingle with a sweet anticipation. "Yes, my husband, you may be a little gentler," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Lin Yun was overwhelmed with joy. Having savored the taste of indulgence once more, he was ready to feast, just as he reveled in his bliss. Some individuals in the celestial realm could barely contain their impatience. In the deepest recesses of the purple cloud's heavenly palace, a dimly lit and imposing secret chamber held the celestial master of purple clouds seated in a commanding position. His expression was solemn and authoritative, clearly deliberating on matters of great significance. Before him, several figures were projected on a luminous screen, each emanating a formidable presence that was nearly suffocating. These projections included the venerable celestial master of destiny from the divine emperor's palace, the saint of the Xiantian sacred land, and the grand elder of the Ta Ching sect. Each of these ancient beings held immense sway in the celestial world, their powers unfathomable. "This heavenly communication artifact is quite efficient," remarked the grand elder of the Ta Ching sect, Zuintangzi, who appeared youthful as if he were merely 18, although he had lived for millennia. The saint of the Xiantian sacred land, Zhuangguangshenjuan, took on the guise of a strikingly beautiful young woman, her face akin to a blooming peach blossom, yet clad in a long, modest gown. "Let us dispense with pleasantries. I did not come here to chat." Purple clouds. "Have you made contact with Lin the old demon yet?" She spoke with a tone that brooked no nonsense, her narrow phoenix eyes piercing. The celestial master of destiny, his hair and beard white as snow, wore a gentle demeanor that commanded respect without anger. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a chill evident in his voice. "I am fully prepared on my end. When shall Lin the old demon initiate his actions?" Zuintangzi's projection swayed slightly as he reclined comfortably in his chair. "Relax, my friends. We have been preparing for so long. There is no chance for error now. It remains to be seen how well we can execute this. I require 3 creation golden pills," he stated with a jovial demeanor, exuding a somewhat sunny disposition. However, those familiar with him knew he was the most shameless and audacious of all. It was rumored that he often dressed handsomely to charm his junior disciples. 3. Do you take me for a fool? Zhuang Zhenjuan's gaze flickered, showing no courtesy towards Zhuan Tongzi. Ah, being of the same generation, why are you still so rash? Zhuan Tongzi maintained his cheerful demeanor, unperturbed. The celestial master of purple clouds did not mind. Each attendee was a cunning fox in their own right, seasoned and shrewd. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, there is no rush. Lin's ally is currently gathering strength. Once he receives the news, it will be time for our harvest. We cannot afford to delay. The Yang family seems to be making preparations. We must act swiftly. The celestial master of destiny spoke slowly, each word deliberate. Oh. Given your proximity to the divine emperor's palace, have there been any developments? The master of Zixiao adopted a serious demeanor. This was the most significant conspiracy they had devised in nearly a millennium, involving collusion with external foes. There was no choice, if they did not achieve a breakthrough soon. Their lifespans and potential would render hope increasingly elusive. Though reaching the pinnacle was not a necessity, ascending even a minor realm should not pose too great a challenge. In the realm of immortal sovereignty, every obstacle seemed insurmountable. After all, how could the demon sovereign suppress these immortal sovereigns? The old demon Lin was but a step away from the legendary Supreme Emperor. All of them were mid-level immortal sovereigns. Yet they found themselves no match for Lin in combat. Of course, Lin was not a conventional pinnacle of perfection. It was said that he had been invincible among his peers since the onset of his cultivation, gifted with unparalleled talents unseen in history. The Yang family was deliberately consolidating its core figures, now nearly all gathered in their grandest stronghold, the city of Divine Flame. The Master of Destiny spoke with an impassive expression. The city of Divine Flame was reputed to be the ancestral ground of the Yang family, potentially harboring formidable legacies. Xiantongzi also ceased his playful demeanor. Indeed, I have heard that their ancestors were of some supreme existence, bequeathing an imperial weapon to guard the family. The true monarch Xuanguang remarked with profound reverence. That was the legendary Supreme Realm, which had not graced the immortal realm for over 10 millennia. Yet, they never doubted the existence of such supreme beings within the immortal realm. They had merely transcended to a different existence, possibly wandering the outer realms. The master of Zixiao nodded slowly, his gaze deep and cold. Such matters are naturally for the old demon Lin to contemplate. His methods are beyond our conjecture. According to our agreement, we are merely here to tie up loose ends. However, we must remain vigilant lest the adversary leave us with nothing. We must secure the 9 transformation golden pill. Xiantongzi straightened his posture. A slight smile gracing his face. To eradicate the Yang family is merely a matter of riding the tide for us. The old demon Lin was ruthless and cunning, warranting considerable caution. However, I have a plan. Would my friends be interested? Oh. The 3 turned their attention to Xiantongzi's projection. This fellow was the most cunning among them. According to our plan, we shall besiege the Yang family's stronghold under the guise of exterminating the demon army, encircling the city of Yang within 100,000 miles. This is also why the old demon Lin has allied with us. So, if Lin and the Yang family were to suffer mutual annihilation or grievous injuries. Furthermore, this time it was not a war between the immortal and demon realms. Lin would only bring a few 100,000 elite demon troops at most. Xiantongzi's handsome face was devoid of any smile, now filled with a chilling intensity. Are you suggesting we trap and slaughter both Lin and the demon army together? That is indeed audacious, yet not entirely unfeasible. Indeed. Let us act according to the circumstances, as expected of you. Yes, this is the most prudent strategy. Perhaps we might even etch our names into the annals of history. We could even launch a counterattack against the very heart of the demon realm. The 4 ancient beings felt increasingly convinced of the viability of this plan, as if countless resources were beckoning to them. Thus, let us amplify our investment. Merely our few selves are insufficient to contend with the cunning of the old demon Lin. That is a certainty. Let us not hold back. The glint in their eyes revealed an understanding of the dangers and the complexities of profit distribution inherent in this venture. Yet, the allure of the rewards was too great to ignore. Despite their wariness of Lin Yun's ambitions, the moment was ripe, an opportunity rarely afforded. There was no time for hesitation. Should all else fail, they could adhere to the original plan, merely providing support and seizing any advantageous moments. While each of the ancient beings harbored their own suspicions, they nonetheless reached a tacit agreement. Meanwhile, within the cloud bed of the Demon King's palace, Lin Yun nestled closely with Ji Xiao, the soft glow illuminating their figures. Ji Xiao slightly turned her head, her voice gentle as she inquired, Have you truly resolved to take action? The Yang family is not an easy adversary. Those ancient beings are hardly trustworthy. According to your plan, dear husband, we must eradicate the divine flame of the Yang family entirely. Lin Yun gently caressed her smooth back, a confident smile gracing her lips. Rest assured, I have my plans. At that moment, a streak of light flashed by, as the secret message from the Lord of the Purple Clouds quietly arrived through the precious interdimensional communication talisman. Lin Yun smiled softly, pulling her closer. The super interdimensional teleportation array was ready. It was time to act. Ji Shiyu furrowed her brows, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes. She feared that those old-timers from the celestial realm might not be trustworthy enough. Lin Yun chuckled softly, leaning down to whisper in her ear, "Rest assured, they will desire the annihilation of the Yang family even more than we do. I am aware that they might even wish for my demise. But such outcomes are far from simple." Lin Yun had already discerned the situation with utmost clarity, waiting to see who would emerge as the superior. The two continued to whisper to each other for a while. It is often said that gentle embraces can lead even the greatest heroes to their demise. However, the old demon Lin was not one to succumb to such distractions. Despite being the host of a fantastical, effortless victory system, Lin Yun is not necessarily a relentless seeker of success. He has always adhered to a principle of non-aggression. If one does not harm me, I shall not harm them. However, should someone choose to provoke me, the response will not merely be a distant reckoning. Rather, it shall be an imperative to eradicate the threat entirely. Given that the Yang family has previously plotted against his beloved, this serves as a cautionary tale. What if they were to scheme against his daughter in the future? In comparison to 1,000 days of vigilance against thieves, it is evidently far simpler to eliminate any potential future threats. In truth, he has not openly expressed that after a prolonged seclusion in the forest of 10,000 demons, he has grown somewhat weary and longs to stretch his limbs. Furthermore, his return to the realm of demons requires a grand victory to re-establish his formidable reputation. Lin Yun rose gracefully, his figure appearing exceptionally tall amidst the hazy light and shadows. A hint of an enchanting smile graced his handsome visage. His robust physique, characterized by well-defined contours, caused Ji Shiyao's cheeks to flush with a delicate hue. As she gazed at his retreating silhouette, a tremor of emotion stirred within her heart. Despite her reluctance, she understood the necessity of this battle, especially since it was undertaken for her sake, which filled her with a sense of guilt. She felt as though she had burdened her husband. "Yun, I shall accompany you," she declared, clutching the blanket as she rose, her gaze resolute, with an undercurrent of fierce determination subtly illuminating her originally tender eyes. Lin Yun grasped her hand and gently shook his head, saying, "There is no need for that. This operation requires someone to remain in the demon realm to oversee matters, and the baby also needs your care." He cast her a tender glance, his gaze imbued with wisdom. "Moreover, regarding the Ji family, it is likely that you do not wish to encounter them. However, if all goes well, there may still be opportunities. Await my good news." Upon hearing this, Ji Shiyao's beautiful eyes flickered with a complex emotion. Ultimately, she nodded, comprehending his arrangements. In truth, she was not lacking in intelligence. She had contemplated much and understood that this battle held profound significance. It was unavoidable, otherwise her husband would surely be stripped of his dignity. Not only must they win, but they must do so resplendently. "Husband, concerning the Ji family, you need not concern yourself with my feelings." Lin Yun paused momentarily. "You should prepare yourself. Soon, I will take you to the command platform. Within the city of Divine Flame, the most resplendent metropolis of the fiery immortal domain, there exists none other like it. This is the ancestral ground of the Yang family. Towering palaces and commercial edifices rise majestically, their architecture seemingly imbued with boundless spiritual fire, emanating a faint crimson glow. Even the air carries a hint of scorching heat. Here, an array of elixirs and rare treasures abound, the fragrance of medicinal herbs intertwining with spiritual essence, forming an overwhelming aura that envelopes the entire city in a subtle flame, instilling both reverence and an irresistible sense of power. The most striking feature of the city is the soaring tower of the Pill Cauldron Commerce Association. Alchemists certified by the association are esteemed guests among the great powers, their credentials holding nearly the same weight as those awarded by the Alchemist Guild. This represents a symbol of wealth and strength. Yet, despite the usual bustle of Divine Flame City, the streets are now filled with many cultivators bearing grave expressions. Some hurriedly rush past, as if sensing an impending pressure drawing near. Unaware travelers also detect a brewing storm. All signs point toward the ancestral grounds of the Yang family, the true dominion at the heart of this fiery immortal domain. Within the ancestral hall of the Yang family, the atmosphere is tense, the heavy flames reflecting the somber faces of all present. Flickering red candle flames sway gently, as if they might be extinguished by the oppressive clouds of worry looming overhead. The family patriarch, young Dingtian, sits at the head of the table, his brow furrowed, his gaze piercing as he surveys the core disciples and elders below. His voice grave and commanding. Have we confirmed it? Have the several great immortal sovereign forces begun to encircle our core territory? An elder clad in a crimson robe rises, the intricate patterns on his garment signifying his status as a core member of the Elder Pavilion. His anxious expression betrays his concern as he reports, "Yes, Patriarch. They have not only surrounded nearly all of our peripheral chambers, but are also gradually closing in on Divine Flame City. We have done our utmost to relocate all core industries and family members within the city, yet the current situation remains dire. Moreover, our business is severely impacted, with losses mounting by the hour." A cold glint flickers in Yang Dingtian's eyes, his voice laced with anger. The armrest of his chair, fashioned from flame crystals, crack under his grip. How dare they? Have we ascertained what transpired outside? Is there truly no room for negotiation? Despite the Yang family's profound heritage and unparalleled wealth, facing multiple rival factions of equal standing leaves them somewhat vulnerable. Another elder, unable to contain himself, interjects, "Patriarch, while our Yang family primarily engages in trade, we are not easily intimidated. If we truly find ourselves in a place with no retreat, must we solely rely on the revival of ancestral artifacts? And what of our allies?" Allies? They can hardly wait to feast upon our remnants. The murmurs within the grand hall rose and fell, each countenance furrowed with concern, thickening the atmosphere with an oppressive weight. Just as uncertainty gripped the assembly, an elder core disciple suddenly inquired in a hushed tone, "What of the Ji family, with whom we share amicable relations? Are they willing to lend their support?" Yang Dingtian scoffed, his eyes flashing with ire. "That old coot, Ji Chongkong, merely brushes us off, claiming we are overly anxious. Humph, at this juncture, to expect assistance from the Ji family? It is nothing short of a jest." As the debate raged on, a commanding voice sliced through the chaos. "Enough." Yang Wudi, son of Yang Dingtian, abruptly rose, towering in stature. He exuded an air of formidable authority, his countenance reflecting a scornful confidence that seemed to challenge the heavens. He surveyed the room, his expression rife with disdain, his voice laced with defiance. "Let us dismiss that gaggle of Ji family imbeciles. They are but blusterers, easily manipulated by us. They once sought to ally through marriage with our Yang family. What worth does a family that sells its daughters possess to stand alongside us? Moreover, their Empress, their pride, has been rendered powerless. What face do they have to meddle in our affairs?" His words resonated powerfully, imbued with an undeniable arrogance, causing all present to startle, revealing expressions of reverence. They were all aware, however, that the tale of the Ji family Empress was murky. It was rumored that this young clan leader had been driven by lust, conspiring with Ji Wudao in a nefarious plot. Yet, in that moment, none dared to voice dissent. Yang Wudi's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the assembly as he coldly proclaimed, "Our Yang family is safeguarded by ancestral imperial weapons. Who dares lay a finger upon us? I challenge anyone to confront Yang Wudi in an honorable battle. What are a few decrepit remnants of decayed forces to dare act insolently before us? As a chosen successor of the ancestral imperial artifacts." His tone brimmed with scorn and confidence, as if the looming crisis were but a trifling matter. Inspired by his resolve, the young disciples of the Yang family straightened their postures, shedding their fears of the encroaching shadows. Even the elders felt a tinge of embarrassment. Yang Dingtian's face softened with pride. "My son, Yang Wudi, possesses the demeanor of an emperor. Yet, unbeknownst to the gathering in a shadowy corner, a current of treachery was stirring. The air thickened with malice and conspiracy, silently permeating every inch of Divine Flame City. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, forces were amassing. The war, with a toll of countless lives, is on the brink of eruption, as the imperial decree of the demon sovereign Lin Yun reverberates from the Demon King's palace. The high priest commences a grand and enigmatic ceremony. Under the command of their supreme leader, all demon warriors swiftly assemble before the Demon King's palace. On an expanse of blood-red earth, millions of demon soldiers form an imposing formation. The sky is shrouded in inky darkness, tumultuous clouds roiling, while crimson lightning dances through the layers, rumbling ominously, illuminating the military array below like a tide. The air is thick with an intense battle spirit, a murderous aura crashing like waves, resonating deeply within the hearts of onlookers. In a secluded corner beneath the totem pillar, a young child and the phoenix spirit One large and one small, stealthily observe the fervor from a distance. The child gazes at the bustling scene, eyes wide with innocence, asking in a sweet, childlike voice, "Oh, there are so many big brothers. Is father going to war?" "Indeed," replies the phoenix spirit, "the demon sovereign is off to procure an abundance of roasted meat for you." The child, sucking on chubby little fingers, nearly drools in anticipation. The phoenix spirit, too, is filled with excitement. Is the formidable and invincible demon sovereign finally set to avenge the Empress? She eagerly anticipates that she will persuade the Empress to take her back to the G family to witness that dramatic moment. It will surely be exhilarating. At the forefront of this battlefield stand the commanding leaders of various factions, their blood surging with fervor upon receiving the summons from the demon sovereign Lin Yun. Every being in the demon realm possesses an inherent combat fervor. Flames of excitement blaze in their eyes. Although this is not a prolonged war between realms, nor a clash of ancient celestial and demonic armies, it is a surprise assault targeting the two paramount celestial families of the divine realm. The demon sovereign has demanded a swift resolution, leaving no trace behind. Not even a single intact tile should remain. This ignites the blood of the commanders, who have longed to march forth once more, to trample the lofty celestial clans beneath their feet. In the years of the demon sovereign's disappearance, the forces of the celestial realm have grown increasingly arrogant, frequently hunting and exploiting the demon realm as if it were their training ground. Various celestial prodigies have come and gone, with certain factions reduced to prey and slaves, particularly the succubi and the dark elves. This is an utter humiliation. Esteemed leaders, proclaims the Shura clan's supreme commander, Zhan Wushuang, brandishing a blood-red long knife, surveying the crowd with commanding presence. Clad in black armor etched with scarlet patterns, her long knife emanates a potent malevolence. Our Shura clan possesses unparalleled combat prowess. Behind them stood tens of thousands of iron-blooded warriors, each clad in dark, foreboding armor, their faces adorned with fierce battle markings. They remained silent, yet their unified presence resonated with an awe-inspiring might, their gleaming blades poised for imminent action. Contrasting this scene was the enchanting leader of the succubi, Mike Swagey, accompanied by her elite force of 100,000 succubi, embodying a different spectacle altogether. They were all breathtakingly beautiful, draped in sheer fabrics that hinted at their forms, their eyes shimmering like water, alluring yet imbued with a glimmer of peril. A subtle smile graced Mike Swagey's lips, her voice a haunting melody tinged with mockery. "It appears we succubi have captured quite a number of our sisters," she declared. "The time for retribution has arrived, an eye for an eye, blood for blood." The delicate laughter of the succubi echoed, reminiscent of an invitation to a grand soiree. "At last, it is the turn of those little wretches from the celestial realm to face misfortune. I have awaited this moment for far too long." The leader of the fire demons, Chimed, let out a booming laugh, his formidable figure akin to a raging inferno. His warriors, each enveloped in searing flames, bore molten droplets. Their eyes blazed crimson, resembling demons emerging from a fiery abyss, wielding flaming war hammers ignited by boundless fury. "Rock tribe, heed my command," roared the leader of the rock tribe, his presence reminiscent of a towering mountain, his form as solid and unyielding as stone. The warriors of the rock tribe remained silent, yet their fists clenched tightly, producing a deep, resonant crackle, as if ready to crush any foe that dared to confront them. They were the vanguard of the demonic forces, the most reliable shield. The Night Shadow tribe, Ghost tribe, Poison Demon tribe, and Underworld Fire tribe, along with their elite forces, assembled in response to the call. Their spirits ignited with battle fervor. The warriors of the Night Shadow tribe melded into the darkness, appearing and disappearing like phantoms, each a natural-born assassin. The Poison Demon warriors were enveloped in lethal toxins, exuding a noxious mist of green and purple, a peril to any who ventured too close. The Underworld Fire warriors wielded dark flames, flickering with an eerie azure light. The Ghost tribe loomed cold and silent, shrouded in an aura of death, their gazes sharp as daggers. Most striking of all were the dark elven archers stationed in the distance. Each stood tall and graceful, their beauty captivating, uniformly brandishing ebony bows, their arrows glistening like frost, pulsating with a foreboding violet glow. Each dark elven archer was a deadly marksman, capable of piercing the heart with a single shot. It is said they were once a race of the celestial realm. "Fight for the demon realm, fight for our demon lord." The voice of Wushuang rang out once more, imbued with authority and lethal intent. In truth, she was the most powerful leader of the demonic forces, holding sway second only to Lin Yun. This time, the scoundrels of the celestial realm would have no refuge. We shall make them understand that the wrath of the demon race is not to be trifled with. The enchanting Shueji let out a soft laugh, her eyes glimmering with a bewitching light. "Shall we see who can bring back the most heads?" she proposed. Haha. The fiery leader of the Flame Demon clan, Qian, along with Yin Shan from the Rock clan and other prominent leaders, erupted in laughter, their eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. "Welcome, great demon lord." With Lin Yun's arrival, the thunderous drumbeats abruptly ceased, and all demon warriors collectively raised their gazes toward the high platform. There stood Lin Yun, clad in a black robe, exuding an air of proud defiance, his piercing gaze sweeping over each warrior. His presence was akin to a towering mountain, cold and merciless, silencing the surroundings as if even heaven and earth held their breath in that moment. Lin Yun's voice resonated deeply and powerfully, imbued with a compelling weight that stirred the hearts of all present. "Today, we, the Demon Clan, shall march forth to the celestial realm of the fiery immortals. The weapons you wield are not only for glory, but also for plunder." His words thundered through the ears of the crowd, his gaze piercing. "Your adversaries are the self-proclaimed exalted celestial beings, the very executioners who have slaughtered our kin. Today, I urge you to convey to them, through blood and fury, that we, the denizens of the demon realm, are not to be trampled upon as mere weaklings." Lin Yun utilized his scant knowledge of compulsory education to concoct this grandiose rhetoric. To directly suggest seeking personal vengeance in the celestial realm would be utterly disgraceful. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that his words did yield some effect. The warriors in the audience clenched their fists, the sound echoing like the crackling of firewood. Their fighting spirit surged within them like a volcanic eruption, their eyes ablaze with a fierce, bloodthirsty fervor. "The Shura tribe, indomitable and resolute, shall fight until death." Lin Yun cast her gaze towards Zhang Wushuang. "Wushuang, are you willing to devote your life for the glory of the Demon Clan?" The Azura tribe has never bowed in submission. With her hands raised high, holding the battle blade, her voice resonated through the air. "I am willing to fight for the Demon Sovereign until my last breath, unyielding and resolute." The Succubus clan, enchanting foes with beauty, strikes unseen. Lin Yun's gaze shifted towards Mike Swaji, his icy eyes radiating an air of authority. "Mike Swaji, do you wish to lead the elite of the demon tribe to claim the lives of our enemies?" The glimmer of seductive brilliance flickered in Mike Swaji's eyes as she slightly bowed, her voice cold yet resolute. "I shall not fail the Emperor's trust. I will ensure our foes are left shattered and tormented by their own demons." Lin Yun nodded slightly, then spoke with a voice as cold as ice. "Members of the Flame Demon Clan, the Ghost Clan, and the Poison Demon Clan, heed my command. In this battle, there shall be no retreat unless we achieve victory. Today, we march not solely for triumph, but for the embrace of death." Each word he uttered seemed etched into the hearts of the warriors. All the soldiers stood tall, their gazes sharp as blades, a palpable aura of lethal intent enveloping them. Lin Yun slightly raised his hand, his voice suddenly soaring. "Go forth. Let the blood of our enemies saturate the battlefield, annihilate their families, and obliterate their foundations. Make the celestial realm tremble, and let those who consider themselves superior among the immortal clans comprehend the wrath of my demon kin, which is not to be trifled with." His voice resonated like a mighty bell, reverberating across the land, as the warriors below fervently shouted, "Slay! Slay!" The roar surged into the heavens, as if shaking the very fabric of the universe. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Lin Yun's eyes, and he felt an unusual surge of excitement within his heart. Indeed, having a wife and children made a significant difference, igniting a sense of ambition within him. His greater aspiration, however, was to acquire the most precious treasures of the celestial realm. He aimed to become the most formidable and supreme emperor and sovereign in the history of both the celestial and demonic realms. This battle was merely a preliminary exploration and the beginning. The ancient battlefield beyond the realms would serve as the ultimate stage for the decisive confrontation. Not far from the command platform, the grandeur of the super interdimensional teleportation array pulsated like the heartbeat of the universe. This colossal teleportation array, crafted through the accumulation of countless advanced spatial crystals and the meticulous artistry of imperial-level formation masters, revealed itself as a vast horizontal abyssal passageway. Within it lay the profound power of innumerable arcane spatial laws. Outside the passage, an endless torrent of spatial chaos surged. Should any mishap occur, the elite forces of the demon realm would surely meet their doom. The far end of the teleportation array led directly into the heart of the fiery celestial domain. A mere 100,000 miles from the ancestral stronghold of the Yang family, the Divine Flame City. This region had long been encircled by ancient powerhouses from major factions such as the Zishu Heavenly Palace and the Celestial Emperor's Palace. Layers of barriers enveloped the entire space, isolating it from the other regions of the celestial realm. Unbeknownst to the Yang family, they were already standing on the edge of a blade. As millions of demon troops surged steadily into the teleportation passage like a silent tide. In the demon realm, Lin Yun stood resolutely before the passage, coldly observing the orderly procession of the demon army traversing the teleportation array. His gaze was as sharp as that of a falcon, his demeanor calm and composed. Beside him stood the formidable leader of the Shura clan, Zhan Wushuang, her exquisitely beautiful face marked by a chilling intensity. As a renowned bloodthirsty warrior of the demon realm, she was acutely aware of the man's formidable strength. With his personal leadership, the outcome of this battle seemed almost assured. However, she was perplexed as to why they were targeting only two factions. She had initially intended to charge ahead herself, leading the troops as the vanguard to penetrate deep into the celestial realm, commencing an endless spree of plunder and slaughter. Nevertheless, Lin Yun slowly shook his head, declaring that the time was not yet ripe. Yet, he refrained from divulging his plans and ambitions in detail. Zhan Wushuang hesitated to inquire further, despite their fraternal bond. She sensed that the demon sovereign harbored other intentions. Once we engage the Yang family in battle, you are to strike first. I have certain matters to attend to. Do not hesitate. Charge directly in. Leave no connection to the Yang family intact, not even a worm. However, do avoid indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent and the weak. You have full command. Lin Yun commanded in a deep voice, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the passage ahead. He feared that a few audacious old foes might attempt to disrupt the corridor at any moment. Those factions would likely resort to underhanded tactics, however. He urged his comrades to remain patient, for he had his own strategies in place. They would not dare to act recklessly. Zhan Wushuang nodded slightly, her eyes reflecting a contemplative demeanor, for she had never shied away from a challenge. This time, as it was his personal directive, she was even more resolute in her commitment. Rest assured, regardless of who stands against us, I shall lead our forces to fight valiantly to the bitter end, annihilating every enemy in our sight. Under Lin Yun's calm scrutiny, the demonic army surged forth like a dark river into the celestial realm. Once Zhan Wushuang and the last few towering war beasts, bred by the demon clans, roared and stepped into the passage, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Lin Yun slowly took a step forward, entering the teleportation passage. The vibrant spatial fluctuations surrounding the passage greeted Lin Yun with a joyous exuberance. As though they had encountered a beloved father, Lin Yun moved through the realm as if strolling leisurely in a garden. Few were aware of his profound mastery over the laws of space, which allowed him to traverse the barriers between worlds with ease. Those who knew this truth may have perished, much like the witnesses from the desolate state where he had previously demonstrated his prowess. As Lin Yun's indistinct figure materialized at the exit, the gazes of several formidable beings from the celestial realm locked onto him from afar, scrutinizing his every movement. However, the moment Lin Yun took a step forward, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The esteemed leaders, including the Lord of the Purple Sky, found themselves unable to react in time. A mysterious golden light erupted from above his head, coalescing into an ancient golden tower. The tower spun gracefully, emanating waves of boundless law. In the blink of an eye, it expanded from the size of a palm to a colossal presence that obscured the heavens, plunging forcefully into the teleportation passage. The tower, wreathed in golden radiance, was adorned with eternal ancient runes that shimmered with unfathomable power. Under the tower's suppression, the entire spatial passage rapidly stabilized, as if it had existed since time immemorial, severing any potential external interference from the celestial realm. In that moment, the distortion of space vanished, and the passage became as solid as a fortress. Lin Yun let out a cold smile. This was his treasured imperial weapon, the Tower of the Origin of all realms. It was a peerless treasure refined by the system to assist him in merging with the essence of the demon realm. Its powers were boundless, having also assimilated a portion of the demon realm's primal force. Without delving into its myriad of profound functions, it was clear that as long as the tower stood, the power of the demon race would flow ceaselessly. This was destined to evolve into an unparalleled existence, a supreme imperial weapon of the ultimate path. He glanced at the somewhat dazed Zhan Wushuang beside him and nodded slightly, for it was imperative that the spatial passage remained under their control. Only then could they prevent any treachery against them. This was their avenue of retreat. Lin Yun had initially wished to remain discreet, however. The vastness of the spatial transmission demanded preparation. Without prior arrangements, even he would find it challenging to construct a swift response, and time might not favor him. At this moment, several venerable figures from the celestial realm stood rendered speechless, awestruck by the spectacle before them. Upon a lofty platform, the likes of the master of Zixiao, the celestial prophet, Xuantangzi, and true monarch Xuanguang stood in solemn silence, their gazes brimming with astonishment and incredulity. What manner of treasure could this be? True monarch Xuanguang, unable to contain the tumult within, whispered, his voice trembling with disbelief. Such a relic, even within the confines of their understanding, was exceedingly rare, perhaps even unheard of. The expression of the master of Zixio fluctuated between hope and dread as he intoned gravely, could this artifact transcend the heavens and the earth? Is it not the hidden card of the old demon Lin? Yet, during the last conflict between the celestial and demonic realms, he did not unveil such power. Unbeknownst to them, it was precisely that battle which allowed Lin Yun to be fully acknowledged by the essence of the demon realm. In their perception, this golden tower appeared as an eye of the cosmos, profound and unfathomable. Every attempt at probing it seemed to vanish into an abyss. Not only did they fail to discern the mysteries within, but merely gazing upon its form sent shivers down their spines, as though they were ensnared in an endless chasm, irresistibly drawn deeper into its allure. The celestial prophet, his hair as white as snow, bore an expression of profound agitation, murmuring softly. Could it be that this tower is not merely an ordinary artifact, but rather the legendary imperial weapon endowed with sentience? If so, the old demon Lin must have already refined it. It could very well be his fated imperial weapon, with potential for infinite growth. Our plans may face considerable complications. The master of Zixio suddenly froze, his realization dawning that this golden tower was far beyond a mere imperial weapon. It was Lin Yun's fated imperial weapon. In the celestial realm, such weapons symbolize their owner's will, merging seamlessly with their essence. Moreover, these imperial weapons possess a unique potential for growth, possibly developing genuine self-awareness and ascending to the echelon of supreme imperial weapons, evolving into a life form of another kind. The expressions of the four venerables shifted to a complex tapestry of emotions. They understood that the situation had become increasingly precarious. They were acutely aware that with such a formidable imperial weapon at Lin Yun's disposal, his strength had likely surpassed their own reach. Confronting such an adversary, was it right or wrong? The spatial passage has now been entirely commandeered by the old demon Lin. I can no longer sense the core of the formation, the master of Zixio stated, his countenance darkening. They had initially intended to execute their strategy as Lin Yun had anticipated, seizing the moment during their conflict to abruptly close the spatial passage. If the opportunity arose, they would strike decisively. As these thoughts swirled in their minds, the tranquil voice of Lin Yun resonated like thunder. Zixio, Tianming, Xiantong, Xuanguang. It has been a long time. You all appear somewhat pallid. Surely, you do not intend to conspire against me? As his words lingered in the air, the golden tower emanated an even more formidable pressure, its arcane runes swirling in a mesmerizing dance. This produced a profound tremor that compelled several ancient beings observing from a distance to involuntarily take a step back, their inner energies fluctuating violently, teetering on the brink of chaos. The elder immortals were taken aback, never having anticipated that their painstakingly laid plans, which had consumed considerable resources, would be so effortlessly dismantled. Lin, the old demon, commanded the retreat with an unmatched demeanor, effortlessly shattering their stratagems. Tianming's expression darkened, a flicker of unease crossing his features. Xuanguang, the true monarch, had just retreated several steps before regaining his balance. Zixio, the Tao master, forcibly steadied his mind. A misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Lin, my friend, what words are these? We are but partners in collaboration. Xiantong, too, wore a cheerful smile. Brother Lin, you are my idol. How could we ever dare to plot against you? Tianming and Xuanguang remained silent, their resolve lacking the thickness to mask their growing apprehension. Well, that is a relief. I trust you would not dare. Lin Yun retracted his piercing gaze and spoke with an air of dominance, a hint of disdain gracing his lips. He lifted his eyes towards the distant direction of the city of divine flames, his expression brimming with certainty and contempt. To him, this war was merely a segment of his journey, while the so-called titans of the immortal realm were nothing more than stumbling blocks on his path to supremacy. The golden spire remained steadfast within the spatial passage, serene and majestic. It guarded the soul gateway between the demon realm and the immortal realm, emanating boundless power. Below, the demonic army and its commander witnessed the demon sovereign's formidable presence, bolstered by such a treasure as a backup, epitomizing meticulous strategy. Instantly, their hearts swelled with fervor. Eager to engage the enemy in a fierce battle, yearning to demonstrate the unparalleled valor of the sons of the demon realm to the demon sovereign. The million-strong demonic army was comprised of elite warriors, all seasoned veterans who had once fought alongside Lin Yun, braving life and death. Every soldier gazed fervently at their idol, Under the intense scrutiny of the demonic forces, Lin Yun's gaze became a beacon, his overwhelming aura rising as his robes billowed without wind, rustling dramatically. His essence intertwined with the Tower of Origin and his people, effectively bestowing a divine blessing upon all demonic soldiers. Their attack speed, endurance, velocity, strength, and regenerative capabilities surged to remarkable heights. As they felt the Demon King's blessing, the army's fighting spirit ignited further. War Without Equal cast a complex gaze upon this scene. Although she did not comprehend this ability, she felt a deep envy. This was the true sovereign of the demon realm. Lin Yun surveyed the surroundings, her voice icy as she uttered two words: advance. Kill. Kill. They fought for the majesty of the demon lord. They fought for the glory of the demon realm. 1,000,000 demon soldiers surged forth like a raging tide, led by their commanders, resembling celestial warriors as they transformed into a brilliant stream heading towards the city of divine flames. The remaining formations stood in orderly ranks in the air, a dark mass against the sky, the war drums resonating thunderously, an atmosphere thick with the essence of battle. The oppressive aura made the very air around them tremble. Lin Yun exchanged a glance with the formidable leader of the Shura, Wu Shuang. It seemed that Wu Shuang comprehended his intent, offering a slight nod and a reassuring gaze. She then turned, brandishing her blade as she charged into the forefront of the demon army, leading a host of powerful warriors in a sudden and fierce advance. Her dark armor, adorned with crimson streaks, shimmered with a blinding cold light, resembling an everlasting banner of valor. The surrounding demon soldiers gazed upon this striking war goddess, their blood surging with fervor, as if the flames of their indomitable spirit had been ignited in an instant. Wu Shuang! Wu Shuang! The Shura army roared in unison. In a heartbeat, the entire army transformed into a swirling mass of darkness, vanishing without a trace, as though the previous fervent scene had been but a fleeting illusion. Lin Yun turned gracefully, making his way towards the distant figures of the Zishu Dao Master and the Celestial Destiny Sage, among other formidable beings of the celestial realm. At this moment, outside the confines of the barrier, a coalition army comprising several major sects, numbering in the millions, loomed ominously nearby. However, Lin Yun regarded these rabble with indifference. The allied forces of these sects were utterly oblivious to the recent events transpiring within the barrier. They simply followed orders, acting with mechanical precision. When the million-strong army from the demon realm had suddenly surged forth, fear had gripped them, leaving them trembling in terror. Has the demon realm launched another assault? Quickly, report to the sect. Where is the ancestor? Fetch the ancestor at once. Why aren't we stopping them? Why don't you go? And why should you not? The demon soldiers that had just emerged were evidently elite among elites, with many possessing the realms of celestial immortals and true immortals. The presence of demon kings and lords was abundantly apparent. Not to mention, the leaders among them seemed to rival even the ancestor. Chaos reigned as everyone flailed about like ants on a hot stove. It was only when their palace master and sage emerged that they found a semblance of direction. Fear not, the ancestor is engaged in battle with the demon sovereign. These scattered soldiers pose no threat. Form ranks and pursue me. They paid no heed to the commotion outside. Lin Yun advanced step by deliberate step towards the purple sky Dao Master and several other venerable figures. Though his pace was measured, it exuded an unmatched aura of authority. His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable gravitas, regardless of your intentions. I demand that you adhere to our prior arrangement. Once my army appears, you shall encircle the demon forces under the pretext of besieging them, but do not overexert yourselves. I have prepared an explanation for you. Simply assert that reinforcements are en route. I am aware that you will dispatch your own trusted agents to infiltrate and seize supplies. Yet let that be a contest of skill. The purple sky Dao Master and the others exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a tinge of complexity, despite their discontent. Witnessing the formidable presence of the old demon Lin rendered them powerless to resist. They could only comply with the plan. The recent elite forces from the demon realm had been capable of overwhelming any of their factions without fail within the span of a mere incense stick. They understood that failing to cooperate today would surely invite retribution afterward. They could only hope that the young family would prove somewhat effective, ideally, severely injuring the old demon Lin, so they might reap the benefits. However, after casting a glance at the small tower emanating an arcane aura within the spatial passage, they realized that such hopes had been considerably diminished. Even with the ancestral legacy left by the Yang family, a reversal of fortune was utterly out of reach this time. Other major powers attempting to rush to their aid would likely arrive too late, and the factions closest to them had already sealed off all information. At present, no message could escape the confines of the fire-flame immortal domain. Truly, It is said that while one can guard against countless threats, a traitor within is the hardest to defend against. Currently, the young family within the God Flame City remained blissfully unaware of the impending tempest. However, it would not be long before they would be struck with utter despair. As the demon army advanced, the defenses of the God Flame City gradually drew near. It was only when the demon forces were less than 10,000 miles from the city that the urgent tolling of bells finally echoed within its walls. The 9 successive chimes signified the imminent arrival of the utmost catastrophe. The sound pierced the heavens, reaching every corner of the sprawling city that spanned 10,000 miles. Panic ensued among the populace. What is happening? Have the outer celestial demons breached our defenses? Who dares to assault the God Flame City, the stronghold of the Yang family? Look, the sky is collapsing. They beheld the distant heavens torn asunder, a gaping maw from which surged an overwhelming tide of demonic energy. This was the manifestation of 1,000,000 elite warriors from the demon realm converging. My heavens! The demon soldiers have invaded. The demon army has breached our gates. This instantaneously aroused the vigilance of the Yang clan's descendants, causing all cultivators to hastily abandon their affairs. A defensive array of celestial grandeur was swiftly erected, emanating powerful waves of spiritual energy that rippled outward, enveloping the entire Divine Flame City. Yet, a cold smirk appeared at the corner of Wu Shuang's mouth as he raised high the long blade known as the Blood Sea Nirvana Blade. God-slaying strike, he declared, condensing an immense blade intent and delivering a fierce slash that cleaved through the heavens. It is worth noting that this strongest demonic weapon of the Azura clan had even drawn blood from Lin Yun in the past. The blade's radiance descended like a meteor from the heavens, tearing through the air and crashing violently against the grand array of Divine Flame City. A thunderous roar echoed, shattering the eardrums of celestial beings. The once invulnerable defensive array, capable of withstanding 3 days and nights, was instantly reduced to fragments, resembling fragile glass scattering in luminous shards. All the gathered descendants of the Yang clan stood in a daze, their gazes dimmed. It's over. Our Yang clan is doomed. Why would such a vast army from the demon realm choose to attack us? Wake up. You are the descendants of the Yang clan. Rally yourselves. We must fight. There were those who, resolute in their defiance, seized their weapons and soared into the sky, akin to moths drawn to a flame, displaying a fearless tenacity. Gazing upon the multitude of formidable beings ascending, the highest among them merely reached the rank of a mortal monarch. With an aura as sharp as a blade, she exuded an air of cold disdain as she led the vanguard of the demon clan, shattering the defenses of Divine Flame City, and ushering her forces in like a flood breaching a dam. The rock warriors charged forth, becoming shields of flesh, while the alluring demons transformed into ethereal shadows, stirring the latent fears within. The clans of rock demons, night shadows, and others engaged in both solitary combat and collaborative tactics, swiftly enveloping the entirety of Divine Flame City. The illusionary demons, night shadows, and shadowy elves, among others, were tasked with scavenging resources, eager to strip the very ground bare. The roars of battle and the sounds of conflict echoed throughout the realms, as sharp blades stirred a tempest of blood and carnage, leaving no one to stand in their path. The forces of the Purple Sky Celestial Palace, the Divine Emperor's Palace, and the mysterious Heaven's Sacred Ground lurked in the shadows, seizing the opportunity for plunder. Yet, they shared a common objective, the 9 transformations of creation golden pill. In this moment, Lin Yun strolled leisurely toward the ancestral grounds of the Yang family. The demon army advanced with unstoppable momentum, akin to locusts sweeping through the land. The aftermath of their passage through Divine Flame City was one of desolation. The once majestic structures lay in ruins, and the streets were stained crimson with blood. As the headquarters of the Dan Ding Merchant Association, one of the 10 most esteemed trade guilds in the celestial realm, and the ancestral land of the Yang family, Divine Flame City was rich with celestial treasures and various divine-grade elixirs, all readily available. Rare artifacts and celestial herbs were piled high, while countless shops were mercilessly looted. This unrestrained greed inflamed the fervor of the demon soldiers, their eyes aglow with a crimson fire. The stench of blood and chaos permeated the air, as the cacophony of battle cries, pleas for mercy, and anguished wails coalesced into a veritable hell on earth. The demon army, obeying the edicts of their dark lord, spared no lives, seizing every resource in their path. Most ordinary members of the Yang family were merely at the celestial or true celestial realms, with some yet to ascend. They were no match for the elite forces of the demon army, often falling victim to brutal slaughters within mere exchanges of blows, or being reduced to mere blood mist by the demon soldiers. Some of the weaker-willed Yang disciples were directly assaulted by the seductive demon's heart demons, leading to their mental collapse, ultimately culminating in swift decapitations by the Shadow Clan assassins. Simultaneously, hundreds of monstrous war beasts of the Demon Clan rampage through Divine Flame City, their colossal forms clad in armor, trampling the structures beneath them with a thunderous crash. The entire city trembled beneath their weight, transforming from a once thriving locale into a desolate wasteland. In the heart of the city, the ancestral grounds of the Yang family stood, where the core descendants of the Yang family assembled in solemn formation. A group of celestial emperors and several early-stage celestial sovereigns bore expressions of grave concern. Yang Dingtian stood at the forefront, his countenance pale, with fierce waves of magical energy emanating from the distance. His face was a mask of fury, eyes ablaze, fists clenched tightly as his own spiritual energy surged uncontrollably, a testament to his profound rage. He had initially believed that the encirclement by the ancient powers of the Purple Sky Celestial Palace, the Divine Emperor's Palace, the mysterious Heaven-Sacred Ground, and the Taiching Divine Sect was merely an attempt to extort resources, or perhaps to pursue ulterior motives, such as the coveted 9 transformations of creation golden pill belonging to the Yang family. He had thought he might still maneuver through the situation, confident in the wealth and strength of the Yang family, which had nurtured numerous celestial emperors and several celestial sovereigns. Even when 1 or 2 factions united, they would hardly pose a challenge to the might of the Yang family. Little did they anticipate the audacity of their adversaries, who conspired with the demon realm with the intention of utterly annihilating the Yang family. A seething anger ignited within him, a fervent desire to tear apart those hypocritical allies. Nearby, an elder of the Yang family hastened forward, his face etched with urgency and his voice trembling. Head of the family, they have sealed off the main city, and all external communication has been completely severed. We are trapped here. Another elder spoke in somber tones. Perhaps not just us. The entire Fire Flame immortal domain has been encircled. They would not wish for news of their collusion with the demon realm to leak out. Thus, they had made ample preparations. A refined middle-aged man clad in white observed, his eyes flashing with insight. I have just received intelligence from the front lines. The disciples of the sect have been instructed that reinforcements from the allied sects will arrive imminently. That is why they surround us without launching an attack, seemingly adhering to noble principles. Yet, in reality, they have severed our escape routes. The elder's voice dripped with disdain. Afterward, they can conveniently attribute the blockade to the demon realm. Shameless. Infuriating. Another elder gritted his teeth. Yang Dingtian fell into a momentary silence, his gaze flickering with despair and defiance. He understood well that without external aid, the Yang family would likely succumb to destruction today. Could it be that the millennia of our legacy would perish this very day? The Yang clan leader, Yang Wudi, tightened his grip on the demon-slaying, immortal sword, veins bulging, his fury almost overwhelming. He remained oblivious to the fact that all of this had been set in motion because of him. Were he to learn the truth, it would undoubtedly shatter his resolve. He stepped forward abruptly and declared coldly, enough of the idle chatter. All those above the immortal sovereign level shall join me in battle. What use is it to sit idly by? Even if we cannot prevail, we must not allow them to underestimate the Yang family. If it comes to the worst, we shall awaken the ancestral artifact, the Supreme Imperial Weapon. As the word Supreme Imperial Weapon escaped his lips, every head lifted, their eyes shimmering with a flicker of hope. Inspired by his words, the Yang family's disciples rallied their spirits, preparing to charge forth and confront the demon army with unwavering resolve. Indeed, this is how the sons of the Yang family should be. Even if we stand and die, we shall not kneel to live. Follow me to battle. However, unbeknownst to them, the true danger was silently encroaching. At this moment, Lin Yun had infiltrated the ancestral grounds of the Yang family, his sights set firmly on the treasure trove accumulated over millennia. Particularly, he sought the legendary 9-turns transformation golden pill, a miraculous elixir said to facilitate rebirth, enhance cultivation, and significantly increase the success rate of breakthroughs. Armed with the rumored chaotic pearl, purportedly a principal material in alchemy, and bolstered by the system's max luck passive enhancement along with advantageous buffs he had effortlessly acquired, he meandered aimlessly through the heart of the Yang estate. Occasionally, he would nonchalantly wave his hand to collect various treasures that caught his eye. When confronted by the unwary, he also